Chapter 1. The Joy of Marriage. On the ethereal continent at the Misty Cloud sect, although it no longer boasts the grandeur of ancient times following the ascension of its founder, as one of the three major cultivation sects of the Azure Empire, the Misty Cloud sect remains a coveted sanctuary for countless aspirants. Today marks the auspicious occasion of the sect's triennial recruitment of disciples. As the morning mist lingers, the square at the foot of the mountain is already teeming with an immense crowd. Numerous members of the royal family and prodigies from noble clans ascend the mountain on this day, all seeking entry into the immortal gates, yearning for the path to eternal life. Amidst the throng, a man suddenly steps forward. With disheveled hair and a staggered gait, his eyes, however, radiate an unwavering determination. "This is my token. White pattern token." The disciple of the Misty Cloud sect, upon receiving the token, exclaims in astonishment, "You are Lu Mu?" Lu Mu, the foremost genius of South State City, trained in martial arts at 8, refined his body at 9, and opened his Qi Si at 12. At merely 17, he has achieved the pinnacle of the Qi Si, earning a reputation for daring to challenge the heavens. Such a prodigy, even the Misty Cloud sect bestows the white pattern token upon him, granting him direct access to the inner sanctum of the sect. This privilege is one that even royal kin cannot claim. Yet, the disciple cannot help but ponder why the legendary talent appears so disheveled and destitute. Lu Mu remains silent, his heavy footsteps carrying him deeper into the sect. Beneath the cerulean sky, 3 beams of sword light suddenly streak across. The crowd looks up to see a woman, elegantly poised atop a flying sword. Adorned in a flowing white robe, her gaze is frosty as a celestial being, so ethereal that one dares not meet her eyes. To her left and right stand a man and a woman. The man possesses striking features and noble demeanor, while the woman, clad in crimson, exudes an alluring and seductive charm. Upon their arrival, the elder presiding over the recruitment immediately kneels, accompanied by numerous disciples of the Misty Cloud sect, all bowing in unison. The crowd erupts in a thunderous chorus. Salutations to the Holy Maiden. Salutations to the Holy Sun candidate. Salutations to the Holy Maiden candidate. Onlookers hastily bow, even those of royal descent, compelled by respect and reverence. Amidst the crowd, a few whisper softly, "What a beautiful celestial being! Is she truly the Holy Maiden of the Misty Cloud sect?" Rumor has it that the Holy Maiden possesses an innate dragon bone, and when she joined the sect, celestial phenomena occurred, marking her as an unparalleled talent. The hope of Misty Cloud, the innate dragon bone, the apex of cultivation relics, a rarity in millennia, said to possess unfathomable power, capable of transcending the heavens. The crowd is filled with envy. Those endowed with such a relic are destined not only to oversee the Misty Cloud sect, but to potentially become titans of cultivation, reigning supreme for generations. Yet, one among them stands apart. Lu Mu, like a crane amidst the flock, his back straight, his spirit unyielding. He clenches his fists, a fierce blaze igniting in his eyes, causing his entire being to tremble. Above, the Holy Maiden seems to sense him, slowly lowering her gaze. Their eyes meet. Lu Mu grits his teeth, stepping forward, an overwhelming aura of malice emanating from him. It is her, Nanglong Yuyan. Having not seen her for 3 months, she has outpaced him, achieving the status of Holy Maiden through her acquired gifts. "Brother Lu, I heard this condensing spring water has remarkable effects for refining the body, and Yuyan specially traveled 100 miles to bring it for you. Impressive. You've reached the 10th level of body refinement so quickly. Brother Lu, please sit. Let Yuyan massage your legs." What a farce. He was once an orphan, taken in by the Nangong family of South State since childhood. Throughout those 17 years, Miss Nangong showed him utmost tenderness, and he in turn did not disappoint her, rising to fame as a prodigy of South State. His brilliance eclipsed all, even causing heavenly talents to sigh in admiration. The head of the Nangong family, overjoyed, promised his beloved daughter, Nangong Yuyan, in marriage. In that moment, he vowed that as long as they were together, he would never let the Nangong family down. However, a nightmare unfolded on their wedding night. As the red candles flickered and the wedding gown stained with blood, Lu Mu could never forget the mocking laughter that echoed in his ears after he drank from the wedding cup. "Brother Lu, I have endured 17 years for your innate dragon bone. 17 years of relentless medicinal assistance, all to condition your chi and blood to resonate with mine, coinciding with the celestial alignment of the 9 stars. Now that you've drunk the blood plum wine and willingly performed the 3 bows, the 10 directions blood array shall finally reveal its might. The 10 directions blood array exerted immense pressure, nearly shattering his very soul. She approached him step by step, her alabaster hands raised high with an otherworldly blade, piercing through him, forcibly extracting a bone from his back. The bone, small yet pulsating with runes, shimmered with the mysteries of the cosmos, intricate and unfathomable. Is this the innate dragon bone? It seems merely a nascent dragon bone, still lacking the required refinement to display its true power. She shook her head, her eyes filled with greed. With a wave of her hand, she coldly commanded, "The dragon bone requires nurturing, bring forth his essence blood." His heart, gripped by excruciating pain. He cared little for the dragon bone. His life was a gift from Nangong, and if the Nangong family had only asked, he would not have been so reluctant to part with it. What truly mattered was the betrayal. To extract the dragon bone and draw his essence blood, the Nangong family sought his life. He remembered, just before he succumbed to unconsciousness, he had frantically questioned, "Nangong Yuyin, after 17 years of affection, is it still worth less than an external object?" What he received in return was nothing but the most contemptuous laughter. "To offer up your dragon bone and essence blood, that is your privilege. You, a worthless fool, cannot possibly believe I truly regard you as family. Can you? Let me tell you, I, Nangong Yuyin, aspire to soar high, while you, the greatest talent of South State, you are merely a stepping stone on my path to immortality." His teeth nearly shattered. The years of affection from the Nangong family evaporated in that instant, replaced entirely by rage. He struggled with all his might beneath the suppression of the 10 directions blood array. He could distinctly hear his bones creaking, yet he remained unyielding, refusing to submit. Even in death, he vowed to tear a piece of flesh from Nangong Yuyin. Yet his struggles were met with a merciless kick, causing him to faint on the spot. Destined not to perish, he awoke amidst a graveyard, the once proud genius now barely able to move. His meridians dried up, his spiritual power dissipated. Without the dragon bone, he was akin to a cripple. Such devastating news nearly drove Lu Mu to the brink of despair. Fortunately, he had kept the white pattern token a secret, intending to surprise her later, and the greed-filled Nangong Yuyin had not searched him. Now this white pattern token has become his final hope. 3 months of traversing mountains and rivers. In those 3 months, his hatred for the Nangong family has not waned. Instead, it has intensified with each passing day. Were it not for this profound hatred sustaining him, he would have found it difficult to endure with his broken body. Time rewinds to the present. Faced with the murderous gaze of Nangong Yuyin, she merely sneers contemptuously, saying nothing, as she turns to take her seat upon an exquisite throne. Lu Mu grits his teeth, remaining silent, enduring. He has no path of retreat. He swears to his very soul that as long as he can successfully enter the Misty Cloud sect, he will, even if it takes 100 years, ensure that the Nangong family pays in blood for their debts. With the white pattern token in hand, he strides forward. Just a few more steps, and he will gain entry. However, at that moment, stop. Proceed to the assessment. The man standing to the left of Nangong Yuyin speaks, a flicker of disdain crossing his brow. Wang Quan, Holy Sun candidate. Lu Mu cannot recall any past grievances with this man. He merely grits his teeth and speaks in a low voice. According to the rules, I should enter the inner door directly. I said, proceed to the assessment. Wang Quan waves his hand dismissively, exuding an air of dominance that even the elders dare not contest. Lu Mu's body trembles slightly. He remains silent for a long time, ultimately turning away and silently walking toward the assessment line. 9 tablets rise. An elder steps forward, weaving intricate hand seals, as 9 dark stone tablets rise from the ground, emanating a dazzling black light, as if they have existed since time immemorial. These are divine artifacts forged by our sect's founder across the realms. They are considered treasures. These artifacts possess spirit. Our Misty Cloud sect's disciple assessment is quite simple. One only needs to approach each tablet, calm the mind, and if one's aptitude suffices, the 9 tablets will respond. If not, then please return whence you came. As the elder speaks, his gaze turns to Lu Mu. He nods slightly, saying, "You are the foremost genius of South State. You should be the first to undergo the assessment." The 9 tablets of Misty Cloud, ancient treasures. 1 tablet Shining grants one the status of an outer sect servant. 4 tablets activated allow direct entry into the inner sect. Should all 9 tablets illuminate, one is deemed a divinely chosen holy son. Lu Mu remains silent as he slowly approaches the center of the 9 tablets, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The elder harbors great expectations for Lu Mu. What astonishing performance will the greatest genius of South State unveil? Chapter 2. The Savage Holy Body. Yet moments pass, and the 9 tablets remain as still as a placid lake, devoid of any ripples. Lu Mu stands in the center of the 9 tablets, his eyes filled with profound reluctance. So this is the first genius of South State City? Utterly useless. How ridiculous. Hurry and get down. The crowd bursts into derisive laughter. The elder shakes his head in silence, filled with disappointment. Such talent, akin to a wasted existence, unworthy of the title of South State's greatest genius. At that moment, Nangong Yuyin suddenly rises, and the surrounding disciples immediately kneel, expressing their respect, including Wang Quan and another holy maiden candidate. She nods silently, glancing at the dazed Lu Mu. After all, he is recognized as a genius of South State. It was no easy feat for him to travel here, so grant him the status of an outer sect servant. The elder, fearing to defy the holy maiden's command, immediately nods and announces the decision. Below, the numerous Scions cast envious glances at Lu Mu, yet only Wang Quan's eyes betrayed a flicker of resentment. In the face of this kindness, Lu Mu felt nothing but humiliation. He bowed his head, biting his lip tightly. Were it not for his disheveled hair obscuring his visage, the onlookers would likely have witnessed the madness etched upon his countenance. Lu Mu, why do you not express your gratitude to the saintess? Wang Quan's voice broke through, laced with palpable impatience. Yet, Lu Mu remained silent, the remnants of his spiritual energy swirling chaotically within him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. After what felt like an eternity, he slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes devoid of life, and in a hoarse whisper uttered, "Thank you, saintess." Nan Gongyu, Yin paid him no mind. A cold smile graced her lips as she mounted her sword and departed. The allocation of menial tasks to the outer disciples was merely a fleeting whim. She had long since lost interest in Lu Mu, a trifling waste of potential. If she wished to extinguish him, it would be but a flick of her finger. The wind was extraordinarily frigid. Lu Mu stood rooted to the spot for what seemed an age, before his eyes regained a glimmer of color. The corners of his pale, cracked lips moved, but only a bitter smile of resignation remained. What a tragedy! What a farce! With enemies looming before him, he could only accept their charity. Having lost his innate dragon bone, was he destined to be trampled upon for all eternity? His spiritual energy surged uncontrollably, rage nearly consuming his reason. Crack! Suddenly, it felt as if something had been shattered. Lu Mu could hear the sound resonating from within him. At that very moment, the world before his eyes distorted rapidly. The 9 stone tablets before him gradually morphed into golden inscriptions, whispering celestial sounds that resonated faintly in the air. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that there were indeed 12 golden inscriptions. A wave of astonishment washed over him. Instinctively, Lu Mu reached out to touch them. In that instant, 12 golden inscriptions surged violently into his body, accompanied by what felt like ancient memories. Waves of spiritual power relentlessly pounded against his limbs and bones, and he felt as if something was about to erupt from within him, a continuous ache coursing through his being. Time seemed to freeze, akin to a fleeting moment, yet stretching into eternity. When Lu Mu regained his senses, everything had returned to a tranquil state, and an epiphany dawned upon him. The savage holy body, inscrutable to gods and spirits, reigning supreme in this age, invincible. So it is the world knows only of the innate dragon bone, yet remains oblivious to the fact that it nurtures the holy body. This ethereal 9 tablets were forged by the ethereal ancestor, a paragon of greatness, who possessed the perfected holy body. Today, my erratic spiritual energy inadvertently stirred the sentience of the 9 tablets, allowing me to seize this opportunity to break free from my superficial shackles and unveil the potential of my holy body. As he lifted his gaze anew, the weariness in Lu Mu's eyes vanished, replaced by boundless determination. Nangong Yu Yin, what you owe me shall be repaid in full, regardless of how long it may take. The ethereal sect, built upon the mountains and adjacent to the river, was divided into southern and northern sanctuaries. After the disciple assessment concluded, Lu Mu, along with over 40 others, was escorted to a vast village by the riverside. The poplars along both banks swayed in the breeze, and wisps of smoke rose from the villages. The river flowed tumultuously as disciples navigated their boats. We have arrived. This is the outer disciples' quarters on the southern bank. From today forth, you shall reside here, the senior disciple stated, gesturing toward a row of low-roofed houses ahead. Lu Mu nodded, but his gaze wandered toward the towering peaks. The mountains stood tall, their majestic summits piercing the clouds. Great trees obscured the sun, revealing glimpses of palatial structures, with celestial cranes and mythical beasts soaring through the mist. "Excuse me, senior, may I inquire about that mountain?" Lu Mu asked, entranced by the sight. "Do not gaze too long, that is the main peak. Not only you, but even the elders must have permission to ascend," the senior disciple replied, shaking his head and explaining patiently. Lu Mu's eyes flickered, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent passing through them. He murmured to himself, "She may very well be atop the main peak at this moment." The outer disciples' menial tasks were the lowest of positions within the ethereal sect. All laborious and dirty work fell upon the shoulders of these disciples, who, in return, were taught the ethereal path's body refining techniques. Should they cultivate to the third level of body refinement within 3 years, they could pass the outer disciple examination and elevate their status. Failure to do so would result in their dismissal. Once settled, the senior disciple promptly distributed the techniques, rules, and maps of the outer sect to the group. Do not disdain the hard work, although it is arduous. Diligent practice can lead to a day when you stand out. Moreover, as outer disciples, you will receive a refining pill each month. Such treatment is not something every sect can provide. Standing among the other outer disciples, Lu Mu's previously calm eyes flickered with a hint of excitement. The refining pill was a divine elixir that bolstered physical strength and enhanced the body. Though it was categorized as a low-grade pill within the martial world of mortals, it was still a rarity. If I can acquire a substantial supply of these pills, I am certain I can swiftly return to the realm of Qi. However, the ethereal sect's pill distribution is based on status and contribution. Only by shedding my identity as a menial worker can I access greater resources. For now, I must focus on refining my body. Lu Mu murmured, his mind already formulating a plan. Nangong Yu Yin, relying on her dragon bone, stood as the saintess, enjoying boundless resources for her cultivation. To catch up to her and reclaim everything he had lost, he had no choice but to suppress his inner turmoil for the time being. As the senior disciple had mentioned, the work of outer disciples was indeed laborious. Fetching water, gathering firewood, tilling the land, sweeping, and cooking were all tasks assigned to the menial workers. Lu Mu was tasked with cleaning the outer disciples' courtyard, while also responsible for laundering the garments of more than 10 senior disciples. In the evenings, he was required to clean the stables as well. During the day, the sheer weight of the labor left him breathless. By nightfall, nearly all outer disciples collapsed into slumber, utterly exhausted. In such an environment, for an ordinary person, achieving the third level of body refinement to escape the menial worker status was nearly impossible. After a long day of toil, Lu Mu, however, did not dare to rest like the others. He dragged his weary body into the woods on the southern bank and found a patch of ground to sit cross-legged. He refused to waste a single day. Just the thought of Nangong Yu Yin seated upon her golden throne left him devoid of sleep. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly quelled the discontent within him. Once he steadied his mindset, Lu Mu opened the tome handed down by the senior disciple and studied it intently. The ethereal sect boasted 9 peaks, 3 mountains, and 12 caves, each harboring extraordinary abilities. Some excelled in swordsmanship and beast mastery, while others specialized in weapon forging and intricate formations. The 9 peaks were interconnected by 9 profound heavenly locks, forming a grand array capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. However, These locations belonged to the inner sect and were not Lu Mu's immediate concern. One particular passage in the description of the Forbidden Land caught his attention. The Forbidden Land lay within the outer sect and was sealed by the heavenly absolute prohibition. Despite the passage of tens of thousands of years, its might had diminished significantly, yet should one intrude, one's life would be at stake. Originally, the Forbidden Land was the site of the ethereal sect's spiritual veins. Tens of thousands of years prior, a formidable demon descended upon the world. The ethereal ancestor of the sect battled this demon for a millennium without success, fearful of the chaos it would unleash. In desperation, the ethereal ancestor employed supreme powers to detonate the Earth's spiritual veins, severely wounding the demon, and subsequently established the heavenly absolute prohibition, ultimately suppressing the fiend. This battle resulted in a significant loss of the ethereal sect's spiritual veins, leading to the relocation of the ethereal hall to the central peak. Truly astonishing, it is said that the ethereal ancestor was an unparalleled genius, the leader of the celestial sects during ancient times. What manner of demon could compel such an esteemed figure to detonate the ethereal sect's spiritual veins? The so-called spiritual veins were the very essence of a sect's spiritual energy. The significant loss of spiritual veins explained why the banks of the Southern River, despite exuding an aura of immortality, were relegated to the outer sect. Lu Mu shook his head. The wars of 10,000 years ago felt infinitely distant. He calmed his thoughts and turned his attention to the fundamental techniques of the ethereal sect, known as the ethereal path. The Great Tao is formless, born of heaven and earth. The Great Tao is unfeeling, governing the sun and moon. From the dormant energy, life is conceived. Energy entering the body signifies life, while the departure of the spirit signifies death. Such profound mysteries compared to the teachings of the Nan Gong family I practiced previously, they pale in comparison. Lu Mu was elated, his eyes sparkling with newfound clarity. Having once reached the pinnacle of the Qi-Si realm, he possessed the discernment to recognize true potential. With determination ignited, he ceased his hesitation, promptly dispersing the residual energy of the Nan Gong family within him, and began to circulate his own energy through the principles of the ethereal path. Body refinement refers to the cultivation of the physical form. Ordinary mortals possess but a stone's strength, while cultivators can nourish their bodies with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, traversing through myriad acupoints to gradually gain strength, culminating in a peak of 10 layers, capable of shattering 1,000 pounds. When the physical body reaches its limits and all acupoints harmonize, a sea of energy can be cultivated within the Dantian, granting access to spiritual power beyond mortal comprehension, capable of commanding legions with a mere gesture. This is the realm of Qi-Si. As Lu Mu immersed himself in this process, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to flow into his Mingmen acupoint through the Feng Qi and Xindao points, nurturing his vigor and vitality. His body felt as parched as a river, greedily absorbing everything around him. The energy coursed through his meridians, circulating and settling, ultimately merging with his being. Daytime was filled with labor, while nighttime was dedicated to cultivation in lieu of rest. Day after day, a month passed in the blink of an eye. The existence of an outer disciple was both monotonous and grueling. After a month of relentless cultivation, Lu Mu's body underwent a qualitative transformation unbeknownst to him. His once broken physique had shed its former self. In its place was a body akin to rebirth. Muscles coiled with explosive power. His bronze skin and long flowing hair lent him an aura of wildness. One morning he remained, as always, immersed in his training, practicing a series of punches and palm strikes to hone his strength. The force of his blows stirred a vigorous current of air, akin to a tempest sweeping through, causing fallen leaves and scattered stones to tremble and dance. After a while, he suddenly thrust his fist forward, and the wind surged like a tide, bending the surrounding trees, which emitted a series of sharp cracking sounds. Have I broken through another level? Such swift progress. It took me a whole year to merely reach the body refinement stage before, yet now, in just a month I have already attained the 4th level of body refinement. Feeling the transformation within himself, Lu Mu was elated. The savage sacred body truly was extraordinary with such advancement. Even with limited resources, catching up to Nangongyan was no longer a mere fantasy. At that moment, a frail young man hurried over. He, like Lu Mu, was an outer sect errand boy, and having shared the same quarters, they had grown somewhat familiar with one another. Lu Mu, why are you still here? The alchemy chamber is distributing pills today. Come with me to collect your share. Chapter 3. The Madman After Days of Relentless Training. Lu Mu nearly forgot about this crucial day. He quickly donned his Taoist robes and set off with the other person to collect the elixir. The outer sect's alchemy chamber was situated at the foot of the mountain, leaning towards the north. Built against the mountainside and surrounded by water on three sides, the chamber had two creatures resembling tigers, but not quite. Known as the golden-eyed beasts, lurking ominously at the entrance, their bell-like eyes instilling fear. By the time Lu Mu arrived, a long queue had already formed outside the alchemy chamber. The disciples were lined up in an orderly fashion, taking turns to approach the counter. The crowd buzzed with conversation, and a few disciples were casually chatting about some amusing anecdotes from the sect. Have you heard? A few people have gone missing from the outer sect recently. The Miao Miao sect is a major righteous sect. Who would dare cause trouble here? Stop overthinking. It's just a few lost disciples. Such occurrences happen every year. That Lu Mu frowned. He had not heard of this matter before. However, as one of the senior brothers pointed out, with countless disciples in the Miao Miao sect, particularly in the outer sect, it was indeed not surprising for a few to go missing from time to time. At this moment, the young man had collected his elixir and greeted Lu Mu, mentioning he needed to attend to the study room before turning to leave. Nodding, Lu Mu stepped forward, placing his waist token on the table. Lu Mu. Outer sect servant. The disciple at the counter glanced at him, noted his presence in the ledger, and handed him a refining elixir. Just then, a handsome young man suddenly pressed down on the disciple at the counter. Wait, he exclaimed. Lu Mu calmly spoke, this senior brother, that elixir seems to belong to me. No. He Gombo replied, his gaze laced with provocation, that I am also in charge of this outer sect alchemy chamber. You a sinner. Wish to collect an elixir? You must first seek my permission. Lu Mu furrowed his brow, acutely aware that he had no prior enmity with this person. What could be the reason for such hostility? Was it because of her? At this thought, Lu Mu's eyes sharpened, and he asked expressionlessly, Did Nangong Yin send you? You claim I am guilty. I wish to know what crime I have committed. Preposterous. The sanest wouldn't care about a waste like you. He Gombo mocked, casually picking up an elixir that rightfully belonged to Lu Mu, his disdain evident as he continued. Let me be frank with you. Offending Wang Quan is your greatest sin. It was well known that Wang Quan was pursuing the saintess, and it seemed the rumors were indeed true. Though Wang Quan was a candidate for the Holy Sun, he had already been chosen as the next sect leader, set to command a mountain within the next decade, placing him far above other candidates. To offend Wang Quan and still expect to collect an elixir. Lu Mu truly was Na'vi. If he were in that position, he would have packed his bags and left long ago. The surrounding outer sect disciples erupted in commotion. Listening to this, Lu Mu frowned slightly. Indeed, during the recruitment assessment, Wang Quan had targeted him at every turn. But at that time, he had merely thought the individual peculiar. Could it be that he was irked because she had glanced at me a moment longer and granted me this position as an outer sect servant? Wang Quan truly was petty. Muttering to himself, Lu Mu chose to disregard the matter further. All he desired was to obtain the elixir that rightfully belonged to him. Nothing more. Lu Mu, it seems you are quite eager for this elixir. Allow me to grant you an opportunity. He Gombo smirked, his face adorned with mockery. Kneel and bow 3 times. Perhaps if I am in a good mood, I might reward you with the elixir. The outer sect disciples could not help but snicker at the sight, some even shouting at Lu Mu. Hurry and kneel. Just kneel once for the elixir. What are you hesitating for? Such taunts echoed around him. Once a renowned genius, now he was forced to kneel to obtain an elixir. How humiliating, how laughable. Almost everyone was there merely to watch the spectacle, while he Gombo reveled in the attention, enjoying the opportunity to curry favor with Wang Quan while simultaneously belittling the so-called genius. However, Lu Mu suddenly moved. Why belongings are not for you to decide, and one present could discern his actions. They only saw him effortlessly snatch the refining elixir from Igombo's grasp upon acquiring the elixir. Lu Mu nodded, acknowledging its quality. With this elixir's assistance, he believed he could make a breakthrough in less than half a month, bringing him one step closer to his goal. After tucking the elixir away, he turned to leave. Lu Mu had never intended to engage with these outer sect disciples. This trivial dispute was beneath him. Yet, in Igombo's eyes, This was a blatant provocation that Lu Mu. Stop right there. He Gongbua bellowed, his voice booming with indignation. To forcibly seize an elixir. You disregard the sex regulations. What are your intentions? Today, I shall act on behalf of the law enforcement hall to properly discipline you. He Gongbua advanced, his aura intensifying as he unleashed a powerful palm strike. The gust of wind from his attack sliced through the air menacingly. The strength of his fifth layer of body refinement was laid bare. If this palm struck true, Lu Mu would likely suffer a catastrophic fate. As He Gongbua approached, a cruel smile flickered across his face. But the next moment, that smile froze, turning into terror. Lu Mu's gaze shifted, and he moved once more. Instead of retreating, he advanced, unleashing a formidable aura. His fist struck out with incredible speed, sending He Gongbua reeling back several steps. This Lu Mu was astonishingly powerful. What terrifying force! Observing his aura, they realized he was merely at the fourth layer of body refinement. Yet he had clashed head-on with a fifth-layer practitioner. Could this fellow truly be a monster? The disciples were left dumbfounded. Disbelief etched across their faces. While others were bewildered, Lu Mu felt a surge of delight. The competition of body refinement relied on physical strength and vitality, but he had sensed that due to the influence of the savage holy body during this recultivation. His physical form was significantly stronger than before. Yet, he had not anticipated that he could hold his own against He Gongbua, a practitioner at the fifth layer. Nangong Yuyin, I doubt you ever imagined that thanks to you, my recultivated body would be several times stronger than before. Though a flicker of joy coursed through him, he did not lose his focus. Shaking his head, he turned to leave once more. Cultivation was his sole objective at this moment. He had no desire for further disputes. Lu Mu, you bastard! At this moment, He Gongbua had regained his senses, grinding his teeth as he shouted, his voice laced with fury. His initially delicate features twisted grotesquely with rage. His robust strength surged uncontrollably. He could not accept that a fourth-layer practitioner could best a fifth-layer one. He believed he had merely been careless earlier. Now, he resembled a rabid dog, intent on capturing Lu Mu. As his aura soared, searing waves of heat coalesced in his hands, flickering flames visible. Truly a sight to behold. The crowd gasped in shock. This is a martial technique, the fiery palm. He Gongbua has murderous intent. This is his signature skill. He utilized it to defeat a formidable opponent at the fifth layer during the last outer sect competition, and back then, he was only at the fourth layer. With all his might, the fiery palm surged forth, an overwhelming force that even a sixth-layer practitioner would need to evade. That moment, many felt a twinge of sympathy for Lu Mu. If struck by the fiery palm, it would likely spell the end of his life. Yet in that instant, Lu Mu's resolve hardened. Stubborn fool, Lu Mu's anger flared. Time and again, did he think I lack a temper? The crowd watched in astonishment as he suddenly turned, his aura coalescing in his right arm, his robust limb radiating a golden glow. As his fist struck out, it felt as though the heavens and earth were about to shatter. Such immense pressure emanated from him. How could this be a mere fourth layer? With a resounding crack, his fist broke through the flames, striking He Gongbua squarely in the face, accompanied by He Gongbua's anguished scream. He was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing against the wall and unable to rise again. You dare strike me? I am a member of the law enforcement hall. He Gongbua trembled as he shouted. His voice faltering, no longer daring to speak, Lu Mu approached, each step echoing like a drumbeat against He Gongbua's heart, leaving him wide-eyed and trembling in fear. That I care not whose dog you are. Nor do I wish to know what tricks you possess. As he spoke, he lifted his head, casting a cold, piercing gaze over every disciple present, the chilling aura causing them to shudder. Listen well, all of you. If you wish to take my life to please someone, then bring it on. If I, Lu Mu, utter a word of fear, then I shall concede defeat. If you lack the courage, then step aside. Next time, regardless of who it is, I shall show no mercy. With that, Lu Mu strode away. The outer sect disciples watched his retreating figure with trepidation, though their cultivation might surpass Lu Mu's at this moment. In terms of spirit, they could hardly touch the hem of his garment. At this juncture, they recalled Lu Mu's former title, the first genius of Nanzhou City, the madman Lu Mu, daring to challenge the heavens. And now, this slumbering madman had returned. Chapter 4. The refining elixir in the outer disciples' stable. The occasional whinny of horses pierced the air, mingling with a faint scent of manure. though somewhat untidy. The atmosphere was serene, as few would venture here without purpose. During the day, with little to occupy him, Lu Mu occasionally practiced his martial arts amidst the horses. Today, having received an elixir, he made his way to the stable once more, seeking solitude to refine it. However, upon entering, he immediately sensed something amiss. The usually disheveled stable appeared remarkably clean, and a delicate fragrance, reminiscent of a woman, wafted through the air. Even the horses, typically boisterous, stood silently, trembling as if some primordial beast had descended upon them, rendering these unawakened creatures too frightened to stir. That Lu Mu, my lady is here. Why do you not kneel? The sudden harsh command struck him like a blow, causing Lu Mu's heart to tremble, nearly sending him crashing to the ground. Though he could not see her, he felt as though he had been wounded. Such a display suggested the presence of a master beyond the realm of mere mortals. Trained in body and blood, with mastery over spiritual energy, Lu Mu could not discern the true level of his opponent. But one thing was certain. If she wished him dead, it would require only a fleeting thought. Public servant, step back. Yes, the woman's voice was melodious and resonated softly. That Lu Mu looked up to see a lady clad in red, gracefully riding a magnificent steed. Beside her stood two imposing, bare-chested men, their arms crossed and expression stern, exuding an oppressive aura that seemed to crush the very air around them, instilling fear at first glance. That Lu Mu, I believe this is our second encounter. Do you remember me? The lady, looking down with an air of authority, moved with a fluid grace that accentuated her alluring beauty. Yet, Lu Mu dared not show any sign of carelessness. With an impassive expression, he clasped his hands and replied, I have met the holy maiden candidate. Indeed, she was none other than the contender for the title of the ethereal holy maiden, known as Qianru. Uncertain of her intentions, Lu Mu lowered his gaze. Though a steely resolve glimmered in his eyes, should her intentions be hostile, he would rather perish than allow her to have the upper hand. Very good. I commend your spirit. Alas, what I despise most is unruliness. Qianruoyan raised her hand and snapped her fingers lightly. Instantly, several beams of light erupted beneath Lu Mu's feet, encasing him in a radiant prison that immobilized him completely. To Lu Mu, outer disciple. Inciting discord. Punishment. 100 strokes of the rod. With a slight wave of her hand, Qianren commanded her attendant, who promptly approached and, with a breath, produced an exquisitely embroidered needle that swelled in the wind, transforming into a formidable dragon-patterned penal staff in an instant. That a spiritual weapon. Lu Mu's heart sank in astonishment. Ordinary disciples might only possess a few magical artifacts in their lifetime, but a spiritual weapon was far superior. Even the first family of Nanzhou City possessed but a single inferior spiritual weapon as their treasured heirloom. Yet, this mere attendant of Qianren wielded a spiritual weapon before Lu Mu could contemplate further. The heavy staff came crashing down on his back. Crack, crack, crack. Lu Mu's body trembled violently. Though the attendant did not employ any spiritual power, his strength was astonishing, with each strike creating a gust of wind that left his back bloodied and raw. Yet, throughout it all, Lu Mu remained silent, gritting his teeth, refusing to utter a single cry of pain. His eyes burned with resentment, nearly ablaze with fury. He understood that at this moment, he was no match for Qianruoyan. He could only bury his hatred deep within. Remember this. From now on, you shall be my servant. Qianruoyan smiled coldly, regarding him as one might a mere insect, completely indifferent to his seething hatred. As she spoke, she lifted her delicate leg and placed her foot upon his shoulder. Do you understand why I am punishing you? That fellow Wang Quan is entirely obsessed with the wretched Nangong Yuyin. Though you are not yet worthy of his attention, your public confrontation with Igongwa has surely tarnished his face. Given his temperament, you would likely find it impossible to escape your fate. My punishment of 100 strokes serves to silence him and prevent you from dying in vain on the streets. Standing to the side, the attendant, voice booming like thunder, admonished Lu Mu, do not forget to thank Our Lady Qian. Without her assistance, you would likely not survive the night. Hurry and kneel in gratitude. Kneel in gratitude. Anger flared in Lu Mu's eyes that he would kneel to the heavens, the earth, or his parents, but not to this tyrant who bullied him. Enough. Qianren waved her hand again, her gaze filled with a mixture of pity and haughty superiority. Kneeling is unnecessary. after receiving my punishment, were it not for the barrier of light supporting you, you would have collapsed like a rag doll by now." The attendant fell silent, ceasing to speak further at that moment. Qianru delicately lifted Lu Mu's chin with her toe, studying his sweat-drenched face that refused to yield. Suddenly, she smiled. "Do not look at me like that. We are not enemies. I have said it before. From this day forth, you are my servant that I shall ensure your survival. And in return, you need only to cultivate diligently. Here are 20 refining pills. Take them for now. The Outer Disciples competition is in 3 months. With your talent, reaching the 6th level of body refinement should not be difficult as for the rest. Do not inquire further. I will inform you in due time." The jade vial clattered to the ground. Lu Mu gazed at it, lost in a daze. After a long moment, his cracked lips finally moved, revealing a bitter self-mockery that he had toiled endlessly, even resorting to fighting for a single refining pill, while the holy maiden candidate Qianru nonchalantly tossed him a whole vial. The sound of hooves echoed as Qianruoyan turned her steed to depart. Just before leaving, she paused, glancing back with half of her exquisitely beautiful face turned towards him. Her interest piqued. "Almost forgot to remind you. Do not think that reaching the 4th level of body refinement within a month is something remarkable. We both know that cultivation is akin to sailing against the current. Each breakthrough becomes increasingly difficult. And your old friend from the same hometown just broke through to the 6th level of the Qi Si yesterday. Compared to her, your achievements are hardly worthy of pride." With those parting words, she rode away down on the mountain path. The attendant, unable to contain himself, inquired, "Miss, while Lu Mu does possess some talent, was it truly necessary for you to personally recruit him?" Qianruoyan smiled enigmatically, her gaze fixed on the azure sky as she replied softly, "Ah, you do not understand that I have taken a liking to this servant of mine, although I am unclear about his past with that wretched Nangong Yuyin. Consider this. Should he one day stand as an inner disciple in the Grand Hall, questioning Nangong Yuyin, while it may not be enough to topple her from her pedestal as the holy maiden, the rumors alone would be enough to make her suffer." The attendant nodded, his heart at ease. Qianruoyan, with her innate Dao physique, is a rare gem, destined for the position of holy maiden, and potentially to lead the ethereal sect in the future. Nangong Yun's sudden emergence, usurping her rightful title and the treasures that should have been hers, has brought her status crashing down. How could she not be furious? Investing a little now to recruit a servant could very well lead to Nangong Yun's embarrassment in the future. Such a scheme is certainly sound. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Outer Disciples' dormitory, Lu Mu lay on his bed. The other servants gasped in horror at the sight of his bloodied back. Some rushed to apply medicine, while others voiced their concerns that Lu Mu, what on earth happened? Speak up. Did Wang Quan trouble you? You should just leave the sect. You cannot afford to provoke him. Lu Mu remained silent, tightly gripping the entire vial of refining pills. Even as the searing pain from his back threatened to render him unconscious, he uttered not a single word at that moment. His mind was consumed by the image of Qianruoyan. His teeth clenched as he muttered to himself, "Better to be a beggar than a servant. You think I will become your servant, Qianru? You have miscalculated." Chapter 5. The Forbidden Grounds. Qingyan Mountain with its bizarre peaks and peculiar rocks. The mountain stretched into the distance, where billowing white clouds seemed to cascade like a torrential river, hanging inverted atop the peaks. Atop the mountain stood a hall known as Yunxiang, the residence of the mountain's master. Have I ever stated that we need someone to deal with a mere outer disciple? Wang Quan sat in the grand hall of Yunxiang, resting his chin on one hand, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, though his eyes gleamed with a chilling sharpness. Kneeling below him was Elder Jia of the outer sect, his forehead pressed tightly against the floor, his body trembling uncontrollably. He had initially thought that revealing Wang Quan's disdain for Lu Mu would earn his favor. Little did he expect that Lu Mu would prove to be such an extraordinary talent, and instead of dealing with him, he had only succeeded in inciting Wang Quan's displeasure, leading to a deep sense of regret. "Well, you have shown some loyalty." Wang Quan shook his head, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. "However, since this mess was caused by you, you must take responsibility for resolving it. If you perform well, I shall commend you. After 3 months, during the outer sect competition, I will arrange everything. You may rest assured. I will not let you down again." Elder Jia hurriedly expressed his agreement. Wang Quan was a man of unpredictable moods. Surviving this moment was already a stroke of great fortune for him. The Outer Sect Grand Competition is a brutal affair where fists and feet strike indiscriminately, even if one were to perish upon the arena. One cannot blame others. As an elder, he is constrained by the sect's regulations and cannot take action against Lu Mu. However, Elder Jiao possesses a certain degree of cunning and is absolutely confident that he can compel Lu Mu to ascend the arena. Never to descend again, no. Wang Quan chuckled lightly, rising silently. You are mistaken. It is not about disappointing me, but rather that you should ensure you harbor no regrets. Elder Jiao was taken aback, bowing repeatedly until his forehead bled. Too fearful to cease, in stark contrast. Wang Quan erupted into a hearty laugh. Meanwhile, by the river of the Outer Sect, Lu Mu had risen early, laboring under the weight of his injuries yet maintaining his routine. Fetching water and sweeping the great hall, by midday, he finally found a moment to catch his breath. While everyone else rested, he gritted his teeth and ventured into the secluded mountains behind the Outer Sect. Seeking a deserted spot, this place was remote, nestled deep within the mountains, where only the occasional calls of unknown birds and beasts could be heard, rendering it a tranquil refuge. In 3 months, the Outer Sect Grand Competition would commence. For Qian Ruoyun or Wang Quan, it might merely be a game, but for him, it represented a rare opportunity, and he retrieved a refining pill and swallowed it whole. Immediately, Lu Mu immersed himself in concentration. Channeling his vital energy throughout his body, as the pill was absorbed, a surge of vigorous spiritual energy emanated from his dantian, flowing upwards and drawing in the surrounding natural energies, creating an almost overwhelming sensation akin to a whale swallowing the sea. As the spiritual energy entered his body, it clashed against his internal channels, sending waves of pain coursing through him. Yet Lu Mu's resolve only strengthened, the sun set and the moon rose. He was unaware that the crescent moon had already ascended high in the sky, in the darkness. Lu Mu suddenly opened his eyes, sensing the stillness around him, his robe fluttering despite the absence of wind. Have I refined it so quickly? He thought, astonished, his gaze flickering. In just 6 or 7 hours, he had absorbed nearly all the medicinal properties. He recalled that during his time in Nanzhou, it had taken him 5 days to refine a single pill. It seemed that the barbaric sacred body was far more formidable than he had imagined, and the refining pill truly lived up to its reputation as a divine medicine for body refinement, enhancing his strength substantially to the peak of the 4th level. Overjoyed, he promptly opened the pill bottle, eager to seize the moment and refine another one. A gentle breeze brushed past him, and Lu Mu suddenly perceived a flash of light before realizing the pill bottle had vanished from his grasp. Thick dark clouds obscured the moonlight. He raised his brow in vigilance, peering into the depths of the forest, where he caught sight of a pair of eerie, crimson eyes glimmering ominously, sending a chill down his spine. Who dares to steal? As the clouds began to dissipate, the pure white moonlight pierced through the dense foliage, illuminating the scene. To his astonishment, a magnificent bird appeared before him in the moonlight. This extraordinary bird stood a full yard tall, with a red beak and white feathers, resembling a phoenix, yet possessing dragon-like claws, enveloped in an ethereal aura, emanating a pure light untouched by filth. Regaining his composure, Lu Mu chuckled lightly to himself. There are indeed many extraordinary beasts in the immortal realm. This creature might simply be a spirit pet belonging to some intersect senior who has strayed from its owner. He spoke. He rose to his feet, unwilling to part with the precious refining pill to assist an unknown intersect senior. However, the moment he stood, the peculiar bird lifted its head, intending to swallow the entire bottle of pills. You beast, how dare you? Lu Mu seethed, his vital energy surging as he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Spiritual beasts possess intelligence. Seeing Lu Mu pursue it, the creature did not show a hint of remorse. Instead, it regarded him with a mocking gaze. This infuriated Lu Mu, who initially intended to capture the beast, but now golden light began to envelop him, clearly indicating his murderous intent. Yet in the next moment, the bird spread its enormous wings, stirring up a tempest as it soared into the depths of the forest. Unwilling to let this go, Lu Mu disregarded everything else and pursued the creature relentlessly. The mountain path was treacherous, lined with bizarre rocks. Lu Mu moved with the swiftness of a leopard, yet the bird was threefold faster, It was unclear how long he had chased, but as he pushed through dense underbrush, a deep valley suddenly came into view. The valley was profound, seemingly an endless abyss, with countless massive crystals jutting out from the depths, resembling inverted fangs and emitting a chilling gleam. Spirit crystals? This place. Lu Mu pondered, gradually halting his steps, that he had had the fortune of encountering such a thing in an ancient text. According to legend, spirit crystals were gifts from heaven and earth, exceedingly rare treasures, containing immeasurable spiritual energy beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. Yet this place was eerily silent, sealed off by chains of celestial locks that exuded a heavy aura, instilling fear at first glance. Upon looking up, Lu Mu suddenly recalled a note from the map, his heart racing. How did I stumble into a forbidden area? This is the site where the ancient ancestor of the mysterious sect sealed a great demon. Bound by heavenly prohibitions, not even an elder could easily breach this place. Surrounding the vast valley lay a sea of bones, devoid of insects or birds, and the earth was devoid of any signs of life. In the sky, the peculiar bird cast a glance at him, as if mocking his foolishness, before vanishing into thin air. Lu Mu clenched his teeth in frustration. Feeling utterly helpless, he scanned his surroundings and realized, I cannot linger here. Merely standing in this forbidden land had caused his strength to wane rapidly. He feared that if he stayed too long, he too would become one of those eerie white bones. With a thought, Lu Mu turned to leave, yet the path he had previously traversed became increasingly difficult to navigate. After just a few steps, he encountered a radiant inscription. The inscription trembled, emanating a formidable power. Had he not retreated in time, the might of this inscription could have obliterated him. With no path forward and no way to retreat, he cursed the beast under his breath as cold sweat dripped down his brow. Feeling his strength deplete rapidly, he hastily sat cross-legged, activating the ethereal path in hopes of counteracting the corrosive effects of the Forbidden Land's secret arts. In the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes observed everything. Intrigued, the heavenly prohibition sealed the skies and the earth. One would not only be refined, but even the mightiest cultivators would succumb in moments. How could this human still possess the strength to resist? As it contemplated, the darkness revealed Lu Mu, radiating faint golden light, which clashed with the inscription's luminescence, casting a glow reminiscent of divine light, hinting at a trace of profound authority. However, Lu Mu frowned deeply, cold sweat trickling down his face, seemingly engaged in a struggle against some unseen force. The crimson eyes in the darkness discerned the underlying truth, filled with astonishment. This human, sharing the same constitution as the old tortoise of the mysterious sect. Was no wonder the heavenly prohibition could not subdue his body. However, judging by his current state, it seemed he had only just begun to awaken the sacred body. While the barbaric sacred body could safeguard his physical form, it could not protect his consciousness. The true essence only needed to wait until his spirit was extinguished before it could feast. At this point, the crimson eyes ignited with excitement. No, this won't do. Although the sacred body is powerful, this human has merely begun to awaken it. Even if I devour him, it would be futile. Perhaps I should lend him a hand. Once his sacred body reaches full maturity, I can seize this form for myself, and thus become a great emperor. With this thought, the eyes in the darkness brimmed with exhilaration. In this vast continent, none understood the barbaric sacred body better than it. Before the sacred body reaches maturity, it is akin to various other physiques. While it can vie for name and fame, it cannot validate its path. However, once the sacred body matures, it shall become invincible, reigning supreme. Yet to grow stronger requires immense fortune and unwavering will. If he were to perish prematurely, the might of the sacred body would dissipate. This was precisely why it had never considered such thoughts. Seizing this opportunity of heavenly suppression to claim his body was the key. While Lu Mu sat in meditation, resisting the suppression of the Forbidden Land, he remained oblivious to the outside world. He felt a cold wind sweep past, akin to a celestial being caressing his head. Suddenly, a flickering image appeared in his mind, presenting a peculiar sensation. Although he had never seen this painting before, he instinctively recognized it as the conceptual diagram of gods and demons. In the painting stood a figure, sword in hand, atop the clouds, defying heaven and earth, gazing down upon all life. Countless gods and demons tore through the fabric of reality, And the figure wielded the sword, engaging in a cataclysmic battle that shook the heavens and earth, obliterating paths, rendering gods and spirits inscrutable. Chapter 6. Outer Sect Assessment. The heavenly prohibition was originally laid down by the ancient ancestor of the mysterious sect. Could it be that my sacred body has triggered this distant spiritual memory? Lu Mu was astounded and hastily calmed his mind, intently observing the conceptual diagram of gods and demons as he focused. While the pressure on his physical body remained, the mental strain gradually dissipated, his spirit visibly rejuvenating, and his mind becoming much clearer. The conceptual diagram of gods and demons indeed proved to be a treasure. Since he could not exit now, he might as well take the time to meditate. As he spoke, he raised his gaze to catch a fleeting glimpse of the shimmering light that occasionally danced around the forbidden land. His eyes momentarily reflecting a resolute spirit. Time slipped away silently, and before he knew it, the first day of the new moon had arrived. The crescent moon hung high in the sky, its pristine light illuminating the entire forbidden area in a brilliant glow. Throughout the past month, the peculiar bird had diligently brought him an assortment of fruits and, on occasion, some spiritual herbs and snake gallbladders. Thanks to these provisions, he had not suffered from hunger during this month. Under the moonlight, Lu Mu practiced his punches and palm strikes within the confines of the forbidden land. His daily study of the concepts of gods and demons had, unbeknownst to him, significantly enhanced his mental acuity. From initially needing to exert his full strength to resist the oppression of the forbidden land, he had progressed to a state where even in slumber, he felt no hindrance. The abundant spiritual energy of the forbidden land was an opportunity he was determined not to squander. Each day, after his observations, he immediately engaged in physical training. Sweat dripped steadily from his brow, his expression resolutely determined. With each movement, powerful gusts of air erupted from his fists and palms, sending leaves swirling and causing the surrounding flora to sway wildly. Suddenly, a fierce brilliance ignited in Lu Mu's eyes that he stamped his foot on the ground, condensing his strength into a single punch, which he directed forcefully at a massive boulder nearby. Boom! The force of his strike shattered the enormous rock with a terrifying crack, and the resulting shockwave swept through the air like a hurricane, truly awe-inspiring. Not far away, the peculiar bird perched on a branch was taken aback. The essence of his vitality was now a unified whole. Had this little rascal truly reached the 8th level of physical refinement so swiftly? Such a terrifying young man. Not only had he achieved the 8th level of physical refinement, but he had also managed to grasp the concepts of gods and demons to a nascent stage in just 1 month. His mental prowess was unparalleled, rivaling that of someone at the peak of the energy sea. Though the heavenly forbidden imprint had not completely refined Lu Mu, the pressure it exerted had never dissipated. The vitality he cultivated under this oppression was far more robust than that of others at his level. The enhancement of his spirit offered profound benefits for the harmony of his body. Although he did not yet possess any techniques to harness his mental energy, his physical form alone could likely withstand the attacks of a typical perfected body refiner. Yet, despite all this, disappointment was etched across his face. And his fists clenched involuntarily, so weak that on the branch above, the peculiar bird nearly lost its balance upon hearing his words. Although the forbidden land was rich in spiritual energy and bolstered by the spiritual treasures it had painstakingly procured, it was astonishing that in just 1 month, he had advanced from the 4th level of physical refinement to the 8th, and his grasp of the concepts of gods and demons was beginning to take shape. Such speed, even in ancient times, would have marked him as a prodigy. Who would have thought that, despite all this, he could still feel such profound disappointment? Was this fellow merely a monster obsessed with cultivation? However, Lu Mu's disappointment was genuine. With the abundant resources provided by Nangong Yuyin and the innate dragonbone support, her progress in cultivation was likely not inferior to his own. Yet here he was, trapped within this forbidden land. Even after a month of unwavering focus on his training, he had yet to establish his energy sea, and breaking free from the forbidden land felt like a distant dream. Even with his significant mental growth, what use was it? No, I must continue to push forward. With a resolute expression, Lu Mu raised his brow, refusing to let these minor achievements cloud his judgment. The peculiar bird on the branch nodded slightly, its gaze sharpening. Though this lad was passionate about his training, he was not one to be arrogant or reckless. He was indeed a talent worth nurturing. That it was a pity that the Forbidden Land was not an ideal place for cultivation. Just as Lu Mu took a moment to catch his breath, preparing to resume his training, a sudden gust of wind swept through. In the next instant, Lu Mu found himself airborne. You beast, the peculiar bird had lifted him into the air. And as he came to his senses, a smile crept onto his lips that he had long wished to capture the source of his entrapment in the Forbidden Land, yet he had never succeeded. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind that on the night of the new moon, danger lurks, that if you wish to remain in this Forbidden Land, you may as well try. Upon hearing this, Lu Mu was momentarily stunned. To be able to communicate through spiritual consciousness, this peculiar bird was certainly not ordinary. While he pondered, a surge of demonic energy erupted from the depths of the valley, dazzling light flickering as it surged forth with tremendous force. The once still heavenly lock began to shimmer with intricate patterns that Lu Mu was horrified. He could faintly perceive a blood sea raging and sensed an incredibly pure power clashing with the great demon within that blood sea. Today was the day of the new moon, with demonic energy surging and the forbidden seal activated, that if he delayed leaving even a moment longer, even with his nascent grasp of the concepts of gods and demons, he risked having his consciousness erased. Regaining his composure, the peculiar bird radiated a unique brilliance, merging with the shimmering light and forcibly pulling him out of the heavenly forbidden imprint, that as he looked at the southern outer gate coming into view. And then up at the towering central peak, Lu Mu's gaze grew increasingly sharp. Nangong Yuyin, I have returned. The next day at dawn, upon returning to the outer gate courtyard, Lu Mu changed into a fresh outfit and tidied himself before stepping outside. The outer disciples of the Misty Veil sect numbered in the tens of thousands, and if one were to include the spirit beast caretakers, cleaners, and herbal field managers, the number would be even greater. Even after a month's absence, Lu Mu had drawn no attention, that as he stepped outside, the elegant form of the peculiar bird caught his eye, clearly having awaited his return. Do you intend to follow me? The bird remained silent, merely nodding slightly. This creature, capable of communicating through spiritual consciousness and traversing the forbidden seal, was certainly a valuable companion, that Lu Mu nodded to himself, reflecting, although this peculiar bird had led him into the Forbidden Land. Without its assistance, he might have perished from starvation long ago. With that thought, Lu Mu swiftly mounted its back and lightly patted it, saying, Let us go. We're headed to the outer hall to participate in the outer disciples assessment. One needed to reach at least the third level of refinement. Having already achieved an advancement beyond the third level, Lu Mu would have attended the assessment long ago had he not been trapped in the Forbidden Land. The peculiar bird seemed somewhat displeased. No one had ever ridden on its back before. Yet it said nothing, merely flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. Lu Mu clung tightly to its soft feathers, feeling a rush of excitement as he soared above the clouds, gazing down at the shrinking mountains and courtyards below. The 9 celestial peaks were distant from one another, and between the mountains, golden rays could be seen as inner disciples flew by on their swords. As the peculiar bird flew over, countless spirit beasts roared below, seemingly asserting their dominion. Yet the bird seemed to revel in playfulness, lingering in the valleys and drawing countless shouts of displeasure from the onlookers. I said, Let us go to the outer hall. Lu Mu frowned, reminding it coldly. Only then did the bird adjust its course. Moments later, a vast plain came into view, where numerous outer disciples were practicing their morning exercises, while the helpers had already risen early to begin their busy day. The bird landed before the Wenxian Pavilion, the very outer hall itself. Lu Mu dismounted, gently patting it, instructing, I will participate in the assessment. You may wait here. Just as he was about to depart, the peculiar bird tilted its head and let out a cry, spreading its wings and transforming into a palm-sized creature. Landing steadily on his shoulder, his pupils constricted abruptly. Lu Mu was taken aback. As far as he knew, spirit beasts were classified into 9 ranks, varying in size and shape. Could this peculiar bird be a king beast of the 6th rank or higher? A dignified 6th rank king beast in the outer sect? Could it be with a complex expression? Lu Mu gazed at the little one on his shoulder, recalling the myriad of events from the past month. And a speculation began to form in his mind. After hesitating for a moment, he remarked earnestly, In the Forbidden Land, were you the one who transmitted the concepts of gods and demons to me? The peculiar bird did not respond, burying its head in its soft feathers. Seeing this, Lu Mu sighed helplessly, shaking his head to refrain from further questioning. Though this bird bore many secrets, it had not yet caused him any harm. For now, focusing on the assessment was of utmost importance. Striding forward, the Wenxian Pavilion was grand and resplendent, exuding an extraordinary aura. The wide path was paved with white stones, flanked by rows of jade steels, far surpassing the grandeur of the great towers of the southern states. However, Lu Mu had no time to admire the scenery. He headed straight for the main hall, presenting his token to the elder guarding the entrance. At the beginning of each month, the outer helpers were permitted to participate in the assessments. Yesterday was the new moon, and the timing was just right. The elder glanced at him, expressionless, and gestured toward the interior, saying, "Go in and wait." "Thank you." Elder Lu Mu nodded and proceeded into the inner hall. Pushing open the large doors, a vast arena came into view, with rows of people standing below, some male, some female. Most were outer helpers like Lu Mu, but there were also many dressed in splendid attire. Some riding flying swords and others reclining atop spirit beasts, exuding an air of distinction. This month, quite a number were participating in the outer assessment, but he wondered how many would pass. If there were any promising talents among them, it would be perfect, as he was in need of a herbal assistant. Lu Mu listened. A sudden clarity enveloped his heart. The Piaomiao sect, after all, is a venerable institution passed down from ancient times. Despite its decline, countless individuals aspire fervently to gain entry. However, for noble scions who join Piaomiao, the absence of family servants means they must select from the outer disciples. For the majority of outer disciples, being chosen as a servant by an outstanding inner disciple is a rare opportunity, which explains the radiant expressions and eager anticipation of others. After all, gaining early access to inner sect techniques is unattainable for outer disciples. Should that inner disciple be in good spirits and bestow a magical artifact, it could surpass years of effort in the outer sect. The Su Daosong, tenacious and undeterred, stands as a prominent figure in the outer sect assessments over the past century. Congratulations, you have passed the outer sect examination. Next, the elder on stage suddenly expressed his approval. Typically, the outer sect assessments are dominated by those of poor aptitude, so such an achievement is indeed rare. Lu Mu gazed upon the individual who stood tall at 7 feet, with a handsome visage reminiscent of a gentle breeze. Yet, his squinted eyes bore the cunning glint of a smiling fox. Leaving a lasting impression with just a single glance, perhaps sensing something, Su Daosong turned his gaze towards Lu Mu. The peculiar brilliance flickered in his narrowed eyes. Their eyes met, and an inexplicable sense of rivalry thickened the air. Chapter 7. Breaking records. After a moment, the man spoke. "This brother seems quite familiar. Lu Mu, is it?" "Ah, so you are the renowned genius of Nanzhou, Brother Lu." Su Daosong approached, pointing at the stage with a smile. "I assume this is your first time here. Allow me to indulge you with a few words. You've arrived at an inopportune moment. This month's assessment is particularly stringent, overseen personally by Elder Yin. Only those who can withstand the 100 Refinements Array may pass." "The 100 Refinements Array?" Lu Mu inquired, puzzled. "Indeed, it is a unique formation of the Wenxian Pavilion, quite extraordinary. Being within the array feels akin to undergoing 100 refinements, directly impacting one's soul. For body refinement practitioners, only by achieving the unity of spirit and flesh can one be deemed successful. The pressure exerted by the 100 Refinements Array is particularly fearsome, making it perfectly suited for assessments." As Su Daosong spoke, another disciple stepped onto the stage. Elder Yin merely struck the iron pestle he held against the ground, and 6 beams of light surged forth to form the array. Even from below the stage, the immense pressure was staggering. The servant disciple struggled to endure, veins bulging as torrents of blood surged, yet despite this, he remained unable to lift his waist. "You have withstood 3 refinements. That is your limit. Return and train for another 6 months before attempting again." The elder shook his head, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Lu Mu nodded inwardly. The man who had just attempted the challenge, though at the 4th level of body refinement, had an unstable foundation with dissipating strength and a somewhat fragile spirit, that he was perhaps even inferior to a solidly grounded 3rd-level practitioner. The strength of one's mental fortitude directly correlates to their control over the physical body, and subsequently, the effectiveness of their cultivation of techniques in the Qi Si. Elder Yan's judgment was indeed accurate. Each refinement imposes a portion of mental pressure. 3 refinements equate to the spiritual reinforcement of a peak third-level practitioner. This array, named the 100 refinements, if fully activated, could potentially crush even those at the perfected Qi stage. Lu Mu mused, his eyes glinting with brilliance. This formation of the immortal sect is truly formidable. He once dominated Nanzhou City at the perfected Qi stage, but with such power in Piaomiao, even a single formation is daunting to breach. Half an hour passed, and several servant disciples ascended the stage in succession. Regrettably, only a scant few managed to endure within the array. Soon, Lu Mu calmly approached the high platform. The outer sect servants present recognized him, having injured Yi Gongbo upon his initial entry into Piaomiao. Lu Mu had gained a modicum of fame among the servants. Madman Lu Mu. I wonder if he can achieve a remarkable result, but I find it doubtful. If it were any other elder, it might be different. But this month, it's Elder Yin. Have you not seen how many have failed the test? Though Lu Mu's strength is not weak, his time in the sect is still too brief. Whispers arose, a chorus of skepticism. Most servant disciples did not hold high hopes for Lu Mu, save for Su Daosong, who remained silent, his smile unwavering. Disregarding the murmurs, Lu Mu approached the elder, offering a slight bow as a gesture of respect. Is this your first time participating in the outer sect assessment? Indeed. Then let us see how you fare against the pressure of 3 refinements that if you can endure for a moment without faltering, I shall consider you passed. Elder Yin nodded slightly, speaking softly. Yet Lu Mu abruptly shook his head, interrupting, Elder, I appreciate your goodwill. May I inquire how much force the first individual to pass the outer sect assessment withstood? Elder Yin regarded him with a bemused expression. Typically, individuals wished for easier assessments. Yet this Lu Mu seemed to have a different intention, that he refrained from further questioning, pondering briefly before replying. 100 years ago, there was one who withstood 17 refinements without faltering. That individual was a master of the martial world, well-versed in external techniques, and entered with a foundation of the 9th level of body refinement. However, his aptitude was lacking, and after 3 arduous years of training in our sect, you need not compare yourself to him. The practitioner of external techniques inherently possesses strength far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. After 3 years of rigorous training, it is no surprise he achieved such results that Lu Mu nodded slightly, his eyes igniting with brilliance. Then I request the challenge of 20 refinements. Silence enveloped the hall. The expressions of all present turned to disbelief, including the elder, who wore an incredulous countenance. To forego 3 refinements for 20. Was Lu Mu mad? The pressure of 20 refinements could only be borne by those at the Qi stage. What servant disciple could possibly reach such a level? Murmurs spread among the crowd. Yet, Lu Mu's lips curved into a gradual smile, his fists clenched tightly. How could a sparrow comprehend the ambitions of a swan? The outer sect assessment has never been my true objective. I aim to make my name resound throughout the Piaomiao sect, that I wish for that lofty, luck-blessed Nangong Yuyin to know that Lu Mu has returned. Silence. Elder Yan's countenance turned grave as he barked, causing the audience to fall silent, but he turned, fixing a cold gaze upon Lu Mu, asking, Are you certain? Should you fail, I possess the authority to penalize you. Barring you from re-examination for half a year, To invoke 20 refinements is indeed a jest. Many felt regret for Lu Mu, realizing that Elder Yin was somewhat angered. Nevertheless, Lu Mu stood tall and declared, Of course, very well. With Elder Yan's affirmation, a surge of dazzling light erupted, and standing within the 100 refinements array, Lu Mu felt an immense pressure descend upon him, akin to a mountain pressing down, rendering his breath labored and his soul heavy. In an instant, the ground beneath him fractured, and he leaned slightly forward, as if he could not endure. He ought to call out. If he were to be crushed, it would be a considerable loss. Elder Yin chuckled softly. For underestimating the 100 refinements array could lead to serious consequences. In typical confrontations, the mental pressure exerted by a powerful adversary only manifests from one direction. Yet this 100 refinements array delivers mental pressure directly to your consciousness. There is no evasion, no escape, pressing from within and without, driving one towards mental collapse. 20 refinements would surely be unbearable, and over time would likely shatter one's resolve, rendering them a mere shell. Just as Elder Yin confidently anticipated, this young man would soon concede. Lu Mu exclaimed, This is insufficient power, Elder. Is this truly 20 refinements? Lu Mu raised his head with a faint smile. Though the 100 refinements array is extraordinary, it pales in comparison to the pressure from the bone-devouring force in the forbidden grounds. His earlier stumble was merely a moment of surprise. At this moment, he even had the leisure to contemplate other matters. Elder Yin was taken aback, the corners of his mouth twitching involuntarily, that he chose not to hastily announce the results of the assessment. Instead, he remained silent, determined to observe how long this individual could endure, while simultaneously increasing the pressure, subtly, that Lu Mu felt the change instantly, but remained resolute, returning the elder's gaze with one brimming with fighting spirit. The brilliance of the 100 refinements array intensified, and the embedded mental pressure grew more fearsome. Yet, Lu Mu stood unwavering like a majestic peak, though beads of sweat began to dot his brow as he perceived the overwhelming mental pressure. He took a deep breath, gradually closing his eyes to immerse himself in the vision of the divine and demonic realms within his mind. The vision of the divine and demonic realms unfolded. He allowed the surging waves to crash against him, remaining as steady as a lighthouse in a tempest, utterly unyielding. The entirety of the hall held its breath. The power of the spirit signifies a greater capacity to unleash physical strength, and it bestows a distinct advantage for future cultivation of the sect's techniques. All who witnessed this scene understood that this young man clad in servant garb was destined for extraordinary achievements. Time flowed on, boom. As Elder Yin relentlessly increased the pressure, the platform beneath Lu Mu finally succumbed to the burden, shattering into fragments and sending plumes of dust and debris into the air. Yet, even so, he gritted his teeth, refusing to budge an inch to end that fleeting moment. Elder Yin abruptly ceased the array, his expression complex as he softly inquired, "What is your name?" Lu Mu opened his eyes. His breath slightly labored, yet his spirit remained remarkably unburdened, evidently far from his limit. Elder Yin nodded slightly, turning to face everyone present, ultimately announcing, "Lu Mu has broken the record. He can withstand 28 refinements." His voice was not loud, yet it resonated like a great bell. As Elder Yan's proclamation echoed, the audience erupted in astonishment at 28 refinements. A mere servant disciple possesses such formidable mental strength. Soon, an inner sect disciple soared to Lu Mu's side, extending an invitation. "Lu Mu, do you wish to follow me? As long as you nod, I shall immediately present you with a Qi Hai Pill, aiding you in your future breakthroughs." The Qi Hai Pill, a second-tier spiritual elixir, when consumed after achieving physical perfection, significantly enhances the probability of breakthrough. The prowess displayed by Lu Mu today is sufficient to prove that he will eventually become a prodigy within the inner sect. If we can secure such an exceptional outer sect disciple in advance, we shall undoubtedly gain a formidable ally in the future, which would be of immeasurable benefit in the competition among the various peaks and factions. The other inner sect disciples quickly reacted, surrounding Lu Mu. "I am the Marquis of Yuan from the northern state of the Azure Blue Empire, that if Brother Lu is willing to nod in agreement, I shall treat you with respect and can even recommend you to my proud sword peak in the future. Lu Mu, I am a disciple of the Pill Peak. Accompany me as an alchemy assistant, and all your elixirs shall be provided by our Pill Peak." Observing the fervent gazes of the inner sect disciples around him, Lu Mu smiled faintly in his mind. He heard the voice of a mystical bird congratulating him. "You have shattered the record for outer sect disciples. Congratulations. Have you decided which faction to choose?" Lu Mu paid no heed, merely straightening his posture amidst his panting breaths. The servant disciples cast envious glances at him. To be courted by so many inner sect disciples, Lu Mu's future surely appeared promising. It seemed he might even be spared from participating in the outer sect competition, thereby securing his place in the inner sect. However, at this moment, he spoke calmly. "I appreciate everyone's kind intentions, but I have a habit of being a master, not a servant. You may disperse now." Lu Mu's words were delivered with an air of indifference. Even the esteemed candidate for the Sanus position, Qian Ruoyan, received no bow from him. How could he possibly bow to these inner sect disciples? "What do you mean, Lu Mu? I am merely extending a good-natured invitation." "Just because you extend an invitation, does that mean I must accept?" The atmosphere instantly froze. None present anticipated Lu Mu's attitude would be so resolute. Casting a glance at the noble scions from various parts of the Azure Blue Empire, Lu Mu shook his head, choosing silence as he stepped away. Upon his shoulder, the mystical bird conveyed telepathically, "Your actions are tantamount to shaming them. These lofty noble youths will not let this go lightly." "I am aware. It matters not," Lu Mu replied, his expression remarkably serene, that if he were to fear these noble scions, how would he dare to contend with Nangong Yiyin? The wind was eerily silent. The mystical bird spoke the truth. As they beheld Lu Mu's departing figure, many noble youths flashed expressions of resentment. But one remained an exception, that Su Daosong maintained a cheerful demeanor throughout, even expressing his interest aloud. "How intriguing! There exists such a figure among the outer sect." After receiving his new token and uniform, Lu Mu departed from the outer sect hall. Mounting the mystical bird, he swiftly soared towards the outer sect courtyard. Having passed the outer sect examination, he was now an outer sect disciple, which was considerably less taxing than being a servant. At least he no longer had to rise at dawn to perform menial tasks. Yet, such leisurely days had not lasted for 3 days when an intersect individual, clad in intersect garb, proclaimed coldly while standing atop a flying sword, "A demon has been sighted in Yangzhou. You are commanded to depart immediately and assist in the pursuit. Any failure will not be tolerated." Lu Mu said little, simply nodding in acknowledgement. Historically, righteousness and evil have never coexisted peacefully. As a righteous sect, the Piao sect frequently issues demon extermination missions. Once the intersect brother departed on his sword, the mystical bird's voice resonated in Lu Mu's mind. Within the sect, there are rules to abide by, but once outside, those restrictions may not apply. You have made many enemies. Be cautious. In response, Lu Mu merely smiled faintly, gazing towards the mountain gate as he remarked, "It matters not. What is destined to come will eventually arrive, that if they wish to play, then I shall indulge them." His words were delivered lightly, yet the mystical bird was taken aback, realizing that if this child were not the holy body of the wilds, it would not mind having another disciple. Upon descending the mountain, the area before the mountain gate shimmered with ethereal light. Upon closer inspection, it revealed dozens of intersect disciples either riding flying swords or commanding spirit beasts, swiftly vanishing into the azure sky. "It seems the command is indeed legitimate. Crimson Bird, let us depart." Lu Mu patted the mystical bird's back and mounted it. The mystical bird, displeased by the moniker, rolled its eyes but said nothing further, merely flapping its wings and soaring into the sky towards Yangzhou. The journey to Yangzhou was long, winding through mountain valleys and cloud-laden forests, with streams babbling joyfully. As beams of light flashed by, the farmers below knelt in reverence, calling out to the celestial masters. Cultivators held a prestigious status, and all aspired to ascend to immortality. Yet amidst the vast path of cultivation, how many could truly reach the end? 2 days swiftly passed. After continuous travel, Lu Mu felt some fatigue and chose to rest within a dense forest 50 miles outside Yangzhou. The forest was lush, with towering trees blocking the sky, and amidst the foliage, wondrous flowers bloomed alongside strange and exotic beasts that Lu Mu gathered firewood to cook, while the mystical bird transformed into a palm-sized creature. Perching on his shoulder, "Young Lu, I sense a demonic presence here. You must be cautious." Indeed, he did not doubt the mystical bird's words. Raising an eyebrow at the strange claw marks on the tree trunks confirmed that there was indeed evidence of a demon's presence. Demons, also known as earth demons, are creatures of the demonic path, known for their ferocity, often surpassing ordinary cultivators in strength. Beyond earth demons, there exist human demons and heaven demons. Human demons, as the name implies, are human cultivators who have turned to the dark side, employing insidious methods yet wielding formidable power. Heaven demons are the most enigmatic, rumored to be demons from beyond the realm, possessing various forms and abilities that defy comprehension. As the one man and one bird conversed, a sudden rustling from the bushes ahead announced the approach of 7 or 8 Piao disciples. "Brother, have you seen any traces of the demon?" "Not yet. Since you have not seen it, we shall take our leave. Be careful. The demon is adept at transformation and deception, and many of our disciples have fallen victim." The leader, an individual at the 8th level of physical cultivation, was also an outer sect disciple. This time, a substantial number of outer sect disciples were dispatched to assist in the pursuit of the demon. Just as he was about to leave with his companions, he paused. "Wait, I see that he appears to be transformed by a demon. An abrasive voice suddenly caused the air to grow tense. That Liu Mu raised an eyebrow, recognizing a familiar face approaching from the crowd. Higongbua. You claim I am transformed by a demon. The newcomer was indeed Higongbua, who had also received the command and was present to investigate the demon's whereabouts upon spotting Liu Mu. His excitement was palpable. The leader frowned, ready to clarify that Liu Mu was not a demon in disguise. However, Higongbua quickly stepped forward, whispering urgently in his ear, "Brother, this person is Liu Mu. The Marquis of Wuyan has promised 3 Qi pills and a vial of refining elixir." Upon hearing this, the leader trembled slightly. Liu Mu's previous conflicts with several intersect members were not a secret. Having withstood the 100 refinements array with 28 levels of strength, this achievement was indeed remarkable. Yet it merely showcased Liu Mu's potential rather than his mastery of true cultivation techniques. Faced with such a tremendous temptation, the leader's gaze gradually filled with greed. The air grew silent, an inexplicable aura of menace stirring ominously. Liu Mu smirked, taking a hearty swig from his water flask before standing up. That Higongbua, however, stepped in front of him, blocking his path. "That I advise you not to seek your own demise." Liu Mu's expression remained impassive as he cast a glance at the group behind Higongbua. Feeling ignored, Higongbua's face flushed with embarrassment. He shouted, "You little brat, are you still arrogant when death is imminent? I am Xian Lidong. That I observe that this brother indeed seems to be possessed by demonic energy. For everyone's safety, I suggest that Brother Liu surrender without resistance. Once we ascertain the truth, we shall certainly restore your innocence." The leader, Xian Lidong, grinned widely, revealing the promise made by the Marquis of Wuyuan to his companions. The surrounding outer sect disciples, who had been lurking with malicious intent, wasted no time. Grinning menacingly, they began to close in. Each of them possessed the strength of the 7th or 8th level of physical cultivation, making them formidable within the vast outer sect. Together, these 7 or 8 individuals could easily overpower a typical cultivator. Higongbua watched the scene with glee, clenching his teeth as he excitedly shouted, "Beat him to death! Go all out!" Having just arrived at Piaomiao, Liu Mu had already drawn the ire of the powerful. His performance in the outer sect examination had embarrassed numerous intersect disciples. In Higongbua's eyes, Liu Mu was already a dead man. Clearly, they wished to use me to curry favor with someone, yet they speak so grandly. As the crowd advanced menacingly, Liu Mu merely shook his head. Unperturbed, he gently placed the crimson bird aside in the bushes and turned, his gaze sharpening to an extraordinary intensity. "Since it has come to this, do not blame me for being ruthless." With that, Liu Mu sprang into action, vanishing from Higongbua's sight in an instant, his speed astonishing. The outer sect disciples were taken aback, ready to retaliate, but Liu Mu struck first. The concept of divine and demonic empowered him, and to his eyes, their movements appeared to slow down dramatically, revealing numerous vulnerabilities. With legs as fierce and unyielding as iron whips, he struck out with a powerful kick, the shadow of his leg exploding across the air. The outer disciple, caught off guard, had no time to react before he was sent crashing to the ground. Immediately, Liu Mu did not look back. He simply exerted force through his heel, executing a technique known as the inverted purple gold kick, rendering the outer disciple behind him, who was at the 7th level of body refinement, unconscious in an instant. How brutal! Xian Dong was taken aback. Just as he was about to intervene, he saw Liu Mu advancing like a raging dragon. Startled, he swiftly unleashed his proud grappling technique, his hands moving like swimming snakes, instantly locking Liu Mu's right arm. "Haha, Liu Mu, you are finished. This move is called the bone-splitting grip, now that I have you restrained. With just a little force, your arm will be utterly ruined," he exclaimed excitedly, his face radiating triumph, as if victory was already assured. However, that smile quickly froze, transforming into waves of terror. The corner of Liu Mu's mouth curled upwards as he raised his hand. The savage holy body was renowned for its physical prowess. Techniques only held merit under conditions of equal strength to his fellow cultivators at the 8th level of body refinement. Liu Mu's physique was inherently superior. And under the unification of his spirit and body, he exerted an extraordinary amount of power as Liu Mu exerted himself. Xian Dong felt as if his arm was being twisted like a pretzel, producing a series of cracking sounds, both arms fracturing, broken bones piercing through his skin, causing him to wail in agony, nearly fainting. Yet that was not the end. Lu Mu showed no sign of stopping. As he raised his fist and slammed it down with a resounding force, the ferocious wind of his punch tore through Xian Dong's cheek, blood splattering, and he was sent flying uncontrollably until he crashed into a tree. His life hanging by a thread. 3 moves. Merely 3 moves, and 3 men were dispatched. His strikes were merciless and his strength astonishing. The remaining outer disciples trembled in fear, viewing Lu Mu as a giant. Their hearts filled with dread and trepidation. I have said it before. Throw whatever techniques you have at me. If I, Lu Mu, furrow my brow, then it shall be considered my defeat. Lu Mu raised his brow and grinned. He had long made his stance clear, yet some remained skeptical, even attempting to use the sect's name to hunt him down in these woods, hoping to conceal their treachery. Today, he was killing men to establish his authority. Lu Mu feared not the sect's awareness, since they instigated trouble first. If he were to swallow this indignation, how could he seek vengeance against Nan Gongyin? From the thicket, a peculiar bird opened its eyes, observing Lu Mu's imposing figure, and smiled with satisfaction. This temperament is quite vigorous. The gentle breeze stirred, raising clouds of dust. The remaining outer disciples, bereft of any will to fight, fled in panic, each one scurrying away in terror. Eradicate the wicked completely. When did I say you could leave? Lu Mu scoffed, as he had no inclination for hesitation in letting the tiger return to the mountain, leaving future troubles. Lu Mu pursued like a god of death. He Gongbo was alarmed and hastily summoned a communication talisman. Lu Mu is a demon, now exposed, engaging in a massacre. Outer disciple He Gongbo requests assistance from the sect. Chapter 9. White Calamity Trouble. Lu Mu exerted force beneath his feet, akin to a cheetah, swiftly closing the distance. That a series of thuds echoed as numerous outer disciples collapsed in succession, while he had decisively cleared out He Gongbo and his group with thunderous methods. He could not prevent the spirit talisman from being activated. The talisman soared into the sky, and within 100 miles, every disciple of the Misty Sect heard He Gongbo's cry for help. In the jungle, spare my life. Junior brother Lu, I realize my mistakes. Lu Mu pressed down hard on He Gongbo's chest, observing his pitiful, tear-stained visage, his lips slowly curling into a smirk. Now you realize your mistakes? Unfortunately, it's too late. With that, he gave no chance for He Gongbo to argue, forcefully crushing his ribcage beneath his foot. In his final moments, He Gongbo's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend why Lu Mu would be so ruthless, showing him no mercy whatsoever. How ruthless you are, for the sake of a mere fellow disciple. The languid voice of the peculiar bird echoed in Lu Mu's mind. Ruthless? Lu Mu disagreed, shaking his head coldly. Did He Gongbo consider his fellow disciples when he falsely accused me of being a demon? When they sought my life to curry favor with others, did they ever think of their brethren? If I were weak today, lying on the ground would be me, wouldn't it? The peculiar bird trembled, falling silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ah, indeed, you see things quite clearly, regardless of the morality among fellow disciples. If others seek to kill you, you naturally must retaliate. This is the survival rule of the cultivation world. Lu Mu paid no heed to it and searched through the fallen disciples that a fair amount of silver, 2 magical artifacts, and 4 refining pills. How very impoverished. Having gathered his spoils, he wasted no time and swiftly seized the peculiar bird, disappearing into the depths of the jungle. He Gongbo had informed the sect of his death using the communication talisman. Now, if he were to flaunt his presence atop the peculiar bird, he would surely attract a multitude of troubles. That on the other side, at the falling Dragon Ridge in Yangzhou, the ridge stretched for 100 miles, undulating and rolling, named for the legend of a dragon that fell there a millennium AG. That Lu Mu was traversing through the forest when he suddenly heard a powerful shout. Looking up, he saw a frail-looking man in a flowing robe hovering in midair. Heavenly Gang soldiers, arise. The man held a book in his hands, and with the judge's pen, he repeatedly pointed into the sky. Radiant light appeared, spiritual energy surged, and as the ink pen settled, dozens of soldiers clad in armor, wielding sharp swords, descended instantly. What a remarkable technique this senior brother possesses. Lu Mu marveled, deeply impressed. Within the falling Dragon Ridge, a creature shrouded in black mist roared incessantly, its body resembling a dragon, its head akin to a tiger, with eyes like copper bells glaring fiercely at the figure above. The heavenly gang soldiers surged forward, their blades flashing in a whirlwind of light. The creature, agitated, erupted in bursts of flames, its overwhelming aura scorching the very air around it. "You beast, dare you act rashly?" The frail man furrowed his brow, his pen dancing effortlessly, and golden light surged beneath the creature, forming chains of iron that ensnared it. Yet the creature possessed immense strength. Thrashing about as mountains crumbled and earth shook, causing the chains to snap that eye in the sky, the man pointed his judge's pen, infusing it with spiritual energy, conjuring a sword-like beam that shot forth like a comet. Its cold brilliance slicing through the air, ultimately severing the creature's head. Finally resolved, but why did a disciple just send a message that there are traces of demons in the mountains? The frail man panted slightly as he spoke. Meanwhile, Lu Mu in the forest grew vigilant, quickly concealing his presence. Clap, clap, clap. A series of applause echoed. Dark clouds swirled, chilling winds surged, and Lu Mu peered cautiously, witnessing a sinister aura as dozens of paper figures emerged, hoisting a bronze coffin. Having long heard that the Misty Sect's prodigies were remarkable, seeing it today proved the rumors true. The 10th on the prodigy list, the one known as the Seer, possessed the ability to conjure magical soldiers and formations with a mere wave of his brush. Truly admirable. Lu Mu's gaze sharpened, realizing, no wonder the skills were so profound. This person was indeed a prodigy of the Misty Sect. Prodigies should not be underestimated. In the inner sect of Misty, apart from the newly admitted disciples, there were still several thousand others, each possessing at least the power of the Qi Si. The so-called prodigies were the cream of this crop. Within the inner sect, a prodigy competition occurred every 3 years. Open to all participants, the top 10 would be designated as prodigies. Concurrently, the sect would reward these 10 prodigies handsomely with pills, spiritual artifacts, and techniques that it is no exaggeration to say that the status of prodigious disciples surpassed even that of the true inheritors of the Nine Peaks, wielding life and death authority, and were groomed as future elders of the sect. The techniques of these 10 prodigies were exceedingly formidable, and it was rumored that the top 10 on the prodigy list had not changed for over a decade. The only reason being that the elder positions were filled with no vacancies. Though Lu Mu was said to rival prodigies during his time in Nanzhou City, that merely indicated his exceptional progress in cultivation without the sect's guidance. It did not imply he could truly contend with prodigies. However, facing the sudden appearance of this bizarre scene, even the prodigy, the Seer, was startled. He cast a wary glance, only to see paper figures flitting about, one of them bearing a large banner inscribed with the word offering. "Who goes there?" No one responded, yet the coffin creaked open, revealing a woman clad in white, her complexion akin to snow, donning a peculiar tall hat, who descended quietly. She approached step by step, and with each footfall, the surrounding flora withered rapidly to end the distance among the mountains. Lu Mu observed in secret, when suddenly the voice of the peculiar bird resonated in his mind. The black and white twin calamities. White calamity, do you recognize it? Not quite. I've merely heard of it. Do you know the 3 demons of heaven, earth, and man? Only a little. In the realm of demon magic, there exists a powerful sect located beyond the northern sea of the Azure Empire, known as the Netherworld Sect. The black and white twin calamities are emissaries of the Netherworld Sect that in the realm of Kanglan. 3 sects united in strength, leaving no trace of the demonic scourge. Upon hearing this, Lu Mu furrowed his brow, pondering why the practitioners of the demonic sect would brazenly appear in this place. However, Bai Sha had already approached the monstrous fiend, summoning waves of blood mist with a mere wave of her hand. The creature's skin was as resilient as steel, impervious even to the celestial weapons, demanding full exertion from even the most formidable of heroes to sever its head. Yet, beneath the enveloping blood mist, the cadaver of the fiend began to dissipate at a visible pace, leaving not even a trace of bone behind. That a blood-red crystal, shimmering with divine light, materialized in the air. Bai Sha's face lit up with joy, a delicate flush blooming upon her cheeks as she reached out to grasp it, turning to leave, when Dao, however, wore a serious expression. "So, you are a practitioner of the demonic sect, my lady. Throughout history, righteousness and evil have never coexisted. It is the swift who prevail, while the tardy face ruin." When Dao harbored no intentions of compassion, and as he spoke, he brandished the judge's brush, summoning several ethereal cranes and dragon beasts formed from spiritual energy, which surged forth with the might of thunder and wind towards the woman that on the ground. Intricate formations coalesced, and numerous light prisons swiftly sealed the heavens and blocked the sun. Impressive to be on the list of prodigies. One must indeed possess extraordinary capabilities. Such an onslaught would likely overwhelm even me at the peak of my powers, Lu Mu acknowledged. His eyes gleaming with fervent combat spirit, he discerned that when Dao's strength had far surpassed the sea of Qi. Yet he felt no despair, but rather a thrill of excitement that, this young lady merely sought to reclaim a stolen treasure from her sect. Yet you, Sir Wen Dao, press on with such hostility that it truly grieves my heart. Spare me your pretense. I sense the overwhelming demonic aura surrounding you, which surely suggests you have sacrificed many lives. Unmoved by the impending assault, Bai Sha raised an eyebrow, her demeanor calm. The King of Hell calls for you at the third watch. Who would allow you to linger until the fifth? Wen Dao, your time has come. Her words resonated softly, yet alluringly, that in an instant, the light prison shattered, and the ethereal cranes and dragon beasts, composed of spiritual energy, scattered into a sea of luminous brilliance. Flee. This was the only thought in Wen Dao's mind, as the disparity in strength between the two sides became glaringly evident, that he tossed the book in his hand into the void, transforming it into an ancient bell that swiftly enveloped the woman, and with a single hand gesture, he executed a spell and vanished in a flash. Boom. The bell barely held for a moment before a tremendous explosion of spiritual energy incinerated all surrounding beings. Even Lu Mu, concealed several miles away in the forest, felt the earth tremble. The rainbow escape technique, he thought Tio master such a method at such a young age is truly astonishing. But alas, you cannot escape the pursuit of the demon. Bai Sha took a graceful step, her long, jade-like leg barely touching the ground, and waves of blood-red spiritual energy surged forth, intertwining like a formation that in the next moment, Lu Mu, who had just made a move in the forest, froze in place. Not just him, even Wen Dao, who had already fled 10 miles, found himself immobile, and soul within 100 miles was spared. The methods of the demonic sect were indeed sinister. His gaze trembled as Lu Mu beheld an endless sea of blood surging towards him. No matter how swift a human may be, they cannot outpace their own thoughts. The pursuit of the demon enveloped all living beings within 100 miles in an instant, drawn by the power of thought. In the midst of panic, Bai Sha had already arrived with the wind, gazing at Lu Mu with a smile. Oh, it turns out there's a gatekeeper hidden so close by. You are truly handsome. Young man, I happen to be in need of a pallbearer, so consider yourself fortunate today. As she spoke, Bai Sha's eyes narrowed, a glint of cold light forming between her brows. The icy beam shot forth like an arrow, piercing Lu Mu's mind, employing a secret technique to target his consciousness, damaging his soul and shattering his heart. Should this technique penetrate the ocean of his awareness, he would become nothing more than a puppet, forever unable to rise again. A truly malicious method. The immense pressure surged like a flood breaking its dam. Faced with the spiritual arrow of consciousness that surpassed his own power by hundreds of times, Lu Mu felt as if his soul were an ant in a tempest, on the verge of being drowned. Gritting his teeth, he struggled desperately, yet his awareness was rapidly collapsing. Was he to perish? Absolutely not. Memories flashed in his mind. He recalled Nangong Yuyin's mocking laughter and his own helplessness as he rose from the mass grave. Thoughts coalesced within his heart that Bai Sha's consciousness surged towards him. Suddenly, the frail soul before her radiated a burst of golden light. The light coalesced into 12 inscriptions, shielding him. A figure materialized, wielding a sword, reminiscent of a deity or demon, emanating a halo of light. Bai Sha's spiritual blades collided with it, only to dissolve into nothingness, her unmatched consciousness being torn apart and silently absorbed. Bai Sha was taken aback. What is this treasure? I refuse to accept this. Chapter 10. The Sword of Heaven's path. The techniques of spiritual consciousness are perilous. They can effortlessly erase a person's wits. Yet if they recoil, the user may also perish. Bai Sha's arrow of consciousness was exceptionally powerful, capable of easily slaying prodigies and capturing them as slaves. Yet, the bizarre situation before her was a rarity in her life. Without hesitation, she withdrew her secret technique and dispersed her consciousness into hundreds of fragments. fleeing in different directions. Yet the figure wielding the sword slowly raised it, accompanied by Lu Mu's gritted teeth and low growl of kill, as the sword swept forth, that I in the realm of consciousness. This strike resembled the collapse of heaven and earth, with myriad laws yielding to it. The massive shadow of the sword instantly instilled dread into Bai Sha's heart, that I in reality. Bai Sha's consciousness returned to her body, and she collapsed to the ground, her blood-red crystal falling from her grasp. Oblivious to her severe injury, that her control over her consciousness was lifted when Dao, who had fled, regained his freedom. Though he was unaware of what had transpired, he did not dare to gamble on whether it was a trick of the demonic sect, hastily fleeing towards his sect. Cold sweat dripped down, and Bai Sha's already pale visage turned ghostly white. Despite her superior cultivation, the injury to her consciousness left her dizzy and severely weakened. She could only be thankful that Lu Mu's cultivation was far beneath hers, allowing him to remain unconscious for a lengthy period. Had their powers been more closely matched today, she knew her life would be in peril, that a gentle breeze caressed her as Bai Sha, summoning all her strength, managed to stand upright amidst the swaying. Her once cold gaze began to grow increasingly fierce. This young man of the Dao sect harbors such a mysterious treasure within, he must not be allowed to live. At that moment, the peculiar bird that had been perched on Lu Mu's shoulder slowly opened its eyes. In an instant, Bai Sha felt her legs weaken, and she found herself kneeling uncontrollably. Suppression. Absolute suppression. This sensation, seemingly emanating from the depths of her soul, made her delicate form tremble uncontrollably. May I inquire which esteemed presence stands before me? The name of this being is beyond your worth to know. The duality of black and white has existed since time immemorial. Since you have revealed yourself, where is the Black Sha? Her eyes widened in disbelief as Bai Sha promptly bowed, lowering her body as much as she could. Black Sha has a mission and has infiltrated the mysterious sect. She was unable to come to welcome you. Esteemed one, did I hope for your understanding? Very well. I have no interest in your sex affairs. Bai Sha felt a sudden release of pressure, but the peculiar bird then commanded her with strange words. Leave behind your Qingquan bag and depart. Why would a formidable figure of the demonic path demand a storage bag from her? A junior? Bai Sha dared not speculate further, hastily retrieving a small pouch from her waist and respectfully backing away. In the depths of the forest, silence reigned. Once Bai Sha had departed, the peculiar bird leapt from Lu Mu's shoulder and devoured the Qingquan bag whole. The Qingquan bag, a premium item, contained the vastness of the universe within, capable of storing personal belongings. A treasure indispensable to all cultivators in the realm of immortality. To think that the illustrious Bai Sha would venture out with so little in her bag after tens of thousands of years, truly. The underworld sect had fallen into decline. The peculiar bird clicked its beak in disdain. Fortunately, no one witnessed this scene. Otherwise, they would have been utterly terrified. The Qingquan bag, if it has an owner, must contain a spiritual mark. Anyone else would find it useless, unable to be opened without brute force. Despite Bai Sha's survival, the peculiar bird could devour the Qingquan bag and erase the spiritual mark within. Such a feat, in all the realms, was astonishing, that at least there's still a 6th grade Blood Dan Sha. Blood Dan Sha is a valuable item. No wonder the underworld sect sent Bai Sha to pursue it. The Blood Dan Sha, a 6th grade spiritual item, was a treasure formed from the essence of blood of a powerful demonic cultivator before their demise. Those of the demonic sect, steadfast in their resolve, often chose self-destruction in the face of death. Such a treasure was exceedingly rare, yet due to its demonic nature, it could not be easily refined by ordinary people, lest they risk succumbing to madness. However, for the peculiar bird, it was a significant boon. As it prepared to consume the Blood Dan Sha, a flicker of crimson light caught its attention. Although Lu Mu remained in slumber, the magical aura of the demonic path began to subtly infuse him, continuously bolstering his spirit in that moment. Golden light and demonic energy intertwined, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Good lad. Stimulated by that little one from the underworld sect, the holy body's divine might is finally beginning to manifest. No one comprehends the terrifying essence of the barbaric sacred body better than it does. The sacred body possesses a legacy, with each generation capable of enlightenment, as divine might begins to manifest and the laws of the Tao reveal themselves. The true revival of the sacred body's divine power in Lu Mu is likely not far off. Observing the cold sweat cascading down Lu Mu, a thought quietly germinated in its mind. The might of the sacred body is astonishing. Should he fully realize his sacred body, with an unwavering heart of Tao, although it holds the power to seize his essence, the risk, albeit slight, compels the need to act preemptively. Upon reaching this conclusion, the strange bird's gaze transformed into one of uncontainable excitement. Dark magical light radiated from its being. As the blood essence split in two, the dense malevolent power enveloping its will, surging directly into Lu Mu's physical form. The strange bird understood that this was the opportune moment for the barbaric sacred body's divine might to begin to emerge. Should it plant the seeds of malice now, the future would be assured. Meanwhile, Lu Mu's consciousness had long since awakened. The reason he had not returned to his corporeal form was due to the peculiar scenes unfolding in his mind, which captivated him utterly. Had Bai Sha made her move earlier, provoking him while he was weakened from her divine consciousness's assault, the outcome could have been uncertain. Within Lu Mu's mind, the image of the divine and demonic conceptual diagram had already manifested. A figure wielding a sword stood invincible, a sight he had observed countless times before, yet this time it bore a difference. The figure appeared godlike, vanquishing demons and deities alike, its sword unmatched. No one could rival it. This was Lu Mu's first clear vision of that sword technique. Fully aware of the opportunity it held, he could only calm his mind and immerse himself in comprehension. The figure repeatedly executed the sword technique. At times as swift as thunder, at others as gentle as water. Waves of radiant light emanated from the figure, seeping into Lu Mu's consciousness, that in an instant, his mind was flooded with memories, ethereal as heavenly sounds. Profound and enigmatic. After a prolonged moment, when he finally reopened his eyes, they sparkled with brilliance and no wonder, having awakened the sacred body for several days. Aside from slightly accelerated cultivation and a more robust vitality than ordinary individuals, he had not perceived any overwhelming power from the sacred body. It turned out that the barbaric sacred body is exceedingly domineering. To fully awaken its divine might requires immense willpower and fortune. The divine and demonic conceptual diagram practiced this method, known as the sword path of seizing heaven, an art of immeasurable prowess, bequeathed by the ethereal ancestor. It comprises both internal and external components, externally refining the sword, internally forging the self. With the forging of the self preceding the refinement of the sword, the path of self-forging aligns perfectly with manifesting the full divine might of the sacred body. Upon reaching this thought, Lu Mu felt a twinge of peculiarity. Logically, when he sensed the residual spiritual energy of the ethereal ancestor at the 9 tablets, breaking the shackles and restoring the potential of the sacred body. This method should have awakened simultaneously. Why had it not revealed itself then, yet now surfaced unexpectedly? Lu Mu turned back, instinctively glancing at the strange bird perched on his shoulder, only to find its eyes glazed over, seemingly still under the impact of divine consciousness. Had he misjudged? Was it truly not the source? Contemplating left and right yielded no answers. Today, whether it be the prodigy of the Tao or the malevolent Bai Sha, the techniques employed by these two felt like a mountain pressing upon his heart. The prodigy of the Tao, with a mere wave of the hand, could summon miraculous troops, could establish formations. Their art of drawing upon the painting as a method was truly astonishing. Bai Sha, even more formidable, had she not been driven by arrogance to erase her own consciousness, transforming into a mere puppet, and launch her divine consciousness like an arrow, inadvertently triggering the divine and demonic conceptual diagram. Lu Mu might have faced certain death today. With such profound methods at his disposal, why concern himself with possible schemes? As long as he could enhance his strength, what did it matter? Lu Mu mused, promptly sitting cross-legged, activating the sword path of seizing heaven. The sword path of seizing heaven, true to its name, is succinctly encapsulated in the word seize. Seize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Seize the opportunities of all things. Cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. Without striving and seizing, one finds it difficult to attain the great Tao. Forge the self internally, refine the sword externally, with the method established. The vast world is ripe for the taking. Noticing Lu Mu had commenced his cultivation, the strange bird, which had feigned madness, finally exhibited a flicker of brilliance in its eyes. It rejoiced inwardly, success. Although this lad harbored doubts, he has nonetheless embarked on this path. The sword path of seizing heaven is steeped in demonic essence, and once one enters this path, returning becomes exceedingly difficult, with the assistance of half a blood essence of malevolence. It would be nearly impossible for him to fail. In its excitement, it closed its eyes once more, swallowing the Chinquan pouch and half a blood essence. It too required time to refine its gains. Time flowed quietly by. Upon returning to his sect, the prodigy of the Tao reported the news of the demonic sex activities, which swiftly ignited a wave of anti-demonic fervor across the entire Azure Blue Empire. Before long, unbeknownst to them, the eve of the outer sect competition had arrived, and on this sunny afternoon, the sun shone brightly at the gates of the ethereal mountain, where two outer sect disciples were yawning in boredom. They had heard from their senior brothers who had gone to Yangzhou that the once dazzling Lu Mu had turned out to be a demon. That I know of this matter. It is said that Lu Mu has a penchant for killing, having slain numerous disciples of our sect, particularly He Gongbo, whose death was notably tragic. Had it not been for He Gongbo's desperate release of a communication talisman, who knows how many lives would have been lost to the demon Lu Mu. The wind howled past, as the two conversed. A figure suddenly appeared before them. This is the sacred ground of the ethereal. Please refrain from recklessly intruding. The outer sect disciple initially spoke with righteous indignation. Yet mid-sentence, his expression shifted to one of intense anxiety. What, is my return to the sect considered reckless intrusion? The wind tousled Lu Mu's hair as he slowly raised his brow, his indifferent gaze settling upon the outer sect disciple. The disciple broke into a cold sweat, an inexplicable sense of oppression making it difficult for him to breathe. After over a month, Lu Mu's demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. His eyes were frigid, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance, each movement resembling a divine weapon poised to strike, instilling an undeniable chill in others. The gossip of his fellow disciples, Lu Mu remained unmoved. Whether labeled a madman or a demon, such titles did not alter his intent. He had returned today for but one purpose: stop. Just as Lu Mu stepped forward, a thunderous roar, infused with the power of a tempest, surged towards him. The man before him was burly and fierce, sporting a scar above his eye. Although clad in Taoist robes, he radiated an aura of extreme menace. With a fierce gaze, he fixated on Lu Mu, eyeing the two magical artifacts on his back, a murderous glint igniting within his eyes. I am Shimin Mengwu. May I inquire, junior brother, from whence did you acquire this sword? Is it true that you have slain my cousin? This demon Lu Mu had stirred a considerable amount of trouble. Shimin Mengwu's cousin was none other than He Gongbo. Shimin Mengwu ranked among the top 3 ruthless individuals in the outer sect, having already reached the threshold of the Qi Si. No matter how wild a demon might be, he would likely not last 3 moves against him. The outer sect disciples began to murmur with excitement. So he is actually He Gongbo's cousin. He Gongbo's death is of no great consequence. Lu Mu replied coldly, striding towards the main path. What did you say? Shimin Mengwu's fury ignited, and he slammed a hand down onto Lu Mu's shoulder, his vitality surging as he exerted force, bellowing, "You will stop right there." With a crack, the floor shattered under the overwhelming force. Yet Lu Mu remained utterly unmoved. He merely turned his head, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, and said, "Get lost." Chapter 11. The outer sect competition begins. The voice was not loud, yet it struck like thunder. Shimin Mengwu felt his mind tremble, momentarily dazed by the shock that Lu Mu paid him no mind. With the outer sect competition imminent, he needed to make his way to the outer sect hall promptly. That if he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait another year. That Lu Mu, you are courting death. As he observed Lu Mu's retreating figure, Shimin Mengwu regained his senses, his rage boiling over. He clenched his fist, the air around him crackling with energy, and unleashed a swift strike. This is the lightning technique. Shimin Mengwu has truly set his heart on murder. The outer sect disciples gasped in astonishment. The lightning technique is a true method of cultivation, unpredictable and immensely powerful. When Shimin Mengwu unleashed the lightning technique, the lightning erupted spectacularly, creating a scene of a in that fleeting moment. Lu Mu turned back in fury, his gaze filled with murderous intent, and retaliated with a punch. Boom! The clash of powerful forces generated a tempest that sent the two outer sect disciples staggering. Lightning coursed along Lu Mu's arm, crackling ominously. Unfazed, Lu Mu regarded Shimin Mengwu, who grimaced in pain, thinking, "Is this fellow a monster? That punch has left my bones aching." In this brief exchange, Shimin Mengwu quickly recognized Lu Mu's formidable cultivation. As a thought flickered in his mind, lightning surged around him. Lu Mu's expression shifted. Where once there was cold indifference, now only icy murder remained, that he had no desire to instigate trouble, yet was unafraid of it. Should anyone provoke him without cause, death, without mercy. Sensing Lu Mu's murderous aura, the strange bird opened its eyes, excitement flickering in its gaze. This lad is finally preparing to unleash his true prowess. Just then, in the sky, a colossal light sword descended, infused with surging spiritual energy, forcing the two apart. Stop! A solitary boat drifted into view. Greetings, Elder Yin, greetings, Elder Yin. The disciples hurriedly bowed in respect, Shimin Mengwu included, yet Lu Mu stood unmoved. Proudly defiant amongst the crowd. Elder Yin, this child is the demon Lu Mu. I implore you, assist me in capturing this menace. Eliminate this threat to our sect. Shimin Mengwu stepped forward, his eyes filled with profound hatred. Elder Yin raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Lu Mu. After a prolonged silence, he remarked, "The prodigy of the Tao said the demon is a woman. This may not be him. For now, let us refrain from further discussion." Upon hearing these words, Shimin Mengwu grew somewhat anxious, momentarily forgetting the disparity in their statuses, and retorted with indignation, "But simply too noisy." Elder Yin coldly admonished him, and only then did Shimin Mengwu snap back to reality, hastily kneeling. Yet the sinister and resentful expression on his face spoke volumes. "Are you heading to the Outer Sect Grand Hall?" "Indeed." "Excellent, splendid. Tomorrow is the Outer Sect Grand Competition. Make sure to perform well." Elder Yin nodded indifferently, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his eyes, but he could discern that Lu Mu, an Outer Sect disciple undergoing assessment for promotion under his guidance, had made remarkable progress in a short span. Now, with aspirations to compete in the tournament and vie for a ranking, such an outstanding disciple discovered by him brought him great joy. After bidding farewell to the elder, Lu Mu turned to leave. Once Elder Yin had departed, Shimin Mengwu rose, his eyes flashing with intense hatred as he gritted his teeth, muttering, "Damn Lu Mu, today you are fortunate. Just wait, during the competition, fists are blind. I shall see who can save you then." At the foot of the mountain, Outer Sect Elder Jia also noticed this scene. Observing Shimin Mengwu's sinister demeanor, he could not help but smirk that he retrieved a Qi pill and a piece of parchment. Handing them to a servant accompanying him, instructing, "Deliver this to Shimin Mengwu and inform him that the demon must be eliminated. He is free to unleash his full potential." Upon Lu Mu's return, Wang Quan was surely displeased. This Qi pill would suffice to give Shimin Mengwu an edge over his competitors in the upcoming Outer Sect Grand Competition at BY then, without further orders from him. Given the conflict between the two, Shimin Mengwu would undoubtedly spare no effort to eliminate Lu Mu. Approaching the Outer Sect Grand Hall, Lu Mu inscribed his name on the competition roster. Upon returning to the Outer Sect courtyard, he found that his once amicable fellow disciples were now whispering and casting sidelong glances, occasionally mentioning the matter of the demon, that Lu Mu remained silent. Retreating to his room and closing the door firmly, it mattered little to him. His aspirations had always diverged from those of these Outer Sect disciples, their paths incompatible, their goals at odds. Time passed. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting elongated shadows across the chair. Lu Mu sat cross-legged at the head of his bed, making final adjustments to achieve a state of perfect circulation of his vitality. With a slight movement, a series of crackling sounds emanated from his body, and a subtle luminescence shimmered across his skin. The strange bird observed silently, nodding slightly in approval. This half-blood pill had not been wasted. Lu Mu's vitality had expanded several-fold compared to when he first ventured to Yangzhou, and having continuously broken through barriers, he now possessed the strength of complete body refinement, merely waiting for a slight opportunity to reach the Qi stage. What was most commendable was his mastery of body forging. This half-blood pill had initially led him to believe he would only glimpse its principles, yet he had mastered the first level of body forging with remarkable skill. Though not fully accomplished, he was not far from it. Forging one's body through the sword path of heaven involved refining the physical form with the essence of the universe, repeatedly tempering it to achieve a state of unity. This path was exceptionally arduous. The process felt akin to enduring 1,000 hammer strikes, a profound agony that would challenge even the most resilient individuals, making it difficult for ordinary people to persist in such training. The strange bird was quite satisfied with Lu Mu's current achievements. His perseverance alone had surpassed that of most humans. Ultimately, however, he still felt a lingering dissatisfaction that Lu Mu opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of foul air. Feeling a tinge of unwillingness in his heart. The transition from body refinement to the Qi Sea was a formidable chasm, and even he had been ensnared in this realm for quite some time. Yet he sensed an impending breakthrough, foreseeing that he would soon transcend this barrier and officially enter the ranks of cultivators. At that moment, a paper crane fluttered gracefully into view that Lu Mu raised his hand to catch it. Puzzled, upon the crane, spiritual light swirled, and an ethereal figure materialized. Now that you have returned, give it your all. Tomorrow's competition, I do not expect much from you, my servant. You only need to strive to break into the top 10 of the outer sect. As for the rest, I shall take care of it. As the voice faded, the paper crane ignited spontaneously, dissipating into the AI or to be instructed to secure a place in the top 10. Lu Mu raised an eyebrow. Gazing at the desolate night sky, a hint of coldness creeping into his eyes. Merely the top 10. How very underestimated I am. And as the moon waned and the sun rose, the next day dawned. In the outer sect, the martial arts arena was bustling with excitement. The annual Outer Sect Grand Competition was a rare event for the entire sect. The arena boasted 5 grand platforms, all constructed of white bricks. Each adorned with a flag representing the azure dragon of the east, the white tiger of the west, the vermilion bird of the south, the black tortoise of the north, and the qilin of the center. Numerous Outer Sect disciples had gathered, filling the arena to capacity, many of whom were not even participants. For lower-tier cultivators, witnessing battles between higher-tier cultivators was beneficial. If they could glean even a fraction of insight from the encounters, it would serve them well in their journeys. That Lu Mu strolled into the arena, and the whispers continued around him, with many Outer Sect disciples unabashedly displaying their disdain. The words of the demon slayer, He Gongbo, before his demise had instilled a deep-seated resentment in many of the Miao disciples toward Lu Mu. That Lu brother, it has been a while. I can see that your spirit and energy have greatly improved. From a distance, a familiar figure approached. The Su Daosong still bore his signature smile, his squinting eyes making it impossible to discern his thoughts. However, as he neared Lu Mu, he deliberately lowered his voice and said, Lu brother, many disciples are keeping a close eye on you during today's competition. Thank you for the reminder. Lu Mu nodded, yet a flicker of curiosity crossed his eyes. Compared to others, I am more intrigued by you. Everyone claims I am a demon, harboring animosity toward me. Are you not afraid of inciting their wrath by cautioning me? Human hearts are unpredictable and fickle. Understanding this truth, he found it curious that Su Daosong, having only met him once, would offer such a warning. Lu brother, you are overthinking it. Do you believe I am merely being friendly? I believe. Why would I not? Lu Mu did not genuinely believe him. The more Su Daosong acted this way, the more peculiar it seemed to him. At that moment, a voice abruptly interrupted their conversation. That Lu Mu, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Shimin Mingwu strode forward with a confident gait, exuding an air of superiority as he cast a disdainful gaze at Lu Mu. I will ask you one last time. Did you kill my cousin? If you utter another ambiguous word, do not blame me for tearing you apart when we are on the platform. I am in a rather good mood today, so I will offer you a piece of advice. Lu Mu replied with a faint smile, shaking his head. The wind is strong. Do not boast, or you might strain your back. You. Shimin Mingwu's fist clenched, his eyes blazing with fury, and a surge of lightning erupted around him. His fierce aura surged forth like a flood breaking through ADAM. That Lu Mu stood unwavering. Their gazes locked in a tense standoff, the atmosphere thick with tension. Silence. A cold command reverberated like a thunderclap, echoing throughout the martial arts arena. The crowd looked up, witnessing Elder Yin stepping forth on a celestial crane, with Elder Jia seated upon a cloud, gracefully approaching. The Outer Sect Grand Competition is held annually. And this year, we gather to seize the opportunity presented by heaven and earth. You must all give your utmost to prove your worth. Elder Yin spoke with an air of dignity and authority. The top 10 will receive a letter of recommendation. Those who place in the top 3 will be rewarded with a high-grade yellow-tier technique, and the champion will be granted a mystical-grade technique. As the words fell, the disciples were left agape, followed by a wave of commotion that Liu Mu, having joined the sect not long ago, found himself perplexed. These rewards are quite generous. Beside him, Su Daosong squinted as he explained. Lu brother, you may not be aware, but this letter of recommendation serves as a key to the inner sect in previous years. Only the first place was entitled to it. And this year, the mere 10 letters of recommendation are already astonishing. Not to mention the high-grade techniques. The reward for the champion is even more rare. One must remember that techniques are categorized into 4 tiers. Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow, representing genuine cultivation methods of remarkable power. For instance, the Thunderstrike technique practiced by Shimen Mengwu is merely an inferior yellow-tier technique, yet he has leveraged it to dominate the outer sect. So tell me, are these rewards not substantial? Lu Mu nodded, understanding the implications that no wonder Qianru Yin had sent him a message urging him to strive for the top 10. There had evidently been prior arrangements, though the rewards are enticing. One must also possess the means to claim them. The Shimen Mengwu scoffed dismissively, that Liu Mu chose to ignore him. Patiently awaiting the proceedings as the draw commenced, it became evident that the number of participants in this year's Outer Sect Grand Competition exceeded Lu Mu's expectations. With over 200 individuals on the Azure Dragon platform, Lu Mu faced off against Yang Qinglu. Elder Jia announced the names of the combatants, and the 5 platforms commenced their duels simultaneously. Su Daosong merely cupped his hands in respect to Lu Mu before proceeding to the Vermilion Bird platform to await his turn. Lu Mu strode forth to the stage, and his first opponent was no weakling. A disciple at the 7th level of body refinement, wielding a flashy blade and accompanied by a fierce blue wolf. Upon stepping onto the platform, he bellowed, "Demon Lu Mu, you must be eradicated. Do not claim I am bullying you. Go fetch a magical sword to battle me." The Azure Wolf is a creature of considerable stature, comparable in size to a calf, exuding an extraordinary aura. It is to be feared that even adept practitioners at the 8th or 9th level of body refinement may find themselves outmatched. The spirit beasts are indeed a testament to one's strength, a notion universally acknowledged. That Liu Mu shook his head. The Tao of the heaven-slaying sword is profound and intricate, and his study of it has been brief. Having only mastered the art of body forging and the external refinement of a single sword, which remains unrefined to that moment, his gaze shifted, and as he leaned slightly forward, an oppressive force emanated from him. Simultaneously, the peculiar bird perched upon his shoulder opened its eyes. Just moments ago, the arrogant Yang Qinglu suddenly found himself kneeling on the ground, trembling in fear, with his azure wolf pressing its head firmly against the earth. With terror in his eyes, Yang Qinglu exclaimed, "I concede. I shall no longer fight. What is happening? Why does he refuse to continue the battle? Yang Qinglu, what are you doing?" With your strength, coupled with the 2nd-tier spirit beast, the Qingfeng Wolf, you could contend for a place among the top 10. Lu Mu, the demon, seems to possess remarkable fortune. Why did I not have such luck last year? Among the spectators, numerous disciples shook their heads in disbelief. Some mocked, while others lamented Lu Mu's apparent good fortune, failing to discern anything exceptional about him, attributing his success solely to luck. Only Yang Qinglu, who had just descended from the platform, comprehended the gravity of the situation. The unimaginable killing intent. Under Lu Mu's frigid gaze, he felt his very soul shiver. The small bird on Lu Mu's shoulder was even more terrifying. Despite its diminutive size, it instilled an overwhelming sense of dread in his spirit beast. Bound by a soul contract with the Azure Wolf, they experienced this dual pressure together, leading Yang Qinglu to concede without even a single exchange of blows. That Liu Mu remained silent, leisurely descending the stage to rest for a moment. He raised his gaze to the Zhuke platform, where Su Daosong faced a skilled outer sect female disciple, whose every movement stirred the winds. Though only at the 6th level of body refinement, her agile swordplay would challenge even those at the 7th level. However, Su Daosong's performance appeared peculiar. At first glance, the two seemed evenly matched, yet upon closer inspection, he dodged with remarkable precision that Liu Mu's eyes sparkled with insight. Contemplating, Su Daosong must possess hidden strength. Observing his calm and steady demeanor, it is likely that he has attained at least the 10th level of body refinement. During the last assessment, Lu Mu had failed to notice how many abilities Su Daosong harbored. As fellow Outer Sect disciples who had both risen from humble beginnings, he had the barbaric sacred body and the diagram of divine and demonic concepts, achieving his current status. How had Su Daosong managed such progress in such a short time? But every individual has their own fortune. I was granted the diagram of divine and demonic concepts. Could he not have received some heavenly opportunity? Lu Mu shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. Among the myriad of Outer Sect disciples, who among them lacked hidden fortunes or skills? On the Xuanwu platform, Lu Mu was set to face Lu Baibai. Here it comes, the elder's voice resonated. Liu Mu gathered his thoughts and swiftly leaped onto the martial stage. The tournament continued unabated. The Outer Sect competition was the only pathway for disciples to ascend to the Inner Sect, and none were willing to yield, each striving with all their might for that precious opportunity. Lu Mu faced several opponents in succession. Among the Outer Sect disciples, there were indeed many with remarkable skills. For instance, in his fourth match, he encountered an individual of modest cultivation, merely at the 5th level of body refinement, who by chance had obtained a secret treasure that allowed him to manipulate stone. Yet, this individual's cultivation was simply too low. Lu Mu did not even draw his sword, easily shattering the rock wall he had conjured with a flurry of punches to secure victory. After a grueling half-day of battles, Lu Mu emerged victorious, advancing to the top 3 to end the next match on the Qinglong platform. He would face Su Daosong, while Shiman Mingwu had a bye. The elder's voice, steady and unwavering, announced the match. With an impassive expression, Lu Mu strolled toward the platform, his mastery of the body-forging path rendering him more robust, and despite the consecutive battles, he exhibited no signs of fatigue. A gentle breeze caressed the air as all eyes turned to Su Daosong, including Lu Mu's. This was a fierce contest for the top 3. Having made it this far, none were to be underestimated. He had already begun to regulate his energy and blood flow, preparing for the impending clash. Just then, Su Daosong declared, "I concede." His smile was serene, but his voice stirred a tempest of surprise. "What? This is a contest for the top 3. Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd. There must be a hidden agenda. Demon Lu Mu, I knew something was amiss. Your opponents either fall easily or concede mysteriously. How dare you play such tricks in this crucial contest? Su Shidi, do not fear. You may fight with abandon. We shall assist you, ensuring that this demon Lu Mu's schemes do not succeed, that Liu Mu remains silent, disinterested in offering explanations that a hidden agenda. While he did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, he certainly held disdain for such underhanded tactics. Slowly raising his eyebrows, his gaze turned cold, perplexed by Su Daosong's intentions. That I am but a lowly servant disciple. To have achieved my current standing is already a stroke of luck. I willingly accept 3rd place, so please do not press me further. Su Daosong maintained a demeanor of calm, his smile seemingly eternal. At that moment, a cloud boat broke through the mist in the heavens above, accompanied by melodious sounds of a zither, resonating like heavenly music. Celestial cranes soared, and blossoms burst forth in a riot of colors. Amidst this vibrant display, dozens of figures descended from the cloud boat. I have seen the Holy Maiden. I have seen the Holy Sun candidate. I have seen the Holy Maiden candidate. I have seen all the esteemed immortals. Nangong Yuyan, treading upon wisps of cloud, floated gracefully, her gown billowing as if she were a celestial being, untouched by earthly grime. Flanking her were 2 proud candidates. Following closely were the mysterious 9 peaks, the 9 great immortals. These 9 figures held significant power. Revered as the mysterious 9 immortals, their status far surpassing that of ordinary elders, truly formidable beings who commanded a peak. The elders bowed respectfully, and all disciples knelt in reverence, save for Lu Mu, who regarded them with a cool demeanor. Upon the high platform, Nangong Yuyan lowered her gaze, her cold eyes scanning the crowd until they fell upon Lu Mu, who stood out distinctly among the throng. He had actually made it to the finals of the Outer Sect competition. A flicker of disbelief crossed her features that Liu Mu sensed her gaze and could not help but smirk. clenching his fist beneath his robe. Lu Mu, what are you doing? Upon seeing the holy maiden, the candidates, and the esteemed immortals, why do you not hasten to kneel in submission? A voice reprimanded him. They were already displeased with Lu Mu, having branded him a demon. Had the holy maiden not remained silent, they might have surged forward, intent on eliminating him on the spot. Fear not. The contest for the top 3 concerns the future of our mysterious sect's outstanding disciples. I am merely overseeing the battle, allowing him to conserve some strength, which is ultimately beneficial, Nangong Yiyan remarked, a slight smile gracing her lips. Reaching the finals was not an extraordinary feat. She did not mind witnessing this once illustrious genius perform a show for her. Lu Mu remained silent, but his gaze grew increasingly sharp. The last time they met, he had been powerless, forced to accept charity. Now, he intended to demonstrate through his actions that, even without the Dragon Bone, he was far from an insignificant being. He would make Nangong Yiyan witness the return of the once great genius. The tournament pressed on. Su Daosong voluntarily conceded, securing 3rd place. The next match on the Qinglong platform would be the battle for the championship, with Shimin Mingwu facing Lu Mu. The elder's deep voice resounded suddenly, that in the next moment. A fierce wind swept through the arena, that Lu Mu, you have killed my cousin and slaughtered your fellow disciples. Kneel and accept your punishment, and I may grant you a swift end. With that brazen proclamation, Shimin Mingwu landed forcefully on the stage, exuding an air of unyielding dominance, his eyes gleaming with a sense of superiority. A radiant aura surrounded him, creating an invisible barrier of power that kept the dust at bay. The Qi Si. Shimin Mingwu has broken through to the Qi Si realm, a disciple exclaimed in astonishment. His aura is suffused with brilliance. He has indeed achieved the Qi Si. After years of being trapped at the threshold, he has finally taken this momentous step. On the high platform, Nangong Yun's cold gaze brightened with a hint of amusement. Her previous boredom had transformed into anticipation for the impending battle. Wang Quan and Qianru Yin exhibited varying expressions. Wang Quan looked to Elder Jia of the outer sect with keen interest, while Qianru Yin remained stoic, though a sense of agitation brewed within her. The Qi Si realm held absolute dominance over body refinement cultivators, and Shimin Mingwu's sudden breakthrough suggested the involvement of external forces. She had initially believed that Lu Mu would only make it into the top 10, and now, witnessing him contend for the championship, she felt a surge of surprise. The higher he ranked, the greater his future achievements would be. If he could catch the attention of the sect leader, it would significantly enhance her chances against Nangong Yiyan. Such a valuable pawn, she could scarcely afford to lose him so easily. Chapter 13. The Outer Sect Competition, Part 2, The Qi Si. Is this the source of your confidence? Lu Mu's expression remained impassive as he gently placed the peculiar bird onto the observation platform. Engaging in battle alongside a spirit beast is not without merit. Yet in this contest, he sought to rely solely on his own strength to secure victory. This was his promise to himself and his declaration of war against Nangong Yiyan, that he intended to demonstrate that even without the Dragon Bone, he, Lu Mu, could rise once more solely through his own power. Having resolved this, Lu Mu turned, positioning himself with a slight bend, adopting a stance as he declared, "Come forth. Let me witness if your strength truly matches your confidence." Lu Mu, it seems you are truly unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Today, I shall make you experience the stark contrast between the Qi Si realm and the body refinement realm. Shimin Mingwu sneered coldly, and with a single step, a tempestuous surge of spiritual power erupted around him. The spiritual energy rippled like a hurricane, and within this whirlwind, Lu Mu found himself momentarily disoriented. "Come at me with your life," Shimin Mingwu bellowed, clenching his fist and delivering a straightforward yet formidable blow, accompanied by the fury of wind and thunder, tearing Lu Mu's long robe asunder. Boom! As the fist struck, the Qinglong platform trembled violently. Impressive power, indeed reaching the Qi Si level, but alas, like your cousin, you are nothing but chaff. That Lu Mu's voice resonated behind Shimin Mingwu. This punch was truly astonishing, creating a massive crater on the solid Qinglong platform, with residual lightning spreading outwards, causing the shattered stones to crackle. Such a forceful blow, if it were to land on a person, would likely reduce them to mere pulp. Yet, no matter how immense the power, if it cannot strike its target, it is rendered useless. "Damn you, demon!" Shi Min Ming Wu roared, his fury igniting as he activated all his spiritual energy, forming a hand seal and chanting. "Today I shall grind you to dust." Lightning Summoning Technique, Fall. The lightning summoning technique, the ultimate move of the lightning summoning art, requires mastery of the Qi to wield. Although it was Shi Min Ming Wu's first time employing it, its sheer might was undeniable. Spiritual energy coalesced, dark clouds gathered overhead, and an inexplicable pressure filled the air, instilling a sense of dread. Just as he finished articulating the word fall, a blinding golden light erupted from the clouds above, and a terrifying bolt of lightning crashed down, scorching half of the Qinglong platform black, with Lu Mu being struck directly by the lightning. This exemplifies the fundamental disparity between the Qi realm and the body refinement realm. No matter how powerful the body refinement may be, it ultimately remains a mortal flesh, and even with knowledge of techniques, it is constrained by the limits of the human body, unable to summon the might of heaven. The Qi, however, is different. Once the flesh reaches its limit, it can open up a sea within the Dantian. With the vitality of the Qi, one can command the forces of nature. Even 10 perfected body refiners would struggle against a single adversary at the first level of the Qi. Has he truly fallen so quickly? Well, considering how short his cultivation time has been, it is quite remarkable that he has come this far, that on the elevated platform. Qin Ruyan shook her head, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes. That I declare, Lu Mu has narrowly lost. Shi Min Ming Wu is the victor. Elder Jia of the Outer Sect announced with a broad smile, having anticipated this outcome. However, just as he was about to proclaim Shi Min Ming Wu's victory, he was interrupted. "Who says I have lost?" As the lightning dissipated, Lu Mu bore some injuries. Yet his gaze remained resolute as he spoke. He tore away the charred remnants of his upper garment, revealing the pristine skin beneath. The radiant light flickered, and though pain coursed through him, he felt invigorated. The might of the lightning could defeat the average body refiner. But he, possessing the forging body art, felt no fear whatsoever. The first layer of the forging body art, tempered through countless trials, establishes the foundation of the body, that I have absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for many days. Yet I have not grasped the true method. It turns out that this final step requires the aid of external force to forge my flesh and blood into a unified whole. As his words fell, Lu Mu moved forward, thrusting a palm toward Shi Min Ming Wu. Shi Min Ming Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. In a flurry, he hastily channeled the lightning, countering with a palm strike. The dazzling brilliance of Lu Mu's light clashed with the lightning, and with a series of impacts, both retreated 3 steps. This fellow, could he be a monster? What protective technique has he cultivated to withstand the lightning summoning technique? To be able to contend evenly with Shi Min Ming Wu, who has broken through to the Qi, Lu Mu's strength is truly astonishing. The onlooking disciples gasped and awed on the platform. The elders and Nangong Yuan were equally perplexed. They could discern that Lu Mu had yet to reach the Qi realm, his vitality appearing rather feeble. The anomaly lay here, such a weak aura. One might consider him a novice in body refinement. Nangong Yin furrowed her brow, a sense of unease creeping into her heart as she murmured, "Strange, with such weak vitality, resembling that of a waste. Yet his body can withstand the lightning summoning technique unleashed by a Qi cultivator." None present could fathom the intricacies of the situation, except for the peculiar bird watching from the observation platform, which nodded appreciatively, thinking, this lad possesses some merit, managing to control his physical form to the limit through powerful spiritual energy, unleashing his vitality only in the moment of attack, combined with the formidable forging of his body. Even without mastering this spiritual energy, he can indeed battle against someone at the Qi level. That Shi Min Ming Wu's expression twisted further. Despite having broken through to the Qi, he still could not suppress Lu Mu in the slightest. In a fit of rage, he unleashed his full power. With one hand forming a seal and the other striking forth, bolts of lightning rained down, and the gust of his palm became exceptionally fierce. Yet, Lu Mu remained unperturbed, raising his fist to retaliate, unleashing an overwhelming force akin to a tidal wave crashing against the shore, producing a thunderous sound as it tore through the air on the Qinglong platform. The figures of the 2 men moved with blinding speed, leaving only fleeting shadows in their wake. The successive explosions of lightning stirred up clouds of dust, and the relentless exchange of blows sent winds swirling chaotically. This was, to date, the most intense battle. The onlooking disciples clenched their fists, vociferously cheering for Shimin Mengwu. Senior brother Shimin, defeat the demon. Go, senior brother Shimin, for the sake of our outer sect. Eliminate this scourge. At this juncture, both combatants had exhausted their strength, that as their fists and feet collided, the brilliance of the lightning and the radiant light grew ever more dazzling. What is happening? After dozens of exchanges, Shimin Mengwu found himself drenched in sweat, having managed to trap Lu Mu's swift fist with a grappling technique. Gazing at the seemingly unscathed Lu Mu, disbelief flooded his eyes that he had reached the Qi realm. Yet even now, he felt fatigue setting in. Could Lu Mu truly be a monster? Why does he show no signs of exhaustion amidst such a fierce exchange? The battle had been so intense that even Shimin Mengwu, standing at close range, did not notice that a considerable portion of his unleashed lightning had unknowingly seeped into Lu Mu's body. The savage sacred body, enigmatic and formidable, grows stronger through battle, sensing Shimin Mengwu's dwindling energy. Lu Mu seized upon this fleeting moment of distraction. The game ends here. His gaze turned icy and merciless as he summoned all his strength, breaking free from Shimin Mengwu's grip with sheer brute force. Bang! The radiant light surged up his robust arm. Having been tempered by the lightning energy unleashed by Shimin Mengwu, his forging body art reached a significant milestone in that instant. Lu Mu felt a remarkable surge of strength as a golden light erupted beneath his dantian, his body solidifying like a block of iron, akin to gold and steel. With a single punch, just this one punch, Shimin Mengwu gasped, dropping to one knee, vomiting blood and bile uncontrollably. The outcome was clear that I have emerged victorious. Lu Mu stated calmly that he did not pursue the attack further, instead turning his indifferent gaze towards Elder Jia of the Outer Sect. From the moment he secured his first victory, he had noticed Elder Jia's apparent displeasure. However, given the current situation, what tricks could Elder Jia possibly employ? Why not declare the results? After a brief pause, Lu Mu frowned slightly, about to speak up when he heard a low growl behind him. That Lu Mu, you have forced my hand. Turning swiftly, he saw Shimin Mengwu, his expression twisted with malevolence. Brandishing a piece of parchment, pressing his hand upon it, his essence surged forth, the parchment voraciously absorbing his vitality and spiritual energy. Sensing the imminent danger, Lu Mu sighed inwardly, preparing to act, but the world before him transformed dramatically. Wind and rain lashed about, a blood array of chaos, flickering candles that in his vision. He beheld Nangong Yin's maniacal smile as she approached, echoing the same words as before, placing herself above him while brandishing a sharp blade. A second-tier formation diagram, the bewitching soul formation. On the elevated platform, Qian Ruyin frowned, observing Lu Mu, who now stood motionless, and the increasingly frenzied Shimin Mengwu advancing towards him. Her eyes betrayed her displeasure as she remarked, "How could a mere outer sect disciple possess a second-tier formation diagram? The bewitching soul formation, a source of terror, ensnares the heart and soul. It seems there is no need to watch any further. This year's outer sect champion shall undoubtedly be Shimin Mengwu." Wang Quan spoke with a hint of amusement. Though Qian Ruyin was displeased, she could not deny the validity of his statement. Even Qi cultivators could be ensnared within the bewitching soul formation. And regardless of how bizarre and formidable Lu Mu's methods may be, he ultimately remains a body refinement cultivator. How could he withstand such a mental assault? I had hoped this waste would bring me some surprise, but it appears I have overestimated him. Nangong Yin shook her head, murmuring to herself as she rose from her seat that a revered saintess. Her presence at the battle was already a great fortune for the outer sect. Had it not been for Lu Mu being one of the finalists, she would have departed long ago. Now that the victor was all but determined, her interest in remaining in this humble outer sect had waned. Yet Shimin Mengwu had no intention of letting Lu Mu off the hook. Dragging his weary body, he staggered closer to Lu Mu, raising his hand, channeling the remnants of his spiritual energy to gather in his palm. Lightning crackling ominously, the explosive force of the lightning sent debris flying from the arena. Roll! The manic grin on Shimin Mengwu's face froze, while an inexhaustible fury erupted in Lu Mu's eyes, causing his aura to surge exponentially as he raised his hand and grasped the lightning in Shimen Mengwu's palm, forcefully squeezing it into oblivion. The oppressive aura he exuded was reminiscent of ancient deities, leaving Shimen Mengwu utterly stunned. With a lowered gaze, Lu Mu's lips twitched slightly, as if he wished to speak. Yet he shook his head and pressed down violently. Boom. The sheer force was astonishing. He managed to pin Shimen Mengwu to the ground, the tremendous impact causing Shimen Mengwu's eyes to roll back. Only then did Lu Mu quietly turn around, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, radiating a fierce light that seemed to solidify the very air around him. Chi-Hai. He has broken through to Chi-Hai. The onlooking disciples were left dumbfounded, their eyes filled with disbelief. Even Qian Ruoyin was taken aback. 3 months prior, she had thought Lu Mu's potential was remarkable if he could cultivate to the 6th or 7th level of body refinement. Little did she know, Lu Mu had concealed his true strength so deeply, and after this battle, he had achieved Chi-Hai. After a long pause, Lu Mu emerged victorious. Elder Jia from the outer sect spoke coldly, his gaze filled with malice directed at Shimen Mengwu. He was merely an outer sect elder, with limited resources, and had brought out even his most prized formation to curry favor with Wang Quan. Now, the outcome left Elder Jia feeling exceedingly resentful. The scene fell into silence, all the watching disciples coldly fixated on Lu Mu. Congratulations. Nangong Yuyan's icy voice shattered the silence, her gentle applause accompanied by a playful smile. Yet she regarded Lu Mu with the disdain one might show a mere dog, asking, "Quite a performance. I am thoroughly satisfied that I asked the first of this outer sect. You are indeed deserving that I shall grant you a wish. What do you desire?" The recognition from the saintess was a rare opportunity. The disciples seethed with anger. A demon who had slain his peers was being awarded the title of first in the outer sect and favored by the saintess. Their resentment ran deep. Yet, Qian Ruoyin felt a flicker of concern. She was unaware of the extent of the conflict between the two, but such temptation seemed beyond human resistance. Just when everyone expected Lu Mu to take advantage of this opportunity to ascend to the saintess's lofty heights, he coldly replied, "A reward? I believe you are unworthy of this position. Step down and let me take your place." Preposterous, audacious, the elder thundered, an immense mental pressure crashing down like a thunderclap. However, Lu Mu remained unfazed. Gritting his teeth as battle intent flickered in his eyes, he retorted, "What? Are you afraid? Or do you think I am incapable?" Nangong Yuyan's gaze turned lethal. She had once known him best and understood that this was Lu Mu's provocation. A declaration of war, but he aimed to convey that even without the dragon bone, he remained a dragon among men. Witnessing Lu Mu's arrogance, the 9 great masters felt displeased and were about to intervene. "Ha ha!" Nangong Yuyan suddenly laughed, a smile that could topple cities, enchanting and otherworldly, yet amidst her every gesture, an overwhelming pressure emanated from her. The 9th level of Chi-Hai was evident, as someone who had once known her well. Lu Mu recognized her response. She was warning him that he was still unworthy that moment. Nangong Yuyan summoned a spiritual flying sword, stepping upon it with a hint of disdain, saying, "To challenge me, your ambition is commendable. However, as the saintess, I truly have no time to entertain a worthless individual. Yet, since I have spoken, I cannot go back on my word, lest it tarnish my sect's reputation. Therefore, I shall grant you a chance. If you can achieve the status of a prodigy in the next competition, I will accept your challenge. But if you cannot even become a prodigy, you should return to the outer sect and do menial work." "Prodigy?" Lu Mu scoffed, nearly grinding his teeth. "Very well. After the prodigy competition, that position shall belong to me." Utterly arrogant, simply disregarding all decorum. Lu Mu's words drew scorn from all the disciples present. The title of prodigy had not changed in over a decade. With thousands of inner sect disciples, for Lu Mu to aspire to that title was a direct challenge to all inner sect disciples. Chapter 14. Inner sect quotas. Farewell to the saintess. Farewell to the candidate for the saint. Farewell to the candidate for the saintess. Nangong Yuyan soared into the sky on her sword, with Qian Ruoyin closely following, boarding the cloud ship together. Before Wang Quan departed, he cast a cold glance at Elder Jia from the outer sect. Before turning his gaze to Lu Mu, he despised unpredictability and failure. Elder Jia had acted on his own accord, provoking matters in his name, which had already displeased him. Now, with Elder Jia once more mishandling the situation, the outcome for him was all too clear. However, he refrained from saying much. Presently, Lu Mu was but an ant in his eyes. Any grand ambition seemed merely a joke to him. Yet his actions were perceived differently by the other elders and masters that as the three departed, 8 of the 9 great masters followed suit, leaving only Li Sun, Master Li, under Qing Yun Mountain, who remained behind. After a long while, Master Li's voice finally resonated within the martial arts arena, announcing the conclusion of the outer sect competition and the emergence of the top 10 disciples. The top 10 each received their rewards, and Master Li was the one to bestow these honors. That Lu Mu stood proudly at the forefront of the 9, that Su Daosong wore a bright smile, exuding warmth like the spring breeze. Among the top 3, only Shimin Mengwu appeared disheveled and pitiful. That Su Daosong, your movements are ghostly. I bestow upon you the yellow-grade superior technique, Phantom Steps. You may now train under Xian Sei Master at Jinghong Peak. Shimin Mengwu, your performance today was commendable. Having learned the thunder summoning technique, I grant you a copy of the low-grade Xian technique. 10,000 Thunder's Shocking Palm, along with a 3rd-grade Qi nourishing pill to aid your recovery and enhance your cultivation. Once you have healed, you may go to Qing Yun Mountain. The power of these techniques was formidable. For you all to receive such methods is a rare opportunity. So I hope you will practice diligently and not become complacent. That Lu Mu said nothing, merely watching with indifference. Yet, Master Li did not cast even a glance at Lu Mu. Instead, addressing the other 7 disciples who had secured spots in the outer sect's top 10, stating, "Someone will come to deliver your letters of recommendation. With this letter, there shall be someone to guide you into the inner sect. Remember, entering the inner sect is merely a starting point. Do not be anxious. Do not be arrogant." As his words fell, Su Daosong and the others immediately knelt, loudly proclaiming, "Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Elder." Master Li nodded lightly, waving his hand to bestow the Phantom Steps and 10,000 Thunder's Shocking Palm, then turning to summon a green dragon, ready to ride away. "Wait." At that moment, a deep voice rang out, instantly solidifying the atmosphere of the martial arts arena. "Lu Mu, what is it that you desire?" Master Li raised an eyebrow, his tone indifferent, laced with annoyance. "Have you forgotten me?" Master Li, Lu Mu suppressed the displeasure within and calmly inquired. "You?" Master Li scoffed dismissively, a cold smile forming, which peak in the Piao Miao sect would still accept you. His words were not merely an expression of Wang Quan's leniency, nor were they solely his own thoughts. Challenging the prodigy was audacious enough, but openly daring the saintess to step down was a direct affront to the authority of Piao Miao. The other 8 masters had already communicated silently, before leaving, expressing their unwillingness to accept Lu Mu, this calamity. Had it not been for the saintess's public declaration to wait until after the prodigy competition to make a decision, Master Li would have likely suppressed this troublemaker long ago. Now he would not bestow any rewards upon him. What of being the first in the outer sect? Lu Mu, what does defeating me matter? You will remain in the outer sect, once I consume the Qi nourishing pill and advance my cultivation. The humiliation you inflicted upon me today shall be repaid 100-fold. Shimin Mengwu laughed heartily, and the surrounding disciples burst into mocking laughter. Among them, only Su Daosong shook his head. In the face of this scene, Lu Mu lowered his head for a moment before suddenly smirking in disdain. Was this guy so provoked that he had gone mad? It served him right. A demon daring to challenge the saintess. The noise around him was deafening. Lu Mu's gaze suddenly sharpened, coldly sweeping across everyone, causing the previously raucous outer sect disciples to fall silent. He slowly raised his head, looking at Master Li, and said, "Do you think such petty tricks will make me retreat? Master Li, please inform Nan Gongyu Yin that even as an outer sect disciple, I, Lu Mu, shall strive for the title of prodigy." Arrogant, truly too arrogant. The outer sect disciples glared at his departing figure, their hearts ablaze with fury. Had they not been aware that they could not match Lu Mu, they likely would have surged forward. Elder Yin shook his head, feeling regretful. Such a prodigy, seeking to oppose the saintess, was he not cutting off his own future? Strolling back to his chamber, the events that transpired in the martial arena swiftly spread throughout the entire Piao Miao sect. As the foremost disciple from the outer gate, yet unable to enter the inner sanctum. Such an occurrence is exceedingly rare in the sect's millennia-long history. Passing disciples pointed and whispered, some even muttering curses under their breath. If the accusation by Higongbo of him being a demon was a source of ire, then openly challenging the saintess was akin to inciting the wrath of many. However, Lu Mu remained oblivious to all of this. His thoughts solely fixated on how to enhance his own strength. Nangong Yuyin, esteemed as the saintess of Piaomiao and the future heir of the sect, was revered by countless admirers, with the entire sect poised to protect her. Becoming a prodigy was Lu Mu's only opportunity to contend with her. Should he fail this time, he feared he might never have another chance. The competition for prodigies occurs once every 3 years. And it had already been over a year since the last contest. Calculating carefully, only 1 year and 8 months remained. Prodigies possess extraordinary abilities that he had witnessed the 10th-ranked prodigy, Wen Dao, whose prowess far surpassed that of the Qi-Si realm. Reflecting on his own journey, he had entered the Qi-Si at 12 and only attained mastery at 17, but the previous time had taken him 5 years, and now he required to reach beyond the Qi-Si within a mere year and 8 months. Time was indeed of the essence, and Lu Mu gritted his teeth. Following a conventional path of cultivation seemed utterly implausible. Tio forged the body before sharpening the sword. Each complemented the other. Today, having undergone the tempering of thunderous power, he had achieved a certain level in body forging, its might indeed formidable, that it appeared he must prioritize sword practice before making further plans. Recalling his experience on the Qinglong platform, prior to achieving the foundation of body forging, the force of his unified spirit and physicality in a single punch had been several times weaker in comparison. The way of the sword of seizing heaven was profound and elusive. Only through cultivating this method could he grasp a sliver of opportunity. Upon returning to his quarters, he consumed a light meal before swiftly seating himself in meditation, placing the 2 magical artifacts he had acquired before him. The essence of the way of the sword of seizing heaven lay in the act of seizing, while body forging was an internal path that seldom revealed its true intent. In contrast, sword cultivation vividly manifested that intent. Gently closing his eyes, he calmed his mind. Within his dantian, spiritual energy swirled, coalescing into a stream, this being the manifestation of the initial stage of the Qi-Si. Gradually, he aimed to consolidate this small stream into an ocean, filling his entire dantian to achieve perfection in the Qi-Si. Yet, accomplishing this was no trivial matter, that Lu Mu simply mobilized the spiritual energy within his dantian, using his robust mental fortitude to gradually guide it through the meridians, ultimately converging it in his palms. Then, employing the sword cultivation techniques of the way of the sword of seizing heaven, he set them into motion. Before long, the 2 magical artifacts before him began to emit a resonant hum, akin to a mournful song, as they trembled, with streams of radiant light slowly infiltrating the 2 artifacts. They began to dissolve at an eerie pace. Once, twice, thrice that Lu Mu lost count of how many cycles he had completed, aware only that even with his substantial mental energy, he would eventually reach his limit. Suddenly, a sound akin to the cry of a sword pierced the air. Success. In the art of sword cultivation, he had seized the essence of myriad things, condensing the sword flow. Opening his eyes, a brilliant glimmer shone forth, a reflection of his elation. Yet looking down, he couldn't help but smile ruefully. In his hand, there was no sword to be seen, only a droplet of liquid resembling luminous jade, causing him to frown. This was the fruit of external sword cultivation? Lu Mu felt quite vexed. Raising his hand, he suddenly recalled the sword techniques depicted in the divine and demonic diagrams. With a mere thought, he gestured with ease. Sword energy rippled, akin to a flash of golden light. A gust of wind swept through, and a section of the wall crumbled with a resounding crash. As night fell, and the outer gate disciples had long since retired. His commotion only drew louder curses from those already filled with resentment. Such sharpness! This jade-like sword flow, seemingly minuscule, could be wielded to strike down foes from 1,000 miles away. Its might was likely formidable enough to surpass ordinary magical artifacts. With a wave of his hand, he retracted the sword flow and gazed at the luminous liquid now embedded in his palm. Lu Mu pondered for a long while. Yet, to condense but a single droplet from 2 artifacts. The essence of the way of the sword of seizing heaven truly lay in seizing. If he wished to nurture this droplet of sword flow into a true blade, would he not need to refine and devour countless magical artifacts? Magical artifacts and spiritual tools were the lifeblood of cultivators. Where could he possibly find enough to satiate the sword flow's hunger? He couldn't very well start robbing the disciples of Piamiao outright. Could he? Lu Mu was indeed somewhat reckless, but he was not foolish enough to dig his own grave at that moment. A familiar aura of spiritual energy wafted toward him. Lu Mu halted his actions without raising his head, casually remarking, "Are you sending messages via paper cranes again? Do you truly think of me as your servant?" "Who said I was sending messages via paper cranes?" A melodious voice responded, enchanting to the ear. Startled, Lu Mu looked up to see Qianrun draped in crimson attire, reclining atop a magnificent golden-winged white tiger. Moonlight filtered through the shattered wall, casting an ethereal glow on her crystalline legs, partially obscured by the dust stirred up by the collapse, adding an air of dreamy beauty to the scene. Qianrun gazed at Lu Mu with keen interest. To be honest, when she initially took Lu Mu as her servant, it had merely been a capricious act. If he failed to achieve anything, she would not have minded. He was simply a pawn, easily discarded if captured by an opponent. Who would truly care? Yet now, her personally visiting him indicated her regard for Lu Mu had grown significantly. During today's Outer Gate competition, Lu Mu had truly surprised her time and again, especially with the wager he had established with Nangong Yuyan, which thrilled her even more. Originally, she had intended to have Lu Mu become an Inner Gate disciple and then expose Nangong Yuyan's misdeeds to humiliate her. However, she had since changed her mind. The saintess was not irreplaceable. Should the sect be shamed for personal reasons, she could indeed be dismissed. Perhaps even if it came to fruition, Lu Mu might not have the qualifications, and he could even provoke the sect's ire and face suppression. Yet, if she could truly topple the saintess, she could ascend to her position. To Lu Mu, I present you with two choices. First, come to my Tianyuan mountain, and I shall grant you a true transmission spot, aiding you in contending for that prodigy title. Her voice was soft, yet utterly enticing. Her slightly parted crimson lips seemed to heat the very air around them. And the price? Lu Mu remained unmoved, his expression impassive as he questioned her. Astute. The cost is quite simple. You need only publicly declare that you have repented, and the rest will be of no concern to you. After all, the saintess is the face of our Piamiao sect. Assisting you in contending for the prodigy title is one thing, but should you openly oppose the saintess, even I would find myself in a troublesome position. Qianrun nodded nonchalantly, continuing her explanation. Currently, none of the 9 great true masters favored Lu Mu, and they would resolutely refuse to accept him into the Inner Gate, although she, as a candidate for the saintess, could bypass their approval. The actual cost was far more complex than she had articulated. There is no room for negotiation. That Lu Mu let out a cold laugh, discerning that Qianruoyan sought merely an excuse. Yet, just as he had conveyed to Master Li, even as an Outer Gate disciple, he dared to contend for the prodigy title. It seems your grudges with Nangong Yuyan run deeper than I had anticipated. You are unwilling to yield even on this point. I must admit, the more I observe you, the more I find you intriguing. Qianruoyan remarked lightly, while a fierce light flickered in Lu Mu's eyes. That he had never bowed to anyone, not to Nangong Yuyan, and certainly not to Qianruoyan. Your gaze remains as stubborn as ever, yet I truly find this expression quite detestable. Qianruoyan shook her head, completely disregarding Lu Mu's indignation. After a moment's hesitation, she waved her hand, and a flash of brilliance appeared, revealing a Qinkuan bag before Lu Mu. This was a spiritual tool-grade Qinkuan bag, housing a Tinzhong space within, along with a letter of recommendation and the Piamiao Dao's Qi Si Realm Manual. Since you are unwilling to join my mountain, you must seek assistance from him. I must caution you, though. This person is quite mysterious, and even I have yet to uncover his secrets. Moreover, I can assure you that his methods are not inferior to those of the 3 mountain masters. Within the entire sect, perhaps only the sect master can truly suppress him. Chapter 15. The purple-clad maiden, a figure comparable to the masters of the 3 mountains, exists within the Piamiao sect. This little demoness, Qianruoyan, must be underestimating his lack of experience. Unaware of how many great powers the Piamiao sect possesses, that Lu Mu raised an eyebrow, poised to refuse her offer. Shoo! As a gentle breeze wafted by, the beauty approached him gracefully. Qianruoyan extended a finger, as delicate as a spring onion, and gently pressed it against Lu Mu's lips. Do not rush, that I know you possess extraordinary talent, and I am aware of your thoughts. But you must understand that the moment Nangong Yuyin returns to the central peak, her first action will be to head to the Tongtian Tower. You may not yet realize what the Tongtian Tower is, but it is the greatest treasure of our sect. 1 day of cultivation within its confines is equivalent to 10 days of effort outside. Do you truly believe that, with the meager resources available to you as an Outer Gate disciple, you can compete with her, the Tongtian Tower? Lu Mu's eyes quivered lightly, and his heart stirred with emotion. It was no wonder that Nangong Yin's progress in cultivation was so astonishing, despite having encountered numerous fortuitous events himself. He still found himself left far behind. Upon reaching this thought, he ceased to resist and readily picked up the Qinquan bag. He had only 1 year and 8 months to elevate himself to the utmost of his abilities. Although he was uncertain whether the words of that little demoness were truthful, there was no harm in taking a look. The gentle breeze caressed the lingering fragrance of her body, evoking a sense of nostalgia. As Lu Mu lifted his gaze, he saw Qianruan already riding a golden-winged white tiger, drifting away into the serene night sky, leaving behind a lingering admonition. Cultivate diligently. Do not look at me with those eyes again next time. I am in a good mood today, so I shall not hold it against you. But should you dare to offend again, be prepared for 100 strikes. That Lu Mu let out a cold laugh, but remained silent, merely adjusting his breath and closing his eyes. That he had never referred to himself as Qianruoyan's servant. The Piaomiao sect boasted 3 mountains and 9 peaks, with 3 masters presiding over each mountain and 9 true immortals stationed within the inner sect. The sect leader, occupying the central position, enjoyed boundless fortune and reverence. Beyond these 3 mountains and 9 peaks, there existed 12 caves. Kundan, Shifenruo, Shedigo, Shanyin, Jishu, Dongluo, Dunzhong, Xiechia, Tuntan, Zui, Yinmao, and Deyuanxian. These 12 caves did not belong to the 9 peaks. They were the abodes of guest elders in the Piaomiao sect. The following day, at noon, Lu Mu rode a peculiar bird, traversing the rugged mountains until he arrived at the front of Shanyin Cave. This cave was picturesque, with a sturdy stone door adorned with sun and moon motifs. The in front lay a pond teeming with blooming lotus flowers and flocks of cranes, exuding an ethereal aura. What did Qianruan truly mean? Observing the recommendation letter in his hand, Lu Mu's brow furrowed slightly. Although he had not been in the sect for long, he understood that guest elders held a transcendent status akin to true immortals. However, since they did not possess the Piaomiao inheritance, they only opened caves to pass down teachings, without accepting disciples, merely instructing their own kin. Could a guest elder who would not even accept disciples genuinely assist him in vying for the title of prodigy? In the midst of his doubts, he was suddenly captivated by a beautiful bird. Accompanied by a waft of fragrance, a young girl approached with sparkling eyes, her face brimming with delight. Her accent was peculiar, unlike that of the Kanglan Empire, and she appeared no older than 16 or 17, dressed in purple. She was enchanting, with cascading hair and eyes like phoenixes, her petite frame undeniably charming. How much is this bird? Just tell me the price, and I shall buy it, she exclaimed, reaching out to touch the peculiar bird. Having accompanied Lu Mu for some time, the bird had initially been at odds with him. But since leaving the forbidden grounds, it had been devoted. Lu Mu, displeased, raised his hand to block her, stating, "Not for sale, Dado. Don't be so cold. Here are 100 spirit stones. Take them. It's enough to buy many other birds. Just let me have this one." The girl beamed, tossing a heavy pouch toward him. The pouch contained not silver coins but spirit stones resembling crystals, an invaluable cultivation resource inaccessible to the outer sect. These stones could be absorbed directly or used in formations for cultivation, serving as hard currency for all cultivators who had entered the true realm of cultivation. The worth of a single spirit stone often surpassed 1,000 taels of silver, and they were rarely sold. 100 spirit stones is sufficient to exchange for a magical artifact or second-tier elixir in the inner sect. Its value is indeed considerable. However, I have already said, "Not for sale." Lu Mu's expression hardened as he quietly admonished her, feeling increasingly displeased. Regardless of his relationship with the peculiar bird, he could not part with it. Not to mention, the bird appeared to be a high-ranking beast, its value far exceeding a mere 100 spirit stones. "You say it's not for sale, but I am determined to have this bird today," the purple-clad girl pouted, and seeing Lu Mu's refusal. She raised her hand to strike. Her palm was light, but the energy it carried was formidable, creating an unending flow that summoned waves of water. Though it appeared gentle, it concealed a force akin to a raging tide. Lu Mu's eyelids flickered. He realized she was also at the Qi realm, having reached the pinnacle of the first layer. Young and powerful, she was indeed a formidable figure. However, sharing the same Qi realm. Lu Mu was unafraid of anyone. As the water surged toward him, he did not retreat, but instead took a bold step forward, transforming his palm into a blade and thrusting it forth. His robust physique broke through the wave, and his palm blade radiated with a glimmer of spirit light. The purple-clad girl was taken aback. She had never anticipated someone could shatter her watery palm attack with sheer physical strength. It was astonishing to find someone in the vast Piamiao sect who dared to confront her seriously. Realizing she could not evade the attack, she felt a sense of grievance welling up within her and braced her chest defiantly. Exclaiming, "Come on! Kill me if you dare!" The towering peaks trembled slightly as Lu Mu found himself bewildered by this scene, wondering, where did this headstrong girl come from, with her attack already launched? It was too late to withdraw. Lu Mu's gaze sharpened, and he transformed his blade back into a palm, effortlessly lifting her onto his shoulder. The purple-clad girl protested, "You, let me go." Her tone grew, increasingly aggrieved. Lu Mu, feeling somewhat trapped, contemplated the girl's brazen attempt to forcefully acquire the bird. He thought to himself, "I do not bully women, but I shall not indulge this behavior either." With that thought, he raised his hand and a sharp sound echoed as the girl's body trembled, rendering her momentarily speechless. "You dare to strike me? Do you believe I won't annihilate your entire clan?" Still defiant, Lu Mu, unaccustomed to coddling anyone, smirked as he raised his hand once more, applying greater force. The resounding slaps rang out, piercing and melodious. The pain in her posterior left her flustered and humiliated. Her lips pressed tightly together, and her face flushed crimson. "Do you now realize your mistake? Will you still attempt to seize my red bird?" The purple-clad girl had intended to curse him, but seeing Lu Mu's raised hand, her demeanor shifted, and she quickly amended. "Big brother, I was wrong. I understand now to recognize one's errors and amend them is a virtue." Lu Mu nodded, his smile unwavering, yet his voice lowered as he leaned closer to her ear, saying, "However, every action comes with a price. Wrongdoings must be punished. What does he intend to do?" The girl's eyes widened in panic as her face grew even warmer, her heart racing almost out of control. As she felt Lu Mu's face drawing nearer, her mind became muddled, and she instinctively closed her eyes. Chapter 16. A desperate situation in the next moment. The purple-clad girl's feet touched the ground, and upon opening her eyes, she saw Lu Mu holding a bell, a red cord, and a beautifully crafted Qinquan bag. Is this what you wanted? Otherwise, Lu Mu raised an eyebrow, questioning whether she believed he would commit any unsavory acts. Although he did not consider himself a good person, he certainly despised using such means to bully a girl. The red cord and bell exuded a faint spiritual energy, suggesting they were magical artifacts. Nodding to himself, Lu Mu took no offense and immediately placed the price into his waist pouch. Then casually tossed the Qinquan bag back, saying, "The Qinquan bag is returned to you. You may leave now. Remember, should you offend again next time, it will not be merely a beating." With that, Lu Mu strode purposefully toward the stone door, walking straight inside. "You are willing to return the Qinquan bag? What a benevolent heart!" The voice of the peculiar bird echoed in his mind. "What benevolence? Do I seem like that kind of person? The sword flow must consume magical artifacts. I have used for the red cord and bell, but the Qinquan bag bears a seal that cannot be opened. Acquiring it would be pointless. Besides, she has not committed any heinous crime. I have no need to make an enemy of her. Anyone capable of utilizing a Qinquan bag would at least hold a status equivalent to that of an inner sect disciple." Lu Mu's reasoning was sound. The loss of a magical artifact was a minor punishment, but seizing someone's Qinquan bag was akin to robbing them of their property, an act that would lead to a relentless feud. To offend an unknown girl over a Qinquan bag that could not even be opened was not a wise transaction. The peculiar bird, feeling pained, rolled its eyes and hesitated before stating, "Who says it cannot be opened? I was born with divine abilities. A mere Qinquan bag is nothing to me." Both Lu Mu and the peculiar bird needed to grow stronger. Otherwise, they would not have deliberately lured Lu Mu to the forbidden grounds. Nor would they have taken the Qinkuan bag of the demon sect envoy, Bai Sha. Today, Lu Mu could spare one Qinkuan bag, but tomorrow he might abandon other treasures. The peculiar bird pondered deeply before revealing its capabilities. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Mu halted, his curiosity piqued as he turned to look back. The bird feigned an air of nonchalance, communicating through its divine sense. Next time there is an opportunity, remember to hand the Qinkuan bag to me. However, using my divine abilities will cost me. So if I open the Qinkuan bag, I shall take 70% of the treasures within. Lu Mu remained silent, his gaze heavy with contemplation. The Qinkuan bag, while not uncommon in the realm of cultivation, possessed the extraordinary, unheard-of ability to open another's Qinkuan bag, which was shrouded in mystery. It is essential to understand that the Qinkuan bag comprises its own space. Forcibly opening it is akin to tearing apart the fabric of space itself. This peculiar bird seemed to originate from a forbidden land, capable of expanding and contracting at will, claiming to possess the divine ability to unlock Qinkuan bags. Instilling deep suspicion in Lu Mu's heart. Silence. I am lecturing. Please refrain from making noise. A voice, tinged with age, abruptly interrupted Lu Mu's reverie. Turning to look, he found himself in the Sanyan cave, surrounded by numerous bookshelves. The air fragrant with sandalwood, presenting a scene reminiscent of a scholarly family. Before him stood an elderly man, seemingly in his 70s, with white hair at his temples, clad in a Taoist robe, his frail frame appearing as though a gust of wind could topple him. Yet his profound gaze sparkled like the stars. Master, here is my letter of recommendation. Dada, place it down. Do not disturb the other students, the elder replied. Lu Mu nodded, set down the letter, and took a seat on the cushion below. Though it was said to be a lecture, there were, in fact, very few attendees, merely a handful of servant disciples. Zifu Zhongzhong, the master of Sanyan Cave, held the position of a guest elder. This was all that Lu Mu had managed to gather. As he observed the old man, a sense of gravity began to settle upon him. His demeanor was steady, his vital energy robust. Every gesture was imbued with strength, and his speech resonated with vitality. Is he at the pinnacle of body refinement? Lu Mu pondered, his mind filled with doubt. The enigmatic figure revered by Qianruo, claimed to be a master, turned out to possess merely the cultivation of body refinement. To attain the status of a guest elder, he must indeed be extraordinary. Perhaps it would be prudent to listen to what he had to say before forming a judgment. Shaking his head gently, Lu Mu cast aside his distractions. While he focused on the lecture, outside Sanyan Cave, a young girl in purple repeatedly stomped her foot, her gaze fixated on the entrance to AT that moment, accompanied by a resonant dragon's roar. 3 dragon serpents burst through the clouds, surging past with overwhelming momentum. Their sharp claws glinted coldly, and dark iron chains, reminiscent of ancient black gold, bound them tightly. Following the chains back, he beheld a splendid cloud carriage, where Nangong Yiyin sat regally at the front, her icy gaze sweeping below. Upon spotting the girl in purple, her previously calm expression flickered with surprise. Miss Zixuan, your mother has been waiting for you in the mysterious hall for quite some time. Nangong Yiyin said softly, her face betraying a rare hint of warmth. Ignore her. I wish to roam a little longer. Zixuan, as the saintess of Qingyu Valley, it is utterly inappropriate for you to reveal yourself. And the Valley Master has stated that if you are not returned, our 2 sects may as well abandon the exchange conference. Qingyu Valley is one of the 3 major cultivation sects of Kanglan, and its master has a beloved adopted daughter named Zixuan, who is cherished as a treasure by all in the valley. This girl, thus, is the one known as Zixu. Zixuan's mind was filled with the image of Lu Mu's shameless demeanor. Yet, as the esteemed saintess of Qingyu Valley, her status was too elevated. How could she possibly confess to the mysterious saintess that she was beaten by a disciple of the mysterious sect? The thought was too humiliating to entertain. With a quick turn of her thoughts, she asked indirectly, "Oh, then shall we depart? By the way, what is this Sanyan cave used for? I see several people entering." "This is the residence of our sect's guest elder, where he imparts knowledge," Nangong Yiyin replied gently, her patience tested. "If Miss Zixuan is interested, I can ask the master of Sanyan Cave to come to Qingyu Valley and give you a special lecture." Zixuan was notoriously headstrong, yet her status was undeniably high. Thus Nangong Yiyin could only coax her softly. Fortunately, Zixuan did seem genuinely intrigued by San Yin Cave. Hearing this, she eagerly stepped onto the cloud carriage. Patting the soft cushions and smiling brightly, "Sister Nangong, come. Let us sit and talk. Tell me, what exactly does the master of San Yin Cave teach? Is it interesting? What disciples are there in San Yin Cave?" The master of San Yin Cave, being a guest elder, does not accept disciples, but lectures instead. However, he is indeed a remarkable figure, possessing profound knowledge of the world, and could be likened to a living ancient tome in the realm of cultivation. At this moment, Lu Mu remained unaware of all this, that he was completely captivated, listening intently to Zifu Zhongzhang's eloquent discourse. The subject of this lesson was the very foundation of the cultivation world, the severed connection of heaven and earth. According to legend, millions of years ago, during the primordial era, heaven and earth were interconnected via a celestial bridge, allowing for abundant spiritual energy in the mortal realm, enabling anyone to attain immortality. One could hear the path in the morning and become an immortal by evening. The primordial era was a golden age of cultivation, where anything was possible. The copious spiritual energy birthed countless powerful beings. These formidable individuals, disregarding heaven and earth, deemed themselves extraordinary, traversing the celestial bridge to challenge the heavens. This cycle led to 3 great calamities. Heaven grew furious. It dispatched 2 celestial envoys, one named Chong. The other Li.1 wielded a celestial rope of immense length, while the other held a grand seal of heaven. Using supreme power to pull the heavens up to the 9th sky and press the earth down to 10,000 feet. The celestial bridge was severed, and thereafter, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth dwindled year by year. An event known as the severed connection of heaven and earth. Upon hearing this, Lu Mu was profoundly shaken. What kind of grandeur existed in the primordial era, where one could become an immortal in a single day? And what cultivation level did those who defied the heavens and provoked calamities possess? No wonder Qianrun held this person in such high esteem. He was indeed extraordinary. The mysteries of heaven and earth were casually discussed, revealing a glimpse of their profundity. Simultaneously, he pondered another question. The primordial era, sharing the character wild with his own wild sacred body. Perhaps there existed some connection between the two. Furthermore, after the severed connection of heaven and earth, how could contemporary cultivators explain their practice? Lu Mu hesitated, intending to inquire, "Master, you mentioned in the last class that there are 10 sacred bodies in the universe, one of which is called the wild sacred body. Is there any special connection between this wild and the primordial era? Moreover, according to your teachings, after the severed connection of heaven and earth, does that not mean that we later generations are unable to cultivate?" A disciple spoke up, fortuitously voicing the very question that Lu Mu wished to ask. Yet upon hearing this, Lu Mu's heart stirred with even greater waves. The 10 sacred bodies as the wild sacred body. He had no idea that there existed 9 other sacred bodies in the world. It seemed Qianrun was not lying after all. Even if Zifu Zhongzhang's cultivation was lacking, his profound knowledge was indeed worthy of the title of guest elder. Undoubtedly one of the remarkable figures of this era. "You have hit the nail on the head," Zifu Zhongzhang acknowledged, clearing his throat before continuing, "Cough. Since the severed connection of heaven and earth, the ranks of cultivators have dwindled, with each generation weaker than the last, nearly leading to a cessation of inheritance. Perhaps out of compassion, Chong and Li could not bear to see the path of immortality extinguished in ancient times. People suddenly discovered that at the ends of the earth, there existed a river that still connected to the heavenly realm. Where the celestial river flowed, spiritual veins could form. The remaining ancient powers, with their unparalleled strength, diverted this celestial river, separating it from the mortal realm, thus creating countless spiritual veins, allowing our generation to still acquire spiritual energy. Spiritual veins flow like water, some large, some small, with some being completely dried up. Because of this characteristic, while many in the mortal realm can refine their bodies, few can achieve Qi cultivation. Consequently, cultivation sects are often established near spiritual veins, where proximity to a spiritual vein generally increases the likelihood of becoming a sect stronghold. This lesson left Lu Mu entranced. Zifu Zhongzhang's class was like a key that unlocked the door to the world of cultivation, revealing to him a vast and intricate universe. Knowledge is indeed power. Exceptional insights can also alter the balance of power in conflicts that in the days that followed. Lu Mu devoted an hour each day to attend the lectures. The topics covered by Zifu Zhongzhang went far beyond mere ancient myths. For instance, the classification of spiritual roots into 5 elements, the transformation of spiritual roots into wind or lightning roots, and how different roots and physiques necessitate the selection of appropriate cultivation methods for optimal results. Moreover, he also learned about formations, their breakdown, identification, and how to survive within perilous formations, all of which fell within Zifu Zhongzhang's teachings. Zifu Zhongzhang was like a wondrous tome, consistently presenting Lu Mu with new revelations. On this particular day, after concluding his lecture, Lu Mu bid farewell to his master. Earlier that morning, the servant disciples had nearly completed the repairs on the wall. He hoped to practice swordsmanship again that night. As the strange bird soared through the skies, the wind whistled past his ears that Lu Mu reflected on Zifu Zhongzhang's teachings regarding the fragmentation of nations and the myriad realms of the 10 immortals and 8 sects. While speaking to himself, his residence, which had been severed by his sword, was now at risk of being misconstrued as demonic practices by outsiders to prevent eavesdropping through the walls. He had been practicing in silence for several days and had yet to refine the bell and red rope. Soon, the outer courtyard came into view, but to his surprise, he noticed a crowd of over 10 people bustling about in front of his door, seemingly engaged in moving something. Move faster. Get rid of all of Lu Mu's filthy belongings. Not a single item should remain. Chapter 17. The fearsome named the woman, named Qiulan, stood with her arms crossed, gazing haughtily at the others. The outer gate disciples were frantically tossing out furniture and bedding from the room, while a few inner gate disciples nodded in amusement at the spectacle. That moment, someone shouted, "Who permitted you to touch my belongings?" A tempest howled as Lu Mu leaped down from midair, his voice steady and unassuming. The crowd felt as though the very air had solidified. Many were too astonished to move. "This place has been claimed by our young master. You, a mere outer sect waste, dare to rebel." Qiulan's face was painted with impatience and disdain as she cast a condescending glance at Lu Mu. "Your young master?" Lu Mu's brows furrowed slightly, though he had offended many since entering the mysterious realm. He could not recall this particular individual. My young master is Wu Yuanhou, Xiao Beishan. Qiulan replied, her eyebrows raised, her eyes brimming with contempt. "Waste, why are you still standing there?" Seeing Lu Mu remain silent and unresponsive, Qiulan's expression turned cold. Although she was merely a maid, she served the formidable Wu Yuanhou, Xiao Beishan. In the inner sect, Wu Yuanhou was indeed a figure of significance, closely connected with the prominent individuals listed on the genius rankings. As his maid, Qiulan exuded confidence and arrogance, dismissing not only outer sect disciples, but even ordinary inner sect members. It was her first encounter with someone like Lu Mu, who appeared to ignore her entirely. With a disdainful huff, Qiulan proclaimed, "Let me be frank with you. Our young master has decreed that your abode will be transformed into a pigsty for raising fat pigs. If you are reluctant to part with this place, you may plead with me. Perhaps if I'm in a good mood, I might speak a few kind words to my young master on your behalf, allowing you to remain as a pig keeper. Surely that would suit you well." The surrounding disciples could not suppress their laughter. They were undoubtedly present to curry favor with Wu Yuanhou, Xiao Beishan, and to witness Lu Mu's humiliation. Lu Mu's audacious challenge to the geniuses and the saintess was tantamount to challenging everyone. Now, within the mysterious sect, few would choose to support Lu Mu. Just imagine, the esteemed champion of the outer sect competition being forced to surrender his residence to become a pigsty. What a ludicrous and humiliating spectacle. With a cold smile, Lu Mu straightened his posture, a powerful aura emanating from him with each word and action. "You say I must yield. Must I truly?" His presence was overwhelming, striking fear into the hearts of those present. Her gaze trembled as she met Lu Mu's deep, authoritative eyes. In that moment, Qiulan found herself momentarily at a loss, involuntarily stepping back 2 paces. "Should you wish for me to vacate this dwelling, feel free to challenge me," he remarked lightly. "Oh, forgive me. I misspoke. Given your unstable demeanor and insufficient strength, I fear you may only possess the cultivation of the 5th layer of body refinement. You dare to challenge me? You are unworthy." With a faint smile and an upward curl of his lips, Lu Mu's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable intimidation. After declaring this, he disregarded the trivial maid and strode into the dwelling. Just then, a sharp sword sliced through the air, firmly embedding itself in front of the door. Furious, Lu Mu turned to see a burly man emerge from the crowd, appearing to be around 40 years of age. Lu Mu, the demon, Qiulan comes on behalf of Wu Yuanho to transform your doghouse. You ungrateful wretch, dare to speak to Miss Qiulan in such a manner? As a senior brother, I must teach you a lesson. His hands crackled ominously. Zhao Kongming's eyes gleamed with excitement as he thought to himself. Wu Yuanho's identity is extraordinary, and his connections are even more astounding. It is rare to even glimpse him. I owe this fool my gratitude for providing such a splendid opportunity. The other inner sect disciples quickly grasped the situation, feeling a pang of regret that such a prime chance had fallen into Zhao Kongming's hands. With Qiulan now having an ally, her beautiful face radiated triumph. Without uttering a word, she cast a cold glance at Lu Mu. Zhao Kongming, understanding her intent, stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch aimed at him. The wind from the punch surged with spiritual energy, slicing through the air like a knife, stinging the faces of those present. Zhao Kongming, with his average talent, had spent nearly 15 years to reach the second layer of Qi Si. Yet he had once been a fearsome figure in the martial world. This punch was one that Lu Mu would likely struggle to withstand. Murmurs arose among the crowd, their heads nodding in agreement. Although Lu Mu had recently broken through to the Qi Si during the outer sect competition, he was clearly not on the same level as someone like Zhao Kongming, who had diligently honed his skills for over a decade. He possesses some talent, but it is not enough. Facing the aggressive punch, Lu Mu's eyes ignited with battle intent, but he did not retreat. Instead, he raised his fist in response. His foundation had been laid, and this punch, seemingly ordinary, carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, like a flood unleashed, unstoppable. Boom! The turbulent wind stirred up clouds of dust. Zhao Kongming was taken aback. He felt an unusual force surging through his arm. And despite his deeper cultivation, he found himself stumbling back, step after step. His eyes darted, and with a push from his retreat, he executed a backflip, drawing his sword. Stubborn fool, Lu Mu scoffed. Though he had many enemies, he had no desire to take a life. Yet, Zhao Kongming's intentions were clear. He sought a fight to the death, and Lu Mu could hardly be blamed for his response that Lu Mu, do not think you can act recklessly in the inner sect with your meager skills. I will show you my sword control technique. As Zhao Kongming spoke, he infused his sword with spiritual energy, causing it to radiate a dazzling light. However, before he could finish, a sudden ringing in his ears startled him. A powerful gust of wind swept through, rendering Zhao Kongming momentarily dazed. The air fell into an eerie silence. The crowd watched in awe as Lu Mu stepped forward, 2 fingers poised like a sword, directing an unstoppable sword force straight at Zhao Kongming's dantian, effortlessly piercing through his sword. In the next moment, with the sound of a broken sword clattering to the ground, Zhao Kongming collapsed, gasping for breath. Disbelief etched across his face. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend what had just unfolded. Qiulan, the maid, paled in fear, her legs trembling beneath her. In just 2 exchanges, Lu Mu, who had only recently broken through to the Qi Si, had effortlessly defeated Zhao Kongming, who was in the second layer of the Qi Si. Something was amiss. Zhao Kongming's spiritual energy had dissipated. His Qi Si had been shattered by Lu Mu. Among the crowd, an inner sect disciple suddenly grasped the situation, eyes widening in shock. Broken sword, destroyed Qi Si. The revelation sent ripples through the already astonished crowd, causing many to retreat in trepidation. Since you lack the skill, do not attempt to play the hero that Lu Mu took in the expressions of those around him. Shaking his head as he leisurely walked away, as he brushed past Qiulan, he remarked indifferently, "Go back and inform Xiao Beishan that if he wishes to die, he may continue as he pleases, that I do not mind eliminating a marquis before challenging the geniuses." This was not the first time. Xiao Beishan had previously sought trouble for him in Yangzhou, and now he came to seize his dwelling, all in a bid to humiliate him. Lu Mu was no easy target. His murderous intent was palpable, causing a chill to run down the spines of those present. Only when Lu Mu returned to his quarters did the crowd regain their senses. Arrogant, truly too arrogant. The demon Lu Mu lives up to his fearsome reputation. Qiulan glared at the closed door, then turned back to the others, grinding her teeth as she spat. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Lu Mu, do you think defeating a second-layer Qi Si cultivator makes you exceptional? Just wait. Once our young master learns of this, I will relish watching your downfall. At Qingyun Mountain, in the Yunxiang Hall, Wang Quan held a spiritual artifact bow, fully drawn, as waves of cold air surged around him. Accompanied by the faint sound of dragon roars, beneath the jade platform, the outer sect elder, Jia, lay prostrate on the ground, a target strapped to his back. He supported himself with his hands, cold sweat pouring down. His eyes filled with terror, too afraid to lift his head. That moment, a peculiar man approached. He was odd, not only for his servant attire, but also for his painted face, with bright red lips curled high, exuding an unsettling aura that sent chills down one's spine. Greetings, young master. He hurried over, prostrating himself before Wang Quan, then said, Young master, I have heard that Wu Yunho's most beloved maid has just been dealt with by Lu Mu. And now Wu Yuanho is nearly beside himself with rage. But Wu Yuanho? Wang Quan furrowed his brows. Yes, the madman on the genius rankings, the little marquis of Beizhou City, the peculiar man quickly explained upon hearing this. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Wang Quan's eyes. With a swift motion, an arrow flew through the air, striking true, the terrifying spiritual energy akin to a dragon bursting forth, creating a dazzling display of light. This Lu Mu certainly knows how to stir up trouble. Silently lowering his bow, Wang Quan summoned the peculiar man to him and commanded, Yuyan has been in seclusion at the Tongtian Tower for several days. I expect she will emerge shortly. Before her return, prepare a modest gift for her, as a token to celebrate her impending breakthrough. Yes. Though Lu Mu had achieved the Qi Si, to Wang Quan, he remained nothing more than an insignificant insect. Unworthy of his concern, that as for Lu Mu's ambition to challenge Nangong Yuyan, Wang Quan found it utterly preposterous. The position of genius is not easily attained. A mere insect, unaware of the brutality of the contest among geniuses, has no right to stand before him. Elder Jia, I have warned you. This situation was of your own making that I even granted you an opportunity. Now, what do you suggest we do to resolve it? The voice, though not loud, resonated with authority. Elder Jia, taken aback, hurriedly bowed repeatedly, pleading, Please grant me another chance. Opportunities are never simply bestowed. They must be seized through one's own efforts. The cold wind swept by. The strange man, seemingly reluctant at heart, raised a hand to shield his face. Yet his excited gaze pierced through his fingers, fixated on the outer gates. Elder Jia. Roar. The sound of a dragon's roar was deafening. Elder Jia could hardly discern what was transpiring and suddenly felt an overwhelming numbness in his left arm. By the time he regained his senses, his left arm had been severed at the shoulder, leaving only a few shards of ice clinging to the bone. Humph. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, veins bulging upon his forehead. Elder Jia clenched his jaw tightly, enduring the pain that threatened to convulse his entire being, not daring to utter a single word of complaint. Sighing softly, a flicker of compassion crossed Wang Quan's face as he strolled forward, gently patting Elder Jia's shoulder, as if the act of severing an arm had not been his doing. With a benevolent smile, he remarked, Look at you, carelessly getting into such a predicament. Your body must be in agony. Do be more cautious next time. Yes, your teachings are indeed wise, that I shall return and tend to my injuries, remembering that I have no further chances. With that, Wang Quan ambled away. The peculiar man hastened to follow, pausing momentarily before Elder Jia, shaking his head repeatedly. Did you comprehend the young master's words? Your life has been accepted by him. This is a chance purchased with your very existence. Do not let the young master down again. That I understand. Thank you, my lord. The title of clown aptly suited him. Though he donned a guise of grotesque humor, he was a trusted confidant of Wang Quan, possessing strength that far surpassed that of this outer gate elder. Elder Jia bowed in gratitude, and once the duo had departed, he staggered to his feet, clutching his left arm, his eyes brimming with unbridled rage. Lu Mu, just you wait. This time, I will ensure your demise is without a grave. Chapter 18. The Secret Realm in the Outer Courtyard. Lu Mu sat cross-legged in his chamber, commencing the refinement of the treasures acquired from the violet-clad maiden. Having experienced this process once before, he was now quite adept at it. The shimmering light swirled, akin to a dragon in flight, swiftly merging with the red cord and bell. How peculiar! As the radiant light infiltrated these two treasures, Lu Mu felt an inexplicable sensation within. The essence of the heavenly sword path revolves around the mastery of gathering treasures. Every artifact in a cultivator's possession is akin to a blank canvas. It requires the infusion of the cultivator's blood and spirit, nurtured step by step, to be refined and claimed as one's own. In other words, every artifact bears the imprint of its original owner. This imprint is essential not only for controlling the artifact, but also for safeguarding its spirit, in his previous experience. Even after the demise of the original owners of the two artifacts he had refined, he still sensed a trace of spiritual resistance. But this time, it was strange. These two treasures seemed devoid of ownership, with not a trace of spiritual imprint to be found at this point. Lu Mu's confusion deepened. Those who carried unrefined treasures typically fell into two categories. Either their strength was insufficient for refinement, or they possessed an astonishing wealth, showing no fear in presenting artifacts they could never reclaim. Although that headstrong girl was not particularly powerful, she was at least a Chi Si cultivator. It should not have been beyond her capacity to refine her treasures. As his thoughts swirled, the sword's flow within him stirred restlessly. And before he could react, it surged forth as if possessed by a spirit, rushing into the bell. The radiant light erupted. The spiritual energy within him was being wildly siphoned. Upon regaining his composure, Lu Mu was astonished. What sort of sword have I cultivated that it can audaciously draw upon my own spiritual energy? Whether it was the sword's flow or the artifact, in Lu Mu's eyes, they were merely weapons to enhance one's combat prowess. Weapons operate at the behest of the wielder's will, channeling their power. He had never heard of any weapon that could reverse the roles and dominate its master. Feeling the sword's flow devouring the bell at an alarming rate, Lu Mu gritted his teeth and activated the ethereal path, striving to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to counterbalance the loss within his body. A quarter of an hour passed, then two, and in the blink of an eye, an entire hour had elapsed. Finally, the radiant light dissipated, leaving Lu Mu feeling utterly drained, as if his very essence had been extracted. Collapsing onto his bed, he gasped for breath. Before him, the sword's flow shimmered, dancing jubilantly. Though his body was fatigued, the sight of the now significantly enlarged sword's flow filled his eyes with uncontainable excitement. What caliber of artifact is this bell? Previously, after absorbing two artifacts, he had barely condensed a droplet of sword's flow. Yet now, from this single bell, the sword's flow had already attained the size of a finger. No wonder the sword's flow had suddenly become so animated, emerging on its own, for it must have sensed a precious treasure to consume. Chattering to himself, brimming with exhilaration, Lu Mu realized that the sword's flow far surpassed that of ordinary artifacts. With its growth, his combat capabilities would experience a remarkable enhancement. This was immensely advantageous in his quest to compete for the title of prodigy. Only by attaining such status would he have the opportunity to contend with Nangong Yuyan. Aware of this, Lu Mu, after a brief moment of recuperation, set about refining the sword once more. The red cord absorbed more. The sword's flow expanded significantly again. Sensing the destructive power coursing through the sword's flow, Lu Mu felt joy alongside a tinge of melancholy. The heavenly sword path. Forging the body and refining the sword are but the first steps that he had completed the foundational level of body forging. Yet the second level, the 5 elements body forging, was exceedingly arduous, requiring the aid of 5 elements materials to progress further. The 5 elements are interconnected, each reliant upon the other. The higher the grade, the more profound the effects of the 5 elements body forging. According to Master Zhong Chong, spiritual energy is also categorized by direction. The outer gate's spiritual energy is weak, likely not even half that of the inner gate, where the Tongtian Tower exists. Currently, though he lacked for techniques, he could not even obtain the few spirit stones that ordinary disciples receive each month due to his status as an outer gate disciple. Raising his eyes to the window, Lu Mu's expression grew solemn. Outer gate disciples receive only a few refining pills each month. For me, this increase is almost negligible that I must devise a method to procure more resources. In the following days, Lu Mu maintained his routine, attending classes at the Dan Yen Cave punctually each day, dedicating the remainder of his time to cultivation. Although the Dan Yen Cave held classes daily, the number of attendees was sparse. Liu Mu's consistent presence caught the attention of the instructor, Zifu Zhongchang, who noted this peculiar student that on this particular day, the Danyan cave was especially desolate. It was already time for class, yet within the entire cavern, only Lu Mu remained. This was not due to others' inability to recognize treasure. Rather, Zifu Zhongchang's abilities were rather pedestrian. Ordinary outer gate disciples lacked such discernment, while inner gate individuals were occupied with teachings from the elders of the Nine Peaks, thus would not waste time attending a guest elder's class, especially one with merely body refinement cultivation. Today, as Zifu Zhongchang entered, his aged eyes scanned the surroundings. Hesitating to speak, Liu Mu noticed the disappointment etched on his teacher's face and promptly clasped his hands, saying, "There is no need for you to feel disheartened. Teacher, that I have traversed mountains and rivers, yet I am but a fraction of your vast knowledge." His words were not mere flattery. They stemmed from a genuine appreciation for Zifu Zhongchang's erudition. "Very well. Since you are the only student today, why not share what you wish to learn? I shall make an exception and conduct a special class just for you." Zifu Zhongchang nodded slightly. He had been a guest elder for many years, and students like Lu Mu, who attentively listened to his lectures, were indeed rare. Upon hearing this, Lu Mu was overjoyed that he held nothing back and straightforwardly asked, "Teacher, might you enlighten me on where, beyond the confines of our sect, one might acquire various heavenly materials and treasures for cultivation? To the north of the Azure Blue, beyond the Northern Sea, lies the Yomi Islands, abundant with rare treasures, including remarkable assets akin to spiritual springs, such as the Blood Spring. Alas, this region is plagued by a demonic sect. For ordinary individuals venturing there, it may well be a journey from which they do not return." Lu Mu nodded, listening attentively, that he had heard of the Yomi demonic sect and had briefly sparred with their envoy, Bai Sha. The strength of the Yomi demonic sect was indeed formidable. Even a single envoy, Bai Sha, could compel the prodigies of the Piamiao sect to flee and retreat. That Zifu Zhongchang's words were not mere exaggeration. To the east of the Azure Blue, traveling 3,600 miles, one may encounter the 10,000 Great Mountains. Though the land is barren, it is rich in opportunities, and it still harbors ancient divine tombs from the archaic It is rumored that within these tombs lies the path to immortality. However, the 10,000 Great Mountains are inhabited by demon tribes, whose formidable powers are terrifying. Even the sect leader of Piamiao would hesitate to tread there. The 10,000 Great Mountains, the path to immortality. Lu Mu silently noted, his eyes gleaming with a glimmer of hope. Indeed, attending teacher Zhongchang's classes was proving to be immensely beneficial. Aside from these two locations, there were numerous other significant places, each brimming with endless opportunities. However, these territories were far beyond Lu Mu's current reach. Zifu Zhongchang spoke. He cast a glance at Lu Mu, and with a slight nod, everything became implicitly clear. Lu Mu's ambition to contend for the title of prodigy and to duel with the Saints had already stirred considerable gossip. After pondering for a moment, he shifted the conversation, speaking earnestly. "Aside from these relics and divine tombs, is there truly a suitable place for me to venture and train? Indeed, there is one place that would be appropriate for your trials. Please enlighten me. Teacher Lu Mu, have you ever heard of the Secret Realm?" As the conversation unfolded, Zifu Zhong's lips gradually curled into a subtle smile that he lifted his teacup, savoring a sip before calmly stating, "The Secret Realm is a well-known secret among the major sections. As someone from the mundane world of Nanzhou, it is perfectly understandable that you are unaware of it. Allow me to elaborate. The origin of the Secret Realm is shrouded in mystery, yet it is also a realm of opportunity. There are rumors that it serves as the burial site for ancient great powers, while others claim it is a conduit for the legacies of another world. Within the Secret Realm, treasures abound. Each time it emerges, it inevitably incites a fierce scramble, akin to a bloodstorm. Magical artifacts are commonplace in the Secret Realm, and first- and second-grade spiritual herbs are plentiful, if one possesses the skill. They may acquire them. Spiritual stones and elixirs are no exception. Even spiritual instruments, and treasures surpassing them, are possible to find within the Secret Realm. Furthermore, whispers abound of individuals who emerge from the Secret Realm with bountiful supplies of premium elixirs and martial arts legacies, transforming overnight from obscurity into the founders of their own sects. To date, the Piamiao sect has secured 18 Secret Realms, excluding those fully claimed. 3 remain for the disciples' training. Of course, this is common knowledge among the more seasoned disciples. But what I am about to share is information known only to the upper echelons of the sect or the exceptional talents. With a mysterious smile, Zi Fuzhong leaned closer to Lu Mu, whispering a few words into his ear. Upon hearing this, a spark ignited in Lu Mu's eyes, and the peculiar bird perched on his shoulder revealed a glint of avarice. Chapter 19. The Commission for Conquest on this day. At dawn, after finishing his meal, Lu Mu hurried to the inner gate, the Tiandao Tower. The Tiandao Tower stood an impressive 21 zhang high and wide enough to house a grand hall, exuding majesty. It could be aptly described as, the pagoda pierces the sky, ascending to survey the vastness below. Atop, the essence of the universe converges, marking the heights of sea and cloud. In front of the main entrance, numerous disciples hurriedly entered and exited, some riding swords, some employing escape techniques, while others rode spirit beasts. As Lu Mu arrived on the peculiar bird, the crowd paused, turning to gaze at him. That it was not the bird's uniqueness that captivated them, but rather Lu Mu himself, who had become something of a celebrity. Isn't he the demon Lu Mu, an outer sect disciple? What brings him to the inner gate? Noticing his aura, they discerned he was merely at the initial stage of the Qi Si, barely reaching the 3rd level, yet he dared to proclaim himself a contender for the title of genius. Challenging the Saintess, accustomed to such scrutiny, Lu Mu paid them no mind and proceeded inside. At the entrance, an inner sect disciple casually blocked his path, coldly stating, "The inner gate is not a place for mere outer sect ants." His words, though somewhat harsh, held a measure of truth. The Piaomiao sect maintained a strict division between inner and outer gates. After all, while the inner gate was rich in spiritual energy, if everyone disregarded the rules and roamed freely, even abundant resources would eventually dwindle. "Are you referring to yourself as an ant?" Lu Mu replied with a faint smile, brushing aside the disciple's hand and advancing. "You," the disciple, infuriated, was about to reprimand this rule-breaking individual when Lu Mu's golden token struck him squarely in the face. That Lu Mu had no tolerance for provocateurs. This was his response. This is the token of the guest elder Shan Yin." Astonished, the disciple's face twitched as he gazed at the token in his hand. And no wonder Lu Mu dared to defy the rules of the inner and outer gates. With a guest elder's token, what place in Piaomiao could he not access? The other disciples who witnessed this exchange felt a stir of gossip within them. Could it be that the demon Lu Mu had become a disciple of guest elder Shan Yin? If so, the implications were significant. That Lu Mu offered no explanation, retrieving the token and heading straight to the counter in the main hall of the Tiandao Tower. The Tiandao Tower served as the hub for inter-sect disciples to accept sect tasks, earn contribution merit, in exchange for corresponding rewards, act in accordance with heaven and righteousness, eradicate evil at its roots, was the tower's guiding principle. That I would like to accept a commission for secret realm training, Lu Mu said, placing his temporary token and that of his teacher, Zhong Chang, on the counter. This was a request from Zi Fuzhong, who had instructed him that, as an outer sect disciple, it would ordinarily be absurd to undertake inter-sect tasks. But possessing a guest elder's token changed that. Is it you? The woman at the counter glanced at Lu Mu with an air of impatience, stating, accepting a training commission does not yield merit points. Merit points were exceedingly valuable, and in a sense, constituted the currency of the inner sect. For example, a refining elixir that could be claimed once a month in the outer sect would only require 1 or 2 merit points at the Tiandao Tower. Even the most basic task commission typically demanded 5 merit points or more. That's acceptable, Lu Mu nodded, responding nonchalantly. His teacher had already informed him that, as an outer sect disciple, he could at most secure the opportunity to venture into the secret realm for training, and acquiring merit points was nearly impossible. However, Lu Mu's objective was merely to enter the secret realm. Even without merit points, he felt he had nothing to lose. This moment, a communication talisman landed in the woman's hand, and upon squeezing it, her expression shifted. Something was amiss. Could it be that someone was deliberately trying to obstruct his entry into the secret realm? If that were the case, Lu Mu's gaze toward the woman grew increasingly frosty. Lu Mu, as the top contender of the current outer sect competition, you have yet to receive your corresponding reward. Since you wish to enter the secret realm, I, representing the Tiandao Tower, am authorized to offer you a special task commission, as a form of compensation from the sect. How do you feel about that? It was not uncommon for the Tiandao Tower to issue supplementary rewards. Often, the rewards promised by the sect were distributed uniformly by the Tiandao Tower. However, Lu Mu raised an eyebrow, his piercing gaze making it difficult for the woman to maintain her composure. Flustered, she quickly contemplated her options. "Speak your mind," as Lu Mu's words broke the silence. The woman felt a weight lift, allowing her to breathe easier. Huanglong Ridge has revealed a secret realm, which is governed by the laws of heaven and earth. Only those at the Qi stage and below may enter. The sect has decided to gather disciples to set off tomorrow at noon. If you are willing, I can provide you with a token for participation in the initial expedition. Exploration of the secret realm is often prioritized. The initial expedition typically dispatches the most exceptional disciples of the sect to secure greater treasures. The 3 secret realms deliberately left by the sect, while still containing heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Pale in comparison to those of the initial expedition, the voice of the peculiar bird echoed in Lu Mu's mind. "Kid, seems like you're in luck. Don't tease me. I know you see through this. It's an obvious scheme." The bird, possessing extraordinary intelligence, understood Lu Mu's thoughts. Shaking his head, Lu Mu allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. "Regardless of who orchestrated this scheme, what do I, Lu Mu, have to fear?" With that, he slapped the table and declared, "I accept the initial expedition. At the Tiandao Tower, on the 5th floor, I am immensely grateful." Grateful for what? As an elder of the Tiandao Tower, it is my duty to eliminate internal threats for the sect. But are you truly prepared to venture into the secret realm in such a weakened state? The initial expedition is fraught with peril, especially with inter-sect members like Wu Yunhao keeping a close watch on this fellow's movements. Why must you take such risks? At the tea table, Elder Jiao of the outer sect wore a fierce expression, nearly grinding his teeth. "Senior brother, to be frank, if I cannot personally eliminate Lu Mu, my heart will not be at peace." Surrounding him, spiritual energy surged violently. Elder Jia harbored a deep-seated hatred for Lu Mu. Were it not for Lu Mu, he would not have lost the favor of Wang Quan. And without Lu Mu, he would not have lost his left arm. His inner demons surged, and his rage was uncontrollable. The name Lu Mu had become a psychological barrier within Elder Jia's mind. "Sigh, very well. Just be cautious." The guardian of the Tiandao Tower shook his head, revealing a hint of helplessness in his eyes. His junior brother was admirable in many ways, yet he was far too obstinate. Otherwise, he would not have remained stuck at the Qi perfection stage for a decade without taking a step forward. He realized that if Elder Jia could resolve this grudge, it might break through his bottleneck. If he could not, he feared he would fall into madness, regressing in cultivation. Meanwhile, Lu Mu had accepted the initial expedition to the secret realm and turned to head towards the Shan Yin cave. Word of his intent to participate in the initial expedition spread quickly among the disciples. Many who bore resentment towards Lu Mu began to harbor thoughts of their own. Unfortunately, with limited slots available for this initial expedition, few would have the opportunity to participate. That a night passed in the blink of an Lu Mu and Zi Fuzhong engaged in deep conversation, with Zi Fuzhong answering all inquiries without reservation. For a clever individual, there was no need for excessive discussion. This initial expedition was both an opportunity and a crisis for Lu Mu. All Zi Fuzhong could do was impart additional knowledge to him. Nothing more. The next day, at around the 3rd hour of the day, "Teacher, it's almost time. I must depart to travel safely, and remember, do not act recklessly within the secret realm." After bidding farewell to his teacher, Lu Mu prepared to ride off on the peculiar bird in the sky. A celestial crane gracefully descended, clutching a magic sword and a travel bag in its beak. Lu Mu accepted the items and opened the bag, discovering not only several healing elixirs, but also a letter from Qian Ruoya. The letter contained only a few terse words. "Premium magic sword, Xian Yin, a gift for you, That little vixen. Lu Mu shook his head with a smile, effortlessly drawing out the Xian Yin sword, its crimson blade shimmering with a mystical glow. The sharpness of the sword sent shivers down one's spine. Upon closer inspection, it even radiated a hint of searing heat under the sun's brilliance. A fine sword indeed. With a flick of his wrist, he stowed the healing elixirs into his Qinkuan pouch, feeling quite pleased with the Xian Yin sword. Its power was undeniably formidable, yet its distinctiveness was a double-edged sword. As he embarked on this initial expedition into the secret realm, He feared that dangers lurked at every corner. Having this sword as a guise was indeed advantageous. Qin Yao, you rascal, are you truly so ravenous? Chapter 20. Wei Meng How as Lu Mu spoke, he glanced back, his gaze trembling, that he beheld the peculiar bird advancing with relentless determination, its greedy demeanor suggesting it was on the verge of pouncing on the celestial crane before them. Frustrated, he smacked the strange bird, his expression one of exasperation. The peculiar bird felt a surge of discontent within, silently rebuking. What are you talking about? Do I resemble such a creature? It had merely intended to feast on the crane, taking advantage of the solitude, but was grossly misunderstood by Lu Mu. Just as the peculiar bird was about to express its ire, it turned to find the celestial crane had already fled in terror, the prey slipping from its grasp. Witnessing this, the peculiar bird was infuriated, and no longer willing to assist Lu Mu in flight. It shrank to the size of a palm, resolutely refusing to open its eyes, no matter how much Lu Mu implored. Hastily, he made his way to the mountain gate. The sky was somewhat overcast, and the wind was particularly biting. At that moment, a considerable number of individuals had already gathered at the foot of the Miao Miao Mountain. The initial expedition to the secret realm was evidently of utmost importance to the sect, as 3 individuals already exuded the aura of the 10th layer of Qi Si. Upon arriving, Lu Mu cast a sweeping glance and could not help but nod in approval. Lu brother, I did not expect you to arrive as well. Su Daosong approached, his aura indicating that, in the brief time since their last meeting, he had also reached the Qi Si. That Lu Mu nodded slightly. Su Daosong was quite enigmatic. During the last outer sect competition, Lu Mu suspected he was concealing his true strength, and it seemed his conjecture had been accurate. Achieving the Qi Si in such a short span was no ordinary feat. Moreover, while the initial expedition to the secret realm was indeed a form of sect training, it was still of great significance. The vast majority of those present had already attained at least the 6th layer of Qi Si. Lu Mu had managed to adapt to the situation, but seeing Su Daosong, also a novice in the Qi Si, among them was revealing. Lost in thought, Lu Mu was about to speak when a most irritating voice interrupted. Lu Mu, you've kept me waiting for far too long. Accompanied by an obnoxious tone, a figure abruptly materialized behind Lu Mu. With a sudden clap, a palm struck towards Lu Mu, sensing the fierce wind at his back. Lu Mu was poised to retaliate, but Su Daosong was quicker, advancing with a ghostly swiftness to intercept. The 2 forces of palm energy collided, and Su Daosong appeared to be at a disadvantage. Staggering back several steps, the Shimin Mingwu, turning around, Lu Mu couldn't help but smirk coldly. That it was vexing how this troublesome individual seemed to follow him everywhere. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that Shimin Mingwu had undergone a remarkable transformation. His aura was now dense and refined, having reached the 2nd layer of Qi Si. No wonder he could overpower Su Daosong with brute strength. There was a significant disparity in energy between each layer of the Qi Si. Aside from Lu Mu, who possessed extraordinary techniques and a superior physique, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary individual to challenge someone of a higher level than Su Daosong. This matter does not concern you. Shimin Mingwu bared his teeth, his expression loathsome, his gaze fixed on Lu Mu, filled with a desire to devour him whole. That in their previous confrontation during the outer sect competition, he had intended to seek vengeance against Lu Mu, but had suffered a crushing defeat. Now, having consumed a 3rd-tier spiritual elixir and mastered the profound technique 10,000 Thunderclap Palm with guidance from Master Li of Qingyan Mountain, his strength had dramatically increased. He could hardly wait to trample Lu Mu beneath his feet and revel in his devastation. Lu brother is my friend. I shall protect him today. That Su Daosong smiled amiably, positioning himself firmly in front of Lu Mu, unwilling to yield. You intend to wait for death alongside him. Seeking death is not my desire. And it is not arrogance on my part, but with your meager skills, I fear you cannot threaten me. Let me ask you one last time. Will you let him go or not? Fury ignited within him. Shimin Mingwu stepped forward, his surrounding energy swirling violently as arcs of lightning coiled around his palm, exuding an imposing and terrifying presence. 10,000 Thunderclap Palm. Lu Mu glanced over, his expression calm. That the 10,000 Thunderclap Palm was a renowned technique of Master Li from Qingyan Mountain, classified as a lower-tier profound skill. When executed, it could alter the very heavens and earth, overwhelming adversaries with the power of thunder. Even against an army, It was a force to be reckoned with, capable of shaking the very foundation of the world. After these days, Lu Mu was no longer the naive youth who had just stepped into the realm of cultivation. With a mere glance, he discerned the flaws within. While the 10,000 thunderclap palm was indeed powerful, in the hands of this fool, it was merely a facade. Its lightning energy leaked excessively, injuring the user before it could even be unleashed. With such lackluster proficiency, it would scarcely measure up to a mid-tier yellow technique. Shaking his head, Lu Mu's gaze shifted towards Su Daosong, eyeing the face of Shi Min Meng Wu's provocation. Su Daosong remained unfazed, his energy contained, as he playfully beckoned with his fingers, adopting an attitude that seemed to mock. What can you do to me? Mindset is crucial in combat, based solely on attitude. Shi Min Meng Wu had already lost, Lu Mu mused, still unwilling to intervene. Su Daosong's motives were enigmatic. It was wise to observe for now. Most importantly, Lu Mu held absolute confidence that should Su Daosong find himself in true peril, he could rush in to assist him in an instant. That Su Daosong, it seems you are determined to seek death. I shall oblige. Repeatedly provoked, Shi Min Meng Wu bellowed in fury, stepping forward with a thunderous gait, striking down with a palm. The surrounding disciples, witnessing this, hastily sidestepped. They were not concerned about being caught in the crossfire. Rather, they were eager to witness the notorious Lu Mu being dealt with, and that alone sufficed. In the face of the descending palm, Su Daosong remained composed, merely tapping his toes lightly, his form transforming into that of a swift swallow or an elusive spirit, gracefully confronting the lightning without so much as a touch. The wind stirred, and lightning flashed. Frantically, Shi Min Meng Wu unleashed a flurry of strikes, the force of thunder uprooting the earth beneath them, creating tumultuous chaos wherever they went. Yet, even amidst this turmoil, Shi Min Meng Wu could not graze Su Daosong's robe. Conversely, Su Daosong appeared to have the leisure to smooth his disheveled hair, jesting, Shi Min Meng Wu, you really can't do this. Perhaps you should take a break. I genuinely fear that if you continue, you might exhaust yourself to death. The victor was evident. Was this the Mizong step? Lu Mu nodded slightly, feeling a newfound admiration for Su, in comparison to the 10,000 thunderclap palm cultivated by the inept Shi Min Meng Wu. Su Daosong clearly surpassed him, in such a short time. He had mastered the Mizong step to this level. This individual was indeed formidable. Frustrated by his futile attempts, Shi Min Meng Wu's anger only intensified. Lu Mu's assessment was not mistaken. Shi Min Meng Wu had not practiced the 10,000 thunderclap palm for long, and his grasp of it was shallow, leading to self-inflicted injuries even before he could strike. Each time he attacked, he had to reserve strength to ensure his own safety. Now, being toyed with by Su Daosong, who was beneath him in cultivation, pushed him over the edge as he gritted his teeth. Unleashing the full force of his lightning energy, Su Daosong, do not be arrogant. Today, I shall let you experience the true might of the 10,000 thunderclap palm. The power of thunder stirred the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, thickening the atmosphere in an instant. Lu Mu's expression shifted slightly. Beneath his robe, his fists clenched tightly. Given Su Daosong's current performance, he feared he would struggle to withstand this blow. Just then, a chorus rang out. Welcome, Holy Maiden, welcome, Holy Maiden. We have met the Holy Sun candidate. We have met the Holy Maiden candidate. A throng of inner disciples suddenly knelt, bowing towards the azure sky. Lu Mu raised an eyebrow, observing a colossal ship gradually materializing among the clouds. The vessel was entirely snow-white, resembling a palace in the sky. Exquisitely crafted, the bow, dozens of elders stood upon flying swords, accompanied by over 100 direct disciples, forming a protective escort. Above the ship's bow, 3 figures became faintly visible, but Lu Mu scrutinized them closely, and a fierce surge of murderous intent erupted within him, his aura rising uncontrollably. Nan Gong Yu Yen, I did not expect to see you again so soon. On the immense ship, Nan Gong Yu Yen stood like a celestial being, high upon the bow. Her snow-white robe billowed with the wind, long hair cascading gracefully, and her gaze was cold and distant. At this moment, she resembled a supreme being, looking down upon the world, regarding all heroes as mere trifles. To her left and right stood Wang Quan and Shenru Yan if sensing Lu Mu's gaze. Wang Quan was the first to lower his eyes, donning a detached smile as he inquired, Chen Rian, did you arrange this? Qian Ruyin, with a serene expression, waved her hand dismissively. Do not speak recklessly. I have not arranged for anyone. But you, it seems you have orchestrated something, have you not? Their exchange caught Nan Gongyu Yin's attention, and her frosty eyes turned towards Lu Mu. Seeing him once more, Nan Gongyu Yin displayed no hint of emotion, her demeanor entirely indifferent. She merely waved her hand, commanding, set sail. Understood. On board the vessel, the esteemed Li Junren of Qingyun Mountain nodded and, with a wave of his hand, summoned the core of the ship, a jade seal. This seal was entirely transparent, radiating brilliance akin to crystal, with ethereal dragon spirits swirling within, undulating endlessly. As he pointed with his fingertip, a surge of vibrant spiritual energy poured into it, causing the colossal ship to break through the clouds and set forth towards the horizon. The Wei Ming Hao, the flagship of the Miao Liao sect, crafted from celestial stones gathered from the heavens and forged from the bones of ancient dragons, possessed the power to withstand heavenly tribulations. It was inscribed with 108 intricate formations, marking it as the supreme treasure of the Miao Liao sect, not to be trifled with unless faced with dire calamity. The sect entrusted this treasure to escort Nan Gongyu Yin on her journey, underscoring its significance. Surrounding inner disciples employed their skills, soaring through the air on swords or moving with swift light. Shiman Meng Wu's expression was conflicted. The opportunity to explore the secret realm was rare, and he did not wish to miss it. Ultimately, he let out a cold snort and joined the main group. Su Daosong, after calling out to Lu Mu, also showcased his abilities and pursued ahead. The ethereal Wei Ming Hao gradually receded from view. The fury in Lu Mu's eyes slowly calmed, replaced by a cold smirk. How intriguing! The Huanglonggang secret realm had regulations prohibiting entry for those above the Qi Si level. It seemed she too was preparing to enter the realm. Striding forward, he crushed the rocky ground, sending fragments scattering in all directions. Lu Mu's heart was icy, and a murderous intent rippled within him. Chapter 21. Reunion with the purple-clad maiden Huanglonggang, situated at the confluence of 3 mountain ranges, is a basin surrounded by steep hills, named for its dragon-like peaks. The mountains are often home to tigers, leopards, and wolves, yet rarely harbor any extraordinary beasts, rendering it an ordinary realm for mortals. Half a day later, Lu Mu followed the footsteps of the main group and finally arrived at Huanglonggang. This moment, the area had long been enveloped by myriad cultivators using formations, a cerulean barrier isolating everything, rendering it inaccessible to ordinary folk. The mountain's inhabitants had already dispersed, leaving only wild beasts behind, neglected by all. Indeed, the teacher's words rang true. The secret realm was undeniably the most elusive wonder on this continent. Unlike celestial mountains or mighty tombs, impervious to divination or astrological calculations. Opening his water pouch, Lu Mu took a hearty sip, wiping his mouth as he gazed at the makeshift grass huts outside Huanglonggang. This place bore no peculiarities. The earth's energy was thin, and the spiritual aura merely average, perhaps even weaker than that of the outer sect of the Miao Liao sect. Who would have imagined that such an unremarkable location could birth a secret realm? Just then, a terrifying aura filled the sky, as if it threatened to crush the heavens. Soon after, Wang Quan and Qinru Yin soared into the air on their swords. They did not seem to engage in battle. Rather, the man fanned himself with a folding fan while the woman flaunted her figure, as if declaring their dominion, leaving onlookers perplexed. Moments later, Li Junren of Qingyun Mountain ascended into the air, and Lu Mu finally saw the newcomers amidst the clouds. They were a man and a woman. The man, aged and with long white hair and beard, appeared as if a mere gust of wind could scatter him. The woman, however, was strikingly beautiful, with a slender waist and shapely figure, dressed in an unusual garment resembling woven foliage, exuding an aura of natural beauty, captivating and enchanting. She was the Valley Master of Qingyu Valley, Qing Rushua. What brought her here? Elder Tang of the Feishing sect. A figure renowned for many years, also had designs on this secret realm. It was indeed curious. The realm imposed restrictions on cultivation levels, so what was the Valley Master doing here? A few inner disciples whispered among themselves. Recognizing the newcomers as representatives of the other 2 major cultivation sects of the Azure Blue Empire, Lu Mu, intrigued, approached them respectfully and inquired, "Excuse me, esteemed fellow, what are you discussing?" The opening of the secret realm is indeed a significant matter. Even if the sect master were to arrive, it would not be surprising. The disciples were courteous in response and provided an explanation. It turned out that Qingyu Valley was at least 4,000 li away from this location, making the dispatch of an elder from Feisheng sect entirely normal. Considering the proximity of the two sections, however, it was indeed perplexing that the Valley Master would travel such a distance personally. Despite the allure of treasures within the secret realm, Liu Mu quietly noted this and glanced around, puzzled by the absence of Su Daosong, who had been close to him throughout the journey but was nowhere to be seen upon arriving at Huanglonggang. In the meantime, the representatives from the three sects appeared to have reached a consensus high above the clouds. With a grand gesture, Li Jinren of Qingyan Mountain Tor opened a rift in the towering barrier. The disciples of Feisheng sect were ordered to enter the secret realm. Disciples of Qingyu Valley, proceed into the secret realm, came two light commands from the sky, prompting eligible disciples from both sects to rise. At that moment, Nangong Yu Yin stepped forward, standing upon a flying sword, exuding an imperial demeanor as she proclaimed, "Disciples of Miao Liao sect, follow me into the secret realm. The realm is unpredictable. Upon entry, immediately seek out our fellow sect members and refrain from acting alone." That Liu Mu remained silent, following the main group step by step towards the cerulean barrier, which gaped like a heavenly scar. Its formidable power evident, with inscriptions faintly visible. Truly extraordinary. As he advanced, the world before Liu Mu transformed dramatically. A breeze arose from the ground, causing white mist to billow. Visibility diminished, making it difficult to discern direction. Echoes of haunting voices, reminiscent of ghostly wails, filled the air, unsettling the mind. Eerie, ghostly flames flickered into existence, yet upon closer inspection, they revealed nothing. After a moment, Liu Mu pondered, "Is this what a secret realm looks like?" The gentle wind caressed his face, and his gaze trembled slightly. As the fog dispersed, the landscape before him had undergone a cataclysmic shift. Huanglonggang, once a desolate expanse inhabited only by those who lived off the land, now revealed itself as a magnificent celestial palace. The palace was resplendent, illuminated by countless bright lanterns. Gold and jade shimmered, and he could faintly discern patrolling warriors. A river encircled the city, and throngs of people moved about. Resembling a world from another realm, standing atop the hill, Liu Mu gazed at the palace, which stretched at least 10 miles, his heart unable to find tranquility for a long while. "Master Zhongchang, despite your numerous admonitions, how could you have forgotten to inform me that the interior of this secret realm would present such breathtaking scenery?" With a sigh of wonder, Liu Mu finally regained his composure, leaping down to make his way towards the palace. However, he was mistaken. It was not that Zifu Zhong had failed to mention it. Rather, the secret realm was inherently enigmatic. Historical records indicated that each secret realm was unique. Some were realms of corpses and blood, others bizarre and fantastical, while some resembled the ruins of celestial abodes, and yet others appeared as habitable lands. Even Zifu Zhong, renowned for his vast knowledge, and hailed as a living tome within the cultivation realm, could not ascertain what lay within the Huanglonggang secret realm. Proceeding with utmost caution, Liu Mu concealed himself within the dense foliage, choosing not to regroup nor collaborate with anyone. The overwhelming majority of the Miao Liao sect bore ill will towards him, and allying with them would be tantamount to digging his own grave. Moreover, with Nangong Yu Yin already present, returning to the group to serve her, it would be far better to end his life swiftly. Down the mountainside, colossal trees stretched endlessly, and amidst the vast jungle, occasional inhuman howls could be heard. Liu Mu moved with agility, distinct from the other disciples. Born among mortals, he was well versed in the struggles and pursuits of the mundane world. While other sect members wielded their swords with spiritual energy or other means, parading above, he moved like a nimble leopard, swiftly navigating the thickets and plains, remaining unnoticed. Along the way, he passed several places that resembled villages. Observing the skulls hanging at the village entrances, Liu Mu refrained from exploring further. Entering the secret realm recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. It was wiser to follow the main group to the central area, gather intelligence, and then proceed accordingly. After traversing 8 li, Liu Mu soon arrived at the outskirts of the palace, concealed within the jungle. Perched upon a branch, he observed his surroundings, shrouded in the cover of the tree's shade. In the sky, flashes of sword light darted past as disciples from the three sects hurried towards the palace to eye in this vast secret realm. Only this place radiated exceptional energy, indicating the presence of great treasures. No one wished to miss out on such an opportunity. Within the secret realm, the disparity in status paled in comparison to the difference in strength that as long as one could seize the treasures and survive to exit. They would be deemed worthy. This treasure is mine first. You must return it to me. In the secret realm, strength reigned supreme. Little sister, thank you for helping me find this third-grade spiritual herb, Qishueshin. To repay you, let me show you what a moment of passion is worth. Not far away, from behind a thicket, a cacophony of noise suddenly erupted. Lu Mu frowned. He had little interest in the heroic rescue of damsels in distress. Just as he was about to depart, a figure stumbled forth from the chaotic underbrush. A girl clad in purple, panicked, and to his astonishment, it was the same purple-clad maiden he had spanked not long ago. It was her. Lu Mu furrowed his brow as several others hastened to pursue him. Shimin Wu pushed aside the underbrush, trampling upon the blossoms, and greedily extended his claws towards the girl in the purple attire. Perched upon a branch, Lu Mu embraced himself, his fingers lightly tapping his arms, refraining from immediate action that he was not a hero from a fairy tale, and he questioned whether he truly owed the girl in purple any debt. This was a secret realm, a place where the weak were devoured by the strong. Since this headstrong girl had the audacity to enter here, she ought to be prepared for the consequences. Moreover, as Lu Mu cast his gaze around, he discovered that Shimin Wu was not alone. 3 inner disciples trailed behind him. These 3 made no effort to conceal their presence. 2 of them were at the peak of the 5th level of Qi Si, while the last was a familiar face, Wu Yuan Ho, Xiao Bei Shan. Brother, please help me. Upon spotting Lu Mu, Zixin's bright eyes sparkled with urgency as she hastily sought assistance that it was indeed vexing for her. Upon entering the secret realm, the main force of Qingyu Valley had vanished from her sight. Regrettably, these individuals were unaware of her identity. Otherwise, she would have never sought aid from a scoundrel who dared to slap her. The sudden cry drew the attention of everyone beneath the tree, leaving Lu Mu momentarily embarrassed. However, upon seeing him, Shimin Wu immediately grinned, his eyes gleaming with excitement. What a coincidence, Lu Mu. Just a moment ago, you had Dao Song helping you outside the secret realm, and now I shall see where you can flee. If you come down immediately and kneel before me, bowing 3 times, I might grant you a swift end. Otherwise. Chapter 22. Ruthlessness. A chilly breeze rustled the branches, producing a soft whispering sound. Lu Mu remained silent, directing his gaze towards the 3 individuals behind Shimin Wu. If he wished to survive, he needed to comply with their demands. Xiao Bei Shan stepped forward, his aura at the 6th level of Qi Si, imposing like a mountain, pressing down upon him. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, although Lu Mu remained unaffected, he couldn't help but inwardly sigh. This is troublesome. His thoughts raced, and his fists gradually clenched beneath his robe that Shimin Wu was not a formidable threat. But the other 3 were far superior in strength. Even if the tall figure refrained from attacking, the others would be sufficient to pose a significant challenge. Realizing this, he shot a glare at the girl in purple. Had she not carelessly spoken, he might have had an opportunity to ambush the trio with his sword skills. But now, the brief silence deepened the already tense atmosphere. It appears you have no intention of surrendering? Xiao Bei Shan remarked coldly, a mocking smile on his lips. Regardless, you shall not leave this secret realm alive today. Since the previous day, when Elder Jiao from the outer sect informed him that Lu Mu would be heading to the Huang Long Gang secret realm, he had instructed his subordinates to prepare for the hunt. He had not anticipated encountering Lu Mu so soon after entering the secret realm. Although the majority of his skilled subordinates were absent, his own cultivation was sufficient to crush Lu Mu. Lu Mu maintained his composure, deliberately questioning, "Aren't you concerned about the repercussions from the sect if you kill me, and it comes to light?" With the enemy strong and himself weak, he needed to devise a way to stall for time and seek an opportunity. Just as he had envisioned, Wu Yuan Ho burst into laughter, derisively pointing at him. Lu Mu. It is said that you apprenticed under Dan, Yin Dongzi, Fu Zhongzhong. I see you have merely embraced solitude. It is well known that the secret realm is isolated from the world. Even the sect leader cannot uncover its secrets. Disciples from the three sects are already engaged in fierce competition for the opportunities here, that if we were to eliminate you, who would suspect us? Lu Mu lowered his head, feigning despair as he clenched his fist and struck the tree trunk, causing leaves to cascade down. Make your move, that Wu Yuan Ho frowned. He was no fool like Shi Min Ming Wu. Observing the falling leaves, an ominous feeling welled up within him, with a single command. The two disciples at the fifth level of Qi Si leapt forward, aiming to seize Lu Mu. What? Where is he? The two were taken aback. They had assumed capturing Lu Mu would be a simple task. Yet their hands grasped nothing but air. Useless, Wu Yuan Ho cursed, his expression sharpening as he swiftly raised his hand and unleashed a gust of wind towards the sky. The disturbance startled the birds and beasts within a 100-meter radius. In the next moment, a thud resonated as Lu Mu crashed to the ground, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. Clearly injured, but Lu Mu, I must admit, you possess a modicum of cleverness. You feigned weakness, portrayed fear, and just when we believed you had given up, you used the falling leaves as cover to escape at high speed. If it were anyone else, they might have indeed let you slip away. Xiao Beishan approached, lifting his foot to plant it upon Lu Mu's shoulder, coldly proclaiming, regrettably, the disparity between us is insurmountable. I am the face of absolute strength. All schemes are but mere decorations, easily crushed. As a fellow disciple, I shall grant you 3 breaths of time to prepare your final words. I will send you on your way. The gap was indeed vast, and facing them head-on held no hope of victory. Lu Mu remained silent, as still as a corpse. Unbeknownst to anyone, the extraordinary bird that had fallen nearby opened its eyes, silently observing the scene with a cold gaze. Lost in thought, brother, oh dear, are the people from the Miao Miao sect unwell? Attacking your own! Seeing Lu Mu's instant defeat, Zi Xian grew anxious. She rose, intending to warn them of her status once more, but the advancing Shi Min Ming Wu frightened her into retreating several steps. The esteemed saintess found herself in such a predicament, filled with helplessness. Had she her Qin Kuan pouch in hand, she would not be so passive that Zi Xian suddenly realized why her mother, who had always been reluctant to let her venture outside, had unexpectedly permitted her to train in the secret realm. Because this was indeed a secret realm, devoid of unnecessary considerations. Being careless, headstrong, and willful here would only lead to profound lessons learned. That it seems you have nothing to say. Confident of his victory, Xiao Beishan showed no signs of leniency. With a flick of his hand, a gleaming sword appeared, radiating cold light. Cutting the grass without removing the roots allows it to regrow. The path of immortality knows no mercy, that if I have any personal desire, it is to personally slay this demon. Lu Mu did a ruthless gleam flashed in Xiao Beishan's eyes as he raised the sword. Its spiritual light shimmering in that fleeting moment, Lu Mu, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. His sword, concealed beneath his robe, moved with swiftness, and with a whoosh, a streak of luminous light shot through the night sky like a meteor, racing towards its target. Sensing the impending danger from behind, Xiao Beishan was taken aback, hastily swinging his sword to defend. Can you withstand this? Lu Mu's voice, like that of a devil, echoed in his ears as his fingers transformed into claws. Targeting Xiao Beishan's neck, wrist, and carotid artery with deadly precision in almost the same instant, the piercing light had penetrated the sword, rushing towards him. Xiao Beishan's eyes widened in shock, caught between 2 attacks. He was utterly unprepared and could only hastily counter with a palm strike aimed at Lu Mu. This strike was infused with rage, brimming with spiritual energy, and radiating cold light. The next moment, Lu Mu was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing heavily against a tree trunk, causing the ancient tree to sway violently. Lu Mu, you truly are ruthless. It is a pity that Wu Yuan Ho speaks the truth. The disparity in strength cannot be bridged by cunning. One of the disciples at the 5th level of Qi Si sneered, but before he could finish, he suddenly noticed a fierce smile lingering at the corner of Lu Mu's lips. What is he smiling about? Before the disciple could comprehend, Xiao Beishan let out a gasp, clutching his chest. Half kneeling on the ground at that moment, Lu Mu stood unsteadily, his eyes glinting with ferocity, sending chills down the spine beneath the dark sky. The extraordinary bird nodded slightly, admiring Lu Mu. Impressive. Upon recognizing the disparity in strength, He did not rush blindly into attack or retreat. Instead, he released the flow of the sword path early, using the moment of his opponent's intent to strike him down to launch a counterattack from behind. However, what impressed the extraordinary bird the most was not this cleverness, but rather Lu Mu's courage. Lu Mu was clearly gambling. Since being struck down, he had wagered whether his opponent would approach him to take his life. At the same time, he was betting on whether Xiao Beishan would misjudge the threat he posed. The gap between the 6th level of Qi Si and the 1st was vast. The disparity in spiritual energy had already determined the outcome of this battle. Even with the savage holy body, mastery of the sword path, and the divine concepts he bore, Lu Mu had no chance of victory in a direct confrontation. Should any part of this intricate web falter, Lu Mu would not merely face defeat, but rather death. In reality, Lu Mu had won the gamble. Xiao Beishan not only approached him, but, when Lu Mu launched his attack, instinctively chose to strike at him rather than fully defending against the sword flow. Betting his life as the stake, this lad possessed a hint of the ruthlessness reminiscent of my younger self. The peculiar bird closed its eyes, exhibiting such a temperament that, even if it were to be defeated, it seemed unlikely to meet its demise. Concurrently, it felt a flicker of sympathy for Xiao Beishan and his companions. Why provoke such a madman? If you seek to slay him today, it is likely that you will not only escape unscathed, but will also bear the scars of your folly. Coughing, Xiao Beishan's complexion turned ashen. With the hurried assistance of Shimin Mengwu, he managed to stand, albeit unsteadily. Gazing at the law sword in his hand, which had been pierced by a fine hole, his eyes were filled with an indescribable horror. What on earth was that last move? The speed was astonishing, and the ferocity of the assault was overwhelming. In an instant, it had penetrated his chest. The only consolation was that, while the strike was sharp, it was as slender as a silver needle. Even though it had breached his body, it had not claimed his life. Lord Wen, are you unharmed? Do not concern yourself with me. Kill him. Looking up, Xiao Beishan's eyes were bloodshot. That last strike had left him as frightened as a startled bird. He would never afford Lu Mu a second opportunity. You wish to kill me? Lu Mu's eyes were devoid of fear. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he radiated unmatched battle intent, coldly challenging. Come then, if you have the ability, step forward and try. Arrogant, ruthless. Shimin Mengwu and the others exchanged glances, each hesitant to take that initial step. The memory of the scene where the magical artifact was shattered lingered vividly in their minds. They dared not gamble on whether Lu Mu was merely bluffing, or if he indeed had a hidden ace up his sleeve. Beside them, Zixuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. How terrifying. He was clearly of similar cultivation to me, yet he could subdue these individuals. This fellow is truly extraordinary. The atmosphere was tense, under the silent night sky. Only the heavy breaths of both factions could be heard. Just then, a sudden whoosh, a sharp arrow sliced through the air, imbued with immense spiritual power, hurtling towards them. Xiao Beishan's eyes widened in alarm. He instinctively reached out, but the force of the arrow sent him staggering back several meters, leaving deep furrows in the muddy ground beneath his feet. Roar! Shiwa! From behind the bushes came a voice that was inhuman, followed closely by a dozen armored figures that charged in from all directions. Secret Realm demons? Lu Mu gasped, glancing back, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. This was his first clear sighting of the indigenous inhabitants of this secret realm. Though they bore a human semblance, their bodies beneath the armor resembled fierce beasts or malevolent spirits. Faces contorted and limbs shriveled, ominous spiritual power shrouded them, with wisps of black mist wafting outward. Zi Fuzhong, the elder, had once told him that creatures within secret realms could be broadly categorized into 4 types: aberrant beasts, otherworldly beings, ephemeral specters, and the most troublesome, the demons of the secret realm. Secret realm demons often appeared humanoid, yet lacked true human features, surrounded by a malevolent spiritual aura. They could wield magical techniques akin to humans, and there were precedents of them breaking through in crucial moments. However, their most troublesome aspect was their capacity to lay traps and strategize like humans. Especially the black mist enveloping them, it was replete with demonic essence, the very essence of the demons for humans. This was a lethal toxin. Even a slight inhalation could lead to madness or a drastic alteration of the mind within 12 hours, unless aided by a powerful entity. The repercussions could be dire. One could fall into demonic possession. becoming a demon themselves with no chance of return. Lu Mu had initially believed that the palace was constructed by otherworldly beings, but now he realized he was gravely mistaken. The peril of this secret realm far exceeded his expectations. As the secret realm demons surged forth, the dynamics of the battle shifted dramatically. Chapter 23. Seize the illness, take the life roar, gaga gaga. A secret realm demon emitted a grinding sound, appearing to be the leader of this small squad. As its voice fell, the other demons erupted in a formidable display of might, charging towards the trio led by Xiao Beishan. The three were taken aback, immediately summoning their magical artifacts and unleashing their techniques. In no time, the aftermath of the battle stirred up a tempest, blinding them with swirling sand and bending the small trees over. Now I see. After a brief moment of shock, Lu Mu chuckled. These secret realm demons were not there to assist him. Rather, they were akin to humans, sensing the fluctuations of spiritual power among those present, that in their eyes, the few of them were the leaders of this group. Capturing the strongest would naturally lead to the collapse of the rest. Gradually rising, the smile on Lu Mu's face grew ever more pronounced. These secret realm demons were indeed as astute as Elder Zhongzhang had described. Yet, regrettably, their cleverness would lead to their own downfall. He was not a subordinate to those individuals. To be precise, their relationship was one of irreconcilable enmity. Lu Mu, you shall not escape. Seeing Lu Mu's movement, Shimin Mengwu disregarded everything else. He knew that the first to strike would gain the advantage, and he dared not afford Lu Mu the time to unleash that mysterious Liuguang technique. With a roar, Shimin Mengwu leaped into action, unleashing a tremendous surge of spiritual power, accompanied by the tumult of wind and thunder, as he swiftly executed the 10,000 thunderclaps. Who said I intend to flee? Lu Mu replied with a calm smile, stepping aside with a swift motion. His iron fist clenched tightly. The surrounding spiritual energy converged upon him, and the flowing Liuguang enveloped his arm. One punch. This punch. Lu Mu held nothing back. The force surged forth like a mountain torrent, and the gust it created nearly knocked Zixuan off her feet. Boom! Shimin Mengwu's frenzied eyes widened in shock, leaving only astonishment in their wake. Before gradually losing their luster, it was only at this moment that he clearly realized the vast chasm separating him from Lu Mu. But regrettably, he had no chance to regret. Shimin Mengwu. Lu Mu. You scoundrel! How dare you slay your fellow disciples? When we return to the Piaomiao sect, we shall report this matter to the sect. The three erupted in anger, hurling insults, yet they found themselves unable to extricate themselves. Too preoccupied with fending off the secret realm demons that I shall return your earlier words. This is a secret realm that if you die here, who would know that I killed Shimin Mengwu? Lu Mu smiled faintly, unhurriedly rummaging through Shimin Mengwu's belongings. After a moment, a glimmer of delight sparked in his eyes, and he muttered, This foolish fellow actually carries the 10,000 thunderclaps manual. After securing the manual, Lu Mu rose and turned his gaze towards the trio led by Xiao Beishan. The small leader of the secret realm demons immediately pivoted, its twisted visage obscuring its intent. Yet Lu Mu simply waved his hand with a hearty laugh, saying, Though I know not whether you can comprehend. Do not be alarmed. I am not your enemy. At least, not yet. I have a peculiar habit. I repay grievances with grievances and kindness with kindness. If I can settle a score today, I shall not delay until tomorrow. With injuries already sustained, Xiao Beishan struggled to gather his spiritual power, summoning a shard of ice from his sword to temporarily repel the advancing secret realm demons. That in a flustered tone, he questioned. Lu Mu, what do you intend to do? Do not forget, we are fellow disciples. We should stand united, fellow disciples. Lu Mu scoffed coldly, slowly raising his Xinyan sword. As he infused it with spiritual power, flames danced along the blade, while a silent flow of energy enveloped it. Seize the illness, take the life. Appealing to camaraderie would yield no fruit. The radiant flames illuminated his features, casting a stark clarity upon his pale visage. The faint cold smile resembling that of a demon, sending shivers down the spine. Did you consider our brotherhood when you wronged me? Did you think of our bond when you sought to kill me? Zixuan's eyes trembled slightly. She had initially believed this youth to be a mere scoundrel, only to realize how domineering he truly was as she observed the murderous intent emanating from Lu Mu. An inexplicable feeling surged within her. If she were to describe it, it could be summed up in 2 words. Chin-too handsome. Are you really going to kill them? Little girl, you should not pry into matters that do not concern you. You ought to leave it so domineering. A subtle change flickered in Zishuan's gaze. She wished to voice her thoughts, yet Lu Mu abruptly shoved her into the woods that he's saving me. Does he intend to single-handedly confront everyone? Zishuan pondered, carrying this complex sentiment as she witnessed the ensuing spectacle, that Lu Mu seized the opportunity presented by the secret realm demon's assault, his eyes narrowing as he swiftly swung his sword. The sword light flashed. Dust ascended, great trees and rocks crashed to the ground, stirring clouds of dust. The immense and overwhelming force left the naive young girl utterly astonished and agitated. The speed of the sword's luminous flow was astounding. Akin to a startled swan, nearly impossible to capture, in the blink of an eye, it pierced through the protective artifacts of 2 disciples at the 5th layer of Qi Si, who fell lifelessly to the ground. Bewildered by the abruptness of their fate, caught off guard, the surrounding secret realm demons were also struck, their fragile armor unable to withstand the sword's might. In a mere encounter, several demons fell. The swiftly turning flow of the sword shot toward Xiao Beishan. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Beishan gritted his teeth and summoned a talisman that a radiant light flashed, and the unparalleled sword flow was deflected. A 3rd-grade protective talisman. Xiao Beishan had this ace up his sleeve. Lu Mu let out a cold laugh. With 2 of his aides missing, he faced the overwhelming number of malevolent spirits in the secret realm alone. Xiao Beishan, no doubt, was in grave trouble. Lu Mu, you wretched demon, Xiao Beishan bellowed, yet he was too fatigued to fend off the spirits. Unable to break free, in response to his roar, Lu Mu merely turned his back, seizing the seemingly lifeless peculiar bird, and with a casual motion, summoned the fallen weapons of the slain spirits. Your head, I shall leave for now. Rest assured, it won't be long before I personally come to reclaim it. The small leader of the malevolent spirits, witnessing his comrade's fall, emitted a furious, monstrous shriek and suddenly conjured a swirl of black mist to assault Lu Mu. However, Lu Mu chose not to engage, swiftly drawing his sword and, under the cover of night, vanished into the boundless darkness. 1 failure was enough. It was time to retreat. Lu Mu was not the type to be rash and impulsive. Who knew how many hidden cards Xiao Beishan still held? Since there was a chance for a temporary withdrawal, it was better to let him and the spirits tear each other apart. The wind howled in his ears as Lu Mu sped away. His pace remarkably swift, he did not head towards the palace but instead darted into the dense forest behind him. The previous battle had left him significantly injured, and distancing himself from the epicenter of the conflict was essential for his recovery. Uncertain of how long he had run, a sudden flash of sharp sword light streaked across the sky. The sword energy rippling like a force that could cleave the heavens. Utterly terrifying, Lu Mu halted and looked up, his previously amused eyes growing increasingly frigid. Nangong Yuyin. Indeed, the source of this commotion was none other than his former wife. The one who had once extracted his dragon bones and drained his essence, his beloved wife. Beside Nangong Yuyin stood several others, wielding swords with magical prowess, lightning crackling through the air, and flames illuminating the darkened sky as if it were day. The malevolent spirits surged forth like a torrential downpour, an astonishing sight from a distance, as the spirits that fell from the sky resembled raindrops. Such formidable strength that Lu Mu gritted his teeth, already forming a judgment within. The Qi Si could indeed harness spiritual power, but he had merely just begun to tread the path of cultivation. Normally, flying with a sword from the Qi Si was somewhat of a stretch, and to wield a flying sword to slay numerous malevolent spirits in the darkened sky was something beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. Her strength must have reached at least the 10th level of the Qi Si. And the others were no slouches either. In such a fierce battle, this group showed no signs of defeat. They were not to be underestimated. Lu Mu did not linger for long, continuing on his way. The power of Nangong Yuyin likely far exceeded that of an average 10th-level Qi Si cultivator, and even he, in his former state, might not claim victory against her. Those accompanying her were also formidable. There were few who could best them at the same level. Such strength rendered a reckless assault on Lu Mu's part tantamount to suicide. Before long, he discovered a natural cave, surveying his surroundings to ensure there were no outsiders or beasts before sinking wearily onto the ground. Phew, it seems I must hasten to elevate my strength. Speaking to himself, he wasted no time. Given the demeanor of Nangong Yu Yin and her entourage, it was evident they intended to force their way into the palace, inciting a frenzied retaliation from the malevolent spirits. Teacher Zhongchang had once stated that the true opportunities within a secret realm were not merely spiritual herbs or elixirs, but the secret realm's suppressing artifacts. The suppressing artifacts were tools used to control the secret realm. The 3 secret realms controlled by the sect were maintained by powerful individuals wielding these artifacts. Although he still did not know what exactly the suppressing artifact of the Huanglong Hills secret realm was, it was clear that there was a high probability it lay within that resplendent palace. If Nangong Yu Yin were to acquire this suppressing artifact, it would likely not be difficult for her to break through the constraints of the Qi Si. With this thought, Lu Mu had already settled into a cross-legged position, summoning the weapons of the malevolent spirits from his bag. He examined them first. The blades were worn and rusted, their quality abysmal. While executing the sword flow technique earlier, he had sensed that the flow seemed particularly interested in these weapons. He wondered what use these dilapidated items could hold. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Mu decided to call forth the sword flow. He initiated the sword technique, and with a series of shimmering lights, the sword flow swiftly surged towards the decrepit blades. 1 cycle. 2 cycles unbeknownst to him. Dawn gradually approached. The warm sunlight of the morning bathed the earth, awakening all things. The beasts in the forest began to chirp, and everything seemed so serene, except for the countless corpses of the malevolent spirits and the icy remains of the disciples from the 3 sects, which bore witness to the previous night's carnage. That in the woods, Xiao Beishan staggered, leaning against a tree as he made his way out. His protective talisman had lost its luster, and his body was marred with numerous wounds. After a night of fierce battle, he had exhausted all his spiritual talismans and artifacts, barely managing to survive that moment. His face was haggard, his eyes bloodshot, fury radiating from him. Lu Mu, you despicable scoundrel. You are utterly shameless. Should I encounter you again, I, Wu Yuanho, will ensure you are torn to shreds. Xiao Beishan's rage had nearly driven him to the brink of insanity. Just the thought of Lu Mu striking successfully, slaying 2 of his subordinates, and then slipping away upon realizing he could not breach his 3rd-tier talisman gnawed at his very being. His roar echoed through the air, startling several birds into flight. Just then, a strange voice echoed from the forest, soon accompanied by the sound of rustling footsteps as Shi Min Ming Wu emerged. Xiao Beishan, you are, after all, at the 6th level of the Qi Si, accompanied by 2 at the 5th level. Yet you attempted to forcefully kill a disciple at the 1st level. Who is truly more shameless here? Chapter 24. A surge in power today. Shi Min Ming Wu appeared rather peculiar, his face adorned with an unsettling smile that sent chills down Xiao Beishan's spine. You, how are you still alive? Coming to his senses, Xiao Beishan found it even more perplexing. He had witnessed Shi Min Ming Wu being slain by Lu Mu. That question? Shi Min Ming Wu continued to smile, but a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. Xiao Beishan was struck with horror. That gaze was certainly not that of Shi Min Ming Wu. Just as he was about to take action, Shi Min Ming Wu was faster, moving like a specter, too swift to comprehend. By the time Xiao Beishan reacted, Shi Min Ming had already plunged his hand into his chest, gripping his heart. His eyes widened. Xiao Beishan desperately clutched at Shi Min Ming Wu's collar, unwillingly demanding, "How can you possibly be at the peak of the Qi Si? What of being at the peak of the Qi Si? Why such surprise?" Shi Min Ming Wu replied, "When the King of Hell calls for you at midnight, who would leave you to see the dawn? Xiao Beishan, your life has come to an end." With those words, he tightened his grip. Blood surged from Xiao Beishan's mouth, his eyes gradually losing their luster until he slowly collapsed to the ground. Another one dealt with. This task has proven to be quite entertaining, though regrettably, I have been afflicted by the Master S9 Rebirth imprint. Though I managed to deceive the illusory realm and even enter this secret realm, my cultivation has been reduced to a mere fraction. As he spoke, Shi Min Ming Wu's appearance shifted dramatically, transforming into Xiao Beishan's visage. He gazed towards the palace, a peculiar brilliance flickering in his eyes, lamenting, "What a pity, truly a pity. If only I could unravel another layer of the Rebirth imprint, the saintess of the 3 major cultivation sects and the outer elders would surely not escape unscathed." The wind gently caressed as Xiao Beishan cheerfully walked in another direction, while the body of the real Xiao Beishan gradually succumbed to a purifying magical force, decaying away dead on the other side, within the cave. The weapons of the malevolent spirits could barely be considered pseudo-artifacts. Absorbing these weapons allowed the sword flow to grow once more. Daliu Mu opened his eyes. Muttering to himself as he spoke, he instinctively waved his finger as if wielding a sword. And the sword flow responded, vibrating to life, unleashing a single strike. The immense sword energy surged forth like a rainbow. Its tremendous might left a deep scar upon the ground. What power! Lu Mu was taken aback. A surge of joy evident in his eyes, he summoned back the sword flow, carefully sensing its essence. Suddenly, he comprehended. Previously, the sword flow had been too minuscule to support itself. Now, with its growth, it could display its true might. This was the essence of the sword of seizing the heavens. Seizing. By devouring extraordinary weapons with the sword flow and absorbing spiritual energy to store within, one could unleash a single, devastating strike when the time came. During the battle with Xiao Beishan the previous night, he had already noticed the limitations of the sword flow. It was incredibly sharp and swift as a shooting star, yet it relied solely on pure metal strikes, unable to imbue its own spiritual power into the attack. This was why the sword flow could shatter the protective talismans of those two and swiftly kill them. But when faced with Xiao Beishan, who possessed spiritual artifacts, it was utterly ineffective. Ultimately, cultivators relied on spiritual power and techniques in their confrontations. While this pure metal assault proved effective against most adversaries, when faced with true experts or individuals like Nangong Yuyan, who embodied the luck of an entire sect, it was likely no better than scrap metal. Now, the sword flow retained some of the spiritual energy from what it had devoured in combat, striking unexpectedly. If it could absorb enough, even those with spiritual artifacts would find it hard to withstand. Was this characteristic innate from the beginning, or did it awaken only after consuming this batch of malevolent weapons? Lu Mu gazed at the sword flow gradually dissipating into his palm. Unable to suppress a bittersweet smile, he shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. Ultimately, the sword flow was a manifestation of his own cultivation. Its potency only served to benefit him. He decided to set it aside for now and focus on the thunderstorm palm, the perilous realm. Possessing an additional method of defense would undoubtedly provide greater security. As Lu Mu turned the pages of the thunderstorm palm, engrossed in its intricacies, a sudden jolt coursed through him. His heart raced, a coppery taste filling his throat as a trickle of blood involuntarily escaped the corner of his mouth. What is this? His breaths quickened, as if something was constricting within his chest. Alarmed, Lu Mu immediately began to assess his condition. That moment, a rustling sound echoed from outside the cave. Who is it? Lu Mu inquired, his voice laced with murderous intent. Oh dear, don't scare me like that. It's me, the one you saved last night. Have you forgotten? Is it her? Lu Mu's tense expression began to soften. He had just assessed his current predicament and knew it was far from optimistic. His pallid complexion was now tinged with additional worry. Within his chest, a dark energy lurked, akin to a venomous poison that clung stubbornly to him. It was this very energy that had caused his sudden distress, leaving him breathless. Was this dark energy inadvertently acquired during last night's retreat? The malevolent black mist is indeed insidious. A disciple of the Qi Si should steer clear of it. Lu Mu thought to himself with a wry smile, recalling his teacher, Zhong Chang, whose extensive knowledge had proven almost prophetic in this secret realm. Where could he possibly find a powerful figure to cleanse his poison? Furthermore, given his connections within the Piamiao sect, it was likely that no formidable expert would be willing to intervene. Relying on others is less reliable than relying on oneself. It is said that the black mist is highly toxic. I shall test whether I can suppress it within my own body. Lu Mu gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, his gums clenched tightly. He promptly sat cross-legged, channeling the spiritual energy within his Qi Si to contain the oppressive dark energy in his chest. Why do you look so pale, little brother? Zixuan entered, squatting beside him, resting her chin on her hands, her bright eyes sparkling with an unusual light. Leave. Lu Mu barked, his mind preoccupied with the situation at hand. Dismissing the unfamiliar girl. That's not happening. You can ask me to leave, but last night you merely kicked me out, causing me to lose a blood-red ginseng. You owe me compensation if you want me to go. What a willful brat. Lu Mu remained silent, focusing solely on suppressing the dark energy within. Yet Zixuan tilted her head and said with a playful grin, "Little brother, my name is Zixuan. What's yours?" Having searched for Lu Mu all night, she was certainly unwilling to leave just like that. Lu Mu, he replied suddenly, his eyes snapping open, a fierce glimmer of killing intent flashing within. "That I will only say this once. Be quiet." He needed to calm his mind and seize this fleeting chance at survival. Yet this girl named Zixuan continued to chatter, much to his annoyance. All right, I'll wait for you." "Oh dear, don't glare at me like that. I won't speak anymore. I'll just step outside and wait for you." Zixuan stuck out her tongue and skipped out of the cave. With a light heart, the world around her appeared even more beautiful. Flowers blossomed, butterflies danced. Zixuan seemed to brim with curiosity, her face radiating joy. Suddenly, a shadow descended from the sky, landing near her. The newcomer knelt on one knee, speaking with utmost reverence. "Your Holiness, I apologize for my tardiness. Please do not hold it against me. How annoying. Why are you following me around? Go away, leave me be." Zixuan huffed, hands on her hips, rolling her eyes. "Your Holiness, this is a forbidden realm, and even your mother cannot enter. Though I am merely at the peak of the Qi Sea, I assure you I can protect you. Please come with me." The man in black spoke urgently. After last night's incident, the entire Qingyu Valley was in a frenzy. Now that he had finally found her, he dared not let her slip away again. "Oh, you're such a nuisance. Get lost. I have someone to protect me. You can rest easy," Zixuan retorted, her gaze drifting toward the cave. The young girl, newly acquainted with the world, was filled with naive wonder. "Why, lady? You are a precious treasure. I implore you, enough. I'm angry now." "Very well. Your Holiness, please take this." Zixuan glanced at the black-clad man, who offered her a Qinquan bag. Her own. He knew well that within this bag lay numerous treasures. Even though some items were restricted by the realm's rules, should the holy maiden choose to act, she could easily defeat him with it. Zixuan hesitated for a moment, recognizing her belongings, though she had forgotten when she had dropped it. Get away! Get away! I know, you're so annoying." Her face flushed. She hastily accepted the Qinquan bag, a mix of guilt and anger prompting her to dismiss the black-clad man. With no other option, he nodded solemnly and departed using his escape technique. Once alone, Zixuan hesitated briefly before sneaking back to the cave entrance. She leaned playfully against the cave wall, peeking at Lu Mu, who sat in deep meditation. "The more I look at him, the more handsome he becomes. His appearance when he saved me last night was even more dashing." At that moment, Lu Mu suddenly trembled, a powerful gust of wind erupting from him, throwing Zixuan off balance and onto the ground. "Ouch! Little brother, what are you doing?" Zixuan exclaimed in pain, surprised at the sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, Lu Mu's eyes opened, surveying her coldly without acknowledgement. He raised his hand, clenching his fist, his will aligning with his intent, and as he willed it, a black lightning flickered at the edge of his punch. With a swift motion, the stone shattered with a deafening roar, debris flying in all directions. The sword path of the heavens indeed aids me in unlocking the true potential of the sacred body. Lu Mu thought with inner delight, his eyes sparkling with newfound vigor. The path of the Great Way is elusive, yet even in a dire situation, there is always a glimmer of hope. The malevolent black mist had invaded his body, and Lu Mu had initially resigned himself to death, believing that failure meant demise. However, as he focused on suppressing the dark energy within his chest, a golden light surged from his dantian, swiftly consuming the dark energy in mere moments. The black mist was refined by the golden light, leaving behind a chaotic spiritual energy that throbbed painfully through his meridians. Typically, the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth would circulate through the 8 extraordinary meridians and hundreds of acupoints to settle within the body, ultimately transforming into one's own strength. Yet this chaotic energy bypassed that process. That Lu Mu realized he urgently needed an outlet for this energy. Otherwise, he risked rupturing his meridians in a moment of desperation. He recalled the thunderstorm poem, which he had only partially read. With little time to ponder, he hastily activated the technique he had yet to fully master. The Piao Dao was a traditional cultivation method, pure in its essence, yet incapable of containing such violent energy. The The sword path of the heavens had yet to reach full maturity in that frantic moment. He found himself unexpectedly aligning with the chaotic force that resonated harmoniously with the thunderstorm palm. In just a short span of time, the turbulent energy gradually subsided, sinking into his dantian, that if there was any flaw in this method, it was that the energy condensed through it transformed the thunderstorm palm's pure lightning into dark lightning. Time shifted back to the present. After a brief assessment of his condition, Lu Mu's understanding crystallized. This golden light had resided within him since the completion of his foundational cultivation, unnoticed until now. He had always regarded it as ordinary spiritual energy, never anticipating its ability to absorb external energies. His gaze flickered with intensity. The malevolent black mist, a deadly poison to ordinary individuals, presented a risk to him. Yet it could also rapidly enhance his strength in a short period. The savage sacred body bore its shackles, but with the sword path of the heavens, he could unleash its divine might. As the first of his shackles fell away, the power of the sacred body would finally reveal itself today. Recalling the sight of Nangongying standing proudly atop the clouds, effortlessly slaying countless malevolent beings, Lu Mu's eyes hardened with resolve that a singular thought took root in his mind. Meanwhile, the peculiar bird that had been silent until now opened its eyes once more, having absorbed everything. Seeing Lu Mu's fierce determination, it reveled in delight. This young man had finally embarked on this path, that Lu Mu's judgment was not misguided. The golden light, a manifestation of the savage sacred body's innate power, could indeed absorb foreign energies within him. However, the residue left behind would elevate his strength, but it was not a gift of the sacred body. The savage sacred body was inherently pure, while the peculiar bird had been scheming for a long time, embracing the path of absorption and devouring. Its roots of malevolence had already taken hold, and its grin grew ever more sinister, anticipating the day when its malevolence would reach full fruition, marking the moment when Lu Mu would lose himself entirely. Lu Mu rose and exited the cave. Bathed in sunlight, he felt invigorated, a rare smile gracing his face. "Little brother, you're out. Where are you going?" Zishuan exclaimed in a flurry, fearing Lu Mu might discover that she had been watching him all along. "Just wandering around." "What? Little brother, this is a forbidden realm. It's extremely dangerous to roam about carelessly. You could easily run into trouble." Zishuan was taken aback. Within this secret realm, dangers lurked at every corner. The demeanor of this young man, speaking as if he were strolling through his own backyard, was utterly perplexing. Upon hearing her thoughts, Lu Mu's lips gradually curled into a smile that he did not turn back but simply forged ahead, declaring, "It's nothing. What I seek now is trouble." The secret realm was a world unto itself. Just how vast was this space? How many malevolent tribes inhabited this secret realm? The landscape was breathtaking, stretching endlessly with its majestic mountains and rivers, while exotic flowers and fruits adorned the surroundings. The battles among the disciples of the three sects raged on, as they seemed to be gathering their forces, with the majority of the malevolent beings converging towards the palace. A great battle was inevitably on the horizon. As Lu Mu strolled through the woods, he would often glance at the corpses of the malevolent beings, his eyes glimmering with delight as he waved his hand to collect their weapons into his Qinquan bag. Others were busily preparing for combat, yet he remained unhurried, sighing, "This secret realm truly is a splendid place." With so many weapons, the sword sect could feast for quite some time. However, Lu Mu's true objective was not these weapons. Gathering the weapons of the malevolent beings was merely a matter of convenience. Observing the grotesque footprints on the ground, his smile deepened. Several hours passed, and noon arrived with the sun blazing high in the sky. "That brat, to the northwest, 100 meters away. There are malevolent beings." The voice of the strange bird echoed in Lu Mu's mind, that he pushed aside the dense underbrush and casually plucked a wild fruit. Taking a light bite, ahead lay a small village, encircled by a long fence, and at the entrance lay an oddly shaped yet massive white wolf. The wolf was nothing but skin and bones, yet its eyes flickered with a fierce scarlet flame, indicating its extraordinary nature. "Thank you, Red Bird," Lu Mu said, a glimmer of joy in his eyes. Upon sensing the human presence, the white wolf immediately rose, baring its teeth and growling, its already strange eyes now ablaze with ferocity. The howl of the wolf startled the entire village of malevolent beings. They stared at the sudden intruder, momentarily stunned, before rushing out in unison. Lu Mu scanned the village and was astonished to find not a single malevolent being of the third layer of Qi, and many were even unarmed. The malevolent beings possessed a hierarchy akin to that of humans, with powerful individuals alongside the common folk. The commotion caused by the disciples of the three sects was earth-shattering, particularly from the formidable Nangong Yuyan, whose every move was imbued with great authority. However, it was precisely for this reason that the stronger malevolent beings had already retreated to the palace. Stepping forward, Lu Mu activated his spiritual power, slowly gathering a flow of sword energy in his hand. Fixing his gaze, he declared, "I am Lu Mu of the human race. I seek your guidance today." As he spoke, his expression shifted. Lu Mu sprang into action, his heels pushing off the ground like a wild dragon. Charging forth, the malevolent beings in the village finally reacted, and under the command of what appeared to be a priest, they emitted a cacophony of strange, discordant sounds, rushing towards the audacious intruder. The black mist surged like a tide. Though these malevolent beings were far weaker than those guarding the palace, they possessed an inherent advantage against humans. This black mist was the accumulated malevolent energy, the very source of their power. Deployable regardless of their cultivation level. The sheer number of this terrifying black mist would compel even a human cultivator at the 5th or 6th layer of Qi to retreat. Zixuan, who had hurriedly followed behind, was panting heavily, her anxious face flushed with tension. "Big brother, oh my heavens, so many malevolent beings. You won't be able to withstand this." Zixuan was genuinely worried, though a bit headstrong. She was far from foolish. While Lu Mu was indeed exceptional, his power was evidently insufficient to dispel such a dense concentration of ominous black mist. Her bright eyes flickered with concern as she fumbled through her Qiankuan bag. She did not want anything to happen to Lu Mu, not for any particular reason. Emotions are inherently unreasonable, as she put it. Sometimes, it merely takes a simple glance to feel an inexplicable connection. At that moment, however, the swirling black mist suddenly dissipated. To be precise, the pervading black mist surged away as if a plug had been pulled from a pool, frantically retreating into an unfathomable abyss. Zixuan was dumbfounded. Her bright eyes trembled, and her petite, adorable face was left with an expression of disbelief. Though the malevolent beings' twisted visages obscured their emotions, their stunned postures revealed their astonishment that I in the center of the black mist. Lu Mu raised his head to the heavens, the malevolent energy continuously flowing into his limbs, all the while a devilish grin adorned his face, remaining until the last wisp of black mist vanished into him. "What a delightful feeling," he exclaimed, and the world trembled at his words. Slowly opening his eyes, he gazed at the malevolent beings, and merely the residual intensity in his gaze caused these bloodthirsty creatures, akin to beasts, to prostrate themselves. With the black mist seized, the power of these malevolent beings significantly diminished. Those of the second layer of Qi had plummeted to the initial stage of the first layer. Some even fell to the ground, utterly weakened and unable to move. The Lu Mu's eyes grew icy. Those who are not of my race must be punished. He had initially intended to eradicate the malevolent beings in this area. Yet a moment's contemplation led him to coldly utter a single word. "Leave." His tone was light, yet heavy with authority. He was not one to show mercy, for all beings possess life. He was not a bloodthirsty killer either. Having already seized the source of the black mist, why slaughter the old, weak, women, and children? Though the malevolent beings could not fully comprehend his words, they grasped enough to help each other and hastily retreat. The wind whipped fiercely, sending the bamboo basket tumbling. Standing at the village entrance, Zixuan's eyes were filled with profound shock, her expression one of utter incredulity. "Who exactly are you?" "Who am I?" "I told you. My name is Lu Mu." With that, he strode directly into the innermost room, while the strange bird took flight, soaring through the village. This was indeed a secret realm, although the malevolent beings within were generally of low cultivation. There might still be hidden treasures. The strange bird was unwilling to miss out on any potential bounty. Thus, the duo, one man and one bird, operated in perfect harmony. That Lu Mu was responsible for refining the power of the black mist, while the strange bird scoured for treasures. Amidst this tense yet tranquil atmosphere, Lu Mu's strength underwent earth-shattering transformations daily. Chapter 26. Act without regret for those who cultivate the path of immortality. Time holds little significance. Before long, a month had passed. Outside the secret realm, a month indeed flew by. The Valley Master, Qing Ruxue, gently sipped her tea, reflecting aloud, indeed, time passes swiftly that a month has gone by. I imagine our disciples from the three sects must have breached the palace by now, and the treasures of the secret realm will soon be within our grasp. Elder Tang of the Flying Star sect stroked his beard, speaking with a smile that, oh, so your people have already scouted this secret realm? Qing Ruxue raised an eyebrow. Elder Tang shook his head and clasped his hands, replying, the secret realm is fraught with danger. I fear for the safety of my disciples. Hence we conducted some preliminary reconnaissance. You need not worry too much, Valley Master. From what I gather, this secret realm is not of high grade, and the guardian of the core treasure should only be at the peak of the Qi Si. As elders and Valley Masters, they were well aware of what the greatest opportunities in this secret realm entailed. The two conversed leisurely, while the real person Li of the mysterious Cloud sect wore a furrowed brow. Clearly troubled, if the guardian of this secret realm truly was only at the peak of the Qi Si, with Nangong Shengve's prowess, she would have secured the core treasure long ago. How could there be such a delay? Meanwhile, within the secret realm, before the palace, shattered walls and rolling yellow sand surrounded what was once a bountiful and sacred palace, now reduced to ruins. The remnants of spells and the malevolent powers lingered, shrouded in wisps of black smoke. The ground was littered with broken weapons, and the corpses of malevolent beings and human cultivators had attracted the attention of the secret realm scavengers, the Sand Scorpions. Sand Scorpions, massive subterranean creatures encased in yellow rock, were impervious to ordinary weapons. Food was scarce within the secret realm, and the Sand Scorpion clan had not feasted so heartily in ages, now competing fiercely amongst themselves. Suddenly, the sound of a snapped twig caught their attention. They turned their enormous eyes towards the swirling dust, and gradually, a dark figure emerged. He was clad in tattered black cloth, a long sword strapped to his back. The wind whipped past, lifting remnants of his attire, imparting an air of desolation. The Sand Scorpions emitted a series of hissing sounds, and then, in an explosive frenzy, they charged forth, kicking up clouds of dust. A solitary human in the secret realm was the most delectable of prey, in that instant. The man abruptly raised his head, his eyes flashing with fierce determination. Black thunder strike. The resounding roar of thunder shook the heavens and earth. The wind and sand seemed endless, and when it passed again, a mass of sand scorpions lay charred, the air filled with a lingering scent of singed flesh. Big brother, wait for me. He remained silent, steadily advancing deeper within. Over the span of 20 days, he was oblivious to the extent of the malevolent black mist he had absorbed. The flow of his swordsmanship had reached a terrifying level. After devouring a plethora of malevolent weapons, the spiritual energy contained within had long surpassed the limits that the Qi Si realm could withstand at this moment. He felt an overwhelming surge of brutal power coursing through him. Though this force was manageable, it gradually began to influence his heart. He desired no further words, only to step into the palace. The treasures of the secret realm shall not be relinquished to you. I shall also claim your life. With each step, the footprints left in the sandy ground were tainted with remnants of black mist. This aura, strikingly similar to that of malevolence, yet unmatched in strength, instilled fear in the creatures lurking nearby, rendering them hesitant to act. Zishuan pursued him, her gaze filled with profound sorrow as she observed his retreating figure. Breathing heavily, she murmured to herself, "Is my brother truly all right?" She was a witness to it all. Apart from the miraculous bird, she alone comprehended the magnitude of Lu Mu's astonishing progress. In a mere 20 days, he had surged from a cultivation level comparable to hers to the 7th layer of the Qi Si. Such speed, if not witnessed firsthand, would be hard to believe. Zishuan felt genuine concern for her domineering and fierce yet protective brother, wondering if he, like certain disciples she had seen before who had experienced rapid growth due to fortuitous circumstances, might ultimately lose control of his power and perish in the process. The miraculous bird perched on her shoulder shook its head slightly, utterly unaware of the fortuitous luck that had allowed Lu Mu to deceive such a young girl into following him. Upon entering the palace, it appeared from the outside to have 9 levels. The first level's grand hall was nearly stripped bare, with a deep sword scar etched into the walls, a testament to the fierce battles that had transpired here. The extent of the combat that had once raged was evident. The Lu Mu hesitated not, proceeding along the corridor, ascending level by level. After more than 20 days of conflict, the guards on each level of the palace had long since fallen. Upon reaching the 6th level, Lu Mu encountered a woman, or rather, a corpse encased in ice. Surrounding the body were the frozen figures of disciples from the three sects, their panic still palpable in the icy sculptures. Lu Mu gazed silently, his mind recalling the record of mountains and rivers mentioned by his mentor. This was a tome chronicling the extraordinary tales of the continent, and his teacher had previously spoken of the very being before him, the Snow Demon. A spirit born of heaven and earth, capable of controlling ice and snow, it was known as the Snow Demon. Upon its birth, it possessed at least the strength of a peak Qi cultivator, making it a formidable opponent for any ordinary cultivator. The mere presence of such a creature at the 6th level was alarming, that Lu Mu murmured softly. Continuing his descent at the 7th level, he found it utterly barren. The air still held the remnants of sword energy, clearly indicating that a fierce battle had taken place. That as he approached the 8th level, a sudden voice called out, "Lu Mu!" Around the corner. Elder Jia's eyes gleamed with excitement as he exclaimed. "Elder," Lu Mu acknowledged with a slight nod, choosing not to speak further. Now was not the time to confront the elder, especially not before encountering Nangongyi. "Is it just you?" Elder Jia blocked his path. And Lu Mu then noticed the emptiness of his left sleeve, flapping in the wind. "There is another girl. I believe she is still wandering around the 3rd level." Lu Mu spoke the truth, though his apparent nonchalance belied his rapid pace, far beyond what Zixuan could match. Elder Jia nodded slightly, secretly pleased. 20 days prior, he had joined forces with Nangongyi, intent on locating Lu Mu, but had found no trace of him amidst the sect's ranks. Nangongyi sought the treasures of the palace, commanding everyone to assemble for an assault. He had no choice but to comply. The battle had stretched on for many days, initially yielding little progress. The retaliation from the malevolent forces of the secret realm was fierce, and each level of the palace was guarded. Even with the combined strength of the three sects, they could not breach the defenses. This situation persisted until the arrival of Xiao Beishan, which marked a turning point. Yet, the mere thought of Xiao Beishan ignited a blaze of fury within Elder Jia. Having learned some peculiar techniques, Xiao Beishan had been able to guide them in overcoming the palace's traps and revealing the weaknesses of the guarding demons. However, after conquering the 8th level, he instructed everyone to form A-grade formation, claiming that a tremendous evil awaited them on the 9th level and that the formation would ensure their safety. Throughout these days, Xiao Beishan's words had proven almost prophetic, playing a crucial role in their siege of the palace. Trusting him, Elder Jia and the others had formed the formation without a second thought, only to discover too late that it was not a powerful array for offense, but a demonic trap designed to devour their spiritual energy. By the time they realized, their own energy was nearly completely consumed. Furious, Nangongyi commanded the pursuers to apprehend Xiao Beishan, who fled in desperation. Following this incident, Elder Jia, once at the peak of the Qi, found himself severely weakened. Nangongyi led the disciples to the 9th level, instructing him to remain behind to recuperate and to prevent Xiao Beishan from causing further mischief. That Lu Mu, the Saintess, and the others have entered the 9th level. Come with me. Snapping back to reality, Elder Jia looked at Lu Mu before him and felt that the wait had been worthwhile. Even though his cultivation had only returned to the 5th layer of the Qi, he believed he could easily eliminate someone like Lu Mu, who had just broken through to the Qi. Lu Mu sensed something amiss but said nothing, merely nodding as he stepped forward. The 8th level was relatively small. The palace, shaped like a pagoda, became progressively smaller as one ascended. However, compared to the dilapidated state of the lower levels, the 8th level was resplendent, reminiscent of a royal palace, with 4 dragon pillars supporting the uppermost level. The faint spiritual light emanating from these pillars indicated they were no ordinary artifacts. Casting a glance around, Lu Mu was entranced by the dazzling light radiating from the throne at the center, reminiscent of a portal drawing him into Ha. Truly a simpleton. Elder Jia, standing behind him, wore a cruel smile as he recognized the opportune moment. And no longer hesitating, he waved his hand, unleashing a beam of spiritual light aimed squarely at Lu Mu. "Lu Mu, you can rest easy and die. Rest assured, I shall ensure your companions accompany you on the journey to the underworld. You shall not feel lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs." His voice was boisterous, and the excitement in his expression was difficult to conceal. Elder Jia envisioned the unwilling gaze Lu Mu would cast before his demise, feeling a weight lift from his heart, as if the bottleneck restraining him was beginning to loosen. Once he emerged from this secret realm and restored his energy, breaking through the Qi Sea would be a matter of time. However, the smile on his face quickly froze as a crackle of lightning filled the air that Lu Mu did not turn back. The black lightning shattered the spiritual light he had unleashed, sending Elder Jia staggering backward to the ground. How is this possible? How could his progress be so terrifying in such a short time? Having never witnessed such a scene, Elder Jia felt a chill run down his spine as he sensed the ominous spiritual energy within the black lightning. You are not Lu Mu. You are malevolent." No, Lu Mu slowly turned, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His voice was cold, laced with a hint of murderous intent as he declared, "I am indeed Lu Mu." With that, Lu Mu raised his hand, gathering a stream of luminous liquid energy that coalesced into a radiant sword. "Lu Mu, what are you planning? I am an outer sect elder. What you do to me, I shall do to you." Lu Mu, do not act impulsively. Slaying an elder is a grave crime. Without a word, Lu Mu hurled the sword into the air with a thought. Thousands of sword energies cascaded down like raindrops. Elder Jia had no chance to scream before he was reduced to mere fragments by the torrent of sword energy. After completing this act, Lu Mu turned resolutely toward the light portal, retrieving a malevolent mask from his spatial bag and donning it just as he crossed the threshold. There were many who sought to kill him. Regardless of who they were, he would show no mercy to end killing with killing, to cease battle with battle. He walked the path of slaughter, unburdened by conscience. Chapter 27. Gathering of Spiritual Malevolence. The 9th level of the palace revealed an extraordinary realm. This place stretched for thousands of miles, constructed from black stone slabs, housing 1,000,000 stone soldiers, presenting a formidable sight, a realm within a realm. Beneath the endless stone slabs lay a dark abyss, suffused with an oppressive aura. Above the steps, however, gleamed with radiant light. The steps were not high, appearing to be merely 30 meters or so. Even a cultivator of the Qi Sea could easily ascend to claim the treasures. Yet, damn it, what in the world are these stone soldiers? Begin the celestial fire. Disciples of Qingyu Valley, heed my command. Use the 9. Countless arrows rained down from the sky, imbued with astonishing power, like a tempest unleashed. The disciples of the Flying Star Gate and the outer sect elders of Qingyu Valley fought while retreating. But despite the vastness of the 9th level palace, where could they retreat? The black sky had long since severed their escape route. This place permits entry, yet forbids exit. Murder, beatings, more murder. Such is the sole endeavor of those who now besiege this locale. The 3 sects have besieged this place for many days. Originally, there were over 100 masters of the 8th level of Qi Sea. Yet now, more than half have perished, leaving scarcely 30 elders. The elder of the outer sect of Qingyu Valley fights valiantly at the front lines, striving to secure a moment's respite for her disciples. Cradling an ancient guqin, each melody she plays unleashes waves of ethereal brilliance. The radiant light acts as a blade, shattering the advancing stone soldiers upon contact. Suddenly, a spear thrusts forward with the ferocity of a dragon, glimmering coldly. Although the elder of Qingyu Valley reacts instantaneously, her treasured guqin is pierced, and she is soon surrounded by hundreds of stone soldiers. "Do not mind me. Escape," she cries, desperation evident in her eyes. Those who have cultivated to the Qi Sea, achieving the rank of elder, are no mere fools. Yet in the face of this seemingly endless tide of stone soldiers, even her perfected Qi Sea power can only account for so much. From the moment she was encircled, she knew deep within her heart that her chances of survival were slim. Various emotions flicker in the eyes of the onlookers: resentment, fury, but most prominently, helplessness. They can only watch in horror as the sharp claws of the stone soldiers pierce the elder's shoulder. No matter how enraged or how they roar, all they can do is retreat step by step, powerless to intervene. Remaining here any longer would spell doom for them all. Such is the battlefield, brutal and unforgiving. A stark contrast to the grand sect competitions to 1,000,000 stone soldiers, an unrelenting onslaught. Even the slightest hesitation leads to immediate death, leaving no room for luck. With my sword, I shall strike. A voice pierces the air. This strike is nothing short of astonishing. The heavens and earth tremble, the air thickens, and even the entire ninth layer seems to quiver slightly. The overwhelming sword energy sweeps forth like a landslide. Its brilliance akin to a beacon of hope, revitalizing the weary faces of all present. The Saintess of the Misty Realm has returned. This is the pinnacle of the Misty Sword technique, a skill that can only be comprehended, never articulated. To wield such a move, Nan Gongyin truly embodies the title of Saintess. The disciples of the three sects are filled with exhilaration. For 4 days, they have endured, hoping for her return, that I end the next moment. However, Nan Gongyin's delicate figure retreats abruptly, her sword dancing through the air, unleashing waves of sword light, while summoning dozens of flying swords to effortlessly vanquish the surrounding stone soldiers. Yet, when she regains her footing, shock washes over the crowd. Blood spills from the corner of her mouth, and her once clear gaze now bears a hint of fatigue. This Saintess, who had dominated all since entering the secret realm, has been wounded. Thank you, the elder of Qingyu Valley murmurs, having narrowly escaped death, clutching her injured shoulder. But Nan Gongyin does not spare her a glance, her icy eyes fixed upon the darkened sky. Any stone soldier daring to approach her is instantaneously pierced by the flying swords hovering at her side. Controlling flying swords demands formidable mental strength. Typical disciples can only wield 2 or 3 artifacts simultaneously. Yet she commands dozens of spiritual-grade flying swords with ease, a testament to her extraordinary power. After a long silence, Nan Gongyin addresses the assembly. The guardian of the formation is a peak-level malice of the Qi gathering second layer. As of now, I lack the strength to vanquish it, and can only engage in a strenuous battle. Is there anyone among you capable of contending with the Qi gathering? Her tone is frigid. The crowd's expressions shift dramatically. The Qi gathering. No wonder the Saintess has been unable to gain ground. The rules of this secret realm restrict them, and their highest cultivation level is merely the perfected Qi Si. Cultivating physical strength and blood vitality, the Qi Si cultivator opens the shore within their Dantian, condensing their spiritual energy. When the spiritual energy within the Dantian resembles a vast ocean, brimming with power, the Qi Si is said to be perfected. Conversely, Qi gathering condenses the mist-like spiritual energy settled within the Qi Si into liquid form that a single drop of this spiritual liquid is equivalent to 100 drops of mist-like spiritual energy. The might of Qi gathering is simply insurmountable by the Qi Si. For ordinary Qi Si cultivators, facing Qi gathering is akin to a mere egg striking against a stone. Instantaneous obliteration, that it appears there is no one left. Nan Gongyin comments coolly, her gaze unwavering. Just then, from the shadows, an enormous figure strides forth. Towering and formidable, it stands nearly 10 meters tall, wielding a massive iron blade. The surrounding aura is terrifying. With each stride, the very fabric of reality shifts, causing the hearts of all masters at the Qi Si to tremble, nearly dropping their weapons in fear. Impudence. Nan Gongyin's cold reprimand pierces the air, her aura radiating outward, allowing the onlookers to breathe a little easier, yet deepening their awe at her prowess. Perfected Qi Si, able to contend with Qi gathering at the second layer. This young prodigy is undoubtedly unparalleled. Observing this scene, the malice of Qi gathering smiles sinisterly, dark mist emanating from its lips that in an instant, the massive blade descends, mercilessly cleaving downwards. The mere pressure from the blade's aura forces others to retreat. Nan Gongyin's expression sharpens, and she raises her sword to block the strike. With the dragon's bone within her, and having received the true teachings of the Misty Realm, although she cannot claim victory, she remains unafraid. The two formidable forces collide, neither yielding an inch. Yet, the pallor of Nan Gongyin's face reveals that her endurance may soon wane. The crowd is acutely aware that if she falters, their fate is sealed. Kill. 9 Heaven's mysterious truth. With my power, coalesce. Earthly fiend technique, break for me. In the blink of an eye, everyone springs into action, but 1,000,000 stone soldiers are not mere decorations. As they move, the stone soldiers surge forth as well. This is a brutal clash. None dare to hold back. all fight with their utmost, even at the cost of their lives, refusing to retreat a single step. Yet the scales of victory ultimately tilt towards the malice. A dozen formidable stone soldiers breach the defenses of the three sects, lunging toward Nangongyi. In a contest of masters, victory can be decided in an instant. The crowd panics, unable to extricate themselves, and some even fall prey to several strikes due to their distraction. That fleeting moment, crack, black thunder rumbles. Endless torrents of black lightning cascade down, obliterating the surrounding stone soldiers into mere dust. The malice of Qi gathering, possessing remarkable intelligence, retreats rapidly, leaving no opportunity for the disciples of the three sects to counterattack. The crowd erupts in elation, yet a flicker of confusion arises within their hearts. Who unleashed this astonishing black thunder? Wait for me, big brother. We've been rushing for days. Chapter 28. The Treasure Seizure. Saintus, the people of Qingyu Valley exclaim in astonishment. One master of the 10th level of Qi Si swiftly approaches Zixuan. Kneeling on one knee, visibly anxious. Saintus, what brings you here? It is perilous. Not far away, Nangongyin stands with her sword, unwavering. This is no sect, and someone like Zixuan, who relies on connections rather than cultivation, fails to sway her. Her cold gaze is fixed solely on the figure surrounded by black lightning. One strike, and dozens of stone soldiers fall. Only a hero of such caliber could capture her attention. Who is he? What a peculiar fellow, that mask, voices murmur, as none dare to act recklessly in the presence of the man cloaked in black lightning. Their curiosity about the visage concealed beneath that strange mask is palpable. Which sect do you belong to? The malice is extraordinarily powerful. I see your lightning technique is exceptional. You shall heed my command shortly, Nangongyin states, contemplating for a moment before elegantly striding forth, issuing commands from a position of authority. However, before she can finish her sentence, the masked man coldly utters a single word, scram. Indeed, the newcomer is Lu Mu as he steps through the light gate. Several spears thrust toward him. Had he known earlier that Nangongyin was engaged in a fierce battle with the Qi gathering malice, he might have preferred to observe from the sidelines. At this moment, he revels in the wisdom of wearing a mask collected along the way, which alleviates some of his concerns. You dare tell me to scram? Nangongyin's astonishment is palpable, a trace of anger surfacing on her exquisite face. No one has ever dared to speak to her in such a manner. Since becoming the Misty Saintess, she has never encountered anyone who would shout at her. Roar! At this moment, the Qi gathering malice suddenly erupts in a deafening roar, shaking the heavens. The crowd feels a gust of wind and instinctively raises their hands to shield themselves. Yet Lu Mu steps forward to meet the roar, unleashing a torrent of furious black lightning. The lightning flickers ominously, a harbinger of doom. This guy is also a malice. Activate the formation. Be cautious. Do not let that malice harm our people. The crowd is thrown into disarray. Even Nangongyin takes several steps back. Had it not been for the assistance of the man before them, they would have likely turned against him. Only the people of Qingyu Valley remain unaffected. The elder of the outer sect regards him with a complex expression and inquires softly. Saintess, may I ask, do you know who he is? Big brother is just big brother. Who else could he be? Zixuan tilts her head, grinning mischievously. I hope the Saintess can clarify. Zixuan pouts, crossing her arms, pressing her ample bosom together to an almost jaw-dropping degree. Oomph. I already said he's big brother. Why do you ask again? Ask again, and I'll spank you. The Saintess of the Serene Valley, blessed by the heavens, enjoys the adoration of countless admirers, as an elder of the outer sect of the Serene Valley. She dares not offend her. Witnessing Zixuan's deliberate display of arrogance, she can only remain silent, refraining from further comment. The more Zixuan gazes at Lu Mu, the more her affection deepens. Since childhood, she has been enchanted by various tales and legends. And now, as Lu Mu appears like a divine warrior descending from the heavens, she is utterly captivated. Indeed, he saves the masses from peril. He is the hero who rides on clouds of 5 colors to rescue me. I knew it. That sword of his was immensely powerful that fateful night. He must have intentionally concealed his strength that a young man so noble-hearted and handsome, my mother would surely adore him, in her youthful exuberance. She unwittingly regards Lu Mu as the valiant hero from the stories, and she daydreams of herself as the heroine of those tales. Meanwhile, on another front, one can see why Nangong Yuyin finds herself at a loss. Lu Mu faces the overwhelming force of the gathering evil, gritting his teeth to hold firm against the astonishing mental pressure it exudes. Were it not for Lu Mu's resistance based on his understanding of the divine and demonic realms, he would likely have been forced to kneel or retreat like the others. With a roar, the gathering evil seems to sense a challenge and bellows again that Lu Mu's expression shifts, and he adopts a stance as dark lightning crackles around him, silently declaring, "Here it comes." Yet in the next moment, the gathering evil rushes past him like a tempest, its fierce wind startling Lu Mu. However, it does not linger. Instead, it unleashes its wrath upon the three sects behind him. What is happening? Lu Mu is taken aback as the stone soldiers pass by him, seemingly ignoring him, acting instead as if they are protecting him, their long spears directed outward, exuding an imposing aura. Could it be due to the dark lightning surrounding me? Beneath his mask, Lu Mu's lips gradually curl into a smile. Over time, he has absorbed an abundance of dark mist, shrouding his spiritual energy in a sinister aura. It is not surprising that the gathering evil recognizes him as one of its own. Damn it. That fellow is an evil spirit. I thought he was a savior, but he is merely a thief in disguise. Fellow cultivators, assist me. The slaughter commences. The might of the gathering evil far surpasses that of everyone present. Nangong Yuyin charges forward with her sword, but can only stall its advance, unable to land even a single blow. And the interference from the surrounding stone soldiers puts her in peril time and again. In mere moments, her flowing gown is rent with multiple slashes. Nangong Yuyin, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Your retribution has arrived so swiftly. Lu Mu chuckles to himself, showing no inclination to assist her, but he relishes the thought of her demise, from the moment she ruthlessly sought to extract his dragon bone. He and the Nangong family have been irreparably at odds. Turning his gaze, he fixes it upon Zishuan. The stone soldiers charging in are all stopped by the members of the Serene Valley. So for the time being, there is no immediate threat. Moreover, and most importantly, Lu Mu's eyes narrow. The crimson bird is perched upon her shoulder. This bird is extraordinarily mysterious. With it present, there should be no issues. Before setting out for the palace, the strange bird had flown to Zishuan, its initial motivation stemming from an unequal division of frost grass. Yet who would have thought it would prove useful now? Having spoken, Lu Mu turns without further ado, suddenly channeling his strength to summon a thunderous roar. The nearby stone soldiers shatter. In an instant, he propels himself forward like a black meteor, racing towards the innermost area. The steps rise to a height of 10 zhong, and upon them rests a coffin, adorned with gold and jade, exuding an extraordinary aura. The gathering evil had previously safeguarded this location throughout the underground palace. Only this area was untouched by the stone soldiers. That damned evil spirit seeks to seize the treasure. We have sacrificed so many. How can we allow an evil spirit to take the core of the sealing artifact? Fellow cultivators, quickly summon your spells to intercept it. The leaders of the three sects grow anxious. The strange bird internally chuckles, thinking, this lad is quite clever. After a brief moment of surprise, the gathering evil turns in fury, letting out a roar that commands millions of stone soldiers to charge at Lu Mu. The sky is filled with spells, dazzling and shocking. The earth trembles as countless stone soldiers launch into a frenzied assault. Lu Mu has elevated his spiritual power to its zenith, nearly breaking through to the 8th layer of the Qi Si. The immense spiritual energy surges forth from him, with each step shattering the jade platform. The winds and thunder accompany him, granting him incredible speed. Yet despite this, the various forces pursuing him still surpass him in swiftness. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding blasts erupt, sending shockwaves that lift endless dust and debris, knocking weaker cultivators off their feet. Gradually, the winds die down. The gathering evil and the millions of stone soldiers suddenly cease their movements, their bodies beginning to fade, accompanied by glimmers of light, drifting towards an unknown destination. The sealing artifact of the secret realm has been taken. Nangong Yuyin gasps, raising her eyes in fury towards the front. As the dust settles upon the shattered steps, the peculiar masked man is revealed sitting atop the coffin, hand over the sealing artifact of the secret realm. And I shall spare your life, she speaks softly. Yet, as her words echo, disciples from the three sects step forward. Their murderous intent is palpable, revealing their true intentions done on the coffin. Shrouded by the mask, Lu Mu, deliberately lowering his voice, scoffs. Heavenly treasures belong to those capable of obtaining them, that if I wish to leave, you cannot detain me. With that, he vanishes in a flash, transforming into a streak of lightning, making a swift escape. His agility is indeed impressive, but alas, it is still insufficient. The disciples of the Flying Star sect leap into action, renowned for their speed, if they claim to be second in agility within the Azure Blue Empire. No other sect would dare assert they are first, that a clang resounds from the air as the masked man finds himself besieged by 3 members of the Flying Star sect. Below, none of the onlookers wish to miss this opportunity. Some channeling spells while others summon flying swords, intent on eliminating Lu Mu here. Young man, Zishuan exclaims anxiously. Faced with such an onslaught, Lu Mu finds himself with no means of evasion that a fierce glint flashes in his eyes as he swiftly draws his sword, infusing it with spiritual energy for a horizontal slash. The astonishing dark lightning surges forth. Everyone instinctively recoils in fear, apprehensive of the potential contamination from the dark mist. Fools! The sealing artifact has already been seized. This secret realm will disintegrate in a moment's time, allowing the mighty from each sect to enter. What are you truly afraid of? Nangong Yuyin coldly rebukes. The crowd seems to awaken from a stupor, realizing the urgency of the situation. Indeed, the mighty from each sect will soon arrive. Even if they are tainted by the evil mist, their own powerful cultivators can dispel it. However, if they lose the sealing artifact, the consequences would be dire. Observing the predatory gazes of those around him, Lu Mu merely sneers and states, to see the elite of the 3 sects besieging one person, yet still requiring the support of mighty beings, is truly laughable. Chapter 29. The Quest for Treasure. Frenzied evil spirits, do not be so hasty with your taunts. A master of the Chi Si from the Flying Star sect steps forward, his eyes widening in shock as he releases a sharp sword, declaring, if you do not wish to keep it, my Flying Star sect will not let you go, boy, regardless of what you have obtained. Today, you shall leave your life here as well. The sword's momentum is astonishing, slicing through the air with incredible speed, akin to a startled swan. Lu Mu is momentarily startled, raising his sword to block. A resounding clang echoes as his blade fractures, the flying sword narrowly grazing his shoulder and piercing onward. What kind of protective technique is this fellow practicing to be so formidable? The sword merely leaves a faint white mark. He cannot be allowed to live. Kill him. Clutching his searing shoulder, Lu Mu's gaze turns cold, remaining silent. This strike is indeed formidable, but fortunately his body has been tempered, rendering him as resilient as steel that he narrowly escapes disaster. However, he cannot endure for much longer. Drops of blood trickle from beneath his mask. Though the combined spells of the crowd did not hit him directly, the residual force has jostled his internal organs. Continuing this battle may spell doom for him. This moment, Zishuan pushes through the crowd, her face flushed with anger as she obstructs the assailants. What are you doing? The young man just saved you all. Why are you attacking him? Confusion fills her heart. Even she, a cultivator of modest strength, can recognize that the perilous situation was averted by Lu Mu's daring act to seize the sealing artifact, redirecting the gathering evil and the millions of stone soldiers, that if it were not for him, would anyone still be standing here? Step aside, that Lu Mu's voice is hoarse and cold, that I in a moment of breath. He pushes Zishuan away, surveying the indifferent faces and murderous intent of the crowd. Beneath his mask, he merely chuckles coldly. The treasures of the secret realm are coveted by all. If you wish to seize them, do so by your own merit. But I must warn you, my sword shows no mercy. As he speaks, Lu Mu discards the broken artifact, reaching instead for something at his waist. The crowd's eyes widen in greed. That it is a jade seal, pure white, adorned with a dragon's head, measuring 4 inches square and 6 inches high, radiating spiritual light. A truly remarkable treasure. To their astonishment, as Lu Mu waves his hand, the square jade seal transforms before their very eyes into a sharp sword, which he grasps firmly. It shifts at will, its divine might unfathomable. It is widely acknowledged that treasures can be categorized into magical artifacts and spiritual instruments, with the most esteemed among them being the royal, imperial, and sovereign artifacts. To possess a treasure that can change will surely indicates it is at least a royal artifact. At this proclamation, voices arose, and the gazes of the crowd grew even more fervent. Royal artifacts. Which among them is not a cherished possession of the sect? If one were to obtain a royal artifact, they could undoubtedly soar to great heights. Even those who hold the title of intersect elders would find no fault in this. Yet despite such aspirations, no one dared to step forward, encircling Lu Mu instead. Each of them hesitant to take the first step. How laughable it is. Clearly, they all wish to slay me and seize this treasure, yet they are paralyzed by the fear of a collective assault. Yearning for the treasure, yet lacking even this modicum of courage, Lu Mu remarked coldly. Suppressing his voice, he then suddenly hurled his sword into the air, declaring, "You truly are a pitiful lot. At this." The crowd was thrown into disarray, and over a dozen individuals leapt up, eager to snatch the divine weapon. However, in that instant, thunder erupted. Lu Mu leaned slightly forward, channeling an astonishing force of thunder into his palm before striking the ground with a mighty blow. The thunder that surged upward sent those who had just leapt into chaos, scattering them in disarray. Without waiting for a counterattack, he swiftly grasped the sword hilt, and the flowing light of the sword silently ascended to its blade's edge. "I possess a sword that can sever three thoughts. As I observe your greed, anger, and ignorance coalescing without dispersing, I shall bestow upon you a sword." With that, the sword light flashed fiercely. The true essence of the heaven-claiming sword seized. The sword flow devoured countless wicked weapons, the spiritual power contained within already surpassing the limits of what the Qi Si can withstand. Now fully unleashed, its might was awe-inspiring. The colossal sword radiance seemed to stretch for 100 feet, tearing the heavens and rending the earth, causing the already unstable secret realm to tremble violently. What in the heavens is this sword technique? Retreat! Quickly retreat! Impossible! How could the power of this sword be so terrifying? The sword radiance descended, and mountains crumbled. The earth quaked. The horror of this move exceeded everyone's expectations, leaving them astounded and aghast. Just moments ago, they had pressed forward, fearful that their opponent might escape. Now, however, they fled in panic like lost dogs. "What is happening?" Huang Longang exclaimed. The Li Jinren of Qingyun Mountain sensed the turmoil and, in shock, realized the secret realm was collapsing. Has someone seized the core of the town artifact? I wonder which of our three sex prodigies has done so. Elder Tang of Fixingmen raised his wine gourd, taking a hearty sip, and with a hint of jest, remarked, "My friends, we have waited for many days in vain. Since we are idle, why not gamble? I wager 100,000 spirit stones that a disciple of Fixingmen will obtain the town artifact of the secret realm." Li Jinren of Qingyun Mountain remained silent, his brow furrowed with worry. The leader of Qingyu Valley, Qingru Shui, however, was anxious, her beautiful eyes flashing with anger as she scolded, "Old fool, who has the mind to gamble with you?" As she spoke, her gaze shifted toward Li Jinren of Qingyun Mountain, and the two exchanged a wordless nod. In the next moment, they both soared into the air, stepping forth. One is a Jinren, the other a Valley Master. Why the rush? This is a matter of gravity. Elder Tang chuckled lightly to himself, an imperceptible smirk flashing in his eyes as he watched their figures break through the clouds and hasten away. The three sects, Qingyao Sect, Fixingmen, and Qingyu Valley, were naturally at odds with one another. He was merely feigning ignorance while fully aware of the fierce fluctuations of spiritual power. Could it be that the guardian of the formation was on the verge of death and unleashed a desperate explosion? Although Fixingmen has dispatched many prodigies, you all have even sent forth a saintess. If you were to trade your two sex saintesses, it would indeed be a most profitable transaction. Shaking his head, he turned, appearing as if drunk, swaying without any intent to offer assistance. Inside Huang Longang, as the Jinren of Qingyun Mountain and the Valley Master of Qingyu Valley forced their way in, the already crumbling secret realm could no longer withstand the pressure. In an instant, it completely collapsed and vanished. The crowd found themselves engulfed in a mist, and upon glancing back, the palaces had disappeared, dense forests replacing the wondrous sights. The Qingru Shui descended from the sky, swiftly embracing Zishuan, and after confirming she was unscathed, finally exhaled a sigh of relief, a gentle smile gracing her beautiful face. Saintess Nangong, what transpired within the secret realm. Li Jinren of Qingyun Mountain landed steadily behind, his robe billowing with the wind, exuding an air of ethereal grace. However, Nangong Yiyin did not respond. Instead, she turned coldly, stating, "Dispatch orders to pursue and annihilate the wicked fiend." "Yes, yes," the disciples of Qingyao sect nodded, fully aware of whom Nangong Yiyin referred to. Meanwhile, a disciple from Fixingmen snapped his folding fan shut, nodding as he clasped his hands, saying, "Saintess of Qingyao, how could we from Fixingmen be absent in the pursuit of this fiend? We too have suffered greatly at his hands. Relay my command to issue the Star Pursuit order. We must capture that wicked fiend, and should he dare resist, kill without mercy." "But brother, the Star Pursuit order," a Fixingmen disciple interjected, his expression conflicted. "The Star Pursuit order is the highest level wanted decree of Fixingmen, not to be issued lightly." Yet before he could finish, the Fixingmen disciple glared back, coldly retorting, "Do you not understand? Leave the rest to me. I will report to the sect." Yes, with the matter stated thus, the Fixingmen disciple dared not speak further. Nodding vigorously, as the two sects voiced their intentions, the leader of the black-clad disciples from Qingyu Valley hesitated before finally speaking up. "The town artifact of the secret realm has been seized by an individual suspected to be a wicked fiend that as a fellow sect. It would be prudent to extend a favor." However, before he could voice his thoughts, Zishuan shot him a fierce glare, causing him to swallow back the words he had prepared. Within Qingyu Valley, who truly holds authority? Some might say it is the Valley Master, Qingru Shui, while others might argue it is the reclusive elders and ancestors. Yet, only the disciples of Qingyu Valley know that the true power lies with the seemingly harmless and petite Zishin. "Shinner, you must be tired. Shall we return to the valley?" "No, I still want to explore." "Shinner, you must listen that if you do not return with me, your esteemed ancestors will surely unleash their wrath." The disciples of Qingyu Valley felt a surge of frustration. Look, other sect saintesses, upon seeing their masters, are obedient and settled, fearing to provoke their ire. Yet in our Qingyu Valley, to bring the saintess back requires coaxing and scheming. No one noticed that as Zishuan spoke, her gaze furtively sought out the direction of Qingyao sect, searching for a certain individual, one whom she admired greatly, yet who was always solitary. Yet after searching for a long while, she could not find his figure. "Saintess Nangong, please enlighten us regarding what transpired in the secret realm." Li Jinren, feeling overlooked, spoke again, his tone now somewhat detached. Nangong Yin raised an eyebrow, glancing at the recently arrived Wang Quan and Qianrun, resentment flickering in her gaze. She was not one to overlook the importance of timing. Had it been any other day, she would not have ignored the Jinren, but the thought of that masked man made her bite her lip in anger. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "Within the secret realm, we encountered a masked individual who appeared to be a wicked fiend, adept in wielding dark thunder." Her voice was soft, yet her fury was palpable. Nangong Yin recounted the events that transpired within the secret realm to Li Jinren of Qingyun Mountain. Upon hearing that the suspected fiend wielded a medium-grade magical sword imbued with fire's spiritual power, Qianruoyan's eyelids involuntarily twitched. The secret realm, now dissipated, left the disciples of the three sects with no reason to linger any longer. After a brief roll call, they hastily prepared for their return. The Qingyao sect had dispatched over 100 disciples into the secret realm, but upon their return, only 8 remained, and curiously, Su Daosong, who had never shown himself, was among them. Most of the fallen had perished within the palace of the secret realm, and the million stone soldiers would haunt the surviving disciples for a long time to come. This marked one of the most tragic events in the history of Qingyao sect. Among the names on this death list was Lu Mu, unmistakably present. Reactions to Lu Mu's demise varied. Some mourned. Others rejoiced, while many mocked. "Have you heard? The once mighty demon, Lu Mu, perished within the secret realm." "Are you referring to the notorious lunatic of our South Bank outer sect, Lu Mu?" "Of course, I know him. To put it bluntly, he had it coming." "Oh, and I also heard that within the secret realm, a wicked fiend emerged, green-faced and fanged, utterly sinister, single-handedly driving the disciples of the three sects into disarray. Even the saintess suffered greatly at his hands." 3 days later, at Qingyao sect South Bank outer sect, a throng of outer sect disciples busied themselves with chores while engaging in animated conversation. "What were you discussing just now, junior brother?" Who has died? At that moment, a man suddenly approached, his head adorned with a wide-brimmed hat, appearing travel-worn. Are you not yet aware? We were just discussing the fallen demon, Lu Mu, a disciple from the outer sect who perished in the mystical realm of Huanglonggang. Mid-sentence, he froze, his entire being rendered immobile. The others, initially perplexed and eager to inquire further, were struck dumb by the sight of the man's countenance, their faces paling like wax, afraid to even draw a breath. Yet, the man simply smiled indifferently, clasped his hands in gratitude, and uttered a soft, "Thank you." With that, he departed. As they gazed at the figure striding purposefully towards the inner sect's mountain path, the outer sect disciples took a long moment to regain their wits before erupting in a chorus of shouts. A ghost! My heavens! We've seen a spirit! The dead have risen. Chapter 30. Fragment of the Imperium artifact. Lu Mu advanced with firm strides, the air around him filled with gasps of shock and disbelief. Observing the expressions of his fellow disciples, akin to those who had encountered a specter, he merely shook his head in silence, pressing onward with heavy steps. Within the mystical realm, he had unleashed the essence of the sword path of seizing heaven, devouring the spiritual energy of the sword flow, only to release it all. Though he had not yet harmed his foes, he had already inflicted damage upon himself. Similar to his earlier encounter with Shiman Mengwu, this technique, which transcended his own capabilities, bore immeasurable repercussions on his body. Even with his formidable foundation of body forging, the collision within his meridians had nearly crippled his cultivation. The mystical realm collapsed. He had deliberately avoided the sect. Treasures and magical artifacts were coveted by all. He trusted no outsiders. I should first seek out my master and see if he might have a solution to my predicament. Unable to suppress a light cough, he acknowledged the chaotic energy he had absorbed through the seizing heaven sword path. Now spiraling out of control, Lu Mu understood well that his current condition was precarious. And within this vast ethereal realm, he yearned solely to seek Fuzhongzang. With Lu Mu's return, the Piao Miao sect soon erupted into a flurry of activity. What? He is still alive. Qian Ruoyan stood dumbfounded. Her teacup slipping from her grasp, clattering to the ground, jolting her back to reality. Her expression a mix of complexity, she gazed at the steward, and after a prolonged moment, a charming smile broke forth, laced with a hint of mischief. Excellent. It is good to have him back. The contest of prodigies has yet to commence, and if my servant were to die, it would pose quite the inconvenience for me. Steward, prepare some medicinal pills. I wish to pay a visit to my disobedient servant. Yes. Meanwhile, at Qingyun Mountain, Wang Quan held a tome of profound techniques, originally engrossed in study, when he received news from a disciple, causing his austere brows to furrow. She knows of this matter? Are you inquiring about the saintess? She should already be aware, ditto. And what was her reaction? Wang Quan closed the technique book and regarded the disciple with indifference. Evidently more concerned with Nangong Yin than Lu Mu. To my knowledge, the saintess did not say much. Merely, the disciple hesitated, guilt evident in his demeanor. Wang Quan's displeasure was palpable as he demanded. Merely what? Forgive me, master. The disciple, startled, hastily bowed, trembling uncontrollably. Did I ask you? Merely what? A hint of murderous intent flickered in Wang Quan's gaze. He detested hesitation above all. The disciple, sensing the gravity of the situation, stammered. It's just that the saintess seemed to suddenly smile. This is not my assertion, but rather what her attendant conveyed. Senior brother, please spare me. Leave. Wang Quan's demeanor grew cold, an ominous aura enveloping him. The disciple, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity, bowed repeatedly before hastily retreating from Qingyun Mountain Hall. At this moment, Wang Quan rose slowly, his expression dark as he gazed out the window, no one truly comprehending the depths of his contemplation. The wind danced lightly, the fallen leaves swirling gracefully. In the Dan Yen cave, the entrance stood firmly shut, a solitary white lantern hanging forlornly above. The oppressive silence weighed heavily on the heart. Lu Mu approached. Observing the scene, a tremor coursing through him. His master, Fuzhongzang, was neither kin nor stranger, yet among the vast sect, only he mourned. Upon reflecting upon this, Lu Mu made a decision and pushed open the stone door. I have declared that I am not receiving guests. Fuzhongzang's voice was icy, his back turned as he sat quietly at his desk, seemingly in remembrance of someone, his frail silhouette appearing even more forlorn. stirring a pang of sorrow within those who beheld it. "Master, I have returned." That Lu Mu paused, taking a deep breath, and spoke slowly. That simple declaration, "I have returned," caused the Fuzhongzing's form to tremble uncontrollably. He turned slowly, his deep-set eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. When he recognized Lu Mu's face, all emotions coalesced into an unspoken joy. "Master, I have brought back a second-grade spiritual herb, frostbite grass." From the mystical realm, Lu Mu stepped forward, retrieving a crystalline herb from his bag, placing it gently on the desk. "That I noticed that you often coughed lightly during your lectures. This frostbite grass possesses remarkable effects for clearing the lungs and nourishing the spirit. Accept it as a token of my gratitude." But he had been aware of this detail long before. During his perilous journey in the mystical realm, he and the peculiar bird had destroyed several malevolent villages. Though the spoils were not abundant, he had nonetheless procured several spiritual herbs, especially this frostbite grass. Had it not been for it, he would not have had a falling out with the peculiar bird. "Hello." "Quite well." Zi Fuzhongzang regarded the frostbite grass on the desk, his eyes flickering with appreciation. He did not lack for this second-grade spiritual herb, but the sentiment behind it was rare, with his current cultivation level. Few attended his lectures, and it had been a long time since he encountered a student as exceptional, eager to learn, and filial as Lu Mu. "Master, there are matters I wish to consult you about." Lu Mu did not hesitate. With no one else around, he respectfully bowed and inquired, "The first matter pertains to my cultivation technique, that I practice a defensive technique that requires the assistance of items embodying the 5 elements. However, despite my recent gains, I have made no progress in this endeavor. Might you know the reason, Master?" Since achieving the pinnacle of body forging, Lu Mu had not taken a single step forward. Body forging and sword cultivation were the foundations of the Seizing Heaven sword path. Compared to his physical injuries, he was more concerned about whether he could continue along this path. Hearing this, Zi Fuzhongzang cast a curious glance at Lu Mu. After a moment of silence, he replied, "You must be practicing a technique akin to body refinement through external objects, right? The 5 elements align with the Great Tao, but such techniques are indeed difficult to master." "Impressive. Master, you truly are remarkable." With just a few words, you discern the essence. That Lu Mu nodded, unable to suppress his admiration. However, what followed in Zi Fuzhongzang's explanation rendered Lu Mu utterly speechless. Typically, this type of technique requires objects of at least 4th-grade quality. Without immense willpower or extraordinary fortune, one cannot succeed. 4th grade. Lu Mu pondered, recalling the meager number of 1st and 2nd-grade spiritual herbs he had barely obtained in the mystical realm. Where would he find such rare treasures? Taking a deep breath, he mentally noted this matter and waved his hand at a grain of golden sand, shimmering with the essence of the heavens, gently descended onto the desk. "What is this?" Zi Fuzhongzang exclaimed. Taken aback, that Lu Mu, unperturbed, stated plainly, "Master, this is the core of the treasure from the Huanglonggang mystical realm, known as Tianxing, that I ask you to take a look." All disciples of the 3 sects were aware of this treasure's core, being a jade seal that could change at will. Little did they know that Lu Mu had intentionally misled them, that in truth, the precious item he had obtained was this very grain of golden sand. He avoided others, deceived them, and regarded them with disdain. But to Zi Fuzhongzang, who treated him with sincerity and even hung a lantern in mourning at the entrance, Lu Mu felt no need to keep secrets. Moments passed, and Zi Fuzhongzang admonished with a hint of reproach. "This item must never be shown lightly. Today is an exception, but next time, regardless of how familiar you are with the other party, do not present it as you did today." Understood. That Lu Mu felt a surge of joy. He had not misjudged his master, who had not harbored greed, but rather offered counsel. As he stored the treasure away, Zi Fuzhongzang still appeared uneasy, pacing thoughtfully before solemnly stating, "You have read a few books. You should know that above spiritual artifacts, there exist treasures of the king and emperor rank, and beyond these, there are even more transcendent treasures. If I am not mistaken, the Tianxing you possess is likely a fragment of an imperial artifact. Do you comprehend the turmoil that will ensue should a fragment of an imperial artifact become public knowledge? Even the Piao Miao sect may face calamity, reduced to ashes." At these words, even with prior mental preparation, Lu Mu's heart raced with alarm. What was an imperial artifact? In the vast Piao Miao sect, only the treasures passed down by the sect masters, the Piao Miao Daozun seal and the Piao Miao Jiubei, could be deemed imperial artifacts. He had believed this item to be at most a royal artifact. Who would have thought it was a fragment of a treasure beyond imperial rank? His gaze turned complex as he looked up, filled with deep-seated confusion. Could Zi Fuzhongzhang, who understood the nature of imperial artifact fragments, truly be just a mere guest elder specializing in body forging? Clearing his throat, he had yet to utter a word when, under the collision of meridians, he could not help but let out a soft cough. Zifu Zhongchang, perceptive as ever, casually pressed upon his circulating artery. In a mere moment, his complexion changed dramatically, and he inquired, Lu Mu, have you utilized any external objects to significantly enhance your cultivation? Zifu Zhongchang sighed heavily, his gaze filled with complexity, resembling an intense inner turmoil. Master, is the situation dire? Do not return tonight. Stay in the Shanyan cave for now. I need to contemplate this matter further. Without offering a reply, Zifu Zhongchang swept away his sleeves and departed. Observing this, Lu Mu could only clasp his hands in acknowledgement that a night enveloped the world in silence. The Shanyan cave housed 4 chambers representing the 4 seasons. All devoid of occupants, that Lu Mu took temporary refuge in the winter chamber. Throughout the night, he remained restless, beset by endless confusion. Suddenly, a gentle breeze wafted through, stirring a flurry of petals that carried a captivating fragrance. Swirling through the air, that Lu Mu's eyes flickered momentarily, and he bolted upright. The icy jade-like leg had already found its way to his shoulder. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the figure of an approaching person in a stark white glow. Qianrun, with her enchanting eyes like silken threads, embodied an alluring presence as she remarked, Lu Mu, you valiantly seized the treasure of the secret realm, forcing the 3 sects into disarray. The more I observe you, the more I find myself drawn to you. Chapter 31. Danjing, a look of astonishment flashed in Lu Mu's eyes, and his heart plummeted in an instant. She was aware of everything. Could it be Zhongchang Master? No, if Zhongchang Master had such intentions, why would he divulge this matter in broad daylight? Moreover, Lu Mu maintained a stoic expression, gripping the sword at the head of the bed, and spoke in a deep voice. What do you mean by the treasure of the secret realm? Her cold gaze swept over him, when her eyes fell upon the sword. The corners of Qianruoyan's lips curled into a hint of menace, and her seemingly delicate frame exuded an unexpectedly fierce aura. In the stillness of the night, she resembled a bloodthirsty leopard, fixating intently on her prey. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, the air seemingly solidifying in an instant. Oh dear, I was merely jesting. With your meager cultivation, how could you possibly access the treasure of the secret realm? Qianruoyan suddenly broke into a smile, radiating charm and allure. Yet, despite the beauty before him, Lu Mu was disinterested, quietly exhaling a sigh of relief. Indeed, this woman was perilous. She was undoubtedly testing him. Had he displayed even a moment's hesitation, the consequences might have been irretrievable to that moment. He felt fortunate that he had transformed the Tianqi into the form of the Xian Yin sword early on. Otherwise, with this enchantress's cunning, he feared he might not have evaded her scrutiny. Take these items. Qianrun waved her delicate hand, and with a flash of brilliance, 3 vials of elixirs, a new sect uniform, and a token appeared atop the bed. Your attire is in tatters. One might mistake you for a beggar. Take these elixirs. You cannot challenge the prodigies without resources. Henceforth, I shall provide you with a vial of Qi training elixir each month, and all you need to do is strive to enhance your cultivation. Do you understand? To boast of challenging the prodigies and the saintess merely proves your audacity. The recent expedition to the Huanglonggang secret realm has cost the sect numerous inner disciples, yet you have returned alive. Regardless of the secrets you may harbor, this alone suffices to attest to your exceptional nature. Qianruoyan was no fool. She would not easily invest her efforts. Now, however, Lu Mu had earned the right for her to take a gamble on him. Lu Mu remained silent, casting a fleeting glance. Outwardly composed, he could not suppress the tremors within. The Qi training elixir was a divine potion for enhancing one's cultivation. Had he possessed these elixirs earlier, even without absorbing the black mist in the secret realm, he would have still stood a fighting chance, his mind whirled. Qianrun resumed her alluring demeanor, retracting her jade leg and yawning as she commanded. Well then, I have given you the items. Next, you must perform a task for me. perform a task? Lu Mu remained silent. He had never acknowledged himself as a servant. Qianruan was indifferent to his thoughts. She leaned closer to his ear, her voice sultry and soft. Fear not. It is not a nefarious undertaking that Lu Mu. Have you retired for the night? Outside, Zifu Zhongchang's voice suddenly called out as Lu Mu turned. He saw the petals dancing through the air, and upon glancing back, Qianruan had already vanished without a trace. It seemed this enchantress feared being discovered, as it would indeed be unseemly for a woman to intrude upon a man's chamber at night. Lu Mu smiled faintly, rising to open the door. Master, it is late. Do you seek me for something? Zifu Zhongchang nodded as he approached. The air was still imbued with a faint fragrance. Zifu Zhongchang regarded Lu Mu with a hint of curiosity, pondering how a grown man could be fond of incense. However, he did not dwell on the matter, taking a seat in the grand chair before the table, speaking with measured calm. I have considered your symptoms for quite some time. They are indeed manageable. However, before we proceed, I wish to pose a question. Please speak. Lu Mu nodded. If one day I were to take you away from the Piamiao sect, would you be willing to accompany me? Zifu Zhongchang's demeanor was grave, entirely devoid of jest. There was a statement he refrained from articulating. Lu Mu's ability to present the treasure of the secret realm for his examination was enough to affirm Lu Mu's intentions. Having been in the Piamiao sect for an extended period, he had yet to find a worthy disciple, but Lu Mu's exceptional talents and disposition had ignited within him the desire to take on a student. Defection from the sect would incur severe consequences. Lu Mu gazed into his profound eyes, lingering in silence for a moment before rising and pointing towards the heavens, declaring, My heart is true. Should that day come, I, Lu Mu, shall willingly depart the Piamiao sect alongside Zifu Zhongchang. Very well. Zifu Zhongchang did not elaborate further, but nodded in agreement, producing a book and handing it to Lu Mu at that moment. He seemed to radiate an endless aura of Tao, entirely unlike a mere cultivator, but rather resembling a profound and unfathomable immortal being. Your symptoms require external forces for refinement. Today, I shall impart to you a great Tao. Listen closely. This Danjing is a creation of the celestial lineage, a path worthy of being called sacred, attainable across the heavens and earth. This path is known as the Danjing. Qian is the head. Kuan is the abdomen. Zhen is the foot. Sun is the thigh. Kan is the ear. Li is the eye. Jin is the hand. And Dui is the mouth. By harnessing the forces of the cosmos and aligning with the 8 trigrams. Thus, the named may be named, but the Tao is beyond name. His voice was soft yet resonated like celestial music that Lu Mu listened intently, and in a moment of reverie, he felt as though a lotus had blossomed. And the laws of Tao descended upon him. This path was extraordinary. The Danjing could create wonders. Yaofeng, the peak soaring high and clear, was enveloped in swirling white mist, radiating with resplendent light, resembling a celestial realm that captivated the heart. Atop the peak stood a thatched cottage, surrounded by a fence, bearing the name of the 100 Herb Garden. But Lu Mu arrived early, holding the letter in his hand, and gazing at the wondrous peak where mythical beasts soared. His mind filled with questions. Last night, his master had imparted teachings and pointed out various celestial materials required for forging a body with tools, instructing him to seek knowledge here. In recollection, he was utterly perplexed. During their intimate conversation last night, he had posed a question to Zifu Zhongchang. Master, may I inquire about the rank of the Danjing? Those who cultivate the Tao know well that the laws of this world are divided into 4 ranks. Heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Yet they are unaware that this classification is but a limited perspective. My family's Danjing does not belong to the 4 ranks, and you should refrain from further inquiry. With your current cultivation, it is better for you to remain uninformed. Could it unveil fragments of imperial artifacts, a family legacy beyond the 4 ranks? Lu Mu was bewildered. Which cultivation family within the Azure Blue Empire bore the surname Zhongchang? He shook his head. Unable to comprehend, he chose not to dwell on it further. He believed Zifu Zhongchang would not deceive him. At the very least, the impartation of the Danjing was a testament to his sincerity. If that is the case, why worry excessively? Excuse me, is Master Chindan present? Regaining his senses, Lu Mu approached, pushing open the fence atop the peak, and gently inquired of the elders sitting in the garden. Are you the little fellow recommended by Zifu Zhongchang? And you are? You young lad, were you not just asking if I was here? Lu Mu was taken aback. He remembered the master had mentioned that Chundan was another extraordinary figure within the Piamiao sect. Under his influence, one might expect that an extraordinary person, even if not a celestial being, would at least carry an air of dignity akin to Zifu Zhongchang. But the elder before him, dressed in tattered black, wearing a dilapidated hat, his attire barely covering him, resembling a peasant, and his feet clad in oversized sandals. This left him utterly dumbfounded. "What are you staring at?" Chundan, rummaging through his garments, made Lu Mu genuinely apprehensive. Would he produce a handful of mud? In the next moment, a beam of golden light hurtled toward him, and Lu Mu instinctively raised his hand to catch it. Quite the reflex. Now, head into the Dan room. There is a recipe for refining the washing elixir on the table that if you wish to serve as my alchemical apprentice, start by refining a furnace of first-grade washing elixirs, gazing at the key in his hand. Lu Mu glanced back at the thatched cottage Chundan had indicated, unable to suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Could this dilapidated hut truly be called a Dan room? With a heart laden with skepticism, Lu Mu nonetheless took a step forward. There was no other choice. After all, this was a task entrusted to him by Master Zhongchang. As he sauntered over, he disdainfully pushed open the door of the thatched cottage and could not help but murmur, "This place, could it possibly be the old man's toilet?" Stunned into silence, Lu Mu had to admit that this time, he had underestimated the talents of the world. The cottage appeared dilapidated from the outside, scarcely larger than a toilet, and certainly uninviting. Yet inside, it was a veritable paradise, dragon-patterned danding, towering and impressive, with waves of medicinal fragrance wafting through the ardata glance. The space was spacious and bright, adorned with numerous gourds hanging from the walls, their radiant appearance suggesting that not a single one was of lesser quality than a spirit artifact. This old gentleman truly was a case of not judging a book by its cover. Chapter 32. My father, when a foolish lad, with such an exhausted and feeble demeanor, dares to attempt alchemy. Lu Mu stepped inside, but the old man, Chundan, showed no restraint in his words. He simply raised the wine gourd in his hand, took a swig, and exclaimed, "Refreshing. Regardless, since this is someone recommended by Zifu Zhongchang, if he fails at alchemy, I shall take my time to teach him." In the alchemy room, Lu Mu, following the recipe beside him, had already gathered dozens of medicinal materials that he did not employ a Dan furnace but instead sat cross-legged. The techniques of Dan Jing diverged greatly from ordinary alchemy. While common alchemists required a furnace to control the fire, the Dan Jing did not. Utilized one's own body as fire, the world as a furnace, concentrating the spirit of the 5 organs and commanding the 6 senses. This was indeed a profound path. To begin refining the elixir, he noted that 3 tails of blood vine served as the catalyst. The key to alchemy lay in the mastery of spirit and the control of heat. Observing the recipe, Lu Mu spoke to himself, raising his hand and channeling spiritual energy. Following the unique flow of the Dan Jing, soon a white flame flickered to life in his palm. The flame danced, and dark tendrils of energy rose within it. But in an instant, they were refined away by the flame. Through the process of alchemy, he refined himself. It seemed to be effective. The black energy represented the turbulent spiritual force within him. His meridians were already damaged, and if he could not thoroughly refine this volatile energy, it would jeopardize not only his cultivation, but possibly even his life in due course. Thus, he cast in the blood vine, and under the flame-scorching heat, it soon dissolved into a liquid that emitted a faint fragrance. Next came the spiritual mushroom, earth flower, and bee king grass. Lu Mu was meticulous about the order of each medicinal material. Any haste or delay could lead to failure in the alchemical process. Once all the materials were added, Lu Mu began to carefully control the heat to refine the impurities. The crafting of this particular elixir was not overly complex, but the challenge lay in controlling the Dan fire. Although it was Lu Mu's first attempt at alchemy, due to his understanding of the divine and demonic concepts, his spirit surpassed that of his peers. Thus, the intricate steps of refining, which left many alchemists struggling, appeared remarkably effortless in his hands. An hour passed, and the firelight tinted Lu Mu's face a rosy hue, yet his expression grew increasingly serious. The medicinal liquid continued to coalesce, forming colorful bubbles that a rich medicinal aroma gradually permeated the room. The transformation from liquid to vapor was the next step. A glimmer of brilliance shone in Lu Mu's eyes as he raised his hand to cast a mysterious seal. This seal, unique to the Danjing, possessed the extraordinary ability to assist in solidifying the elixir. There were 9 seals in total, requiring spiritual support to manifest their wonders. With his current spiritual strength, he could manage to cast 2, but for crafting this elixir, 1 was sufficient. As the seal was formed, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged forth, and the medicinal liquid in the bubbles began to boil at a visibly accelerated pace. At that moment, Lu Mu clasped his hands together and commanded, "Congeal." With a surge of spiritual pressure, the bubbles burst, and amidst a dazzling light, a pristine refining elixir settled steadily in his palm. Success! Lu Mu rejoiced. To achieve this on his first attempt was indeed exhilarating. Moreover, feeling the volatile spiritual energy within him partially refined, he silently approved of Master Zhongchang's decision. Indeed, the method of alchemy required a unity of spirit, energy, and essence, perfectly suited to temper this tumultuous spiritual force that in his current state. He could hardly find a better method to eliminate this hidden danger other than through alchemy. Stowing away the elixir, Lu Mu stretched lazily and strolled out. "Kid, alchemy is no trifling matter that if you wish to learn, come over and give this old man a foot rub. I might offer you a few pointers." "What do you mean by old and unworthy?" This was how the old man, Chen Dan, languidly reclined in his chair, legs crossed, wearing an expression that begged for a beating. Lu Mu did not retort, but gently placed the freshly refined elixir into his hand and inquired, "What comes next? What comes next? Did I not make it abundantly clear? You must refine a top-tier refining elixir first." Chen Dan was leisurely, entirely dismissive of Lu Mu's presence, but midway through his words, upon realizing the elixir in his hand, his mind was suddenly struck as if by a thunderclap. He stood there stunned, like a piece of decaying wood. Could this be real? Lu Mu smiled faintly, just barely. Chen Dan maintained his bravado, yet inwardly he was astounded, as if he had seen a ghost. Did Zifu Zhongchang not convey that this lad was a novice in alchemy? To produce a top-tier refining elixir on his first attempt? Surely he could not be a mere first-tier alchemist. He could not possibly be a second-tier alchemist. Alchemists were a rare breed across the continent. The costs of alchemy were exorbitant, and the most significant barrier was spiritual power. The vast majority fell short at this hurdle. Even if one possessed the methods of alchemy, they lacked the capability to execute them. Unknown to Chen Dan, while Lu Mu might not excel in other areas, when it came to spiritual power, he was likely unmatched even in the entire Qi-Hai realm. As Chen Dan and Lu Mu exchanged incredulous glances, suddenly, a fiery woman emerged, exclaiming, "Lunatic Lu Mu, come out here." She arrived on her flying sword, her eyes bloodshot, as though harboring a deep-seated grudge against Lu Mu. Turning to face her, Lu Mu was perplexed, struggling to find words, ultimately managing only, "Who are you? You dare question my identity? How audacious!" The woman bit her crimson lip, the surrounding spiritual light flaring up, her furious aura almost tangible, stirring a gentle breeze. Peak of the second layer of Qi-Hai? Lu Mu was bewildered that he had indeed offended many. But he never imagined that someone like Nangong Yuyan would send a second-layer Qi-Hai cultivator to confront him. He found it hard to believe. After all, judging by the current individual S cultivation level, it seemed comparable only to Shi Men Mengwu. Seeing Lu Mu's confusion only fueled the woman's anger, and she stamped her foot. With a flash of brilliance, she summoned her magical artifact, and in the next moment, a flying sword hovered above her head that I spent so many spirit stones to smooth the way, only to have you steal my position. If you have the ability to take it, then don't show your face. Today, I will make sure you pay dearly spirit stones to buy a position. Lu Mu finally understood, glancing back at Chen Dan, who was still reclined in his chair, fanning himself, eyes closed, utterly indifferent that, well, let us consider this a way to stretch my limbs. Lu Mu rubbed his shoulders, leisurely walking out with a slight smile. He gently asked, "What is your name? Just so I know how to address you later." "Arrogant." "Listen well. Your grandmother will not change my name. I remain Wen Xiaoshui." Wen Xiaoshui erupted, forming seals with her hands, causing the flying sword to tremble, transforming into 3 radiant lights. It was indeed astonishing. Lu Mu's eyes widened in shock, remaining utterly still that a hint of delight crept onto Wen Xiaoshui's beautiful face. She had heard much about Lu Mu and suspected him to possess a cultivation level of 1 or 2 layers of Qi High, making him a challenging opponent. However, even if he were at the peak of the second layer of Qi High, if he were to take her sword's threefold transformation head-on, he would surely suffer severe injuries. Yet, the very next second, when Xiaoshui's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression freezing in place. Buzz! The crisp sound of the sword ringing resonated. Lu Mu did not deploy any magical techniques. To be precise, he had not even mobilized his spiritual energy, that he merely raised his hand and pinched with 2 fingers, effortlessly seizing her swift as lightning sword. The sword's body was captured, and 2 beams of sword light brushed past each other, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Spit, spit! You little brat, if you want to fight, then fight properly, making such a ruckus. Do you intend to choke this old man? From behind, Chen Dan scolded, but a flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze. Secretly, he pondered, what a terrifying little fellow, without any mobilization of spiritual energy, relying solely on his physical prowess. He could withstand the assault of a magical artifact. Although it was merely a low-grade magical artifact, to withstand an attack from one while relying solely on physical strength. What kind of monstrous being had Zifu Zhongchang sent him? It was only at this moment that Lu Mu slowly raised his head, his eyes now devoid of mirth, and solemnly inquired, Miss Wen, may I ask who my father is? Gulp. That was the sound of Wen Xiaoshui swallowing hard. She discreetly channeled her spiritual energy, but could not summon her flying sword back. That it was only at this moment that she realized the rumors were unreliable. The person before her was no mere second-layer Qi High cultivator. He was evidently a monster. My father is Wen. When Xiaoshui gasped for breath, her chest rising and falling incessantly. With a look of astonishment, she shouted loudly. Upon hearing her words, Lu Mu's face broke into a sudden smile. Indeed, it was him. Years ago, during his training in Nanzhou, he had fallen prey to the treachery of a villain, suffering from a lethal poison and pursued by forces of the martial world. That it was the second master of the Wen family. Wen, one of the 4 great clans of Nanzhou, who had secretly lent him a helping hand, allowing him a moment to breathe and enabling him to detoxify and heal. His earlier astonishment stemmed from this very connection, seeing the daughter of an old acquaintance reuniting with the sect. Although time had passed and circumstances had changed, Lu Mu felt a genuine joy in his heart that he loosened his grip, intending to invite Wen Xiaoshui to sit down and converse. However, Wen Xiaoshui, having called back her flying sword, took a few hurried steps back, her expression a mix of grievance and anger as she yelled, You scoundrel, remember this, our affair is far from over. Lu Mu extended his hand, but ultimately turned away, shaking his head with a hint of helplessness. So be it. A misunderstanding is merely a misunderstanding. He acted with integrity, and should he fear the shadow it cast? Chapter 33. Lu Tianqing, you little brat. What are you staring at? Go to the back room, the drawer labeled Tun, and memorize the book. Chen Dan observed Lu Mu looking again, and felt somewhat apprehensive. What Wen Xiaoshui said was true. This place often recruited various apprentices, though most were merely deceived for their tuition fees. Memorize? When I tell you to memorize, you do it without any further ado. Chen Dan would not bother explaining to Lu Mu. In the midst of speaking, he had already laid down again. Lu Mu shook his head, a bitter smile escaping his lips that he said nothing and returned to the alchemy room, following the directions to open the drawer labeled Tun. Inside lay a filthy book, the title obscured. Upon opening it, he was astonished. This was a recipe for pills. The pill recipes were the closely guarded secrets of various alchemists, differing in heat and materials, resulting in unique final products. This book contained all first-grade pills, detailing how to concoct them and the precise quantities of medicinal materials required, with meticulous detail. Its value was beyond measure. Interesting. Now that my meridians are damaged and my spiritual power is unstable, studying this pill recipe could be quite beneficial. That a well-sharpened knife does not hinder a woodcutter. By day, I practice alchemy and memorize texts. By night, I meditate, study the concepts of gods and demons, comprehend sword techniques, and refine my spirit. That Lu Mu never forgot the wager with Nangong Yiyin. He approached every task with unwavering determination. That in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. After weeks of quiet cultivation, the turbulent spiritual energy within Lu Mu had been refined by 70 to 80%, leaving him with an indescribable lightness. Without the pressure of chaotic spiritual energy, his meridians were rapidly recovering. What delighted him even more was that the refined, chaotic spiritual energy was far purer and stronger than before. Prolonged alchemical practice had also subtly enhanced his mental acuity through this repeated tempering. If he were to refine all this spiritual energy, his cultivation level would likely advance significantly. As his strength increased, so did his spirits. One day, at noon, after finishing his meal, Lu Mu practiced his fist techniques in the fields to invigorate his meridians. Outside the herb garden, a rustling sound of footsteps approached once more. Lu Mu turned with a smile, murmuring to himself, "Miss Wen?" Yet in the next moment, the smile on his face gradually turned serious. There were quite a few people arriving, at least a dozen. Their cultivation levels were not low, each possessing an energy realm of around 6 or 7 layers. The leader, a short and ugly man, stood at about 4 feet tall, seemingly frail, yet wielding a massive Qinglong broadsword. "By order of Lord Fengxian, we request you to accompany us." Lord Fengxian. Upon hearing this, Lu Mu's gaze sharpened. The 10 talents list featured 10 individuals, and Fengxian Lord Lu Tiancheng was ranked as the 6th most powerful. The task assigned to him by Yi Qinra was to do everything possible to win this man over should an opportunity arise. However, it seemed that at present, not only was he not inclined to befriend Lu Mu, but he also appeared intent on causing him trouble. "And if I refuse?" Lu Mu replied indifferently. The short leader abruptly slammed his sword into the ground, unleashing an astonishing wave of spiritual energy. "If you dare to refuse, I shall beat you into submission." A 10-layer energy realm? Lu Mu recognized the man's extraordinary prowess. He might not be incapable of a fight, should he exert his full strength. The outcome was uncertain. Yet his spiritual energy had yet to be fully refined. Even without employing the thunderclap palm, it could easily be recognized that if the secrets of the mystic realm and the imperial artifact were discovered by others, the consequences would be dire. "This is not good," that Lu Mu thought to himself, swiftly calculating. Beneath his robe, his fists clenched tightly, a stream of sword energy creeping up to his fingertips. The short leader, seeing Lu Mu's defiance, leaped forward. Despite his diminutive stature, his movements were remarkably agile, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon Lu Mu like a gust of wind. That Lu Mu's expression shifted, and the aura surrounding him turned ferocious. He had never been one to hesitate, that if trouble had come, then it was time to eradicate it completely. "Get lost. Do you think this garden is a place for you rabble to trample at will?" A voice laden with curses suddenly rang out. Before Lu Mu could act, the short man was sent flying as if struck by a heavy blow, tumbling on the ground in a disheveled mess. "Who dares to ambush me, Jiang Bin? Did you not hear? I am here on the orders of Lord Fengxian." The short man shouted in fury, while the others around him glared, summoning their magical artifacts. In an instant, the atmosphere became charged with spiritual energy. That Lu Mu, taken aback, slowly turned to see an old man sauntering over, casually twirling a toothpick and wearing straw sandals, shaking his head. "Fengxian Lord Lu Tiancheng? What is he to me? Even if you bring that Li Chunfeng fellow here, I would still beat him without hesitation." Li Chunfeng. He was the current sect leader of the Misty Sect. To openly address the sect leader by name? To declare one would beat the sect leader? How audacious! Lu Mu couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. He considered himself somewhat bold, but he had never seen such unrestrained audacity in Chendan. However, at that very moment, the previously boisterous crowd suddenly dropped to their knees, trembling and breaking out in cold sweat, clearly terrified. What on earth? Even if this old man were of elder status, it shouldn't provoke such a reaction. Lu Mu blinked, puzzled as if to answer his confusion. The kneeling Jiang Bin repeatedly bowed his head, his eyes filled with terror as he stammered. "Elder Chendan, it was my fault for not recognizing your presence here. I deserve to be punished. Please treat me as if I were nothing, and let me go." "Shut your mouth. When did I become an elder? Don't ever mention the word elder in front of me. It makes me furious." Chendan exploded with rage. Faced with his fury, Jiang Bin lowered his head even further, and Lu Mu could see that the man was so frightened he had even wet himself a little. "Elder, you are absolutely right. I am but a mere nothing. Get lost, roll as far away as you can, and do not disturb my peace." Chendan, clearly impatient, cast a glance before waving his hand dismissively. Hearing this, Jiang Bin dared not protest. repeatedly bowing 3 times before scurrying away with his companions in a flurry. Watching Jiang Bin and the others retreat, Lu Mu shook his head and smiled faintly. "You little brat, how did you fare with the second-grade pill recipe I taught you yesterday? I memorized it all, that be by the way. Old sir, they said you were an elder. Don't ask what you shouldn't." On the other side, at Xuanyang Peak, a towering figure clad in dragon-emblazoned armor seethed with rage. "Useless!" A man, 7 feet tall and radiating authority, growled. With a cold snort, a flicker of flame coursed through the air, causing the kneeling Jiang Bin to feel a chill at the top of his head, followed by a sharp pain that made him grimace. Blood streamed down his grotesque face, yet he dared not utter a sound. Trembling all over, too fearful to move. "Get lost. Without my command, do not act rashly." His indifferent gaze swept across the room. Jiang Bin bowed deeply before retreating, clutching his bloodied head. After he left, a stunningly beautiful woman emerged. "Lord, do you intend to let Lu Mu go?" "Indeed," Lu Tiancheng replied, shaking his head as he rose slowly, a menacing aura radiating from him. "Chen Dan is not to be trifled with, but he will not leave his mountain. Prepare the ink. I shall issue a declaration of war to that demon who killed my virtuous brother. Did I, Lu Tiancheng, will not deceive him. If he is at a certain energy level, I shall match him with equal force. 3 months hence, at Absolute Sky Cliff, we shall duel." His words were powerful, exuding an air of supremacy. Xiao Beishan had stated he was going to kill Lu Mu. With this alone, Lu Tiancheng had determined that Xiao Beishan would not return. And it was certainly related to Lu Mu. He would not let Lu Mu off the hook. The beautiful woman seemed to have anticipated his words, showing no surprise at all, for he was indeed Lu Tiancheng, the most captivating and domineering figure in the entire Misty Sect. Chapter 34. Together, the matter of L. Tiancheng challenging Lu Mu swiftly spread throughout the entire Piaomiao sect that I in the Baichao Garden. Lu Mu also received the letter of challenge. Upon opening the letter, he felt as though the vigorous and forceful handwriting struck at his very soul like a sharp sword. How domineering, Lu Mu marveled. Yet he managed to suppress the residual mental pressure with a mere wave of his hand. The sheer power of the penmanship exhibited such might. L. Tiancheng was indeed formidable among the talented. None are mediocre. Lu Mu smiled faintly. Unperturbed, he was destined to confront the prodigies eventually. L. Tiancheng's letter was merely a matter of time. 3 months from now. Then let us await the unfolding of events. Lu Mu opened a pill bottle, retrieved a qi cultivation pill, and swallowed it gently before commencing his cultivation. Time flowed quietly by in the blink of an eye. A month had passed since Lu Mu ventured to the Baichao Garden. Through a month of deep cultivation, Lu Mu's alchemical skills had remarkably advanced, and the turbulent energy within him had been entirely refined. After consuming 3 bottles of qi cultivation pills, his cultivation had significantly progressed, reaching the pinnacle of the qi si realm. Ready to depart? Indeed, that as an alchemist, you are now at least a second-tier pill master. If not for your limited knowledge of formulas, breaking into the 3rd tier would not be a challenge for you. You truly are a little monster. You flatter me, Mr. Chendi, and I in the Baichao Garden. A gentle breeze blew. Chen Dan glanced at Lu Mu, shook his head repeatedly, and was about to shoo him away when a peculiar bird landed on his shoulder. "After a month, you've finally decided to return." Seeing the strange bird's return, Lu Mu could not help but tease. The peculiar bird did not respond. It had spent the past month in what could only be described as desolation. After Zi Xian brought it back to the valley, she incessantly tormented it with various spirit insects. Despite its avian form, it did not possess a bird's heart. Just thinking about the past month's experiences made the peculiar bird feel nauseous. Beside him, Chen Dan grew somewhat serious. He rose and examined the peculiar bird meticulously, uttering only 3 words. "Strange, strange, strange." "Old sir, what is so strange about it?" "I can't quite articulate it. It just strikes me as an odd bird." Chen Dan offered no further explanation, feeling that the peculiar bird was extraordinarily unusual. With his keen vision, he could not discern its tier or cultivation level, which alone warranted the label of strange. That Lu Mu had long since grown accustomed to Chen Dan's occasional whimsical remarks and did not take them to heart. He merely nodded and bid him farewell. The descent down the mountain was long and winding. "Young one, are you interested in the Yunlai grand ceremony in 8 days?" "What ceremony?" The peculiar bird suddenly spoke, transmitting its thoughts. Noticing Lu Mu's bewildered expression, it looked upon him with disdain. Such a significant event, and this lad was completely oblivious, having been so engrossed in his cultivation that I don't know much about human affairs. But it's said to be an exchange event with rewards. Essentially, disciples from the three sects will travel to the Kanglan Empire for battles, including martial and alchemical contests that I don't have all the details. But I know the grand prize for the alchemical competition is the third-tier Jinjing Sha, among other remarkable rewards, including fourth-tier Jidao Dan that enhances one's spirit and refines the body. The peculiar bird's response was casual, but Lu Mu paid keen attention. Upon hearing this, Lu Mu paused and inquired, "Are you saying the third-tier Jinjing Sha?" He recalled their previous discussion on that night, when he had explored the topic with Master Zhongchang. According to Master Zhongchang, the third-tier Jinjing Sha was highly compatible with the path of body forging. Although its grade was lower than that of superior heavenly materials, it was still effective. "Don't ask me, consult others." The peculiar bird chuckled inwardly, finding it amusing to see Lu Mu so anxious. After a moment's thought, it added, "This prize seems to have been acquired by the royal family of the Kanglan Empire from some overseas auction. Furthermore, the Yunlai Grand Ceremony is exclusively for outstanding disciples. With elders barred from entry that on my way here, I saw your sect's disciples flocking to the Merit Hall to register that if you wish to participate, you must act swiftly." Elders barred from entry? A contest among disciples? Could there be some hidden agenda behind this so-called Yunlai Grand Ceremony? Lu Mu pondered quickly, but shook his head. Regardless of any hidden motives, the presence of Jinjing Sha was sufficient reason for him to participate. In 2.5 months would be the day of El Tianqing's challenge, that if he could successfully forge a 5-elements body with the aid of Jinjing Sha, his odds of victory would surely increase. With that thought, he hesitated no longer, promptly patting the peculiar bird to take flight. Riding atop the bird once more, feeling the refreshing breeze, Lu Mu's spirits lifted. The clouds soared high, sword lights flashed, and strange beasts frolicked. The scenery was extraordinary. The peculiar bird spoke the truth, as numerous disciples were indeed heading toward the mountain. Observing this, Lu Mu gently patted it, signaling to quicken their pace. The Merit Hall lay 10 miles northwest at the foot of the central peak. The palace was grand and steeped in ancient style, with a plaza in front lined with bulletin boards plastered with numerous sect tasks, facilitating disciples to undertake missions and gain contributions for the sect. When Lu Mu arrived, the plaza was teeming with people. He squeezed through the crowd, and after much effort reached inside the Merit Hall. After inquiring, the disciple in charge of registrations frowned slightly and replied, "Apologies, but the participants for the Yunlai Grand Ceremony have already been finalized, and the slots are full. You may wish to consider other commission tasks." "What?" Lu Mu was taken aback, raising his brow as he glanced at the registering disciple. He could not help but let out a deep sigh. This was not the disciple's fault. He could only blame himself. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Had he known about this matter earlier, he would not have missed this opportunity. Now, with the slots filled, it was truly disheartening. Turning away, he left the Merit Hall, feeling lost as the cold wind howled around him. Just then, a hand suddenly patted his waist. He turned to see several individuals approaching from the crowd. The leader among them was short, with a bald head except for a tuft of hair at the back, suggesting he had not always been bald. "Lu Mu, you really dare to come down from the mountain? Haha, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I saw you earlier asking about the Yunlai Grand Ceremony. You truly lack self-awareness. Someone like you, a waste, should only lie on the ground and watch me, Jiang Ben, flaunt my prowess at the Yunlai Grand Ceremony." The speaker was none other than the diminutive Jiang Ben. Jiang Ben's face twisted with malice, and the chill of his bald head only fueled his resentment towards Lu Mu. Had it not been for Lu Mu, he would not have suffered such indignities. Looking at the less than 5-foot-tall figure, a glimmer of light flashed in Lu Mu's eyes. He swiftly grabbed Jiang Ben's small braid, lifting him up with a mischievous smile, and said, "Jiang Ben, do you want to shine brightly at the Yunlai Grand Ceremony? Let go of me." Release Jiang Ben's braid. Jiang Ben struggled, his short limbs unable to land a hit on Lu Mu, only provoking laughter from the surrounding disciples. The few companions accompanying Jiang Ben were furious, stepping forward to unleash their own spiritual pressure. The overwhelming aura rippled outward. The surrounding disciples scattered, not out of fear, but to avoid unnecessary trouble. "Oh, you want to fight?" Lu Mu raised an eyebrow, surveying the group with no hint of fear. Only a touch of excitement. Unaware of your own limitations. Had it not been for Chun Dan's protection 6 months ago, you would have been crippled long. Ag Odelu Mu. You have only one choice today. Come with us obediently, or else. As they spoke, Lu Mu, without a moment's hesitation, released his grip and interjected, "No need for or else. I will go with you." Having prepared a barrage of provocative remarks, Lu Mu's unexpected compliance left the group speechless. Yet, observing Lu Mu's seemingly genuine willingness to give up, they chose not to say more, merely snorting in disdain before turning to leave. Regardless of Lu Mu's tricks, as long as he dared to accompany them. Even if an elder were to intervene, it would be futile. However, Lu Mu truly did not employ any tricks, obediently following them with a bright smile. Jiang Bin, witnessing this scene, felt an overwhelming surge of anger. As he rubbed his small braid, he muttered to himself, "Lu Mu, you are finished." Daring to tug at Jiang Bin's braid, "Today I will surely skin you alive." As they walked away, no one noticed a striking figure in the crowd observing this entire spectacle. "That fellow, is that not Lu Mu?" When Xiao Shui, in a state of perplexity, murmured to herself that a month prior, she had faced Lu Muzhan in a fierce battle, suffering a crushing defeat that in her quest to overcome Lu Mu. She had not idled away this past month. The Wen family, influential and affluent, had managed to procure a considerable quantity of spirit talismans, though wealth in this realm did not wield the same power as in the mortal world. She had planned to wait a few more days to acquire a fine, exquisite magic sword before seeking trouble with Lu Mu at Yaofeng. Little did she expect to catch a glimpse of him today within the Merit Hall. After a moment's hesitation, when Xiao Shui stealthily followed him, the mountain path stretched far and wide, resembling a road to the heavens. The dust of travel swirled, almost blinding her. She had no idea how long she had walked. But in her line of sight, the group had traversed deep into the mountains before finally coming to a halt. The glaring sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting shimmering reflections on the ground. As the gentle breeze stirred the leaves, the dancing light seemed to embody joyous spirits, fluttering about Dai that moment. A peculiar scene unfolded. "Where have they gone?" When Xiao Shui gasped, her beautiful eyes trembling involuntarily. She had seen clearly that the group had merely conversed a short distance ahead before vanishing without a trace. The suddenness was not merely visual. The very essence of their presence had dissipated, and if not for the faint footprints that attested to their passage, she would have almost believed it all to be a fleeting dream. Where could they have gone? Emerging from behind a tree trunk, when Xiao Shui cautiously scanned her surroundings but found nothing amiss. Meanwhile, not far from her side, Jiang Bin, with arms crossed and a broad smile, remarked, "Who would have thought, Lu Mu, that you had a little girl trailing behind you? No wonder you chose to accompany us. It seems you had already arranged for someone to follow. It's a pity, though, that despite your meticulous planning, you failed to account for the concealment array we set up for you. This array, bestowed by the Marquis of Fengxian during the last gathering of prodigies, ensures that no fluctuations of spiritual energy or sound escape. You would do well to consider your next words carefully. Either confess how you killed Xiao Beishan, or we shall compel you to do so." "What nonsense is this?" Lu Mu shook his head. He had made no arrangements for anyone to follow him, and even if he had, it certainly would not have been when Xiao Shui. Yet amidst his bitter smile, his gaze turned towards her, dressed in light garments. With enchanting phoenix-like eyes, she had made considerable progress during this time, having broken through the bottleneck of a second layer of Qi Si. Such talent would indeed be regarded as a gem among the inner sect. "So, according to your words, this array has the power to isolate everything?" Lu Mu, regaining his composure, inquired with a smile. Jiang Bin remained oblivious to the impending danger, lifting his chin and waving his small hand to summon an oversized Qinglong dagger, thrusting it into the ground with a forceful slam. This action was meant to convey an imposing presence. Yet, in his hands, it appeared rather comical that, of course, Lu Mu, it is too late for you to beg for mercy now. But fear not. Our leader has decreed that you shall not be killed for the time being. Your life may yet be spared." Listening to Jiang Bin's words, Lu Mu nodded, spreading his hands with a smile. "Then what are you waiting for? Will you come to me one by one, or all together?" Chapter 35. The Transformation of Jiang Bin Arrogant. There is no need for us to all attack at once. "Brother Jiang Bin, please take a breather. I can subdue this waste with a single blow." One person glared angrily, and another stepped forward. This individual stood 7 feet tall, having reached the 7th layer of Qi. With a single step, a layer of rocky light surged upon his hands, revealing him to be a practitioner of earth-based spiritual roots. Earth practitioners are known for their immense strength, in terms of defense and power among their peers. They often excel. Without hesitation, he launched a punch. This punch was extraordinary. The wind howled, and the rocky light shimmered as the fist approached Lu Mu. It transformed into a massive boulder, descending with great force. He believed this punch could not be withstood even by an 8th-layer practitioner. Lu Mu, your defeat is inevitable, Jiang Bin confidently proclaimed. However, the next moment unfolded differently. What have you done? Let go of me. With the sound of crumbling rocks echoing, the man cried out in terror. Lu Mu's eyes turned icy as he reached out a hand. The solid rock crumbled like fragile tofu at his touch, his grip resembling that of an iron claw, holding the man's hand tightly, rendering all attempts to escape futile. Stop wasting my time. Everyone, attack together. Lu Mu turned his gaze back, his eyes filled with disdain that a month ago he had refrained from engaging in combat, fearing the exposure of the secrets of the Imperial artifact due to the presence of malevolent spiritual energy. Initially, with the peak cultivation of the 7th layer of Qi, he had dared to contend with a group of 10th-layer practitioners for the treasures of the secret realm, even confronting the gathering of malevolent spirits. Now, however, with the malevolent energy suppressed and purified, and no lingering concerns, his cultivation had returned to the complete Qi stage. What was there to fear from Jiang Bin and his companions? Lu Mu. You are courting death, Jiang Bin roared in anger. Though he sensed Lu Mu's extraordinary prowess, he showed no signs of retreat, instead rallying, brothers, let's attack him together. In the next instant, a tempest of wind and thunder erupted as everyone unleashed their skills, creating a tumultuous surge of spiritual energy that shook the very fabric of space. The array trembled under the combined force of their attack, nearing its breaking point. Facing this overwhelming onslaught, a smile slowly crept onto Lu Mu's lips as he remarked, "Bring it on." The spiritual energy surged, radiating a luminous glow around him that a powerful aura erupted suddenly. In the forest, when Xiao Shui, who had been consumed by doubt, suddenly felt a wave of heat wash over her, sending her flying several meters away. The tremendous impact caused her to rub her delicate posterior involuntarily. When she raised her brows again, she found Lu Mu's figure amidst the swirling dust, resembling a demon seated atop a mountain of disciples. In stark contrast, Jiang Bin knelt on the ground, trembling, tears welling in his eyes as if he had suffered a grave blow, his mind in disarray. You claim that you came here to trouble me, wasting my time. Now, should we not discuss compensation? Lu Mu's voice was soft, yet the chilling aura he exuded sent shivers down her spine that as the dust settled and sunlight poured in. He wore a radiant smile, bright as the sun, yet that very smile instilled a deep-seated chill within Xiao Shui's heart. Why do you remain seated on the ground, Miss Wen? Lu Mu turned, grinning widely. Yet that grin filled Xiao Shui with dread. What was this demon scheming? Why are you running, Miss Wen? He called after her. Dada. Forget it, it doesn't matter. The gentle breeze caressed him as Lu Mu sighed, shaking his head helplessly. He merely wished to extend a friendly greeting. Why must she react as if encountering a ghost? He would not devour her. The once closed eyes of a peculiar bird now opened, glancing at Lu Mu before gently shaking its head. You should take a look at how sinister your smile is. The girl didn't scream and flee. That alone is a testament to her courage. Each flower blooms in its own way. Before Lu Mu's kindly smile, Jiang Bin felt a terror he had never known before. He could guarantee that this was the first time in his life he had truly understood fear. The impression Lu Tianqing left him was one of dominance, compelling submission. Yet before Lu Mu, he felt an existential dread, as if he were unaware of his own mortality, his very soul trembling in fear. Jiang Bin, it is time for you to respond. Have you considered whether you would like to shine brightly at the Yunlai Grand Ceremony? Lu Mu spoke slowly. Jiang Bin stared into those mirthful eyes. Utterly bewildered, he opened his mouth to speak. Yet before he could utter a word, Lu Mu grasped his head and shook it vigorously. Laughing, is this what you mean? If you had nodded earlier, we wouldn't have needed to engage in this scuffle. Jiang Bin felt a wave of despair wash over him, his inner turmoil overwhelming. Did he even nod? Could you loosen your grip for a moment so I can speak? He had seen cruel individuals, but never one as ruthless as Lu Mu, as a rare rebel among the sect of Piao Miao. Lu Mu's appearance quickly drew the attention of nearly all the inner disciples. They were eager to discover what this audacious individual, who dared to challenge the Saintess, would do next. Would he head to the training grounds, or prepare talismans and magical artifacts for the impending battle against the prodigy Lu Qiansheng in 2 months? However, no one anticipated that after emerging from the herb garden, Lu Mu would only visit the Merit Hall before heading straight to the Shanyan Cave. Meanwhile, a piece of gossip swiftly circulated through the Piao Miao sect, claiming that Jiang Ben had recently stumbled upon a tremendous opportunity and had begun seclusion training. Within the Shanyan Cave, Lu Mu's return brought great relief to Zifu Zhongzhong. The table was simple, adorned with 3 platters of snacks and a jug of fragrant Huangjing wine. To Lu Mu, the art of alchemy is vast and profound. You need not blame yourself for not becoming an alchemist this month. Take your time. There is no need to rush. Zifu Zhongzhong poured 2 cups of wine, and Lu Mu hurriedly accepted, expressing, "Thank you, teacher. However, you are mistaken. While my accomplishments in alchemy this month may be modest, I believe I have already qualified as a second-tier alchemist. Indeed, I comprehend. The art of alchemy is easily learned yet challenging to master." That Zifu Zhong almost instinctively uttered these words, for in his understanding, the average person requires a minimum of 3 to 5 years, and often a decade or more, to achieve any significant progress. However, he abruptly halted mid-sentence, suddenly struck by astonishment. "What did you just say? A second-tier alchemist, a second tier? It is an exceedingly rare achievement," as Master Chen Dan remarked, stating that were it not for the limited array of alchemical formulas at his disposal, ascending to the 3rd tier would not be beyond reach. That Lu Mu, unaware of his own prowess, did not perceive alchemy as particularly difficult. Even the alchemical text seemed far less intricate than the path of the celestial sword or the vastness of the conceptual diagrams of gods and demons. Throughout this past month, the only source of mild vexation for him was Master Chen Dan's lack of straightforwardness. Though he generously provided 1st-tier formulas, the 2nd-tier ones were only given once every 2 days. Within the span of merely a tea's brewing time, Lu Mu had memorized them thoroughly, crafting potions with commendable skill, leaving him with little to do during his spare moments but practice, which proved rather dull. That it is not unusual, Zifu Zhong observed, gazing at Lu Mu with a profound sense of astonishment. This young man is truly extraordinary. The most arduous aspect of alchemy lies in controlling the nuances of heat and the vast compendium of formulas and medicinal materials, all of which demand considerable mental fortitude. How has he accomplished such feats in just a month? It is essential to note that alchemy differs from martial prowess. Possessing strong cultivation does not guarantee skill in alchemy. Excluding the ethereal powers, not a single disciple of the entire Miao Miao sect has achieved the rank of second-tier alchemist. A fact that took 3 years of dedicated effort to realize. Teacher, no worries. Since Master Chen Dan has indicated that you are nearing the capabilities of a 3rd-tier alchemist, you undoubtedly possess at least the standards of a 2nd-tier alchemist. In the future, should you find the time, you might consider visiting the alchemical hall for certification, which would facilitate your travels. The more Zifu Zhong observed Lu Mu, the more astonishment he felt. Little did he know that Lu Mu, a reincarnated being, had separated from his dragon bone. Although his cultivation had diminished, he had once truly attained the pinnacle of the Qi-Si realm. Now, having recultivated to the peak of the Qi-Si, his spiritual energy surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner by 2-fold. As he delved into the alchemical texts, he found no semblance of the celestial wisdom he had anticipated. Teacher, from your tone, it seems you are quite familiar with Master Chen Dan. Might I request you to elaborate on his nature? Lu Mu inquired, raising an eyebrow and clasping his hands respectfully. This past month, he had witnessed numerous mysterious aspects of Master Chen Dan. Jiang Ben referred to him as elder. Yet he held the title in disdain. Not only that, Lu Mu had also reviewed the roster of elders and found no mention of Chen Dan atop the medicinal peak. As for that fellow, Master Chen Dan could be considered a legend within the Miao Miao sect, yet his stubbornness had cost him dearly. Had he been more adaptable, he might have easily attained the position of a leader by now. Zifu Zhong regained his composure, unhurriedly recounting the early secrets of the Miao Miao sect. Chapter 36. The transformation of Jiang Bin, it turns out that Master Chen Dan and the current master of the medicinal peak, Chen Yao, belong to the same lineage, their unique alchemical techniques being a direct inheritance from the previous leader of the Miao Miao sect 400 years ago. Chen Dan had already reached the rank of 5th-tier alchemist and was celebrated as the youngest 5th-tier alchemist in the Azure Blue Empire. The Continental Alchemical Association had even extended an olive branch to him, offering him a position as an elder at any time of his choosing. However, a century ago, during the selection of the Medicinal Peak's leader, he engaged in a wager with Chen Yao, wherein the loser would be bound to guard the peak for 100 years. Thus, it could be inferred that Chen Dan lost upon hearing this. Lu Mu nodded in understanding. Yet, Zi Fuzhong shook his head, expressing regret. No. In truth, he should have won. As far as I know, the entire Miao Miao sect wished for him to become the master of the medicinal peak. And even the sect leader, Li Chunfeng, personally invited him. But how? Lu Mu struggled to articulate, for the current master of the medicinal peak is certainly not Master Chen Dan. This is evidenced by his absence from the crowning ceremony. Zi Fuzhong poured himself a cup of wine, his gaze clouded with a hint of helplessness. The specifics of this matter are too convoluted for you to grasp. Just know that he fell victim to another's scheme, which caused him to miss the crowning ceremony. Originally, he only needed to explain to the sect leader to secure his position as master of the medicinal peak. Yet alas, he is precisely that obstinate. For a century now, he has likely surpassed the 6th-tier rank in alchemy, yet he has never stepped foot beyond the medicinal peak, nor has he disclosed his residence there. Over the years, the sect leader has made numerous attempts to coax him out, yet he consistently evades the leader, fearful of being found. Thus, I have often remarked that this old fellow is incredibly stubborn and inflexible. If only he could be a tad more adaptable, he would not need to live like a peasant on the medicinal peak. Upon hearing this, Lu Mu suddenly understood that it was no wonder that half a year ago, when Jiang Bin and others encountered Master Chen Dan, they were struck with such trepidation. Alchemists are rare, and every sect treasures them as precious assets. Cultivating a formidable alchemist is not merely a matter of having rare materials. That a 6th-tier alchemist within the Azure Blue Empire is surely among the most prominent figures. Even the sect leader must exercise utmost courtesy. It is likely that Jiang Bin and his companions never anticipated that the legendary alchemist of the Miao Miao sect was residing in such a humble medicinal garden. This also elucidates why Lu Tianqing issued a challenge, yet refrained from causing any disturbance. Not to mention the prodigies, even Nangong Yuyan would need to consider her approach in dealing with Master Chen Dan from this day forth. Lu Mu no longer departed from the Dan Yen cave. Inquiries from those attending classes yielded only knowledge of his focused cultivation within the winter storage chamber, with nothing else revealed. 8 days passed, merely a cycle of day and night. During these 8 days, many events transpired within the Miao Miao sect, among which the most intriguing was the transformation of Jiang Bin. On this day, the Miao Miao Holy Maiden, Nangong Yuyan, accompanied by 2 candidates, led hundreds of disciples to the Azure Blue Empire for the Cloud Coming ceremony. A significant event for the 3 sects over a century. As the most outstanding representatives of the Miao Miao sect, they were certainly not to be absent. The crowd soared through the skies on their swords. Above, 3 serpentine dragons writhed majestically, their formidable presence entwined with ancient, ebony chains. Following the chains, one could see a resplendent golden war chariot, upon which Nangong Yuyan reclined, exuding an air of sovereign authority, even amidst such a grand occasion. Whispers of the transformation of Jiang Bin circulated. Have you heard? That fellow Jiang Bin, seemingly out of nowhere, has experienced a dramatic growth spurt overnight. I've heard that too. It is said his newfound height came at the cost of his appearance, leaving his face burned and grotesque, a sight to behold. Hush, lower your voices. Here comes Jiang Bin from behind. A man now towering at 7 feet approached, clad in white robes that gave him an ethereal appearance. Yet, the mask upon his face was unsettling, resembling something otherworldly. Brothers, please slow down and wait for me, the man called out. His companions expressed disdain, one frowning and retorting, Jiang Bin, you are already at the 10th layer of the Qi Si. How is it that you are so clumsy with the most fundamental sword riding? Forgive me, brothers, I was caught off guard by the sudden changes in my body, the man chuckled, attempting to deflect the criticism. Not far away, Su Daosong observed with a look of confusion, his narrowed eyes seeming to pierce through the facade. That moment, a cold voice echoed from above. Jiang Ben, come here at once. The man made an effort to control his flying sword, catching up with the three dragons. There, the regal Wang Quan stood upright, commanding, Jiang Ben, fetch me some spiritual fruits. The holy maiden is feeling parched. The man remained silent, yet a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. Wang Quan turned to glance back, a potent aura of menace radiating from him as he inquired, do you dare to defy me? Not at all. Not at all. However, Master Wang Quan, we are on our way to the ceremony and cannot afford to waste time, the man replied softly, though his teeth were clenched beneath the mask. Jiang Ben, it appears you have genuinely changed, to the point of forgetting how to write the word death, Wang Quan remarked coldly, gradually lifting a hand, his immense spiritual energy coalescing at his fingertips, instilling fear and awe. The man feigned terror, yet secretly began channeling his own spiritual power. That moment, Nangong Yu interjected, her voice icy. Enough. We have a journey ahead. Do not waste time. Despite her words, Wang Quan merely smiled indifferently. Indeed, you are correct, Sister Nangong, that we must continue our journey. As he spoke, he glanced at the man once more, his demeanor devoid of warmth. Jiang Ben, why are you still standing there? Shouldn't you hurry along? This is no place for you. Seems the little fellow has received a scolding. Having grown taller, he has forgotten his own surname. How amusing, someone sneered. Jiang Ben remained silent, casting a sidelong glance and then unsteadily maneuvering his flying sword to rejoin the group. Only at this moment did Nangong Yuyin raise an eyebrow, her expression one of familiarity. Had she not been aware from the start that this person was Jiang Ben, she might have mistaken him for another who should not be here. The wind howled past, and the light of the sword danced through the air. Observing Qian mingling effortlessly with the others, Jiang Ben beneath his mask suddenly revealed a strange and enchanting smile. Qian Ruoyan, you truly despise them, don't you? To speak candidly, I have harbored a certain disdain for you. However, today, it appears that you are not as insufferable as I had imagined. Indeed, the man behind the mask is none other than Lu Mu. The rumors that have circulated over the past 8 days have originated from his hand, that in a bid to remain inconspicuous. He has even absorbed a fragment of the spiritual energy released by Jiang Ben, leveraging the characteristics of the savage sacred body as a guise. Furthermore, since they are indeed of the same lineage, both practicing the ethereal path, no one has raised any suspicions or detected his presence. As the walls of the Kanglan Empire's palace come into sharper focus, a smile of growing intensity spreads across Lu Mu's lips that in the distance. Amidst the vast sky, a peculiar bird silently follows, its indifferent gaze observing everything below. Seeing Lu Mu blend effortlessly into the crowd, it too reveals a knowing smile. Within the grand hall of the Kanglan Empire, pristine jade stones cover the ground, and an imposing dragon throne signifies extraordinary stature. Seated upon it is the young and handsome emperor, Kanglan Baishao, adorned in a dragon robe, exuding an air of authority. Flanking him are 2 formidable sword-bearing guards. Although they do not reveal their aura, their mere presence evokes a sense of profound depth and an unapproachable demeanor. The disciples from various sects stand rigidly, and Lu Mu is among them. A cursory glance reveals that today's assembly is not limited to the 3 sects. Even individuals from remote mountain sects have come to witness the ceremony. From the Piamiao sect stands Nangong Yuyin, and from the Feishing sect is Shang Wan Haoren. Little White Owl, do you still expect me to pay my respects? I doubt you dare. At this moment, the leaders of the 3 sects step forward, and the previously solemn atmosphere is disrupted by the playful laughter of a girl in purple. The ministers in the court can only manage a resigned smile, accustomed to the whims of the holy maiden from the clear, quiet valley. Beneath the mask, Lu Mu gazes at the familiar face, his mouth twitching involuntarily up ahead. Zixuan seems to sense something, turning her head curiously toward Lu Mu, and with a puzzled expression, she asks, Brother, do we know each other? Chapter 37. The ownership of the elixir competition. Looking left and right, up and down, Lu Mu immediately lowers his voice, mimicking Jiang Ben's tone to respond, We are not acquainted. Pay no mind to him. He is merely an inconsequential disciple of our sect. Wang Quan interjects with a touch of elegance. Zixuan nods, her bright eyes sparkling with a different kind of light as she turns to Wang Quan, gripping his hand and asking, Brother, I heard that Lu Mu is not dead and has returned to your sect, right? Please tell me, where is Lu Mu? That useless fellow. How dare he participate in the clouds coming ceremony? A flicker of displeasure crosses Wang Quan's face as he quickly withdraws his hand, seemingly concerned that Nan Gongyin might misinterpret the situation. However, no one anticipated that in the next moment, Zixuan would clench her small fist, her delicate face brimming with indignation. Take back your words. My brother is not a useless person. Embarrassment washes over Lu Mu. All he wishes is to turn away. Who is your brother? As a dignified holy maiden, could you perhaps exhibit a bit more decorum? The atmosphere grows tense, for one is the holy maiden of the clear, quiet valley, and the other is a candidate for the holy son of the Piamiao sect, both holding significant status. The ministers are visibly troubled, uncertain of how to navigate the situation. From the throne, Kanglin Baishao speaks in a calm voice. Zixuan, do not be disrespectful. Little White Owl, you are scaring me. Zixuan promptly turns around, tears glistening in her eyes as she glares at the exalted emperor. Lu Mu shakes his head inwardly, thinking that Zixuan has been spoiled by the clear, quiet valley to such an extent that she lacks basic manners. How could she utter such words? In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolds. The emperor, displaying a troubled expression and after much hesitation, actually rises to approach Zixuan. He whispers something to her, though the words are inaudible. His pleading demeanor suggests a request for leniency. That it has long been rumored that the clear, quiet valley has ties to the royal family of the Kanglin Empire, and it seems the rumors hold truth. To have the emperor himself lower his status to speak kindly, I suspect only the holy maiden of the clear, quiet valley could achieve such a feat within the entirety of the Kanglin Empire. Several members from other sects murmur amongst themselves, while most maintain a semblance of decorum in their discussions. Yet one voice stands out, laced with derision. What royal ties? It seems more like a child bride for the royal family. Merely a plaything. The voice, though soft, is clearly audible to Lu Mu, who immediately turns his gaze toward the source. It is none other than Chu Baidao, the inner sect disciple who had previously spoken out of turn. One could surmise that this individual either possesses exceptional skills or is simply a bit unhinged. Beneath the mask, Lu Mu quietly takes note of him. Zixuan, you should step back for now, he advises. All right, I understand. Remember, you promised to treat me to the finest feast later. The emperor, Kanglin Baishao, has expended considerable effort to placate Zixuan, and as he turns back, his expression is now filled with an imposing authority. The moment he speaks, a palpable sense of awe fills the assembly. The subtle pressure he exudes is not the result of cultivation levels, but rather the oppressive aura of one in power. Though he does nothing overt, it instills within people an instinctive desire to submit. The essence of an emperor is indeed extraordinary. Lu Mu muses, feeling a newfound admiration for this young sovereign, that the clouds coming ceremony is a grand celebration of our Kanglin Empire. Held once every century. Many of you may be attending for the first time. While I am your emperor, you are all transcendent beings on the path of cultivation. Thus, let us forego the elaborate formalities. His voice, though not loud, resonates like a thunderous bell in the ears of all present. That I end the following moment. The disciples from various sects bow in gratitude and respect. Only then does Kanglin Baishao return to his dragon throne with a composed demeanor. A eunuch steps forward, clearing his throat before announcing, the clouds coming ceremony features 5 competitions: alchemy, martial arts, arrays, artifacts, and pets. All esteemed masters may take a moment to rest in the rear palace, and when the preparations for tomorrow's ceremony are complete, our guards will summon you. The crowd nods in agreement and begins to disperse. As they leave, Lu Mu observes that the court session has not yet concluded. The ministers continue to discuss trivial matters with Kanglin Baishao. However, he harbors no interest in the affairs of the imperial family, shaking his head before following the main group toward the rear palace. From what he gathered, the clouds coming ceremony appears to be a rare event, held only once every century, that he wonders what profound significance lies within it. As he walks, a slightly playful voice suddenly reaches his ears. What significance could there possibly be? It's merely about selecting 5 exceptional disciples to bless the Kanglin Empire. Turning at the sound, he sees Zixuan tilting her head, grinning broadly at him. Holy Maiden Zixuan, do you require something? Lu Mu feigns ignorance, deliberately masking his identity as he aims to focus on the competition. Not wishing to complicate matters, Zixuan's exuberant demeanor proves to be quite a headache. It is perhaps best to remain unrecognized. Brother, Is that you? Zixuan beams, her beautiful eyes seemingly piercing through him, prompting him to hastily shake his head and declare, I am Jiangbin, not Lu Mu. No, you are my brother. I can tell. You have a particularly delightful scent about you. It's quite intoxicating. What nonsense! Does Zixuan possess the senses of a dog beneath the mask? Lu Mu feels a mix of exasperation and amusement. What scent could I possibly have? I know not. I am not Lu Mu. You have mistaken me for someone else, still trying to deceive me? You shall not escape. Brother, do you know how terrified I was when I heard the news of your death? It nearly gave me a fright. Lu Mu shakes his head, preparing to leave, but Zixuan steps forward, blocking his path. Hearing her words, he finds himself at a loss for how to respond. Are we truly that familiar? By all accounts, I believe we have scarcely met a handful of times. Yet unbeknownst to him, the most beautiful moments for a young girl often lie not in familiarity or love, but in the serendipity of encounters. Jiangbin, what are you doing? We have already begun selecting competitors. Hurry up and catch up. A fellow disciple from the Piao Miao sect calls out to AT the sound. Lu Mu seizes what feels like a lifeline, promptly responding, coming. With that, he departs, and as Zixuan watches his hurried retreat, she pouts and stamps her foot in frustration, murmuring to herself, Humph. Brother, you may try to hide, but I shall find you. Neither of them notices a pair of narrowed eyes at the other end of the corridor, taking in the entire scene. In the eastern wing of the rear palace, the disciples are seated in a row, yet Nangong Yin and the two candidates are conspicuously absent. As Lu Mu arrives, he overhears Chu Baidao's voice. For the elixir competition, does anyone wish to volunteer? The disciples shook their heads in unison, and many clasped their hands in reverence. Brother Chu, you are the most adept among our younger generation in this art. You are a disciple of Master Chen Yao and have already attained the rank of a second-tier alchemist. Who among us could possibly surpass your skills in alchemy? The path of alchemy is exceedingly arduous. And among our younger members of the Miao Miao sect, it seems that only Brother Chu Baidao possesses the requisite prowess. When it comes to the alchemical competition, it is undoubtedly Chu Baidao who is most deserving. Only he can bring glory to our sect. Chu Baidao grinned mischievously, relishing the accolades bestowed upon him. As the proud disciple of Master Chen Yao, his alchemical skills were unparalleled among his peers. Thus, he surveyed the others with an air of inexplicable arrogance. Very well. Since you all hold me in such high regard, I shall graciously accept this competition. Chu Baidao rose, his face aglow with excitement and a broad smile. The disciples nodded in agreement, showering him with flattery. However, at that moment, a deep voice abruptly shattered the atmosphere. Wait, who dares to be so foolish? The crowd turned in confusion, their gazes gradually converging on Lu Mu, whose enigmatic mask drew their attention. After a brief silence, laughter erupted. Although the Yunlai Grand Ceremony was not an official sect competition, it far surpassed one. Jiangbin, if you wish to embarrass yourself, that is your affair. But do not tarnish the reputation of our Miao Miao sect. Truly, ignorance breeds audacity. Jiangbin, do you covet the rewards of the competition? Have you even taken a moment to reflect on whether you are worthy? What nonsense! Do you really believe that just because you have seized an opportunity, you have become superior? Jiangbin, you remain that short figure, scarcely exceeding 4 feet. Listening to the ridicule and scorn directed at him, Lu Mu felt no particular emotion, but rather a twinge of sympathy for Jiang Bi. To have fallen to such a state was indeed quite shameful. Above, seated with arms crossed, Chu Baidao's eyes flickered with coldness as he silently fixed his gaze on Lu Mu. Oh, are you implying that your alchemical skills have reached a consummate level? Not quite. Lu Mu replied with a faint smile beneath his mask, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a subtle aura of authority. At the very least, I am slightly stronger than you. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Chu Baidao's wrath flared. In the Miao Miao sect, no one dared to belittle him in the realm of alchemy, just as he prepared to retaliate. A booming voice echoed from outside. Miao Miao sect, Master Chen Yao has arrived. Master Chen Yao, the esteemed leader of the Yao Peak, presided over the alchemical chamber. The medicinal pills consumed by the disciples were primarily crafted by him or the elders under his tutelage. Master, what brings you here? Chu Baidao hastily rose, his previously lofty demeanor replaced by utmost respect. The Yunlai Grand Ceremony is a significant event for our sect that I happen to be gathering herbs nearby and heard that my disciple is participating in the ceremony. So I thought I would come to lend my support. His face beamed with joy as Chen Yao stroked his beard, pride and affection gleaming in his eyes. After sharing a smile, he produced a small box from his robe and placed it on the table. Disciple, I have heard you have reached a bottleneck in your cultivation. This is a pill crafted by me, which can aid you in breaking through the 7th layer of the Qi Si. Consider it an early congratulatory gift for securing the top spot in the alchemical competition. Thank you, Master. Chu Bei eagerly opened the small box, revealing a dark pill adorned with cloud patterns. Just from the rich fragrance emanating from it, one could tell that this pill was anything but ordinary. Among the crowd, someone gasped in astonishment. This is a premium Qi nourishing pill. While the Qi nourishing pill is a second-tier pill, it is considered inferior among its peers, merely providing a modicum of spiritual energy to nourish the Qi Si. Nevertheless, it remains highly coveted by cultivators of the Qi Si. In contrast, the Qi nourishing pill boasts the remarkable ability to break through bottlenecks and significantly enhance cultivation without any adverse effects. Indeed, it is the Qi nourishing pill. Master is truly generous. Brother Xiao, having gained the Master's favor, you will surely become an elder in our Miao Miao sect. Please do not forget us younger disciples, Brother Xiao. Congratulations. In times of prosperity, do not forget your roots. We hope you will look after us. Chu Baidao was already a prominent figure on Yao Peak, and now that Chen Yao had clearly come to support him, the crowd lavished their praise upon him. After all, establishing a good relationship with a future alchemical master would greatly benefit their own cultivation. However, Lu Mu cast a discerning glance at the Qi nourishing pill and shook his head slightly. Amateurs watch for excitement, while experts discern the subtleties. Even from a distance, he could easily see that although the pill was well-formed, the alchemist's technique and control were lacking. The balance of yin and yang was disrupted, and impurities abounded. It was merely a subpar product. Upon this realization, he understood why a century ago, the entire sect had eagerly awaited Master Chen Yao's arrival at the Pill Peak, though he had never witnessed Master Chen refining pills. The quality of the pills produced in the chamber indicated that the two were clearly not on the same level. Yet upon shaking his head, he inadvertently drew the attention of Chu Baidao, who furrowed his brow and questioned, Jiang Ben, why are you shaking your head? Lu Mu refrained from explaining. Publicly undermining the Master's dignity would be inappropriate. Master, who is this? Chen Yao inquired, glancing at the scene. This person is named Jiang Ben, that I know not where he learned alchemy, but he just claimed he wishes to compete for the alchemical spot against my disciple, Chu Baidao disdainfully remarked. Upon hearing this, Chen Yao's expression shifted as he regarded Lu Mu. What was once indifference morphed into extreme disdain. Since the incident a century ago, Chen Yao had not been held in high regard by the other 8 masters. Having produced a prodigious alchemist like Chu Baidao, the convening of the Yunlai Grand Ceremony was the perfect opportunity for him to redeem himself. Chen Yao would not allow any mishaps. Otherwise, he would not have personally come to support his beloved disciple. With this thought, Chen Yao's expression grew even colder as he fixed his gaze on Lu Mu. Jiang Ben, leave at once. You need not participate in the Yunlai Grand Ceremony. Under the mask, Lu Mu smiled coldly. When Chen Yao saw him unmoved, his gaze sharpened, and an overwhelming mental pressure descended upon Lu Mu like a raging river. The oppressive force was intense, akin to a torrent, causing Lu Mu to shudder and nearly lose consciousness. In that fleeting moment, the vision of divine and demonic figures wielding swords erupted in his mind. With a single strike, the river was severed in an instant. Lu Mu steadied himself, and the immense mental pressure dissipated like mist. This was a battle devoid of blades. Yet it was fraught with peril that Lu Mu understood clearly that had it not been for the divine and demonic imagery in his mind, he would have risked losing his sanity in that fleeting moment. To threaten a disciple of one's own sect over a mere disagreement. Beneath his robe, Lu Mu's fists clenched tightly. His thoughts shifted. The coldness in his eyes intensified beneath the mask. While he had previously been somewhat concerned about the master's dignity, witnessing Chen Yao's ruthless demeanor, he would no longer hold back at this juncture. Chen Yao realized that his mental pressure had met with no resistance, as if cast into the sea without a ripple. He stared at Jiang Ben, silence enveloping him, Yet his heart surged with murderous intent that an ordinary inner disciple could withstand his mental pressure. This young man must possess some extraordinary treasure. Master has already spoken. Why do you hesitate? Are you waiting for me to escort you out? Chu Baidao stepped forward, his face rife with disdain. Suddenly, Chen Yao raised a hand to stop him, then cast a cold glance at Lu Mu. Inquiring, Jiang Bin, do you intend to compete for this alchemical spot? Not a competition, but rather, I am more suitable, Lu Mu replied coolly. Beside him, Jiang Bin laughed heartily. What a joke! How many alchemical texts have you read? And how many formulas do you know to dare utter such arrogance? The other disciples shook their heads in disbelief. Jiang Bin's lack of awareness was staggering. To speak such words directly to the master was tantamount to suggesting that the esteemed master was not remarkable, and that his disciple was inferior to an ordinary inner disciple. Jiang Bin, I have always prided myself on fairness and transparency. Do not accuse me of bullying you. I offer you a chance. If you wish to compete with my disciple for this spot, then show me your skills, Chen Yao stated slowly. At that moment, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Was the master truly going to confront Jiang Bin? Yet, in the next instant, as if to showcase his prowess, a spirit alchemical cauldron thundered to the ground, shaking the earth. The dragon-patterned cauldron gleamed brilliantly, an exquisite spirit artifact, the golden dragon cauldron. I see. Master Chen Yao intends to test them with alchemy. The disciples were taken aback, instantly alert to observe the unfolding events. Disciple, pay close attention, that I shall refine a pill, and whoever can discern how many ingredients and techniques I employed shall earn the right to participate in the alchemical competition. Chen Yao smiled and, with a wave of his hand, ignited the alchemical fire. He was not assisting Lu Mu. Rather, as he had stated, he sought to uncover the true abilities and secrets that Jiang Bin concealed. Chen Yao would not permit anyone to surpass his disciple, that if Jiang Bin truly possessed talent, then the alchemical fire blazed like a scorching flame. Dozens of medicinal herbs soared into the cauldron in succession, ignited by the flames, purging impurities and extracting the essence. Half an hour elapsed, and with a wave of rich herbal fragrance wafting through the air, a radiant light flickered in Chen Yao's eyes. With a gesture of his hand, intricate techniques emerged, channeling streams of spiritual energy continuously into the cauldron. The boiling concoction gradually solidified under the imprint of these myriad secret methods. Arise, Chen Yao uttered lightly. And as the cauldron opened, 4 radiant pills appeared before the assembly. That a second-tier chi-replenishing pill, adorned with cloud patterns, was undoubtedly a masterpiece. Chu Baidao approached, gently picking one up, but upon turning, he regarded Lu Mu with disdain, as if observing an ant. Although I have yet to master my master's techniques, crafting a first-tier supreme pill is well within my capabilities. In my estimation, this pill utilized a total of 39 herbs. The methods employed include 4 foundational techniques: the cloud hand, reverse path, great scripture hand, and the condensing formula for pill creation. These 4 basic techniques interweave and transform into 36 variations. Thus, in reality, 36 methods were employed. Jiang Bin, do not think you can simply follow my lead with 39. I doubt you could even name 10 of the herbs you just cast in. Spare yourself the embarrassment and concede. Chen Yao smiled faintly, his eyes brimming with confidence. The disciples shook their heads in disbelief. The master's actions flowed like water, and even at such a close distance, they could hardly discern the nuances. Jiang Bin, perhaps you should admit your mistake to Master Chen Yao. Indeed. Yielding to Chu Baidao, S&T shameful, voices echoed, yet many merely shook their heads. Chu Baidao, brimming with self-assurance, turned his back, unwilling to cast even a glance at Lu Mu. Just then he remarked Angelica, virtual herb, 9 desolation grass, red root, and a spirit cage fruit, 41 herbs in total, but I am too weary to reiterate the methods. They are utterly lacking. A fine chi-replenishing pill has been reduced to this worthless concoction. A disgrace to your title as a master of the medicine peak. Chapter 39. The explosion of the cauldron? The hall fell into silence, only to erupt moments later. Jiang Bin, what nonsense are you spouting? Questioning Master Chen Yao's alchemical prowess. Have you lost your mind? Do you not know that Master Chen Yao is the sole 5th-tier alchemist in our sect? This brat speaks utter drivel. Master, please issue an order so we may teach this ignorant fool a lesson. The disciples glared in anger, their voices rising in unison. oblivious to the fact that Master Chen Yao stood frozen in disbelief, his eyes filled with incredulity. Beneath his mask, Lu Mu sneered. It appeared that the current disciples were woefully ignorant of the art of pill-making. Only aware of his esteemed status, yet oblivious to the fact that Chen Yao had already been a fifth-tier alchemist for hundreds of years. Casting a glance back at Chen Yao, Lu Mu felt nothing but disdain. A dignified master, fully aware that another alchemist existed within the sect, yet only relishing the public adoration while remaining silent about half the truth. His actions were selfish, driven by personal greed, seeking to eradicate rivals. It was no wonder that in the vast Miao Miao sect, only one second-tier alchemist had emerged from the new generation. A congregation of fools, that Lu Mu muttered to himself, having already formed a judgment regarding the conflict between Chen Yao and the alchemists. In the face of the fervent crowd, he merely smiled coldly, devoid of fear. His words were undeniably true. Should he be punished for this, so be it. He would rather not remain in the Miao Miao sect. Not far away, Chu Baidao's expression darkened as he regarded Lu Mu coldly, raising his hand to signal for silence before coldly inquiring, "Did you just claim that my master utilized a total of 41 herbs?" Indeed, Lu Mu's voice was icy. Chu Baidao's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes glinting with mockery. "Nonsense. My master's techniques are transcendent. He only used 39 herbs. Where do you suggest these 2 additional herbs came from? The pill competition is critical to our sect, and while your contention may be for our sect's glory, you have offended my master, and this debt must be settled. Jiang Ben, kneel and bow 3 times. And perhaps I shall spare you." The disciples echoed his sentiment, with many insisting, "Jiang Ben, hasten and kneel to express your gratitude to Chu Baidao." Lu Mu remained silent, instead raising his head, filled with contempt. "It seems you truly do not grasp the gravity of your situation. Fellow disciples, seize him." Chu Baidao chuckled coldly. The disciples, eager to curry favor, rose in unison to encircle Lu Mu in this charged atmosphere. Lu Mu remained unflinching, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his cold gaze. That moment, he declared, "What I said is true. Indeed, my master employed 41 herbs." The crowd gasped, slowly turning to one another. Master Chen Yao's expression was peculiarly complex, marked by both shock and bewilderment. The entire hall fell silent, but in this moment of silence, action spoke louder than words. The assembly quickly comprehended that Master Chen Yao was not fabricating claims. Their expressions morphed into disbelief. Their understanding of alchemy paled in comparison to Chu Baidao's, and having initially believed Chu Baidao's assertion, they were now astounded to hear it directly from Master Chen Yao himself. "Master, you wouldn't be mistaken, would you?" Chu Baidao stared agape, his mind swirling with confusion. He had observed closely and deemed no error possible. "Nonsense. How could I be wrong?" Chen Yao replied slowly, his inner shock escalating exponentially. 41. It is indeed 41. Chu Baidao, although you have studied under me for years, my teachings are extensive. Just now, I employed the hidden cloud technique, which you perceived as the cloud hand, yet failed to grasp the concealment method. Hence your miscalculation of 2 herbs. Chen Yao could not fathom how Jiang Ben had seen through his hidden cloud technique, but he had no inkling that Lu Mu's mental acuity far surpassed the average, honed through rigorous study of alchemical texts. Now, in terms of mental prowess, Lu Mu was undoubtedly at the level of a 3rd-tier alchemist. Chen Yao's hidden cloud technique, no matter how profound, was but a lesser skill. Easily discernible by Lu Mu. "I ask but one question. May I represent our sect in the upcoming competition?" Lu Mu's voice was soft, that he wished to avoid further contention. Through this incident, he had lost all respect for Chen Yao's character and competence. Chen Yao first glanced at Chu Baidao, before directing his gaze back to Lu Mu. "As a master, my word is my bond. Of course you may. However, before that, you must first refine a batch of pills to prove your worthiness to represent our sect in the competition." Agreed. Lu Mu nodded, responding promptly. Refining pills was a trivial matter. What was there to hinder him? Master Chen Yao appeared exceedingly generous, noting Lu Mu's apparent lack of preparation, adding, "You may use my cauldron. It possesses remarkable efficacy in condensing energy and forming pills." However, Lu Mu shook his head, but he had no need for a cauldron. After surveying the area, he casually grabbed the incense burner from the table, saying, "No need. I wouldn't want others to claim that I relied on a spirit tool to craft the pills, leading to doubts about my abilities." Witnessing this, a flicker of resentment flashed in Chen Yao's eyes, his aged hand clenched tightly beneath his robe. Yet he refrained from reacting, instead smiling broadly and nodding, "Very well. As long as you find it convenient." Ignoring him, Lu Mu selected a few herbs and shoved them into the incense burner. His clumsy technique prompted many to shake their heads in disbelief. This hardly resembles alchemy. If anything, it resembles boiling pig feed. Chu Baidao observed coldly, his disdain growing that as the herbs entered the burner, Lu Mu pretended to ignite a fire beneath it, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. Some could not help but exclaim, "Jiang Ben, can you not even conjure alchemical fire? Without it, what are you even competing for?" Lu Mu remained silent, but inwardly he chuckled. The path of alchemy relies on cultivating the internal fire of the five organs, drawing on no external force, using oneself as the flame. Such methods were beyond their comprehension that in the next moment, he feigned complexity, murmuring incantations while executing disordered hand seals, witnessing the antics that resembled a monkey's performance. Master Chen Yao frowned, pondering, could I have misjudged? Yet, at that moment, fragrant vapors genuinely began to waft forth. The liquid within the burner underwent refinement and purification, swirling like a treasure of vibrant light that a quarter of an hour slipped by unnoticed. As Lu Mu concluded his theatrical display of seemingly pointless hand seals, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged forth. The fragile incense burner could not withstand such force, shattering instantaneously, with a thunderous roar. Shards of debris scattered across the ground, an explosion of the cauldron. Chapter 40. Greed. I told you Jiang Ben couldn't tea refined pills. Merely pretending with an incense burner, and look what happened. He blew it up. Now that it has come to this, what more can you say, Jiang Ben? Hurry and kneel to Master Chen Yao and beg for forgiveness. Perhaps he will spare you. Some disciples were brushing off the dust from their bodies, while others were erupting in curses that moment. Amidst the shattered remnants of the incense burner, a dazzling radiance gradually emerged. The rich fragrance of herbs filled the air, intoxicating the senses, and the colorful patterns resembled divine elixirs. Lu Mu approached, gently picking up the dan and casting a glance back at Chen Yao, inquiring, "Now, do I possess the qualifications?" In the face of such provocation, Chen Yao suddenly burst into laughter, clapping his hands in delight. "Excellent, truly splendid. Jiang Ben, I must admit that your alchemical skills far surpass those of my treasured disciple." Beneath the mask, Lu Mu smiled nonchalantly. This outcome was, after all, expected. However, just as he was about to turn to leave, Chen Yao's previously amiable demeanor shifted, and a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. With a mere wave of his hand, a flame swiftly spread, instantaneously blocking Lu Mu's path. The atmosphere became tense. "Real master, what is the meaning of this?" Lu Mu turned back, questioning coldly. Yet, Chen Yao maintained his smile, his indifferent gaze seemingly piercing through Lu Mu's very being. After a long pause, he continued, "Jiang Ben, I perceive your extraordinary talent. You are a prodigy in the art of alchemy. Such a talent is one I hold in great esteem. Why not provide me with a copy of your method for condensing dan? Today, I shall take you as my disciple. What say you?" The other disciples took a step back in response. Asking someone for their techniques was indeed a grave taboo in the realm of cultivation. Although the Miao Miao sect prided itself on its lineage, each mountain and faction possessed its own unique methods. Entering the inner sect and receiving teachings from the elders was understood to be the way of things. Had it been someone else in this situation, they might have stood on principle and spoken out. However, the one seated above them was a true master. Lu Mu surveyed the disciples present, a cold smirk forming within him. He had deliberately feigned interest in the incense burner to conceal the secrets of this dan technique, never expecting that Chen Yao would be so perceptive. Furthermore, it was utterly unfathomable that a dignified true master, who presided over a peak, would resort to such despicable tactics. "Jiang Ben, the path of alchemy is a grand one, that your cultivation is still shallow. Unable to grasp this art, it would be prudent to hand over a copy for my safekeeping. This would benefit the entire sect to be why entrusting it to me. You not only gain merit, but also become my direct disciple. Is this not a splendid arrangement?" Chen Yao said with a beaming smile. Yet Lu Mu discerned a glimmer of greed lurking deep within his eyes. "True master, aside from the fact that I have no desire to learn from you, Even if I did, according to our Miao Miao sect's rules. There seems to be no requirement to submit one's own opportunities. Does there? A joke. A complete farce. With a mere claim of benefiting the sect, you wish to seize the secrets of others. Why do you not see Qin Yao handing over his own secret teachings to the sect? Lu Mu retorted, his voice steady, though his spiritual energy was silently mobilizing. Indeed, there is no requirement to submit. Qin Yao nodded, his expression soft, yet his gaze remained icy that he lightly tapped the table, stating, regrettably, our Miao Miao sect's alchemical heritage is incomplete, making it difficult to produce talented alchemists. For the sake of the sect's greater enterprise, I must impose upon you, Jiang Bin. The path of alchemy was his sore spot. He had long sought to vindicate himself. And now he considered himself the strongest alchemist of the Miao Miao sect. The technique displayed by Jiang Bin, although merely a glimpse, enlightened him. This method likely surpassed the alchemical skills he had learned from the Miao Miao sect. Qin Yao had been probing, and now he was certain that even if he faced punishment from the sect in the future, he would not miss this tremendous opportunity, as his words fell. Accompanied by the sound of his hand striking the table, waves of spiritual energy surged forth, causing the temperature to rise dramatically, that in an instant, ice solidified, and a ferocious fire dragon charged forth that Lu Mu's eyes widened. And in that critical moment, he had no choice but to summon his spiritual energy, delivering a powerful punch towards the fire dragon. In the next moment, a tremendous explosion echoed, the resulting shockwave nearly demolishing the entire hall. Lu Mu was sent flying, crashing heavily against the closed door. Meanwhile, the fire dragon remained unscathed. The might of a true master was indeed formidable, an unstoppable force, breathless and frantic. Lu Mu's eyes darted beneath his mask. That previous strike, although appearing grand, was executed with restraint, for Qin Yao was evidently wary of truly killing him. At this moment, Lu Mu merely felt a surge of blood and discomfort. What level of power did Qin Yao possess? Lu Mu knew well that this was inconsequential, regardless of Qin Yao's realm. Facing him with his current cultivation would yield no different results. Jiang Bin, I have already entrusted the alchemical matter to you. I do not wish to harm you at this juncture, as you are meant to bring glory to our sect. Qin Yao shook his head, feigning regret, yet anyone could see the murderous intent lurking within him. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Consider how much our sect has invested in cultivating you over the years. Do not continue to test my patience, that I genuinely wish to take you as my disciple. So please surrender this method. Though he spoke of not wishing harm, the fire dragon surged forth once more. The searing flames threatened to tear everything apart. Wherever it passed, bricks shattered, and many disciples with lesser cultivation were forced to sit and recover from the overwhelming heat. Beneath the mask, Lu Mu's eyes flashed with determination, that a flicker of lightning accompanied by swirling sword-like glimmers danced at his fingertips beneath his robe. He could no longer conceal his abilities. Creak. What are you doing? Why are you attacking my brother? The atmosphere shifted abruptly. The door swung open, and Zixian stormed in, her bright eyes glaring in indignation. Flanking her were two imposing figures clad in battle armor. Upon closer inspection, they were none other than the royal guards of the Azure Blue Empire. Saintess of Qingyu Valley, this is a private matter of our sect. I kindly ask you to leave. Qin Yao cast a cold glance at her. The Zixian's cultivation was quite low, only at the initial stage of Qi Si, barely at the second layer. Such strength was far from impressing Qin Yao. I refuse to leave. Let us see what you can do, Zixian retorted, playfully linking her arm with Lu Mu. A gentleman. Please regard the matters between our three sects as unseen. Seeing this, Qin Yao rubbed his temples and spoke coolly to the two guards. By all rights, court officials should not interfere in the affairs of the three sections, however. The two guards shook their heads in unison. One of them thrust his blade into the ground, stirring up a fierce wind. By the decree of our king, during Miss Zixian's stay in the palace, we shall not leave her side, ensuring her safety. Qin Yao's eyes twitched, barely containing his fury. To let Jiang Bin slip away and miss this opportunity in the art of alchemy was intolerable. Brother, let us go. I want to see who dares to touch you today, Zixian declared, pulling Lu Mu towards the exit. At that moment, a glint of determination flashed in Qin Yao's eyes, ignoring the potential for a sect-wide conflict. He coldly declared, You come and go as you please, treating this place as if it were your own. Even if you were the saintess of Qingyu Valley, You shall not take him away today. Chun Yao himself took action, his longing for the alchemical techniques radiating forth. A surge of spiritual energy that seemed capable of collapsing the heavens, creating an overwhelming pressure that left all disciples paralyzed in place. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a blade silent as the night sliced through his flowing sleeves, scattering his spiritual energy. The other guard swiftly drew his sword, forcing Chun Yao to retreat. The blade's might could shake the heavens. Under the full force of these two, they were indeed not beneath a true master. No wonder the Azure Blue Empire could endure amidst the pressures from the three sects. Impressive, truly impressive, seeing the first strike thwarted. Chun Yao's expression shifted, changing so swiftly that Zixian inwardly cursed him for being shameless. Yet, Chun Yao remained unfazed, expressing a broad smile. Just now, I was merely jesting with the saintess of Qingyu Valley. With your formidable strength, you must have reached the Golden Core realm. You must surely be the king as personal guards. Chapter 41. The grim prelude to a storm to think you would set your sights on my little brother. You deserve it. Lu Mu silently raised a hand to cover Zixian's mouth and pulled her away. His concern did not stem from the fear of Chun Yao getting angry and being unable to escape. But rather, if Zixian continued her chatter, his identity as Jiang Ben might very well come into question. The guards remained silent, following quietly behind them. As they watched the retreating figures, the smile on Chun Yao's face faded more and more. A gentle breeze swept through, and a bird alighted on the rooftop, chirping merrily. Yet in the next moment, that bird was suddenly engulfed in flames, and with the caress of the wind, it disintegrated in a fine powder. Vanishing into the air, inside the hall, the real Chun Yao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, not uttering a word, his gaze flashing with a hint of darkness that he was a man capable of suppressing an entire mountain. How could he lack temperament? No one knew what he was truly thinking, yet one thing was certain. He would not easily let Jiang Ben go, nor would he relinquish this rare alchemical technique. Big brother. Why are you silent? Zixian exclaimed. Come on, stop pretending. I know who you are. In the palace corridor, she spoke with a beaming smile that a butterfly fluttered by. Lu Mu raised his brow, taking in the breathtaking beauty of the garden. In the grand hall of the palace, eunuchs hurried past, their expressions urgent. Even upon encountering Zixian and the others, they merely inclined slightly and then swiftly departed. Beneath his mask, Lu Mu frowned. He had no intention of revealing his identity and thus shifted the subject. Softly inquiring, what has transpired in the Azure Blue Empire? How would I know? This trip has been quite peculiar, Zixian replied, tilting her head in contemplation. Grandson? Lu Mu turned, his expression strange. Behind him, the imposing guard shook his head. Realizing that if he did not step in, the misunderstanding would only grow, that he then clasped his hands and gently said, Ms. Zixian must be referring to her nephew. The king's mother has ties with Qingyu Valley and is the daughter of Lord Ting Ru Shui's younger brother. In terms of status, the Empress Dowager should address Miss Zixian as cousin, and the king ought to respectfully call her aunt. However, the king is indeed a ruler of a nation, so previously in the court. He addressed Miss Zixian by her name for the sake of propriety. Lu Mu nodded, concluding that it was merely a matter of face that a king's aunt behaving frivolously in front of ministers was indeed not suitable for the Azure Blue Bai Shao. Contemplating this, Lu Mu recalled the various happenings within the court and spoke again. May I inquire, esteemed guard, what is your name, if it is convenient to share? The guard raised an eyebrow, his demeanor serious. After a long silence, he remained mute. Understood. It seems the Azure Blue Empire is indeed facing some turmoil. If it is inconvenient to speak, I shall refrain from pressing further, Lu Mu remarked, shaking his head. One should not impose upon others what they themselves would not wish to endure. The guards were merely doing their duty, and it was best not to make things difficult. After all, his purpose in the Azure Blue Empire was to attend the Yuan Lai Grand Ceremony, and the matters concerning the palace were of no concern to him. Thank you for your understanding. I am truly grateful. I can only inform young Master Jiang Ben that as long as the Yuan Lai Grand Ceremony proceeds smoothly, the Azure Blue Empire will have nothing to worry about. The guard hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Upon hearing this, Lu Mu, who had already turned to leave, paused, his expression turning grave. This matter is indeed connected to the Yuan Lai Grand Ceremony? He remained silent, resuming his stride forward. Hey, big brother, what's wrong with you? Wait for me. Zixian exclaimed. Qin Yao was undeniably a true schemer, yet he held the title of a true immortal, even though he was currently using the name Jiang Bin to avoid unnecessary dreams. Lu Mu had no intention of continuing his stay within the palace. The royal city's post station lay to the north of the palace, just outside the city walls, bordered by the bustling street to the east and the ancient road to the west. Frequented by many, there were urgent messengers racing through and travelers from distant lands. Cultivators came and went like phantoms, yet this post station served as a resting place, where those whose identities were verified could enter the royal city. It was one of the closest lodgings to the palace, and being accustomed to receiving various visitors, the environment was quite pleasant. As a member of the Piao Miao sect, Lu Mu was quickly assigned a fine guest room after his identity token was verified. Inside the post station, the atmosphere was lively. The pagoda-style structure rose layer upon layer, with a spacious central stage hosting a troupe that performed year-round. Big brother, why are you so cold? I mean, you no harm. On the third-floor private box, Lu Mu picked up a peanut, remaining silent as he discreetly glanced at the two guards behind her. He had no desire to reveal his identity, and with these two closely following him, it was even less likely he would acknowledge Zixian. You two leave? Go on. Zixian, astute as she was, immediately grasped Lu Mu's intentions and turned around, dismissively urging the two imposing guards as if driving away ducks. Miss Zixian, our king has issued orders. Please do not make it difficult for us. I don't care whose orders you follow. If you have the capability, summon that Bai Shao fellow to find me. All day long, doing nothing and still daring to meddle in my affairs. The guards were left speechless, their expressions tense. That I in this world, who could dare to speak so bluntly to the Azure Blue Emperor, but this young lady? Hey, is that Su Daosong and Wen Xiushui? At this moment, Lu Mu noticed two figures approaching the post station, their brows furrowed, their mouths moving incessantly, as if discussing something. With a thought, Lu Mu rose and walked over. Oh dear, you two are infuriating. You scare my big brother away. Hurry up and leave us alone, Miss Zixian. Then where should we go? I don't care where you go, just don't follow me. Under Zixian's fierce glare, the two dared not say another word and could only retreat in silence with a sigh. Inside the post station's hall, when Shiji remarked, What do you think of the task assigned by Master Qian? What is there to think? Let's investigate first. Trust me, it will be fine. If you want to gather information, the best places are post stations and inns. All sorts of people gather there. Oh, it seems Sister Wen is quite an experience. Not really. I just have loved reading novels since I was young. All novels share a common trait. If you want to gather information, you must go to an inn. Wen Xiushui lifted her head confidently, while Su Daosong couldn't help but cover his face. Feeling helpless, he had thought Wen Xiushui had some remarkable insights, but her reasoning left him exasperated. One cannot fully trust the stories in novels. This is nonsense. Just then Lu Mu approached, slightly bowing and softly saying, I am Jiang Bin. Greetings to you both. Greetings, junior brother and junior sister. Just now, I overheard you discussing the task assigned by Master Qian. Is it related to the holy maiden Nangong? Su Daosong and Wen Xiushui exchanged glances and nodded silently. Wen Xiushui then raised an eyebrow, speaking calmly, No, senior brother Jiang Bin, you may be mistaken. This is a task assigned by Master Qianrui. To speak of Master Qianruoyan, she is indeed remarkable. Upon our arrival at the palace, no one noticed anything amiss, yet she sent something unusual from the maid serving tea. Unfortunately, the maid held a low status and knew too little, which led us to leave the palace and investigate further. May I ask, junior brother Wen, what exactly are you looking to investigate? We are all members of the same sect, so if you need my assistance, please feel free to ask. Wen Xiushui's eyes sparkled with delight. Jiang Bin was at the 10th level of the Qi Si, his cultivation far surpassing that of the two of them, that with Jiang Bin as an ally, their efforts would surely be doubled. Su Daosong remained silent, his smile directed at Lu Mu, yet it gave off a predatory air. Indeed, this situation is quite strange. Senior brother Jiang Bin, you should know that the Yunlai Grand Ceremony is a momentous occasion for the three sects and the Azure Blue Empire. Logically speaking, for such a significant event, the palace should be on high alert, at the very least. However, after our investigation, we found that apart from the two royal guards stationed near the king and a few important locations, there were not even a single soldier guarding other areas. Even more peculiar, upon exiting the palace and going to the royal city's market, we found it eerily deserted, not a soul in sight. Every household had closed their doors, and we couldn't even find a single place to eat. Thus, we had no choice but to gather information and ultimately arrived at this post station. The royal city's market deserted, the palace unguarded, Lu Mu's heart filled with confusion. This hardly seemed like the atmosphere befitting an impending grand ceremony. That moment, a rustling sound suddenly echoed from outside, resembling synchronized footsteps advancing rapidly. "Step aside. Let me pass. Don't force me. If you take another step forward, I will kill this little brat. Big brother, there's an old man outside, and he's so fierce. He's actually holding a knife to a little girl's neck." Zishuan approached, first peering outside before shaking her head and feigning fear as she whispered, subtly leaning towards Lumo. However, Lumo merely raised his hand and pushed her aside, striding out the door as expected. Outside stood a burly old man with dark skin, brandishing a knife while holding someone hostage. Yet, the old man had been cornered against the wall, surrounded by a throng of armored soldiers. Su Daosong and another had also arrived, and upon witnessing the scene, neither Lumo nor he spoke. Instead, it was when Xiaoshui who, brimming with impatience and fervor, stepped forward, in broad daylight, forcibly abducting people. Is this how the soldiers of the Azure Blue Empire protect the common folk? Is there no law left? Su Daosong shook his head slightly. While when Xiaoshui possessed some skill in both swordsmanship and talismans, it was difficult for her to be chosen as a companion for the upcoming Yunlai Grand Ceremony. However, her intellect was indeed lacking. The Imperial Army was not akin to the armies of mundane cities, and how could someone with merely a third layer of Qi hope to sway them? Just then, several soldiers formed a formation and, with a single strike, sent Wen Xiaoshui reeling back. This brother here seems to hesitate. Has such an occurrence been frequent in the Imperial city lately? Indeed, I too am perplexed by what has come over our emperor of late. Several groups have already been apprehended, and the most troubling part is that they have vanished without a trace, causing widespread panic among the populace. That Su Daosong observed Jiang Bin, who was chatting with the inn's doorman, and he couldn't help but nod in approval, his gaze sharpening. The military is the foundation of a nation. To be able to roam freely within the imperial city, they must be acting under imperial orders. When Xiaoshui's reckless advance was fortunate not to have resulted in her immediate execution, as the soldiers were likely sparing her for the sake of the three sects of Azure Blue. However, Jiang Bin was indeed intriguing. It was widely known that he was both short in stature and narrow-minded, with a tendency to act recklessly without considering the consequences. Yet, it appeared that in this instance, he had not only grown taller but also gained some wisdom. Casting a glance back, Zishuan followed closely behind, but Su Daosong couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Jiang Bin's sudden growth spurt seemed fortuitous, and he couldn't fathom why the Serene Valley Saintess would take a liking to him. Such luck was truly rare. That moment, Lumo, having grasped the general situation, approached the soldiers with a calm demeanor. The leading soldier frowned, thrusting his spear into the ground and declaring, "Your attire suggests you are disciples of the mysterious Cloud sect. This matter pertains to our nation. Do not cause further chaos." The soldier was overly suspicious that I am Jiang Bin of the mysterious Cloud sect, here merely to attend the Yunlai Grand Ceremony. The Azure Blue Emperor honors us as esteemed guests. Why would I incite turmoil? As he spoke, Lumo glanced at the visibly anxious old man, pondered briefly, then shook his head with a sigh. "Soldier, if you trust me, you may directly apprehend him. He will not harm the man he holds captive." The soldier was perplexed. Although the hostage had his head bowed, anyone could tell from his appearance and demeanor that he was a man. Did Jiang Bin truly have poor eyesight? Put down your weapon. Do not engage in a futile struggle. Think of your family, your children. A scholar, dressed in scholarly attire, stepped forward, raising his voice. The old man's reaction was even more intense. He brandished his gleaming knife, threateningly directing it towards the hostage's neck, exclaiming, "Shut your mouth. You capture people every day, and you ask me to think of my family. I demand to know where you've taken my eldest son." Behind the mask, Lumo's lips twitched. Who was this man? The soldier felt a bit awkward and replied, "This is a civil official, responsible for mediating disputes. After all, we are apprehending people. There will inevitably be some complications. Our aim is to take the person away, not to kill, though we cannot resort to force in every situation. Capturing one only to lose another is counterproductive, and situations like today are indeed quite troublesome." Lumo shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Just as the soldier was about to intervene, Lumo sidestepped him and strode directly towards the old man. "What do you intend to do? I told you to step aside, if you take another step." "I will kill him," the old man exclaimed, raising his knife in alarm. But Lumo coldly replied, "If you wish to strike, then do so. Why all the unnecessary chatter? I will fight you." As Lumo advanced relentlessly, a fierce glint flashed in the old man's eyes. Just when everyone assumed he would harm the hostage, he suddenly kicked the hostage away and redirected his blade towards Lumo. His technique was sharp and powerful, indeed somewhat intimidating. Yet such skills were utterly insufficient to harm Lumo in any way. He merely sidestepped with ease and, in a fleeting moment, delivered a light chop to the old man's neck that I ended the next instant. The old man collapsed slowly to the ground, and the hostage, having been kicked aside, suddenly cried out, "Father!" The voice was rough, and beneath that delicate facade, there lay a man-esque form. The soldiers rushed forward, promptly binding both the man and the old man, while the leading soldier approached, clearly bewildered. "May I ask, Jiang Ben, how did you discern that the person was male? Or do you possess some astrological prowess?" "I have no talent for such divination." Behind the mask, Lumo chuckled lightly, shaking his head as he glanced at the man once more, replying, "It's quite simple," though the old man's face clearly belongs to a man of 60. His vitality is remarkably vigorous and robust. Undoubtedly, he is a trained fighter that in today's world, may I ask, soldier, which fighter does not flirt with danger? A ruthless figure from the martial world holds someone hostage while confronting you for so long without inflicting harm. That speaks volumes. Moreover, the man had been keeping his head down. Even when my clumsy and incompetent junior impulsively stepped forward, he did not cry out for help, further validating my conjecture that if he were not related to that old man, I would gladly write my name backward. Upon hearing this, the soldier couldn't help but feel admiration. However, a lingering question remained in his mind. But why did his bowed head lead you to that conclusion? And even if he is related to the old man, could he not be a girl? Because families often share certain resemblances that if he had not kept his head down, you would have seen through him long ago. As for your second question, I would like to counter with one. Do you capture women? You capture males? I fear they are meant for labor. Lumo chuckled lightly behind his mask. Now that matters had come to this. He had almost deciphered the intricate mystery surrounding the Yunlai grand ceremony. Although some confusion remained, he was in no rush. Having spoken, he turned to leave. Just as Lumo was about to depart, the soldier's expression flickered with conflict. After a moment's hesitation, he called out to him, advising, "Esteemed master, this year's Yunlai grand ceremony may be extraordinary as a subject. I cannot elaborate much, but I can offer you this caution. If you have no urgent matters, it would be wise to depart swiftly. The rewards of such competitions are not easily obtained. Thank you." Without looking back, Lumo simply smiled gently as he headed towards the end. He had already inferred the underlying motives without needing further reminders. However, it was a pity that Jin Jing Sha was exceedingly rare. Lumo was determined to acquire it. "Big brother, you are amazing," Zishuan exclaimed upon his return, her bright eyes sparkling like stars. However, before she could finish her sentence, when Xiaoshui beside her rolled up her sleeves, brushing off the dust from her attire, her beautiful eyes filled with anger as she questioned, "Jiang Ben, what do you mean by this? We are esteemed guests of the Azure Blue Empire. Yet in broad daylight, the army is forcibly abducting people. You not only refuse to assist the old man, but also side with the soldiers to capture people." Chapter 43. The Cloudy Ceremony's Enigma with a Strong Sense of Justice. Lumo shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. While a sense of justice is commendable, acting solely on fervor makes one no different from a brute. Courage without wisdom. When Xiaoshui's temperament was indeed a far cry from that of her father. Meanwhile, Su Daosong, who had been taciturn, suddenly extended a hand to block Lumo's path, a squinting smile that sent shivers down one's spine. "Brother Jiang Ben, are you planning to act tonight?" "Oh, you noticed?" Lumo raised an eyebrow. The mask obscured his expression, but his piercing gaze was enough to instill fear. "Not quite, just a guest." Su Daosong chuckled lightly. "We can wait. The ceremony cannot. Before the ceremony, we likely only have this night left." Lumo smiled in response. "Then, Brother Jiang Ben, let us not part tonight. Let us not part." With that, they went their separate ways, Lumo striding purposefully towards the inn, with Zishuan trailing closely behind, chattering excitedly, observing their retreating figures. Su Daosong's narrowed eyes finally revealed a slight arc as he murmured to himself, "Good lad, on the surface, you knocked him out, but in reality, you deftly slipped our sex tracking talisman onto him." Jiang Bin, what on earth transpired for you to undergo such a significant transformation in such a short time? This is truly astonishing. As night descends, a gentle breeze brings a coolness to the air. On the desolate streets, only a few specks of dust float by. The grand imperial city resembles a ghost town, shrouded in darkness, with only a handful of lonely oil lamps flickering helplessly in the night. Brother Jiang Bin, you have emerged so late. It seems you have invested considerable effort in charming the saintess of Qinyu Valley. Haven to you? Su Daosong leaned against the wall, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his narrowed eyes. Beneath the mask, Lu Mu sighed. The saintess of Qinyu Valley truly is a source of vexation. She is utterly unwilling to return. Fortunately, she is still young, and while this station lacks many things, it is certainly not short of wine. After a couple of jars, whether from Qinyu Valley or Feishan Gate, one will inevitably succumb to lethargy. But enough about her. What of Wen Xiushui? That fellow could hardly contain his impatience and has gone off to investigate alone. Yet you, Brother Jiang, do not strike me as the type to be overly compassionate. What piqued your interest in this matter so suddenly? The smile on Su Daosong's lips grew increasingly enigmatic, as if he were capable of seeing through everything, instilling a sense of unease that he had not been idle during this lengthy interval. According to his knowledge, since Jiang Bin's arrival, he has exhibited peculiar behavior. He has never been one to harbor concern for the world, yet seems deeply invested in the strange occurrences within this imperial city. For a fleeting moment, Su Daosong began to doubt whether this Jiang Bin was an impostor to its nothing. You know, with the Yunlai grand ceremony approaching, if a dramatic upheaval were to occur within this imperial city, do you believe I could still successfully acquire what I desire? When dealing with an astute individual, the most effective strategy has never been to lie to. Su Daosong slowly nodded, feeling a slight increase in trust towards this Jiang Bin. At least, in the current context, the intelligence he possessed aligned with what Jiang Bin had articulated. So, Brother Jiang, what comes next? Let us change our attire first. Do you intend to waltz about in the uniform of the Piamiao sect? Lu Mu remarked, casually tossing a change of clothes over. A moment later, the two of them had transformed their appearances entirely. Lu Mu donned a black outfit, a conical hat perched atop his head, with a sharp sword slung across his back. He exuded the essence of the martial world. Su Daosong, after changing into scholarly robes, appeared somewhat bewildered as he held a judge's pen aloft and questioned. Brother Jiang, am I to wield this? We are all disciples of the Piamiao sect. Does it matter what we carry? Under the hat, Lu Mu chuckled, and with that, he leaped into action. Su Daosong felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. At the very least, could you not provide him with a more suitable weapon? Shaking his head, he followed closely behind. The imperial city was vast, divided into 4 gates, east, south, west, and north on the stone-paved road. A few small cats yowled, their cries resembling a mournful wail, adding an eerie quality to the already desolate imperial city. Lu Mu, with one hand performing a hand sign, pursued his token with determination. Before long, a stone forest gradually emerged before him. This forest was filled with bizarre stone formations, each resembling a broken statue of a heavenly king. They appeared to have been abandoned for ages. Yet upon closer inspection, they were newly sculpted figures. Strange. Brother Jiang, is there something amiss? With dense foliage surrounding him, Lu Mu perched upon a tree branch, his brow furrowed as he stared intently ahead as he shook his head. I sense that the tracking talisman should be just ahead. Yet as you can see, the surroundings, while chaotic, are eerily empty. The tracking talisman is a spirit talisman of the Piamiao sect, though it is of the 1st grade. It possesses the ability to trace and locate. That he had clearly placed this talisman on the old man earlier, and now, despite having a sense of its presence, he could not discern its whereabouts. It was indeed perplexing. The wind whispered softly. The clouds gradually dispersed. That a full moon hung high in the starry sky, its pale light illuminating the entire imperial city in a snowy brilliance. Suddenly, accompanied by a chilling woman's voice, a haunting melody floated through the air. That it was neither flute nor pipe, but rather a strange and terrifying sound. What is this? Su Daosong furrowed his brow, a flicker of alarm passing through his eyes as he hurriedly whispered. Brother Jiang, Quickly circulate your inner power and cover your ears. This is the soul-losing melody of the demonic sect, capable of instilling fear and bewitching the heart. Do not underestimate it. Soul-losing melody. How did he come to know of this tune? There was no time for further contemplation. Lu Mu felt the world around him begin to distort, prompting him to swiftly channel the Piao Miao Dao heart method, sealing his ears with spirit energy to protect his mind. The melody was mellifluous yet relentless, becoming increasingly perilous. Even with their ears sealed by spirit energy, the sound seemed to strike at their very souls. Fortunately, Lu Mu had cultivated the Dan Sutra, endowing him with a mental fortitude far beyond that of ordinary individuals, which spared him from being ensnared. He cautiously glanced back, only to find Su Daosong's gaze remained clear, unaffected by the enchantment. How curious. Earlier, as they traveled, he had sensed that Su Daosong's cultivation was rather mediocre. Having entered the inner sect for only a brief period, he had barely reached the initial stage of Chi S. To be frank, it was already peculiar that he could participate in the Yunlai grand ceremony. Now, to remain steadfast in the face of this beguiling melody was even more astonishing. Could it be that Su Daosong harbors some hidden depths? Muttering to himself, Lu Mu suddenly recalled the events from the outer sect competition on the southern shore. Su Daosong was indeed suspicious. Scarlet cloth fluttered. Ancient music resonated. From the darkness, two processions gradually approached. Point one party, clad in red, bore a flower palanquin, playing joyous music, while the bearers sported garishly painted faces, exuding an unsettling aura. The other party, draped in white mourning garments, donned hemp and filial attire, exuding a sorrowful air as they bore a heavy black coffin. Brother. I noted. Lu Mu nodded slightly, his expression growing increasingly grave at a ghostly wedding procession. Accompanied by mourners, folklore dictates that this is an ominous sign. Should they cross paths, their fates are uncertain. However, as practitioners of the immortal path, they harbored no fear of such superstitions. Yet, Lu Mu raised his brow, glancing toward the rear of the procession. Sure enough, amidst the dark throng, the old man was unmistakably present at that moment. The old man appeared as though he had lost his soul, his eyes vacant. A mere shell of a man, akin to a marionette devoid of vitality. Brother, shall we take action? It was a question posed with the knowledge of the answer. No further probing was needed. Keep a close watch in case of any changes. Lu Mu suppressed his aura, feeling a twinge of impatience rise within him that Su Daosong's incessant probing was becoming tiresome. If he found it bothersome, it was high time to cease, confronted with the unveiling of his inner thoughts. Su Daosong displayed no anger. Instead, he turned with a smile, fixating his gaze upon the two peculiar processions. The fortunes of a nation ebb and flow, today guided by celestial favor, as this newlywed seeks to honor ancestors and seek blessings. The eerie female voice resounded once more, accompanied by the fluttering scarlet cloth from the heavens. A tall, pale-skinned woman descended lightly upon the shattered statue of the heavenly king. Isn't this the national master of the Azure Blue Empire? Su Daosong squinted, a note of curiosity in his voice. Do you know her? Lu Mu inquired, puzzled. Not personally. I've merely heard of her. 10 years prior, the former national master of the Azure Blue Empire perished due to revealing cosmic secrets. Struck down by heavenly retribution, this woman, named Lin Lang, succeeded him. It is said that her cultivation is modest, yet she possesses exceptional skills in divination and has resolved numerous significant issues for the Azure Blue Empire. It is rumored that the upheaval in the northern capital 8 years ago was orchestrated by her. However, by all accounts, she should be a benevolent figure. Why would she engage in such sinister acts against the people? Lu Mu had also heard whispers of the northern capital upheaval, that it was a calamity marked by the backlash of righteousness, where the entire northern capital was engulfed in chaos, with elemental forces raging uncontrollably. Even cultivators struggled to quell the disaster. Impressive. Observing this woman, with her cultivation at the initial stage of spirit gathering, she had managed to suppress a catastrophe that left countless cultivators helpless. Truly remarkable. Lost in thought, the mourners had set the coffin down, and as the moonlight poured in, it revealed a lifeless, handsome young man within. Meanwhile, the wedding procession had placed the flower palanquin down, and the oddly dressed individuals lifted the crimson veil to reveal Wen Xiushui. Clad in a striking red wedding gown, seated within, Chapter 44. The clouded ceremony, her eyes burned with fury, clearly aware of her surroundings. Yet under some mysterious enchantment, she was rendered immobile, helplessly allowing the eerie wedding party to assist her from the palanquin. Alas, it seems our sister has found herself in a whirlwind of romantic fortune. It hasn't been long since we last met, and she is already engaged. It appears we shall have a celebratory feast tonight. Su Daosong jested, and beneath his hat, Lu Mu also smiled. This girl, Wen Xiaoshui, was always reckless and devoid of strategy. Surely, after this incident, if she survives, she ought to reconsider her ways. The way of heaven is 4/9. One merely seeks to evade the secret path of the forest, seeking fortune from the heavens. The National Master suddenly recited a string of peculiar phrases, her face alight with reverence as she bowed towards the silent sky. In the next moment, a gaping pit appeared amidst the stone forest. Lu Mu's eyes quivered uncontrollably. They were situated high atop the tree, affording them a clear view of the scene unfolding below. A macabre sight met their gaze. Bones littered the ground, maggots swarmed, and countless corpses lay in heaps. Upon closer inspection, remnants of the simple garments worn by the people could be discerned among the still fresh corpses. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. Those who cultivate immortality seize the creation of heaven and earth, capturing the opportunities of all things. Yet, such cruelty towards others, even though Lu Mu has always been indifferent to their plight. He cannot help but feel a surge of anger upon witnessing this scene. The piercing sound of demonic music echoes once more, and the male corpse stirs. Wen Xiaoshui, too, uncontrollably rises to her feet. The National Master lightly blows into a bone flute, and the rows of citizens, under the lead of Wen Xiaoshui and the male corpse, gradually move towards the pit. There is no time to delay. It is time to act that Lu Mu leaps forward like a clap of thunder, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that stirs the winds. The National Master is taken aback, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Who are you to dare obstruct my sacrificial rites? If there is to be a sacrifice, let it be you. Do not sacrifice my junior sister, nor these innocent lives. That Lu Mu's voice is gentle. Yet as he speaks, he approaches Wen Xiaoshui and channels his spiritual energy, forcefully infusing it into her body. Fortunately, the National Master's cultivation is shallow. With his vigorous spiritual energy, he can break through her binding spell. You dare! The National Master, enraged, raises her delicate jade hand, and in an instant, with a flash of cold light, a pen embeds itself firmly upon her towering peaks. That Su Daosong acts even faster than Lu Mu had anticipated. Although he has stepped into the realm of the Sea of Energy, he remains a mortal in body. Lacking protective artifacts, any injuries inflicted upon him could lead to demise. That he once used his first layer of the Sea of Energy to slay the subordinates of Xiao Beishan. And this principle holds true. Having suffered this surprise attack, the National Master is likely unable to continue fighting. That Lu Mu merely nods slightly, then takes a deep breath, channeling his entire spiritual power to its peak. Stepping forward as he commands, "Awaken." Lu Mu does not master the path of sound manipulation, yet his spiritual power is indeed extraordinary. With this forceful shout, the surrounding citizens suddenly sway, their previously vacant eyes gradually regaining clarity. What is this? Where am I? My heavens, I want to go home. Fear and confusion ensue, and the citizens become frantic, shouting as they retreat in a panic. To this moment, with Lu Mu's assistance, Wen Xiaoshui finally succeeds in breaking free. She opens her mouth, yet her voice is hoarse. It is evident that this binding spell has caused her harm. Do not rush. Speak slowly. The National Master is gravely injured. By tomorrow morning, if we deliver her to the Kanglan Emperor, this matter will be resolved. You're wrong, senior brother. What did you say? Wen Xiaoshui, in a frenzy, pushes Lu Mu with all her might, fear evident in her voice as she cries, "Run!" In an instant, a fireball explodes, its scorching flames illuminating half the sky. Even as Lu Mu, in that critical moment, channels his spiritual energy to its peak, he suffers grievous injuries. Half his arm is charred black, and his internal organs churn violently. Looking up again, the National Master appears unscathed, the person pierced by the judge's pen now dissolving into specks of spiritual light, vanishing into the air. Impressive. At such a young age, you have mastered the art of the doppelganger. Su Daosong praises, immediately pointing at Lu Mu, his squinting eyes sparkling with a different brilliance. Don't look at me. It was he who made me stab you. If you want to fight, fight him. Lu Mu. Su Daosong merely waves his hand and flees at an astonishing speed, leaving Lu Mu no time to retort. With a wary expression, he draws his sword, focusing intently on the National Master. The wind is chillingly terrifying. The National Master's voice, dripping with malice, sends shivers down one's spine. You have disrupted my sacrificial rites. None of you shall leave today, accompanied by her soaring spiritual power. Several formations radiating eerie red light emerge amidst the stone forest. Bones rise in droves, and from beneath the pit, countless corpses staggeringly crawl upward. Gazing at the densely packed bones, Lu Mu feels a chill run down his spine. How many lives have perished here? 10,000? 100,000? A million? With so many bones, even if they stood still for him to cut down, how long would it take to finish? Simultaneously, Lu Mu becomes aware of another pressing issue. The Imperial City has set up a wicked formation. Could she intend to overthrow the entire Kanglan Empire? To capture the thief, one must first capture the king. Since this formation is being driven by the National Master, the priority must be to subdue her. As Lu Mu speaks, he gathers his strength and leaps into action. The gleaming sword in his hand radiates cold light, though the National Master is stronger than him. If she wishes to maintain the formation, she cannot hope to block this strike. Boom! A massive blade of energy cleaves through the night. That Lu Mu is startled and can only retaliate with his sword. Upon turning back, he sees four unearthly figures standing beside the National Master. Clad in battle armor, their faces pale, their spiritual energy is wild and filled with malevolence. Judging by their aura, they are likely not below the 10th layer of the Sea of Energy. Corpse puppets? Lu Mu grits his teeth, a grave expression settling on his features. Teacher Zhong Chong once said, "Corpse puppets are creations of sinister arts. Powerful ones retain the strength they had in life. And since they are already dead, they disregard their own injuries during battle. Few can defeat a corpse puppet of the same level in a one-on-one fight. Senior brother, what should we do?" Su Daosong returns. Shattering a recently risen bone with a palm strike, that Lu Mu shoots him a glance. Irritation evident as he replies, "Now you realize you should come back? Oh dear, Brother Jiang, my cultivation is feeble. Matters of heroically descending to save the masses are clearly meant for you. If this gets out, the imposing Brother Jiang will have me, a lowly cultivator, take the lead." How embarrassing. Su Daosong's tongue flows smoothly, not a single serious word escaping him. He is not acting out of conscience, but rather because his path has been obstructed by a multitude of bones. Enough! Lu Mu glares at him, then coldly surveys the sea of bones surrounding them, asking, "Su Shidi, what do you think will happen if these bones reach the city?" The Imperial City is strangely defended, and without a formidable force intervening, it will be difficult to eradicate these bones in a short time. That if they truly reach the city, the remaining citizens will likely have to meet the King of Hell. Su Daosong replies with a grin, showing no signs of pressure. That Lu Mu nods. His analysis is accurate. These bones generally possess low cultivation. Even with the formation's enhancement, they would only reach the first or second layer of body refinement. However, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. Even a perfected Sea of Energy practitioner could be worn down to death by such an exaggerated quantity. The clouds of the grand ceremony are thick with uncertainty. The great powers of the Kanglan Empire may not necessarily intervene. That I observe that dark energy intertwines between these skeletal fingers, which is ominous. Even we, if clawed by them, would have a tough time. As he speaks, Lu Mu's eyes shift, channeling his spiritual energy and slashing with his sword. Go. I'll hold off these resurrected bones. You take one shimmy and head to the palace for help. But, senior brother, there are no buts. If I tell you to go, you must go. My life is entrusted to you. The number of bones is staggering. With his physique, this ominous dark energy cannot harm him in the slightest. The National Master is flanked by 4 corpse puppets at the 10th layer of the Sea of Energy. Even he would likely find it difficult to take down her head in a short time. Rather than die together here, it is better to take a gamble. Moreover, a fierce look flashes in Lu Mu's eyes. Should the two of them leave, he could also employ some of his own methods. Thinking of fleeing, the National Master's voice drifts ominously. akin to the grinding of teeth, sending chills down one's spine. She raises her pale face, her eyes filled with fury. Today, I shall take the blood of your Miao Miao disciples to assist my sacrificial rites. The bones surge forth, advancing relentlessly. The four corpse puppets, at this instant, charge from four directions simultaneously. Chapter 45, Fight to the Death, Flee. How to flee? Lu Mu raises his hand, and the four corpse puppets are already upon them. The countless bones continue to pile up, and Su Daosong, caught between laughter and tears, realizes he came without any artifacts. Now that he has lost the judge's pen, he can only use his fingers as swords, gathering spiritual energy to obliterate the bones. When Shiji, do not worry, I will protect you. His fingers dart like a sword, instantly shattering over 10 bones, and Su Daosong exudes confidence, even finding time to tease when Xiushui. However, before he can finish his sentence, the eerie white bones glow with a ghostly green light. Drawing together again to rise, the Su Daosong stares in shock, muttering, I thought this was a sinister art of summoning bones. It turns out to be the secret method of the undead army. In battle, distraction is the gravest mistake. His moment of distraction allows 7 or 8 bones to surround him, their bony claws outstretched. The chilling sound of their skeletal forms clashing echoing ominously as they lunge towards Su Daosong in an instant. Buzz, a golden radiance envelopes Su Daosong. That's Su Shitty. Stop daydreaming. If you keep dawdling, we will all perish. When Xiushui's face was etched with disdain as she weakly formed the incantation, clearly having just unleashed the golden light spell that had temporarily shielded Su Daosong. With the aid of a beautiful woman, Su Daosong found his spirits lifted, that a smile played on his lips as he pointed his toes, causing a surge of ethereal light to envelop him. And in the blink of an eye, he darted forth like a wraith. With a flick of his sword, he unleashed a dazzling array of sword light that resembled shooting stars, weaving into a net of blades that rippled with the wind. Su Daosong, riding the gentle breeze, swiftly returned to Wen Xiushui's side, squinting his eyes with a grin and exclaiming, How about it, junior brother? Am I impressive? As his words lingered in the air, the surrounding skeletons within a 10-meter radius momentarily halted, only to shatter into countless fragments, never to rise again. However, just as Su Daosong reveled in his triumph, the ground beneath him trembled violently to end the next instant. A multitude of pale skeletal hands grasped at his legs. Brother Jiangben, help me. Su Daosong's voice rose in a frantic C-R-Y-to-A-T that moment, for corpse puppets assailed him, the air resonating with the sounds of explosive impacts. Each punch and kick was astonishingly powerful. It was evident that these 4 puppets had been formidable fighters in their past lives, coordinating their attacks with a terrifying synergy, each strike a matter of life and death, proving to be exceedingly troublesome. Though Lu Mu stood firm, bolstered by his substantial cultivation, he was unable to spare any energy to aid Su Daosong. Gritting his teeth, he thought, I warned you to leave, but you refused. Now you wish to escape. Yet it is too late. The National Master observed coldly from the throne, her gaze fixed on the ethereal disciple Jiangben, that he is no simpleton. My 4 corpse puppets, adept in close combat, cannot overcome him. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes as she waved her jade hand, summoning a red gourd and gently pouring out a few drops of yellow liquid. That as the yellow liquid met the air, it multiplied exponentially, transforming into a deluge that cascaded down like a raging tide. Mengpa soup. Su Daosong's eyes widened in terror, his previously narrowed gaze now trembling. This Mengpa soup was neither a magical artifact nor a spiritual tool, but rather a one-time use item akin to a talisman, crafted by the demonic sect's formidable Meng, from which it derived its name. The preparation of Mengpa soup was exceedingly complex and arduous, requiring tainted blood, combined with secretive demonic rites, and infused with the essence of resentment and myriad poisons. A single bowl could only be produced once every 100 years. The true horror of Mengpa soup lay not in its overwhelming force but in its soul-devouring, man-eating demonic essence that a mere touch would render an ordinary person unconscious, and even cultivators dared not approach it. Otherwise, the demonic essence would invade their bodies, leading to their demise. That Lu Mu surmised the National Master's identity. Having discerned her ability to wield such a potent substance, boom! As Mengpa soup surged forward, Lu Mu was taken aback. Although he was unaware of its nature, he had no choice but to channel all his spiritual energy to its zenith. Thrusting his sword into the ground, the explosive release of energy sent the four corpse puppets reeling. Under the force of his full power, a faint barrier of light flickered around him. He was unfamiliar with the art of constructing barriers. But his abundant spiritual energy could sustain him for a brief moment. "Brother, I will assist you." When Xiushui's eyes quivered as she summoned her last breath, forming seals to invoke the golden light spell. As beams of golden light enveloped Lu Mu, he bellowed, "Hold the line." His energy surged violently, sending pain coursing through his meridians. The torrential wave of Meng pursuit battered against the golden barrier, which shuddered perilously as it threatened to shatter. That Lu Mu felt as if he were being drained, clenching his teeth in determination to endure. Crash! A gust of force brushed past him. That Lu Mu lifted his brow in astonishment as waves of pure black demonic energy rippled through the air. A sign that the Meng pursuit was dissipating. The National Master's delicate hand rested on his shoulder, and before he could turn to look, he heard Wen Xiushui's soft, anguished cry. Fury ignited within Lu Mu. Bolts of lightning began to crackle around him as he struck out with his palm, but the National Master evaded him, retreating swiftly. "The formation is set. None of you shall leave today." With the formation complete, the National Master no longer needed to maintain her previous defenses. Their greatest opportunity had slipped away. That Lu Mu, propelled by the force of wind and thunder, pursued her, yet an endless sea of bones obstructed his path. He raised his hand to shatter the bones, then kicked to crush them. The furious power of lightning cascaded down. The spiritual energy stored within his sword had long been expended during the previous treasure hunt. Now, even at his utmost effort, he could not carve out a single escape route. The boundless skeleton surged forth like a relentless tide. No matter how many he felled, new ones would swiftly emerge. "Brother Jiangben, lend me your strength." Su Daosong's figure rushed towards him, with the gravely injured Wen Xiushui on his shoulder. Lu Mu understood without asking. He simply raised his hand and unleashed his spiritual energy. Thunder roared and surged forth, illuminating the dark night sky with a glimmer of light. Su Daosong gathered his energy at his fingertips, resembling a sharp sword, and alongside Lu Mu's created opportunity, he charged ahead with astonishing speed. A fleeting glimmer of hope. "Wait, no!" Lu Mu exclaimed, but it was too late. Four figures emerged from the shadows, instantaneously blocking Su Daosong's path. That a muffled thud echoed from afar as Su Daosong staggered and fell. An overwhelming swarm of bones rushed forth, pinning him down, tearing at him. Yet even in this dire moment, he shielded Wen Xiushui with his body. "Foolish! You have ruined my grand plans. I warned you. None of you shall escape today." The four corpse puppets attacked in a daze. Lu Mu was caught off guard, sent soaring into the air. The night was hauntingly beautiful. Su Daosong was gravely injured, and Wen Xiushui's fate remained uncertain. In a moment of confusion, Lu Mu found himself recalling that fateful night, the night when the storm approached. Nangong Yin's greedy smile surfaced in his mind, while the image of Zixuan flashed fleetingly. Anger, despair, and a myriad of emotions surged within him. Suddenly, he felt a rupture within him, and the fatigue that had weighed him down was replaced by a surge of energy. The Lu Mu's gaze sharpened as he plummeted from the air. You have yet to perish." The National Master murmured, her thoughts shifting to controlling the corpses. That moment, Lu Mu lifted his head suddenly, his spiritual energy multiplying, a towering force emanating from him, blazing with golden light that resembled a raging inferno. The skeletal remnants that had barely held him back disintegrated in an instant. The sensation of gathering spiritual energy. He flexed his hands, feeling the unmatched power within his dantian, and lifted his brow. His eyes now filled solely with murderous intent. Chapter 46. Clouds of confusion rise, gathering spiritual energy. The National Master's eyes widened in shock that a breakthrough in the midst of battle was exceedingly rare. This child could not be spared, lest he become a significant threat. With a flicker of thought, the four corpse puppets surged forward. An unending tide of bones continued to rush toward Lu Mu. The National Master did not dare to underestimate him. This child had managed to withstand the onslaught even before his breakthrough, and now that he had ascended to gathering spiritual energy, she feared he would be unstoppable. Yet, She was unafraid that a glimmer of killing intent flashed in her icy gaze as she gently raised the bone flute to her lips. The haunting melody flowed forth, beautiful yet mournful, like a lament of a grieving maiden. Echoing the sorrowful sounds of a funeral dirge, as the earth was enveloped in a suffocating aura of death. Ghostly figures began to materialize, resembling neither human nor spirit, as the phantoms writhed, their mournful cries intertwined with the haunting melody. Striking at the very soul, rendering listeners dazed and lethargic, that it was a requiem for the departed, ushering souls to the afterlife. Faced with this seemingly endless and entrancing demonic tune, Lu Mu slowly lowered his head. The National Master's crimson lips curled into a smirk. Her requiem was far superior to the soul-lost melody. It was her ultimate trump card. When played with full force, it could disturb the minds of thousands. Regardless of whether one had achieved complete mastery of their energy or was a gathering spiritual expert, those ensnared by her beguiling melody would find it impossible to regain their senses within a mere moment. "Child, you are finished," the National Master chuckled softly, her melody shifting from a soft lament to a rapid torrent. As the tempo intensified, invisible blades of sound rippled through the air, sharp as divine weapons, effortlessly shattering the already fragile king's visage. The four corpse puppets, heedless of their own safety, charged toward Lu Mu, their flesh tearing under the assault of the sonic waves, yet they pressed on relentlessly. Corpses and bones, combined with the alluring demonic melody, painted a vivid picture of the strange man's demise in the National Master's mind. But at that moment, he retorted, "Is this all you can do?" Boom, boom, boom. Iron fists and long legs collided violently with Lu Mu, unleashing a tempestuous gust that shattered the very earth beneath, cracking the green bricks inch by inch. That a cloud of dust erupted, and the National Master's eyes quivered violently. Though she could not discern the unfolding chaos, the shadow emerging from the haze approached step by step. The next instant, for corpse puppets shot forth from the thick smoke like cannonballs, crashing heavily against a nearby statue. They struggled desperately, their bodies shattered, only able to move a fraction, their previous frenzy utterly absent. What transpired? A fierce gleam flickered in the National Master's eyes. Why had her soul-chasing funeral melody lost its efficacy? Lu Mu emerged with purposeful strides, his gaze clear, devoid of any confusion. Witnessing this sight, she raised her hand in alarm, unleashing a stream of crimson radiance. "What are you aiming at?" Lu Mu's voice, akin to that of a demon, whispered in her ear. The blood-red brilliance erupted, shattering the countless bones to dust. The National Master, taken aback, turned sharply. In that fleeting moment, Lu Mu, wielding his sharp sword, lunged forward with fierce intent. "Futile, a mere magic sword cannot harm me," she declared with a confident smile. She had cultivated a demonic body, rendering ordinary artifacts incapable of inflicting even the slightest injury upon her. Even spirit weapons might not suffice to slay her. Yet her self-assured smile froze instantaneously, morphing into confusion and resentment. The icy blade, without hindrance, pierced through her body. "Fool," Lu Mu sneered, channeling all his spiritual power into the sword. This strike was delivered without reservation. The might of thunder, intertwined with the shimmering sword flow, erupted from within to without in an instant, sending blood soaring through the AI. As the National Master fell lifelessly, the array summoning the bones gradually dimmed, and the flames in the eyes of each skeletal puppet extinguished, collapsing in clusters upon the ground. From a distance, it resembled a magnificent blanket of white snow. Lu Mu stood amidst the blood rain, observing in silence. In the throes of battle, how could one not exert their full strength? Previously, amidst the swirling dust, he had taken the opportunity to switch his sword for the heavenly star. An ordinary magic sword might indeed be inadequate to slay her, but the might of an imperial weapon was not to be underestimated. From the very beginning, he had deliberately withheld the sword flow technique, saving it for this moment. The corpse puppets, unafraid of death and indifferent to pain, could not bear the weight of spiritual power. Even if they could easily inflict wounds, it would not alter the outcome. As he glanced back, Lu Mu swiftly grasped the remnant Shinquan pouch of the National Master. He then took a step forward, instantly arriving before Su Daosong and Wen Xiushui. With his realm breaking through, Lu Mu felt his internal spiritual power had increased tenfold, enhancing both his speed and strength exponentially. The gap between Gathering Spirit and Qi Si was indeed terrifying. A single tear difference felt like heaven and earth apart. Fortunately, though injured, it was not fatal. Without hesitation, Lu Mu opened his own Qingquan pouch, retrieving 2 healing pills to administer to the pair. He then hoisted them up and hurried towards the inn. Moments later, esteemed guest, are you here to rest or to lodge? Enough nonsense. 2 guest rooms, and prepare 2 basins of hot water. Beneath the brim of his hat, Lu Mu's voice was icy. After ensuring the 2 were settled, and using the golden light from his dantian to cleanse the lingering dark energy from their meridians, Lu Mu finally returned to his own room. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that as he closed the door, Su Daosong, who was injured and unconscious next door, had a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. On the other side, Lu Mu sat by the window, silently gazing at the tranquil imperial city. This day and night felt surreal that a revered immortal, a mere mortal, striving to seize his alchemical scripture, the esteemed national master. Akin to a demon, engaging in acts contrary to heaven. Kid, why didn't you call me for the good stuff? A gust of wind blew, and a strange bird had perched upon his shoulder, its beak holding the treasures of the Qingquan pouch that Lu Mu had just acquired. What use could I, a mere bird, be? The strange bird feigned ignorance, and before Lu Mu could react, it had flown into his embrace, swallowing the national master's Qingquan pouch in one gulp. Moments passed. Not bad, a piece of spirit armor, several magical artifacts, a few bottles of healing pills. I'll take these, and the rest is yours. The strange bird, driven by profit, made its intentions clear, indicating that the value of the pills outweighed the rest. Under ordinary circumstances, Lu Mu might have engaged in a bit of banter over it. But today he merely shook his head, indifferent. Fine, take it if you want. The strange bird rolled its eyes at him, unceremoniously spitting out the spirit armor and magical artifacts before flapping its wings and vanishing into the night sky. After a considerable time, Lu Mu finally turned back to the spirit armor and magical artifacts on the ground, but he hesitated only briefly before sitting cross-legged and activating the sword cultivation method. A night passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, the Yunlai Grand Ceremony commenced punctually. As a contestant for the Piao Miao Dan competition, Lu Mu arrived at the imperial palace early, awaiting the proceedings in silence. The disciples of the Piao Miao sect, upon seeing his return, whispered among themselves, discussing various matters that Lu Mu paid little heed, for Qin Yao, a revered immortal, was likely the subject of much speculation. Many would be pondering how to curry favor with him. Today, by the mandate of heaven, a national celebration, in the grand hall of the palace, a eunuch shouted hoarsely, the Yunlai Grand Ceremony is finally upon us. Lu Mu sighed in relief. But on the left side of the hall, dozens of youthful maidens strolled in, behind them, a beautiful woman with a smile that seemed to bloom like a lotus with each step. Lifting his gaze, Lu Mu's eyes filled with confusion, and he could not help but utter a soft sigh. How strange. In the next moment, we pay our respects to the national master. We pay our respects to the national master. We pay our respects to the national master. The national master, Lin Lang, walked gracefully towards the dragon throne, bowing respectfully to the Azure Emperor before turning to announce, the auspicious time has arrived. The Yunlai Grand Ceremony now begins. Chapter 47. The alchemical competition. The golden bell tolled, its sound resonating powerfully. The thunderous drums boomed incessantly, that a surge of stirring music echoed through the grand hall, that Lu Mu stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning, his gaze revealing incredulity, that he vividly recalled that he had personally slain the national master the night before. How could she appear here, unscathed, at the Yunlai Grand Ceremony? Looking up, his expression was complex. The national master seemed to sense his gaze, slowly lowering her eyes to meet his. That in her cool, clear eyes, a hint of mockery was unmistakable. What had transpired? Was I trapped in an illusion? Lu Mu furrowed his brow, suddenly engulfed in profound self-doubt. The world before him began to warp, becoming obscure, like a tidal wave of crimson surging forth, threatening to engulf him. Did I truly rescue Su Daosong and Wen Xiaoshui? Did I genuinely kill the national master? Did I really visit the shattered square? His mind and body felt as if they were plummeting into the depths of the ocean. The suffocating sensation intensified his skepticism about the reality of his surroundings. Awaken. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the haze, awakening a flicker of clarity within him that Liu Mu felt a blinding light before him. Yet he could not help but gasp for breath. His face turned pale, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. What happened? He looked up and realized the grand hall was now empty, with only Qian Ruoyan standing beside him, her brow slightly furrowed as she questioned. The ceremony has begun. Everyone has left. Why are you still dazed here? With piercing eyes, Liu Mu stared intently at her. That familiar yet fervent gaze left Qian Ruoyan perplexed, prompting her to turn away in mild urgency and urge. Let us go quickly. I heard you were chosen as our sex candidate for the alchemical competition. With that, she departed. The scorching sun poured in from the front of the grand hall, casting long shadows of the extinguished candlesticks within. Is this truly reality? Liu Mu raised his hand to shield his eyes. The lingering fragrance in the air, the searing heat of the sun, everything around him ultimately convinced him of his presence in the realm of reality. Striding forward, Liu Mu felt a weight of gravity in his heart. What had transpired moments ago, was it mental suppression or a psychic assault? It did not seem so. That sensation bore no trace of mental pressure, making it impossible for it to be a method of that kind. Wait, could it be? As Liu Mu walked, a glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes, recalling a phrase from his mentor, Zhongchang. Within the heavens, cultivators typically employ techniques, wield artifacts, physical prowess, spirit beasts, formations, and talismans as their primary means. Yet beyond these, there exist many bizarre and inexplicable methods. For instance, divine abilities. Legend holds that divine abilities are the epitome of the Tao, and those who inherit such powers are invariably prodigies. This was not a divine ability. It was likely some form of suggestion that Liu Mu, lost in thought, had already followed Qin Ruoyan to a plaza located at the rear of the Imperial Palace's Grand Hall. The plaza was enveloped in wisps of white mist, exuding an ethereal aura, an exquisite spectacle to behold. Raising his gaze, he observed 5 floating stone platforms above, across which celestial cranes gracefully soared, an extraordinary sight indeed. Below lay an expansive platform, encircled by golden cloud stones, likely designated for the grand ceremony's 5 competitions. As Liu Mu surveyed the area, his attention ultimately settled upon the national master, who was currently reciting the origins and significance of the Yunlai Grand Ceremony. Merely a fleeting exchange of glances had sufficed for her to draw him into the depths of a spiritual abyss through hypnotic suggestion. Had it not been for Qian Ruoyan's timely intervention, it is likely that even with the protection of the divine demon conceptual diagram, he would have found himself in peril. Although the divine demon conceptual diagram possessed formidable spiritual defenses, it was powerless against techniques of hypnosis and suggestion. Such spiritual suppression and mental invasion targeted the human mind directly, an assault on cognition. The divine demon conceptual diagram, being supremely dominant, would not permit others to encroach upon its territory. However, hypnosis and suggestion were fundamentally rooted in the human heart, inherently devoid of any substantial harm. Every illusion stemmed from the inner self. Even if one were to lose themselves, it would be a consequence of their own mind, thus failing to affect the divine demon conceptual diagram in the slightest. Contemplating this, a sense of gravity washed over Liu Mu. Despite being a dead man, he found himself present at the Yunlai Grand Ceremony that a mere glance could invoke suggestion and hypnosis. The national master, Lin Lang, was perhaps far more formidable than he had anticipated. Her schemes were likely anything but ordinary. Brother, how could you leave me alone at the post station and run off? Do you not regard me at all? Zixian approached, visibly miffed, her cheeks still tinged with a hint of crimson, clearly under the lingering effects of alcohol. Merely reflecting upon her brother's actions ignited a torrent of indignation within her. As a stunning beauty, how could she be so easily discarded at a post station without a second glance? What was she, the esteemed saintess of Qinyu Valley, to be of lesser importance than a trivial grand ceremony? Liu Mu shook his head slightly, for he was not in the mood to indulge her antics. Yet Zixian was relentless, seizing his arm with a forlorn expression, as if someone owed her a fortune, and declared, "You can't just brush this off. Tell me, how will you compensate me?" The expressions of the surrounding disciples were peculiar, each of them watching with keen interest, reveling in the spectacle. Only from afar, Chen Yaozhen was secretly gritting his teeth. He had intended to seize Jiang Bin after the Yunlai Grand Ceremony concluded, but Zixian's attachment to him rendered his plans utterly unfeasible, giving rise to resentment. Compensate for what? Beneath his mask, Lu Mu's lips twitched. He had no desire to become the center of attention, at least not before the Danbai commenced. That if you don't compensate me, I might just hold you accountable. Do you believe I want to go tell Uncle Li from your Piao Miao sect? Starting tomorrow, I'll be residing at Piao Miao sect. Heaven above, how could there be such an irritating girl? Who else could Zixian's Uncle Li be but the sect leader, Li Chunfeng? Lu Mu dared not gamble on whether she was merely bluffing. Given her character, she was indeed capable of such actions. As the thought crossed his mind, he quickly relented, saying, "All right, enough of the nonsense. After the ceremony, mention your compensation, and I shall acquiesce." Upon hearing this, Zixian's bright eyes sparkled with excitement, and she exclaimed, "Really, Danbai? We now respectfully welcome all esteemed immortals to enter." A eunuch announced loudly. Lu Mu offered no reply, instead springing into action with a light leap. At the same moment, Chu Baidao also made his move. This was his golden opportunity to shine in the Kanglan realm, and he was unwilling to let Jiang Ben seize the Danbai. Without contest in midair, the two raced alongside each other. "Jiang Ben, I remind you once more, my master is Chun Yaojin. Should you dare to contend with me again, you shall have no share in the distribution of elixirs henceforth." That Lu Mu scoffed, not allowing him to finish his words before unleashing a tremendous aura that sent Chu Baidao tumbling back to the viewing platform in a most undignified manner. Laughter erupted from the surrounding sects. Unable to contain their amusement, Lu Mu paid them no heed. If he wished to impose restrictions on elixir distribution, let him do so, for he was seeking Jiang Ben and not Lu Mu. The platform was populated with over 20 individuals, indicating the participation of various minor sects from within Kanglan. However, it was evident from their levels of cultivation that most were merely at the 6th or 7th stage of body refinement. Not even remotely comparable to the three major sections. Flowers need green leaves to flourish. The three sects truly know how to make a display. Lu Mu shook his head, discerning the lack of competence among these minor sections. The three major sects permitted their entry to showcase their grandeur, while simultaneously providing a backdrop. An intention that was anything but shallow. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe approached. His steps were slow, yet he emanated an aura of profound depth, evoking a sense of respect with every movement. Vice President of the Kanglan Alchemy Association, Ma Boyong. This year, the Kanglan Empire must have invested heavily to have even invited this fifth-tier alchemy master. Many sharp-eyed individuals among the three sects gasped in astonishment. That Lu Mu also felt a twinge of surprise. According to his mentor, the Alchemy Association was formidable and enigmatic. Even the three major sects held them in high regard. The fact that the Kanglan Empire had managed to invite Ma Boyong this year underscored their commitment to the Yunlai Grand Ceremony. Though the Yunlai Grand Ceremony is held once every 100 years, this seemed to bear an overly grandiose significance. As Lu Mu pondered, Master Ma Boyong had already reached the center of the stage, standing tall and straight, his gaze penetratingly deep. That I am honored to serve as a witness to this year's Yunlai Grand Ceremony Danbai. I eagerly anticipate the surprises you shall bring forth, he proclaimed. With that, Master Ma Boyong swept his robe, and a towering treasure pagoda descended from the heavens, radiant with ethereal light. The pagoda, without doors, emanated dazzling brilliance. Although the various sects were taken aback, they promptly entered the pagoda. Lu Mu stepped forward, and as a flash of brilliance enveloped him, he found himself within a cave dwelling. Inside, there was an alchemy furnace and bamboo slips nearby. Upon picking one up, he discovered it was a fragmentary alchemical formula. After studying it for a moment, he realized something and promptly sat cross-legged. Sure enough, in the next instant, numerous phantoms of spiritual herbs materialized around him. It appeared that the essence of this Danbai lay in who could concoct the finest elixir. Lu Mu was well versed in the art of alchemy, though he was curious as to why true spiritual herbs were not employed and instead mere illusions. He chose not to voice his thoughts. Immediately, he began to calculate the alchemical formula, using his knowledge to fill in the gaps. After an hour, he successfully concocted the first elixir. Is it not over yet? A second fragmentary formula appeared before him, still incomplete and comprised of illusory, spiritual herbs. At this juncture, Lu Mu finally comprehended the pagoda as purpose. It was designed for calculation, requiring vast amounts of mental energy. He found himself eager to see if others from the sects would exhibit similar mental prowess. With a smile, he resumed his calculations. Meanwhile, on the stage, over 20 beams of brilliance shot towards the heavens, forming vibrant pillars of light. These represented the contestants of the Danbai, each beam displaying a number and corresponding sect emblem. That Lu Mu's number was 2, yet it was not fully manifested, indicating he was still engaged in calculating the second formula. However, on the majority of the pillars, not even the number 1 was visible. The path of alchemy was no trivial endeavor. To calculate a formula in such a short span was exceedingly challenging. Yet among the numerous pillars, one stood out, radiating with unparalleled brilliance. Whose disciple was this? Having barely begun, they had already progressed to the 3rd round. Observing the emblem, it appeared to belong to a minor sect known as Xiang Yunmen, with a female disciple at the 3rd stage of Qi Si participating in the Danbai. Impressive. A minor sect could produce such talent. Truly remarkable. Chapter 48. The alchemy competition. Astonished murmurs filled the air. Even Chen Yao, the esteemed master of Yaofeng, was taken aback. Within the sect, distinctions existed both internally and externally, and the same could be said for spiritual veins. The major sects were endowed with extraordinary advantages, occupying the foremost position of spiritual veins, gathering the fortunes of the world within a single sect, ensuring their longevity through the ages. Meanwhile, while smaller sects had their own methods of cultivation, the intricacies of their techniques and the strength of their spiritual veins paled in comparison to those of the grand sections. Here stood the illustrious Piaomiao sect, boasting the finest alchemy disciple of the present age. Excluding the anomaly known as Jiang Ben, the only one to rival him was his disciple, Chu Baidao, who had attained the rank of a second-tier alchemist. Chen Yao pondered. Given Chu Baidao's innate talent, even if he were to enter this tower, it would be a formidable challenge for him to deduce a 3rd alchemical formula in such a brief span of time. As time slipped by unnoticed, by the 2nd hour of the alchemy competition, over half of the 20 or so light pillars had dimmed. The process of deducing alchemical formulas was fraught with difficulty, demanding an exceedingly high level of mental acuity. As those participants emerged from the tower in disheartened states, Master Ma Boyong announced the names of their respective sects, declaring their defeat in the competition. It was astonishing. They had reached the 7th round of deductions. This woman was truly exceptional. The diminutive Shangyun sect had produced such a talent, leaving all in disbelief. This level of aptitude, even among the 3 great sects of Kanglan, would surely not be outshone by any of their most esteemed disciples at this juncture of the competition. The most dazzling presence was undoubtedly the remarkable woman of the Shangyun sect. Above her white light pillar, the characters for 7 danced gracefully, nearly complete, just a breath away from fully realizing her deduction. Chu Baidao, known for his confidence and arrogance, felt a twinge of surprise in the face of this scene. Even I might fall short of this woman. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards the light pillar representing the Piaomiao sect. The pillar trembled, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Floating above it were faint characters denoting 3, and in comparison, it was clear that not only was the competition for first place out of reach, but they also lagged significantly behind the others still engaged in deductions. What a disgrace! Who knew where this incompetent had learned alchemy? With such meager skills, they dared to represent my Piaomiao sect in the competition, bringing shame upon us all. Chu Baidao's disdain echoed the sentiments of many within the Piaomiao sect. The cloud-gathering grand ceremony had historically served as a platform for the 3 great sects of Kanglan to showcase their formidable prowess. While losing in this alchemy competition was not terrifying, it was indeed alarming that the esteemed representative of the Piaomiao sect could not even contend for a top position in the stands. Nan Gongyun wore an expression devoid of emotion, her cold eyes fixated on the direction of the Shangyun sect, her gaze indifferent, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, within the enchanted alchemical chamber of the tower, Lu Mu approached. Having indeed completed only 2 formulas thus far, that he felt no urgency to continue deducing a 3rd. Instead, he rubbed his nose thoughtfully. After a lengthy contemplation, he realized that deducing 1 formula was rather slow. With his current mental capacity, he could manage to deduce 20 or 30 formulas without issue. That a rough calculation revealed that each formula required nearly an hour for deducing and simulating the refining process. Lu Mu considered that if he proceeded methodically, it would take at least 3 days to determine a victor. Upon this realization, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. With a sweeping gesture, he declared, "The alchemy contest is a test of mental deduction. If so, why complicate matters?" With that, he unleashed his mental power, a subtle pressure emanating from within him. The diagram of divine and demonic concepts materialized in his mind. Lu Mu's gaze transformed. If it had been tranquil moments ago, it now held the depth of the cosmos. The tower responded to his will. Fragments of broken alchemical formulas rained down from above. Appearing around him, with a slight smile, Lu Mu remarked, "Now this is more like it. It's time to expedite the deductions." As time progressed to the third hour, the remaining light pillars continued to wane. The representative from Qingyu Valley ultimately completed 6 formulas, nearing the capabilities of a second-tier alchemist, with his mental strength being a formidable force within his sea of energy. Completing 6 formulas nearly epitomized the ability of a second-tier alchemist to continuously deduce within a short span. He believed victory was assured, but upon exiting the tower, he stood frozen in shock. 9. Who is this person that has deduced to the 9th formula? In the stands, Chu Baidao's initial astonishment morphed into jealousy. 9 formulas. What an extraordinary mental acumen. The white light pillar representing the Shangyun sect shone brilliantly, like a divine light piercing the heavens, dazzling beyond measure. This moment in the competition, aside from the Shangyun sect, only the Piaomiao sect remained engaged. Yet, the light pillar representing the Piaomiao sect had dimmed significantly, appearing as if it could extinguish at any moment, its faint glow entirely overshadowed and consumed by that of the Shangyun sect. Such rarity. The 3 great sects of Kanglan held absolute dominion within this expansive realm. This was the singular occurrence in nearly a millennium where a smaller sect had surpassed the 3 great sects. And the woman representing the Shangyun sect was destined to become the focal point of the day. The competition was far from over. The numbers on the Shangyun light pillar continued to fluctuate. Another hour passed, and at last, the number on the Shangyun pillar fell from 12 to 11, signifying that the gifted woman had faltered. N01 felt sorrow for her. She had performed admirably, after all. To sustain the deduction for 4 hours with her cultivation at the 3rd level of the sea of energy was a feat that surpassed many. Yet, the talented woman appeared to persist. The numbers fluctuating between 11 and 12 at this juncture, numerous sects began to take action, extending olive branches toward the Shangyun sect. "I am a direct disciple of the Feishing sect. Would you, friends of Shangyun, consider joining me at Feishing? Though our valley lacks in resources, we can at least offer you a place to settle, dear friend, though my Xianmen may not be as renowned as the 3 great sects of Kanglan. It is still a significant faction within the Kanglan Empire that if you are willing to join us, we will treat you with the utmost respect." The Shangyun sect was merely a peripheral sect. With fewer than 100 disciples, and even their sect leader's cultivation barely reached the 10th level of the sea of energy. They had never encountered such a scene. Merging sects or submitting to a grand sect to become an affiliate was seen as an insult by many. Yet for smaller sects like theirs, it represented an extraordinary opportunity. However, they were acutely aware that these more powerful sects were not seeking to recruit them. Their sole objective was to lay claim to their representative. Sister Ningzhu. Among the various sects, only Qingyu Valley and Piaomiao sect remained unmoved. The saintess of Qingyu Valley, Zixuan, rested her chin on her hands, wholly engrossed in the spectacle before her, that no matter who inquired. She merely waved them away, indicating to keep their distance, harboring disdain in her heart. "Don't disturb my handsome brothers." Meanwhile, Nan Gongyan of the Piaomiao sect remained silent, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "She has emerged, Sister Ningzhu has come forth." The members of the Shangyun sect cried out in unison as, under the gaze of the crowd, the woman clad in white gracefully stepped out from the tower. The final score for the Shangyun sect was 12 formulas deduced. Master Ma Boying's voice resonated like a mighty bell. Echoing through the air, he inclined his head slightly toward Ningzhu, admiration flickering in his eyes. Alchemy is a challenging path. It is indeed rare for a small sect to produce such an alchemical prodigy. Ningzhu, though merely 27 or 28, had achieved such a remarkable feat, which greatly pleased him. Was there still a light pillar that seemed to belong to the Piaomiao sect? Enduring until now, the number remained at 3, that it appeared they were relying on deep-rooted cultivation to stubbornly maintain their deductions. Yet they were unaware that alchemical deduction and mental pressure were entirely dissimilar. No matter how powerful one's cultivation, lacking understanding of the principles would yield little success. Some noticed that faint glimmers still lingered around the tower and shook their heads in disbelief. The members of the Piamiao sect scoffed, with Chu Baidao openly deriding. With such pitiful skills, they dare to compete in this alchemy contest, falling short even of half my capabilities, truly a waste of space. As Ningzhu made her appearance, members of various sects flocked to her side, encircling her at that moment. Nan Gongyun's cold voice cut through the air. Ningzhu, would you consider joining the Piamiao sect? Yao Feng can establish a hall for you, providing shelter for you and 100 from Shangyun. Her voice was icy, yet it carried an overwhelming aura that stirred the winds and clouds, as if threatening to collapse the heavens themselves. She had long possessed the dragon bone, and now she had finally achieved complete integration with it, entering the realm of spirit gathering. Nangong Saintis had indeed broken through to spirit gathering during this seclusion. The crowd was taken aback, and the recruiters sent by various sects found themselves momentarily subdued by the overwhelming aura emanating from her. This was no ordinary gathering of the initial realm of spirit gathering. The terrifying intensity of this presence far surpassed the malevolent forces encountered within the secret realm of Huanglongye. Among those present were several survivors from that very realm, who understood more profoundly than others the terror of Nangong Yuyin, and their hearts swelled with deep admiration for her. In the past, Nangong Yuyin had been able to engage in prolonged battles with the sinister entities of spirit gathering using merely her qi. And now, if she were to confront that same malevolent spirit again, it was likely that she could claim its head in less than 10 moves. Having encountered the ethereal saintess, Ningzhu felt a chill run down her spine as she bowed slightly under the pressure. Thankfully, Nangong Yuyin bore no ill intent. The pressure, though formidable, did not incapacitate her. Otherwise, this remarkable woman, who had just shone brilliantly at the alchemy competition, would have faced humiliation. I shall ask once more, do you agree? The assertiveness in her voice was undeniable, and she indeed possessed the authority to be so commanding. Faced with Nangong Yin's pressing inquiry, Ningzhu trembled slightly. She glanced back at her fellow disciples, her eyes betraying a profound unwillingness. The alchemy competition is not yet concluded. I asked the ethereal saintess to wait for the result. What need is there to wait for a useless person? Master Qinyao interjected coldly. Nangong Yin did not chastise him for his transgression. She merely nodded slightly and said, such opportunities are rare. Ningzhu, do consider carefully, lest you regret it for a lifetime. Yet at that moment, someone in the crowd exclaimed, my heavens, the numbers for the Miao Miao sect have changed. Upon hearing this, both Nangong Yin and Master Qinyao paid little heed at first. What could a change in numbers signify? The outcome of this alchemy competition was already determined. Who could surpass a prodigious talent like Ningzhu? 7, 9, 12. What was happening? What had the representative of the Miao Miao sect done to cause such a rapid increase in numbers? The surrounding voices were filled with astonishment. Nangong Yuyin whirled around, her icy gaze reflecting disbelief. Master Chinyao's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, especially as Chu Baidao nearly lost his composure, exclaiming, how is this possible? Before them, brilliant light erupted. The luminous column representing the Miao Miao sect flickered with numbers that soared from 3 to 12 in mere moments. Showing no signs of ceasing, the heavens had transformed. Celestial sounds descended, carrying immense celestial might. Streams of multicolored light converged, illuminating the Miao Miao sect's column and creating a symphony of celestial sounds that resonated throughout the space. Ma Boyong was also taken aback. This pagoda, an ancient treasure of the alchemy saint, was said to harbor an ancient lineage. However, the opportunity was elusive, despite his painstaking research on this treasure for a millennium. Yielding countless alchemical formulas, he had yet to grasp its secrets that he had intended to use this treasure as an evaluative item for the alchemy competition, seeking out a prodigy with extraordinary potential. This celestial phenomenon was the secret of the alchemy saint about to manifest in the mortal realm. Chapter 49. Interrogation Master Ma Boyang's gaze burned with fervor that a prodigy in alchemy was indeed rare. But a prodigy capable of awakening the secrets of this pagoda was even rarer. Esteemed members of the Miao Miao sect, may I inquire as to the name of the individual within this tower? Upon hearing this, Nangong Yin turned to face him, a newfound respect glimmering in her previously cold eyes. The other party was a fifth-tier alchemy master. Even she felt the need to show him some deference. She replied softly, "This individual is an inner disciple of our sect, Jiang Bin." "Good, good, good," Master Ma Boyong exclaimed 3 times, his ecstatic demeanor conveying everything. Inside the pagoda, Lu Mu approached, revealing 36 fragments of alchemical formulas. He sat cross-legged, diligently working to synthesize these incomplete formulas simultaneously, at the same time. His hands continuously formed seals, employing a unique technique from alchemical scriptures that as his calculations deepened. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, and the entire pagoda erupted with rich spiritual energy. Immortal elixir of life, reversing life and death, a path to the great way. A faint voice descended from the heavens, causing Lu Mu, who was focused on calculating the formulas, to shudder in response to "I am the realm of consciousness." Lu Mu slowly opened his eyes, that a grand image of gods and demons hung above him, golden lights swirling in the skies, sometimes transforming into inscriptions, other times morphing into celestial birds. Everything remained surreal and tranquil. Was I not calculating the formulas? How did I suddenly find myself in the realm of consciousness? Lu Mu pondered, perplexed that at that moment, a towering figure began to manifest in his mind. The figure was colossal, seemingly touching the clouds, treading upon mountains and rivers, radiating an intense oppressive aura. "What is this?" Lu Mu was alarmed, feeling as if he were bearing the weight of Mount Tai. Utterly immobilized in an instant, that I have waited for eons and finally encountered a fated individual. "Let me see." The immense figure lowered its gaze, its long white beard, and ethereal demeanor, suggesting a being of otherworldly stature. Indeed, a resilient physique and extraordinary mental fortitude. To awaken even a fragment of my consciousness, your alchemical skills must be exceptional. Young man, do you wish to accept my legacy, a divine inheritance, a rare opportunity? Who among mortals would not desire it? After a brief moment of silence, Lu Mu resolutely replied, "I do not wish to." The towering figure seemed taken aback by his response, but after a moment of confusion, it continued, "I am a 9th-tier alchemy saint. My alchemical arts transcend the heavens. Even if mortals were to break their heads, they may never have the chance to meet me. For your ignorance, I shall grant you another opportunity. Do you wish to accept my path of inheritance?" Its voice resonated like a bell, shaking the heavens. That a 9th-tier alchemy saint. The entire Azure Blue Empire had yet to hear of such a being, that if he could obtain this inheritance, not even Nangong Yuyan, the ethereal saintess, nor her position as the Miao Miao sect leader would deter others from aiding him in eliminating her if he so desired. Yet in the face of such temptation, Lu Mu's answer remained unexpected. "Senior, you flatter me. I appreciate your offer, but this path of inheritance should be bestowed upon another, that I am the realm of consciousness." Silence reigned. After a moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, thunder and lightning erupted, and the colossal figure appeared to be enraged, a malevolent aura rising around it. It extended a massive hand towards the heavens, declaring, "You do not cherish my path. It truly saddens me." Seeing this, Lu Mu was filled with dread, unleashing all his mental strength. "Move, move." Yet before a being as colossal as the heavens, his mental power was utterly insufficient. Even at full capacity, he could not budge a single finger. Boom! The world fell silent. The towering figure's palm descended, and in an instant, Lu Mu's consciousness, which represented his mind, was obliterated. Then, with a single step, the figure shattered the tranquil realm of consciousness, leaving behind a flurry of ethereal fragments that as he gazed at the swirling remnants of consciousness. A sinister smile crept across the giant's lips that, "Oh, why resist? Simply nod obediently, allowing the remnant of my divine consciousness to flow seamlessly into your awareness, and you shall avoid this torment, that I would not need to waste my essence slowly taking over your body." How delightful would that be? At that moment, any semblance of ethereal grace had vanished. He now appeared as a terrifying fiend. Indeed, from the very beginning, there was no such thing as a path of inheritance. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. Where are the countless immortals to guide the way? More often, it is treachery and plunder that reign. The alchemy saint's lingering consciousness began to merge with Lu Mu's being. Having once reached the pinnacle, this method of seizing control was second nature to him. his consciousness transformed into radiant light, consuming everything. This body is like a treasure, though I possess but a fragment of consciousness. I believe I can reclaim my former glory and contend with the heavens once more. The mad laughter was jarringly harsh as the consciousness invaded. The alchemy saint increasingly sensed the extraordinary nature of this body, the hidden power within its flesh igniting both shock and delight. However, at that moment, the alchemy saint's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by sheer terror. What is this? No, let me go. Allow me to leave. No, I will not submit. I refuse. In the realm of consciousness, a surge of blood-red light erupted from the image of gods and demons, and a pair of crimson eyes quietly emerged. The alchemy saint's remaining consciousness screamed in despair. But the merciless blood-red light offered no chance for resistance, surging towards him like an overwhelming tide. In reality, the luminous column representing the Miao Miao sect displayed a complete 36. Under the radiant light of heaven and earth. It was blindingly brilliant, leaving all in attendance utterly astonished. Something is amiss. Why is the tower cracking? At that moment, someone was the first to exclaim in alarm. Master Ma Boyong hurriedly looked on, his eyes quivering with excitement. The pagoda was fracturing, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its surface at an astonishing speed. Heavens! How is this possible? This treasured artifact, steeped in history, is a secret treasure of the path of alchemy that has accompanied him on journeys across the vast lands. And even in fierce confrontations with formidable foes, it has never shown a trace of damage. Now, even as it invokes celestial phenomena, it stands to reason that it should not suffer any fractures. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth, causing the entire imperial city to tremble at that instant. The overwhelming dust cloud resembled an apocalyptic scene, obscuring the sun and sky. The tremendous force of the explosion sent Chu Baidao crashing to the ground. In this critical moment, Nan Gongyin stepped forward, casting forth a bracelet adorned with intricate patterns of dragonfish, radiating an aura of yin and yang. With her invocation, streams of spiritual light converged, swiftly manifesting a white protective shield, wielding pure and utmost yang energy, forcefully countering the astonishing power of the explosion. This was a royal artifact, the Qian Kuan Yin Yang Circle. This treasure harbored the essence of yin and yang, capable of both offense and defense, that if a master of spiritual gathering were to be enveloped by this treasure, they would be rendered immobile. The sect leader had surprisingly bestowed this treasure upon the saintess. The might of royal artifacts could shake the very heavens. The mere appearance of any such artifact was enough to incite a bloodbath. Many keen observers recognized this treasure, their hearts filled with awe and envy. The ethereal saintess, adored by many, had only just stepped into the realm of spiritual gathering to possess such a treasure. Truly deserving of the title of the ethereal heir. Amidst the swirling dust, a great hand waved, and Jiang Ben emerged, his eyes clouded with confusion. This moment, Nan Gongyin had just retrieved the Qian Kuan Yin Yang Circle, and the impatient Ma Boyong charged forward. Jiang Ben, how dare you destroy Master Ma Boyang's treasured artifact? You should quickly kneel and repent to the master. Are you waiting for us to act? Chu Baidao, who harbored a deep-seated hatred for Jiang Ben, seized the opportunity and was unwilling to let Jiang Ben escape. Upon hearing this, many in attendance finally regained their senses. Indeed, this was a golden opportunity to curry favor with Master Ma Boyong. How could they allow Chu Baidao of the ethereal sect to seize the spotlight alone? Instantly, a dozen or so individuals leaped down from the stands, glaring fiercely at Jiang Ben, demanding an explanation. On the platform, Zi Xian's eyes flashed with urgency as she intended to intervene, but her shoulder felt a sudden weight. Little bird, you have come too. A strange bird landed on her shoulder, closing its eyes and ignoring the bothersome girl entirely. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura emanated from Jiang Ben, akin to that of an unparalleled power, causing everyone present to shudder. This pressure came swiftly and dissipated even faster, vanishing in an instant as if nothing had ever occurred. At this juncture, a glimmer of clarity finally appeared in Jiang Ben's eyes. The strange bird chuckled softly, and Jiang Ben turned to gaze at Master Ma Boyong, saying, "Thank you, Master, for the treasure and the inheritance." Master Ma Boyong, momentarily stunned, picked up the fragments of the treasure tower, and from his previously sorrowful eyes now radiated a hint of brilliance. Meanwhile, the strange bird on the platform was in high spirits, reveling in its cleverness. What an actor! Even it couldn't bear to take this body for itself. How could it possibly relinquish it to another? Not to mention a mere ninth-rank alchemist. Even a top-tier being on the verge of transcending into immortality would need to ask for its consent before attempting to seize. However, this lad has indeed turned misfortune into fortune. Under the observation of the divine and demonic concept map, it could nurture spiritual power. To further comprehend it, one would also require spiritual support. I can sense that the residual consciousness of this ninth-rank alchemist has been nearly consumed by the divine and demonic concept map. And this lad must have ascended to a new level of understanding in this technique. The strange bird mused, for the divine and demonic concept map was its treasure. Although it had gifted this treasure to another in the Forbidden Land, it had also retained a backup plan. The spiritual connection had never been severed. As Lu Mu grew stronger, it signified that he would be able to reap the rewards more swiftly, and the bird's heart was filled with joy. On the platform, Master Ma Boyong was now eagerly approaching Jiang Ben. Without waiting for inquiries, Jiang Ben respectfully clasped his hands and spoke with a steady voice. Master, this path is indeed profound and intricate. Though I have obtained the inheritance, my understanding is still limited. I shall need to seek your guidance in the future, and I hope you do not despise my ignorance. However, before that, I would like to inquire about a matter concerning the Azure Blue Emperor in relation to this alchemist competition. May I have your permission, Master? Master Ma Boyong was overjoyed. He could discern that Jiang Ben's words implied he would share a portion of the inheritance with him shortly. Upon this realization, he hesitated no longer. Nodding with a beaming smile, of course, as the foremost contender of this alchemist competition, you certainly have that right. In a flash of golden light, a grain of golden sand appeared in Lu Mu's hand. This was precisely the golden essence sand he had longed for and sought after. Do not underestimate this item. Though it is no larger than a grain of rice, it is heavier than 1,000 pounds. Were it not for the layer of restrictions that counteracted its weight, even Lu Mu would find it difficult to lift. Gazing at the treasure in hand, Lu Mu felt a surge of joy. Having just been invaded by the residual consciousness of the alchemist, he was unaware of the external circumstances until this moment, realizing he had indeed won the alchemist competition. However, there was something even more pressing on his mind. He had not deceived Master Ma Boyong. He had indeed received an inheritance, though this inheritance was not willingly bestowed by the alchemist. The divine and demonic concept map had devoured the alchemist's consciousness and produced pure spiritual power, pulling him back from the brink of collapse. From this pure spiritual power, he had also received a fragment of memory from ancient times. The alchemist possessed remarkable prowess, seeking the Tao through alchemy, creating the elixir of immortality, and striving for the path of immortality. However, due to the severance of earthly connections and the insufficiency of spiritual energy, he was ultimately unable to ascend to immortality and tragically perished. Leaving behind this fragment of consciousness, Lu Mu also uncovered a matter he had overlooked in recent days. From this memory, that he turned to face the platform, coldly fixing his gaze on the Azure Blue Emperor. Azure Blue Bai Xiao. Now that Master Ma Boyong stood on his side, he had words he could not withhold. May I ask, Your Majesty, why is the spiritual energy in this Azure Blue Imperial City so abundant? Could it be that the National Master is killing to harvest spiritual energy, employing evil methods to protect the Tao? Chapter 50. The truth emerges upon hearing this. The crowd erupted in uproar. Preposterous, Jiang Ben. What are you saying? This is the Azure Blue Imperial City. Even if you are a disciple of the Ethereal Sect, you cannot speak recklessly. Most of those speaking were from minor sects outside of the Ethereal Sect. Flying Star Sect and Pure Tranquility Sect. The leaders of the three sects grew increasingly solemn, and even the typically carefree Zi Xian turned with a complex expression to regard her nephew. Jiang Ben's words served as a wake-up call for many. Everyone had overlooked the fact that the spiritual energy in the Azure Blue Imperial City was indeed abnormally abundant. Even compared to the inner sanctum of the three sects, it was hardly lacking. This was quite peculiar. The Ethereal Sect was recognized as one of the three great sanctuaries for cultivation, largely because of the 9 peaks gathering spiritual energy, where the inner sanctum spiritual energy far exceeded that of ordinary mortal cities. The atmosphere became strangely tense. My Azure Blue compatriots jest. How could such nefarious acts as killing to harvest spiritual energy occur within the Azure Blue Empire? The Azure Blue Emperor responded in a grave tone. Then let the king travel. Whether or not evil practices have emerged in the empire, I believe it will be evident upon inspection. Lu Mu had long anticipated that the empire would deny any wrongdoing. Yet the events of the previous night had been too grand to easily conceal. Faced with Jiang Bin's second round of questioning, Azure Blue, Bai Xiao maintained his composure, showing no signs of concern. He merely nodded slightly with a hint of a smile and said, I too wish to go, but regrettably, the cloud coming ceremony is of great importance, and I am truly stretched too thin. Where are the soldiers and horses? I will accompany this Jiang Dao friend for a visit. In the next moment, two royal guards swiftly moved to stand before the Azure Blue Emperor, kneeling on one knee with reverence. They declared, Yes, I will accompany you as well. Qian Ruoyan hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. Brother, I wish to see what kind of trouble my nephew is causing. Zi Xian followed closely, shooting a glare at Azure Blue Bai Xiao as she spoke. The National Master's beautiful eyes fell upon Jiang Bin, her expression a curious blend of amusement and enigma. She did not engage in debate, but simply announced, Let the cloud coming ceremony continue. The next event will be martial combat. And just like that, they set off. The three mounted their flying swords and headed toward the Tian Wangxiang Square. The royal guards followed closely behind, their expressions serious and silent. Are you not worried about those two? Qian Ruoyan asked in a low voice as she approached Jiang Bin. There is nothing to worry about. Facts speak louder than words. Besides, the sanest candidate has come with us, has she not? Lu Mu replied with a faint smile beneath his mask. Fully aware that Qian Ruoyan was referring to whom, no worries. Though the royal guards serve the Azure Blue royal family in name, in reality, they are loyal to the Azure Blue Empire. They will not permit anything detrimental to the empire. Lu Mu slightly nodded, casting a fleeting glance at the two individuals. These two possess extraordinary strength. Even the true practitioners of the three sects would find it challenging to subdue them. Such formidable figures, should they genuinely choose to heed the commands of the Kanglan Wang clan, would indeed be a remarkable twist of fate. The trio's pace was swift, and before long, Lu Mu led everyone to the dilapidated Tinwangxiang Square from the previous night. Is this what you wanted us to see? Qian Ruoyan inquired, perplexed. The wind rustled through the fallen leaves. The square was vast, and the ruined Tinwangxiang was quite spectacular. But what was so peculiar about it? As Lu Mu surveyed the empty square, his eyes involuntarily narrowed. Gone? The astonishing multitude of bones from last night has vanished without a trace. He dismounted from his flying sword and hurried towards the grave pit. But the ground was level, showing no signs of disturbance, and the air was refreshingly pure, devoid of any malevolent aura. Brother, what exactly are you searching for? Lu Mu remained silent, hastily guiding his flying sword towards the royal city post. The National Master's ability to come back from the dead and the peculiarities of this place being cleared away, though astonishing, were not entirely beyond reason. However, Su Daosong and Wen Xiushui could attest to the situation, and the guards at the royal city post could further corroborate the military's actions. Once this matter was verified, with Qian Ruoyan's intellect, it was certain that she could deduce the truth even in the absence of the Tianwangxiang's skeletal evidence. The wind howled fiercely, and the sword light flickered rapidly. In just a moment, Lu Mu found himself at the entrance of the royal city post. Esteemed immortal, are you here for a brief stay or an overnight lodging? Familiar words greeted him. Yet when Lu Mu raised his gaze, he was taken aback. The attendant had changed. It was not the same person from last night. The doorman was also absent, replaced by a burly man. Looking back, the entire street was vibrant and flourishing, devoid of any signs of despondency, with every face radiating happiness, as if the previous day's events, where the military had apprehended individuals, had never occurred, which struck him as strange. Jiang Bin, what on earth are you searching for? Qian Ruoyan pursued him, her repeated inquiries yielding no constructive results, and her frustration began to mount. If I told you that it was chaotic here yesterday, would you believe me? Beneath his mask, Lu Mu gritted his teeth, a sense of foreboding rising within him. As he spoke, he hurriedly ascended the stairs that Su Daosong. When Xiushui, pushing open the door to an empty room, he found it deserted, with only neatly arranged bedding resting at the bedside. Where have they gone? Standing before the door, Lu Mu felt a surge of alarm. given their injuries, while they were not in mortal peril. They could not possibly act in the short term. This was precisely why he had not awakened them to attend the alchemy competition today. Esteemed immortal, are you looking for someone? This room has been vacant for half a month. The attendant approached, bowing and scraping. At his words, Lu Mu's pupils constricted, and turning abruptly, he seized the attendant by the throat, demanding sharply, "You say half a month? Impossible. I only settled my junior brothers and sisters here last night. Now, tell me, what on earth is going on? Immortal, please spare me. I assure you, this room has indeed been empty for half a month." The attendant, turning red and struggling for breath, met Lu Mu's icy gaze, which only grew colder. "Get out." Releasing his grip, Lu Mu turned away. He could tell the attendant was not lying. What a peculiar situation. What had transpired? After a moment's contemplation, a glimmer of insight flashed in Lu Mu's eyes. Could it be that the National Master employed hypnosis to alter others' perceptions? The events of last night could not be mistaken. After considering the possibilities, this was the only reasonable explanation. After all, not only these ordinary folk, but even he himself had once fallen victim to the National Master's trickery in a moment of carelessness. What, exactly, was the National Master plotting? Suddenly, an ominous feeling welled up within Lu Mu. His gaze flickered as he hurriedly leapt out the window. Before the post, there was no one in sight. Qianruan and Zixian had vanished. The once bustling street was now eerily silent. Damn it! Lu Mu gritted his teeth, his fists clenched beneath his robes, that he had sensed something was amiss. He had been inside for a while, yet Qianruan and Zixian had not followed. A flash of golden light flickered. "Who goes there? Show yourself." Lu Mu instinctively reached out, and when he discerned the object in his hand, a trace of gravity filled his gaze. A letter upon opening it. He read, "If you wish to save them, return to Kanglan Royal City at sunset." There was no mistaking it. Everything was indeed orchestrated by the Kanglan Emperor. Only the royal guards could have abducted Qianruan and Zixian so quietly in such a short span. Sunset. Lu Mu gritted his teeth. This was both a summons and a warning that if he returned to the royal city now, he feared it would spell disaster. While he had acquired the golden sand, if he ventured forth without return, he was indifferent to Qianruan's fate, but for when Xiushui and Zixian, was the Empire finally preparing to act? Very well. Then I shall observe what you intend to do. His grip tightened, that Lu Mu glared in the direction of the royal city to openly target individuals from the three sects. The Kanglan Empire had truly lost its mind. Chapter 51. The truth emerges. The journey to the royal city was fraught with peril. Lu Mu understood that with Qianruan taken captive, his current capabilities rendered him akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. After a brief consideration, he turned back and re-entered the post. The atmosphere inside was lively. With no one sensing the impending danger, Lu Mu ordered a room and immediately sat cross-legged, retrieving the golden sand. Although he was uncertain of how much enhancement the 5 elements body forging would provide, he could not afford to hesitate. With every ounce of strength gained, he would have an extra layer of assurance, as he murmured to himself. Lu Mu activated the heavenly sword Dao body forging technique. The 5 elements body forging required the essence of the 5 elements to forge the body into the Dao, a true secret of the Great Way. The golden sand transformed into brilliant light, merging with his being, causing a wave of pain to wash over him, akin to 1,000 needles pricking at his flesh. Even breathing became a torment. Gritting his teeth, Lu Mu persevered through the agony, channeling the golden light towards his heart. That moment, the image of the divine demon concept map flickered into his mind. After absorbing the remnants of the Dan Sage's consciousness, the divine demon concept map radiated with brilliance, and the figures it conjured began to take on a semblance of solidity. Lu Mu had studied this countless times. Logically, he had grasped most of its intricacies. However, this time, aided by the residual consciousness of the Dan Sage, he experienced an entirely different revelation. Was this a technique? A spark of brilliance ignited in Lu Mu's eyes. Since mastering the heavenly sword Dao, he had only wielded its power, but had yet to truly comprehend the techniques involved. Observing the exquisite application of sword techniques, he felt a renewed sense of confidence regarding his impending journey to the royal city. Time flowed silently. The royal city remained still on the streets. Only a few tattered rags danced in the wind. At sunset, The slanting rays of dusk were particularly enchanting, the clouds ablaze with hues that seemed to melt the heavens. That I end the palace hall. Kanglin Bai Shao, you treacherous wolf. Have you gone mad, seeking to ignite a war within the empire? You fool, hurry and release me. Honestly, I'm beginning to doubt your sanity. Zi Xian scolded, bound tightly by a restraining spirit chain, her large eyes wide with confusion. Yet in response to her tirade, Kanglin Bai Shao remained unfazed. A hint of tenderness flashing in his gaze. Someone, escort Zi Xian out of the city. Yes, upon hearing this, Zi Xian was momentarily stunned, only to erupt in fury. Have you lost your mind, Kanglin Bai Shao? I'll say it once more. Release everyone immediately. No one paid her any heed as the soldiers advanced with resolute expressions. Watching Zi Xian being taken away, the warmth in Kanglin Bai Shao's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a chilling indifference that he turned slowly to regard another figure in the hall. When Xiushui, I regret to inform you that you cannot leave that AS for your companion, though I'm unsure how he managed to escape. Rest assured, without my command, no one will leave the royal city today. When Xiushui's face paled slightly, still recovering from her injuries, she was utterly defenseless against the guards, just as several nearby soldiers prepared to escort her away. A flash of sword light suddenly cut through the air. Buzz, the crisp sound of the sword reverberated, jolting everyone's spirits. Kanglin Bai Shao raised an eyebrow, his tone icy. That I thought you would attempt to flee. The wind brushed lightly. Brother Jiang Ben, when Xiushui exclaimed softly, her eyes initially bright with hope, but quickly turned urgent. Brother, hurry and leave. This Kanglin Emperor harbors intentions of defying heaven and earth. Jiang Ben stood firmly in front of the sword, first nodding to Wen Xiushui, then suddenly seizing the restraining spirit chain binding her. Kanglin Bai Shao shook his head, his gaze filled with disdain. This restraining spirit chain was no ordinary object. It was a specially crafted device targeting cultivators. Though not a magical artifact, it was even more formidable, exerting a powerful suppressive effect on spiritual energy that an ordinary Qi practitioner could not break free, and even a gathering spirit expert, when bound, would find it exceedingly difficult to destroy such a chain. Release me, beneath the mask. Lu Mu let out a soft reprimand, and streams of radiant light swiftly ascended the spirit-binding lock. With a resounding crack, the lock fell in response. The azure-eyed white owl trembled slightly, pondering. The abilities of Jiang Ben are indeed peculiar, capable of so effortlessly unlocking the spirit-binding lock. Gratitude flickered across Wen Xiushui's face. And just as she was about to speak, Lu Mu shook his head, signaling with a glance. Understanding her senior's intent, she nodded and promptly took her leave, aware that her limited strength would only serve as a hindrance in this place. After completing this, Lu Mu finally raised his brow and turned his gaze towards the Azure Emperor, his eyes icy as he inquired. Before engaging, I wish to ask you one thing. Are you aware of the actions of the National Master? Indeed, without my permission, though the Azure Empire may not rival the three sects in strength, she alone could not stir a ripple. Upon hearing this, Lu Mu's gaze intensified, an astonishing aura of menace erupting around him. If you are aware, why do you still condone it? Do you understand how many citizens of your imperial city she has slain? And do you realize that your actions today will certainly bring catastrophic ruin upon the Azure Empire? Faced with Jiang Ben's persistent questioning, the azure white owl slammed his palm against the table, his eyes devoid of confusion, filled instead with resolve. And so what? You, as a disciple of the three sects, bask in the fortune of heaven and earth, born as celestial masters, enjoying all the riches and glory. You know nothing, yet what right do you have to question this solitary king beneath the mask? Lu Mu smiled, a hint of bitterness inevitably seeping through his eyes. Did he, Lu Mu, bask in the fortune of heaven and earth? Did he monopolize all riches and glory? The one who knows nothing is not him, but this lofty Azure Emperor. You say, if I were to capture you now, would this calamity not end immediately? As he glanced back, a flicker of murderous intent ignited in Lu Mu's eyes upon his arrival. He had already noted the remarkably weak defenses of the Azure Palace. The majority of the soldiers were absent, but he held confidence in his ability to leap over these lowly guards and directly apprehend the Azure Emperor. You may attempt it, The surrounding guards immediately positioned themselves at the foot of the steps, drawing their swords and knives. Yet the Azure Emperor waved his hand, saying, "Stand down. The National Master still requires assistance." "You must not, Your Majesty. Allow us to assist you once more." Delu Mu let out a cold laugh. It seemed these guards were also aware of the situation. There is no need for further words. "You all may withdraw." The Azure Emperor stepped forward, drawing the sword of the Son of Heaven. Emanating a formidable aura of oppression, he proclaimed, "I am the king, the Son of Heaven, yet the three sects bear down upon me, forcing me to embark on this path of defiance against fate. You, my Azure subjects, must dedicate your fervor to the future of heaven and earth. How can you allow yourselves to be shackled by those thieves of the three sects?" Such a display of dominance. Yet alas, it is futile that Delu Mu would not grant him any more time. The Azure Empire was not without its strong warriors, such as the Royal Guards, who could indeed rival a true master. With the entire Grand Palace empty of ministers and lacking protection from experts, such an opportunity could not be missed. That a gentle breeze swept through as Lu Mu made his move, with a swift step. He harnessed the power of thunder, launching a punch directly at the Azure Emperor's neck. The surrounding guards were taken aback and rushed forward, shouting, "Do not harm our king!" Boom! A tremendous wave of energy erupted, the force of Lu Mu's thunderous might exploding forth, sending the guards flying more than 10 meters away, akin to dumplings falling from a height. "Did I end this battle?" Victory was the only option. He struck with full force from the outset. Beneath the mask, Lu Mu's gaze quivered slightly. To his astonishment, the Azure White Owl held the sword with both hands before him. Though Lu Mu's punch reverberated through the sword of the Son of Heaven, it did not yield. "Jiang Ben, my friend, you are indeed formidable, yet you shall find it difficult to surpass me." The Azure White Owl smiled indifferently, his aura once again surging. Golden light enveloped him, and amidst it, the sound of dragon roars could be faintly heard. "True Dragon Chi. Quite impressive. Your insight is commendable." The Azure White Owl nodded. This True Dragon Chi was his trump card, Dada's king. He enjoyed the fortune of his nation. And when that fortune materialized, it manifested as this True Dragon Chi, that a tremendous power surged from the sword of the Son of Heaven. And as the Azure White Owl exerted force, even Lu Mu was momentarily overwhelmed. The sword undulating, transformed as the true dragon took form. The manifested True Dragon Chi surged forth like a divine dragon emerging from the sea, carrying boundless strength in its wake. Beneath the mask, Lu Mu's eyes narrowed, and in a desperate retreat, he kicked up a sword embedded in the ground, thrusting it fiercely towards the dragon's head. Rumble! Another deafening explosion reverberated, causing the entire palace to tremble, the resonating spiritual energy waves fracturing the dragon pillars. "You young man, to withstand my sword strike, it seems you have already attained the strength of spirit gathering." The Azure White Owl showed no fear, raising the sword of the Son of Heaven. "My decree as king is the will of heaven. Such is heaven's will. Who can obstruct it?" The True Dragon Chi continued to gather. Delu Mu leaped out of the dust, his robe shredded, watching as the Azure White Owl collected power for another strike. Gritting his teeth, he redirected all his spiritual energy. "Sacrificing your subjects, you insist on severing ties with the three sects. What kind of king do you claim to be?" Anger flickered in the Azure White Owl's eyes, turning crimson as he retorted. "And so what if I sever ties with the three sects? Were it not for your Piao Miao thieves occupying the Nine Peaks for so long? Why would the Azure Empire's spiritual energy be so feeble? Why would the bloodlines of generations be unable to break free from this earthly shackles? Now, while the Azure Empire appears calm on the surface, its spiritual veins are already withering. If I do not defy heaven, within 5 generations, the Azure Empire shall surely face annihilation. Today, I, the Azure White Owl, am willing to offer my flesh and blood for this rebellious act. Even if future generations curse me, I shall bear this infamy." The sword light surged forth, and the power of the true dragon roared in response. Two immensely powerful forces collided, causing the Grand Palace to buckle under the strain, ultimately collapsing in a thunderous crash. Amidst the dust, Lu Mu panted lightly. Not far away, the Azure White Owl was equally distressed. He was but a mortal frame, relying solely on the True Dragon Chi to contend with Lu Mu. The violent clash of such overwhelming forces had already injured his internal organs. Had it not been for the support of the sword of the Son of Heaven, he would likely have collapsed to the ground by now. You have been calling us thieves since earlier. My Piao Miao Nine Peaks has existed for nearly 10 millennia, far older than the history of your Azure Empire. Where does the term thieves even come from? Lu Mu's tone was calm, yet he harbored doubts. From their earlier exchange, it seemed that while the Azure White Owl was a king, he bore none of the king's brutality, but rather an aura of righteousness. Could such a man truly be the mastermind behind all this? Indeed, cough. Blood trickled from the corner of the Azure White Owl's mouth, which he wiped away casually, his gaze resolute. The Nine Peaks may be older than my Azure Empire's history. But do you not realize that the spiritual energy gathered at the Nine Peaks is indeed the spiritual essence of my Azure Empire? Without spiritual energy, the decline of the Empire is merely a matter of time. In this world, spiritual energy is the very foundation of all cultivation. Lu Mu felt a stirring within. The Forbidden Land was once the site of the Piao Miao spiritual veins, though it had been destroyed millennia ago. Just as he was about to continue his inquiries, a terrifying and malevolent power suddenly pervaded the air. The blood-red pillars of light shot up towards the heavens, shrouding the sky in darkness. The ground quaked with runes connecting, relentlessly siphoning the strength of all living beings around. Suddenly turning, Lu Mu's pupils constricted. The 10 Directions Blood Array. Once, Nangong Yuyin had used this array as a medium to seize his dragon bones. Now, under the intense onslaught of the light pillars, Nangong Yin was fighting alongside the masters of the 3 sects, desperately resisting. From a distance, he could even see the unconscious Qianru being escorted by a group of Piao Miao disciples. Retreating while battling in a wonder Nangong Yin and the others were absent from the beginning. It seems this imperial city had long been enveloped in a deceptive array. Ha ha! It has succeeded. The Grand Array has finally activated. Jiang Ben, you are one of the chosen 5. Rest assured, this solitary king will spare no effort to eliminate you. Only by sacrificing all 5 of you can we harness the power of the 10 Directions Blood Array to save my Azure Empire. Chapter 52. The 10 Directions Blood Array. The 10 Directions Blood Array is exceedingly mysterious, capable of reversing yin and yang, seizing the fates of men. Beneath the mask, Lu Mu's eyes flickered, his teeth clenched. With each breath, torrents of golden spiritual energy surged forth, accompanied by waves of radiant golden light that slowly enveloped his entire being. The second stage of the Sword of the Heavens cultivation, the 5 elements forging body. He had spent the better part of a day absorbing the golden essence into his flesh, yet he had not completed the forging in time. Now, with the 10 Directions Blood Array unleashed, an inexplicable pressure enveloped the heavens and earth, transforming the entire imperial city into a crucible. Within it, the golden liquid that had already coalesced in his heart began to circulate toward his limbs and bones. Propelled by his seething rage, the Tio sacrificed an entire city to fuel this 10 Directions Blood Array. Azure White Owl, is this the so-called path of reversal you speak of? Suddenly turning around, Lu Mu stepped forward, his whole being radiating a brilliant light. With a furious punch, he struck directly ahead. Although the Azure Blue White Owl was already wounded, his resolute gaze remained unshaken that he wielded the Imperial Sword in a reverse grip, infusing it with all his will to as the Azure Blue Emperor. Even burdened with the scorn of countless generations, he sought to reverse the fate of the world and restore the spiritual veins of the gradually declining Azure Blue Empire. The sword's edge shimmered with intent, fierce and formidable, exuding an almost invincible aura. Yet, it was precisely this strike, embodying the entirety of his belief as an emperor, that Lu Mu transformed his fist into claws. Seizing the sword's tip, allowing the piercing sword intent to wash over his flesh, but he then yanked it forcefully, driving a heavy knee into the abdomen of the Azure Blue Emperor. The Azure Blue White Owl's eyes widened in disbelief. The Imperial Sword, forged with the blood and devotion of generations of Azure Blue Emperors, though lacking in rank, due to the Emperor's bloodline's inability to cultivate immortality, was razor-sharp enough to cut through gold and stone. Especially after being infused with the will of the Emperor, its sharpness was incomparable to any spiritual weapon, but he could not fathom how Jiang Ben had cultivated such a method, able to confront the might of the Imperial Sword with mere flesh. Open your eyes and truly see how laughable your so-called enlightenment is. That as he spoke, Lu Mu firmly grasped the head of the azure blue white owl, forcing his lofty gaze to confront the suffering and wailing citizens beneath the oppressive might of the blood array. You are the king of Azure Blue. Whether you seek to secure the fortunes of your empire or pursue celestial opportunities, I have no right to question you. But have you considered the will of these people? Trapped within this city, as you unleash this blood array, the azure blue white owl's expression flickered with emotion, but it was fleeting. His gaze soon turned cold and heartless. He was a king, willing to sacrifice the lives of his people to overturn the suppression from the three great cultivation sects of Azure Blue, to exchange a brighter future for the generations to come. He had no regrets. It seems you are beyond awakening, neither through words nor through force. Lu Mu scoffed that he understood the azure blue white owl's plight. As a king, he felt powerless, a fate not unlike his own in the past. Given the chance, he might have even shared a drink and song with the azure blue white owl. However, the aspiration to reverse the heavens and seize a sliver of the path to immortality, to contend for the fortunes of the future, was limited in its methods. Why then choose the path of the blood array, a road steeped in evil? If a moment ago he had a sliver of understanding for the azure blue white owl's decision, he was now utterly convinced of the folly of his choice. It was simply absurd. You don't understand. The azure blue white owl's lips moved. He was not entirely devoid of compassion. Otherwise, he would not have let Zixin go. I don't understand. Indeed, I do not grasp what you are stubbornly clinging to, but that is of little importance now. That I never intended to persuade you with mere words. Beneath his mask, Lu Mu shook his head. Disinterested in further verbal sparring with the azure blue white owl, that he immediately unleashed another punch. The azure blue white owl, being merely a mortal body, could not withstand the continual onslaught, and promptly fainted. As Lu Mu hoisted him onto his shoulder, intending to use him as leverage against the lords, a strange bird suddenly appeared, its consciousness resonating with him. Brat, are you now preparing to leave? You have the golden sand in hand. There is no need to concern yourself with their mess. That if you leave now, I could help you seek the flaws in the blood array. At the very least, I can ensure your survival. And what are the others? Are you worried about Wen Xiaoshui? At worst, I can help you take one more. That it may be a bit troublesome to bring 2 or 3 people. But it's not impossible. Lu Mu remained silent. His concern extended beyond just Wen Xiaoshui, that if he were to leave, many would perish today. Moreover, the blood array. He had harbored suspicions for quite some time regarding how the Nangong family had managed to set up this blood array. Was there another unseen hand behind the initial theft of his dragon bones? Regardless of the azure blue white owl's intentions, as the azure blue emperor, he had indeed constructed this blood array at the cost of countless lives. And considering its power, the blood array within this imperial city, while vast in scale, was far less potent than the one the Nangong family had used to seize his dragon bones. This was his second encounter with the blood array. And Lu Mu had no intention of departing just yet. He sought to uncover the person who had arranged it and to discern whether there were hidden connections between the two. Redbird, are you suggesting you can break the array? I never said that. Don't jump to conclusions. That if you want to leave, do it quickly. This place is not fit for anyone to linger. That Lu Mu was well aware of the peculiar nature of this strange bird. He had no time to waste on idle chatter. That he kicked the imperial sword lying on the ground and declared, "Tell me who set up the array, how to break it, and our chances of success. And this sword will be yours. That a fine treasure." The strange bird's eyes sparkled, but it quickly shook its head. The imperial sword was indeed remarkable, especially due to its history of being nourished by the emperor's blood and devotion, making it particularly useful to it. However, it was not foolish enough to let go of such a valuable item without a fight. What, is it not enough? Should I throw in the imperial treasury as well? Lu Mu was not jesting. With the Azure Blue King in his grasp, it seemed that all the power of the Azure Blue Empire was invested in the blood array if he truly desired to raid the imperial treasury. The opportunity certainly existed. Forget the treasury. I don't have the time. The strange bird glared at Lu Mu, realizing that this young man was resolute in meddling in matters that did not concern him. The blood array might instill fear in others, but it did not intimidate it in the slightest. After a moment's contemplation, the strange bird raised its wings, pointing toward the square behind the palace, designated for the cloud ceremony. The heart of the array is over there. The king's personal guards and other experts are there as well. However, they are occupied with activating the array and trapping the masters of the three sects. Unable to move, that if you can withstand the array's erosion, there might still be a chance to seize the focal point. The arrangement of an array must have its focal point, akin to the principle of a sealed treasure in a secret realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Mu did not hesitate. He immediately dashed forward, his body enveloped in a blend of luminous gold and light, generating gusts of wind and thunder. And in an instant, he burst forth from the ruins of the Great Hall. Good lad, the five elements body forging technique has taken shape so quickly. Truly, it is impressive. The strange bird was both astonished and delighted, thinking to itself, the five elements body forging technique was indeed extraordinary. And once activated in conjunction with the savage sacred body, it could manifest tremendous power that in the blink of an eye, Lu Mu had traversed from the ruins of the Great Hall to the Imperial City Square. Before him rose a towering blood-red pillar of light that in a state of panic, a bird collided with the crimson beam, instantaneously disintegrating into flesh and bone, leaving not a trace behind. Such a ferocious force of devourment would be difficult for even cultivators to withstand for long. Gazing upward, Lu Mu noticed several figures within the blood-red pillar. The king's personal guards, clad in armor, were seated cross-legged alongside a dozen azure blue soldiers. They poured all their strength into the array. While those sitting at the edges, clearly of lesser cultivation, were visibly disintegrating at an alarming rate. Opposite them, Wang Quan held his sword with a grave expression, while Qin Yao, the true man, had long summoned his pill furnace, which hovered above their heads, emanating a radiant aura to counter the rising blood pillar. Jiang Ben, you scoundrel. Hurry and lend this true man a hand. From a distance, Qin Yao had already sensed Jiang Ben's arrival and was shouting at the top of his lungs. The king's personal guards had launched a surprise attack, capturing Qian Ruoyan and Zi Xian. Wang Quan, sensing the situation, was the first to strike. However, the king's personal guards were anything but ordinary. Even if Wang Quan could suppress them, he could not defeat them in a short span. With the situation escalating, they could only rely on their own cultivation to combat the vast blood array, buying time for Nangong Yuyin and the others to retreat. Why should I help you? Lu Mu scoffed. Just yesterday, they had made their intentions clear to seize and kill. Now, in their moment of distress, they commanded him with an air of superiority. Qin Yao was truly a disgrace to the title of true man, nonetheless. He refrained from engaging in a verbal duel with Qin Yao. Instead, he raised the azure blue-white owl and called out, King's personal guards, the azure blue-white owl is here. I advise you to halt this grand array at once. Qin Yao's eyes lit up with delight. Did you hear that? Quickly, stop hesitating. If you delay even a moment longer, I will order the death of your azure blue king. Do not doubt me. Jiang Ben is my most esteemed inner disciple. With just a word, the azure blue-white owl will surely lose his head. The peculiar bird, concealed in the shadows, harbored an impulse to curse. This individual was truly the most abominable among the despicable. Utterly devoid of any semblance of dignity, IT considered itself a formidable demon, unshackled by trivialities. Yet in comparison to this dusty herb master, it realized it was still far too benevolent, as innocent as a refined young lady. With a warrior's spirit, it momentarily raised its brow, only to close its eyes once more. Zi Xian spoke the truth. The loyalty of these two was never pledged to the Azure Blue Wang clan, but rather to the vast Azure Blue Empire. It appeared that a forceful incursion was the only option left. Lu Mu gritted his teeth, hesitating over how to deal with the Azure Blue White Owl. When a figure rushed in, weary yet determined. Brother, I finally found you. Su Daosong arrived, his eyes still squinting with a smile, his attire stained with blood, as though he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Lu Mu glanced back and immediately tossed the Azure Blue White Owl aside. Watch it. With that, he plunged headfirst into the blood-red beam of light that a familiar sense of oppression surged over him instantaneously. Lu Mu nearly stumbled and fell, but gritting his teeth, he summoned his spiritual power. Golden light intermingled with shimmering brilliance, flowing ceaselessly within his body. This was the embodiment of the 5 elements body forging technique, Golden Path Body Forging. Waves of golden light, accompanied by his labored breaths, streamed forth from his heart, but he bore the weight of this immense pressure and, with a sudden surge of determination, stepped forward once more. Jiang Ben. Wang Quan was taken aback. his eyes flashing with astonishment. The might of the blood array was such that even he dared not confront it directly, relying instead on the supreme Yang treasure in the hands of the master to remain standing here. Yet Jiang Ben boldly advanced with mere flesh and blood, a feat truly remarkable. Step by step, each one weighed heavily, as if he were expending every ounce of strength. Beneath the mask, Lu Mu was already sweating profusely. He had no time to ponder why Su Daosong had appeared here, nor did he entertain thoughts of anything else. All his energy was devoted to resisting the blood array. Was this fellow a monster? We cannot afford to shift positions lightly. Everyone, channel your spiritual power, activate the formation, and use its might to force him back. The response from Jin Gutai Ma was swift, with matters having escalated to this point. Retreat was no longer an option. The experts of the Empire immediately elevated their spiritual energy to its zenith, and the already immense pressure doubled in intensity that Lu Mu felt as though every bone in his body was creaking under the strain. Yet whenever he felt he could no longer endure, the golden light flowing from his heart would rejuvenate his strength that a mere 3 or 4 zhang felt as distant as 1,000 miles. Lu Mu advanced step by step, and before long, cracks began to appear in the mask upon his face. Moments later, was this the eye of the 10 Directions blood array? Gasping for breath, Lu Mu beheld the skeletal staff before him, and without a moment's hesitation, he struck it with great force. The surrounding crimson radiance vanished in an instant. The Empire's people spat blood in unison, while Wang Quan reacted swiftly, placing his blade against Jin Gutai Ma's throat in an instant. Had they succeeded? The peculiar bird hidden in the shadows was perplexed. Although aided by the Golden Path body forging, this seemed almost too facile to know. This was merely one of the array's eyes. The bird was struck with terror. Suddenly understanding everything, in a wonder it always felt that the 10 Directions blood array was lacking something. It turned out that the one who set the array was insufficiently skilled, breaking the 10 Directions blood array into 10 parts. Just as it was about to warn them, Su Daosong's voice preempted it. "Brothers, this is bad. Look at the city." Meanwhile, outside the city, several guards released Zi Xian before returning within, freed from the shackles of the spirit lock. She immediately retrieved a command talisman from her cosmic bag. Her somewhat willful nature did not imply a lack of intellect. The azure blue white owl had firmly resolved to rebel, with her limited cultivation. Even if she returned, she could not effect any change. "Mother, hurry up. Come save them. I can't tell you which brother it is, Mother. Please listen to me. It's crucial." The azure blue white owl, that fool, is determined to rebel. "Wait, let me finish. Don't interrupt." Zi Xian was anxious, often cut off just as she was about to get to the point. But suddenly, she froze to Xianer. What on earth is happening over there? Oh no, this scoundrel has unearthed the ancestors of the Azure Blue Empire. Flames soared into the sky, and the earth trembled as if in response that a gigantic bird soared from the fractured ground. Resembling a crane with a single leg, its feathers of vivid azure with red markings upon closer inspection. Bai Fong, the essence of wood, taking the form of a bird, does not consume grains. This was the legendary divine bird of the Azure Blue Empire. A symbol of its faith, Bai Fong turned its head. Zi Xian was even more astonished, trembling. The revived Bai Fong bore no trace of divine essence. Its skull was cracked, one eye socket vacant, and endless azure flames oozed from its intermittently visible wounds, flowing like blood, incinerating everything in its path. Chapter 54. A millennium of resentment within the imperial city. Su Daosong squinted, a peculiar smile flickering across his face as he muttered to himself. The divine bird Bai Fong. I never imagined the legends of the Azure Blue Empire were true. What legend? Beneath the mask, Lu Mu approached, panting heavily, drenched in sweat as he gazed at the roiling Bai Fong in the sky. A hint of seriousness in his eyes. The corrosive effect of the blood-red beam had taken its toll. His robe was already tattered, and despite the protection of the Golden Path body forging, his muscles still ached unbearably. According to legend, the founding emperor of the Azure Blue Empire, in his youth, encountered 2 divine beasts in combat. By some twist of fate, he was not caught in the fray. Instead, he fortuitously obtained the egg of the divine bird Bai Fong and forged a master-servant contract with it. A mere mortal, devoid of cultivation, he relied on the descendants of this divine bird to overcome countless obstacles and ultimately establish the Azure Blue Empire. Lu Mu nodded. In this vast and boundless world, Every ascendant cultivator had their own opportunities. Though acquiring the descendants of a divine bird seemed far-fetched, it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. However, this also raised questions that if the founding emperor of Azure Blue had signed a master-servant contract with the descendant of the divine bird Baifeng, why did this Baifeng reappear without offering protection to Azure Blue? Instead, wreaking havoc, flames spread forth, and the heatwave compelled Su Daosong to circulate his spiritual energy and resistance. In contrast, Lu Mu remained unmoved. The Golden Path body forging technique was indeed wondrous, if sensing Lu Mu's confusion. Su Daosong, astonished that Jiang Ben could withstand the scorching winds, calmly explained. In fact, the greatest enigma of the legend lies here. According to the tale, after establishing the Azure Blue Empire, the founding emperor signed an agreement with the ethereal. Thereafter, neglecting matters of Azure Blue, embarking on the pursuit of immortality with the ethereal ancestor. Yet, to my knowledge, there is no temple dedicated to the divine bird Baifeng within the entire Azure Blue territory. Brother, why do you think that his success and retirement should warrant rewards that if the emperor were heartless, then this tale should have long been forgotten? Given the iron-fisted methods of successive emperors, erasing a legend from the annals of history should have been effortless. Why? Because your three sects of Azure Blue are devoid of righteousness, seeking to reconstruct your ethereal spiritual veins using the essence of our Azure Blue divine bird. You treacherous sects have resorted to coercive tactics, tricking my ancestors into signing some eternal contract, resulting in the inability of all legitimate descendants of our Azure Blue lineage to cultivate. But from this day forth, everything is about to change. The Azure Blue white owl awakened, gazing at the lamenting divine bird Baifeng in the sky, his eyes ablaze with fervor. The return of the divine bird signaled a transformation of the world. The Azure Blue white owl firmly believed that with the protection of this divine bird, the Azure Blue Empire would surely rise again to stand atop the world, even in the face of the three-sex oppression. With the might of the divine bird, it was not impossible to contend, and the millennia-old curse hidden within the bloodline of his Azure Blue Wang clan would surely be broken. Lu Mu was taken aback. He had never heard of such matters, nor had Su Daosong. You treacherous sects, await the moment of witnessing the resurgence of my Azure Blue. As the Azure Blue white owl spoke, a formidable pressure surged forth, accompanied by a chilling gleam. Shooting towards him, Lu Mu, quick as lightning, raised his hand and struck out with all his might. With a thunderous crash, even the skin that had resisted the corrosion of the 10 Directions blood array cracked instantly. Blood dripped from his fingertips as he turned back silently, casting a cold gaze upon the assailant. Wang Quan, what is your intention? Indeed, the one who struck was Wang Quan. In that instant, Wang Quan's guard Jingo and Tai Ma also moved. But regrettably, lacking the enhancement of the 10 Directions blood array, they were no match for Wang Quan, who effortlessly forced them back 100 meters with a single, awe-inspiring strike. To slander my sect. Such a crime deserves execution. Even if you are the Emperor of Azure Blue, I can still put you to death. The icy gaze of Wang Quan briefly swept over Jiang Ben, a gesture that already constituted the utmost respect he could extend to him. To withstand the corrosive might of the 10 Directions blood array indeed required some skill. However, among the prodigies, the foremost in physical prowess, El Tianqing, could also achieve this, and perhaps even with greater ease. Wang Quan, as a candidate for the Holy Sun, held a status far superior to that of mere prodigies. Unlike Nangong Yuyan, he had arrived at this juncture solely through his own abilities. Even the other candidate, Qian Ruoyan, fell short in comparison. Thus, Jiang Ben, by no means, warranted his utmost regard. Beneath the mask, Lu Mu's expression was far from pleasant, having first endured the 10 Directions blood array and subsequently faced such a blow. His body, as resilient as it was nearing its limits. He grit his teeth, steadfastly standing before the Azure Blue white owl. Jiang Ben, do you wish to be my enemy? Wang Quan's eyes narrowed, his voice cold with inquiry. Not at all, but the Azure Blue white owl must not perish. Not now, at least, Lu Mu replied. Neither servile nor retreating, he was not one to dither. Otherwise, he would not have rushed to the palace to bind this Azure Blue monarch in the first place. Given the upheaval caused by the divine bird Baifeng, the connection between the Azure Blue Wang clan and Baifeng was profound, and while doubts lingered, this was certainly not the time for the monarch's execution. The atmosphere was palpably tense. The azure blue-white owl staggered to its feet, the earlier impact having nearly rattled its very bones that in light of Lu Mu's goodwill, it expressed no gratitude, biting down hard and retorting. "What pretense is this? I do not require your protection, you rogue." Before the words had left his mouth, Bifong, with its singular eye, seemed to sense the azure blue-white owl and slowly turned its head. The azure blue-white owl rejoiced. This divine bird was reclaimed by his ancestors, and the pure blood of the azure blue Wang lineage coursed through his veins, instilling him with confidence to reclaim this divine creature. "Bifong, I am the azure blue-white owl. I implore you to aid me swiftly in expelling these treacherous scions of the three sects and restore clarity to our azure blue skies." His voice resonated with fervor, and Bifong appeared to respond, its massive form trembling. Wang Quan's gaze grew solemn. He had no desire to further engage with the azure blue-white owl, and instead channeled his burgeoning spiritual energy into his sword. In a fleeting moment, Lu Mu swiftly seized the azure blue-white owl by the throat. The Teo spirit's life was to restrain the divine bird Bifong, but if its presence became a liability, it would be better to resolve this issue sooner rather than later. In the next instant, Bifong opened its beak, unleashing a torrent of blue flames imbued with the power to shatter the heavens and rend the earth. The searing spiritual light was terrifying in its intensity. Regardless of whether it was Wang Quan, Lu Mu, or the likes of Jin Taima and Su Dao Song, they all erupted with spiritual light, swiftly darting in various directions to evade the imminent danger. Boom! The ground trembled, and a wave of scorching heat surged forth, engulfing half of the imperial city in an instant. Bifong was indeed terrifying. With but a single strike, it had obliterated more than half of the imperial city. Release the Azure Monarch. The heat continued to wash over the land at Lu Mu, instinctively trying to escape alongside the azure blue-white owl. Found himself jolted, causing both to tumble to the ground. Clang. This was the sound of Lu Mu's mask shattering upon impact. It had never been a formidable artifact, and under the relentless pressure, it had finally succumbed to destruction. Gazing upon the unfamiliar yet striking visage, the azure blue-white owl was momentarily taken aback. The relationship between the Empire and the azure blue three sects, particularly with the mysterious sect, was one of outward cordiality, but concealed enmity. He had long since dispatched agents to monitor significant events concerning the mysterious sect and was already aware of the notorious figure who had emerged during this year's outer sect competition, a madman who, despite being a mere outer sect servant, sought to challenge the mysterious sect's holy maiden. "You are Lu Mu. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is your identity, that if you still consider yourself the Azure Monarch. Then reflect on the calamities your so-called hope has brought upon Azure Blue." Lu Mu raised his hand and retrieved a peculiar mask from his Cosmos bag, unwilling to reveal his identity just yet. After several encounters, he had come to believe that the azure blue-white owl was not inherently malevolent. They merely stood on opposing sides. Just as he had previously considered, this was not the time for accountability. But rather the situation with Bifong was far more troubling. Once he donned the mask, Lu Mu spoke again, keeping his gaze fixed on Bifong above while inquiring, "If you possess a means to pacify Bifong, then do so quickly. Have you not yet comprehended the gravity of the situation? Bifong's behavior is exceedingly peculiar." The azure blue-white owl's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He was not blind to the destruction and chaos wrought by Bifong, but was reluctant to accept the suspicions that had taken root in his heart until this very moment. The Azure Blue Empire had been subjugated by the Azure Blue three sects for far too long, and as the monarch of this generation, he desperately hoped to alter this dire predicament. Yet, what could he do? How could he gaze upon the homeland he longed for, knowing his spirit remained unbroken, even in death? Suddenly, crimson clouds began to gather in the sky, and hauntingly distant children's songs echoed as if sung by malevolent spirits. Both Lu Mu and the azure blue-white owl looked up, along with Jin Taima, Wang Quan, and others nearby. In the midst of this chaotic scene, none noticed that someone had vanished without a trace. Spirit money fluttered through the air, and the chillingly sorrowful children's songs grew ever closer. With a gust of dense blood-red mist, a woman clad in a crimson gown reclined upon a bamboo chair, being carried along by a procession of mischievous little spirits. The reason they were described as carried was evident. You could see those little spirits giggling and chattering, some waving at passers-by while others gazed at the woman with fervent eyes. In the back, others were banging drums and clamoring to carry the chair, creating a cacophony of noise. "Young man, let me remind you once more. It's time to leave." The voice of a strange bird resonated within Lu Mu's mind. Who is she? Do not inquire further. Why? Lu Mu was certain that this mystical bird knew the identity of the newcomer. In the distance, the peculiar bird shook its head, bemused by the stubbornness of this young man. It understood that if it did not provide an explanation, he would be unlikely to follow it. After much hesitation, it finally offered a hint. The underworld sect, ruled by the underworld, has beneath it the earth god. 10 kings, judges, Meng Pe, and the black and white envoys. You have already encountered the White Death. Meng Pe, Lu Mu, ever astute, pieced together the implications of the hint alongside the previous children's song, realizing the identity of the newcomer. His expression turned grave, and he clenched his jaw. Once, the White Death had easily toyed with the prodigies of Wendao, as if they were mere playthings. Even if Meng Pe had yet to make a move. Lu Mu understood that this woman was likely no less formidable than the White Death. To strike first was to seize the advantage. To hesitate would invite calamity, faced with a being of the White Death's caliber. Escape was implausible. Hence, a desperate struggle might yield a glimmer of hope. With this resolve, Lu Mu sprang into action, channeling his entire spiritual energy into his sword, unleashing a radiant arc toward the foe. Witnessing this, the others regained their senses as well. In the distance, 2 brilliant lights soared into the sky. One white, one red, representing Qianruan and Nangongyan. Despite the distance, Lu Mu could discern that Qianruan's complexion remained ashen, indicating she had sustained severe injuries that had yet to heal. The 2 women combined their magical artifacts, unleashing a torrent of spiritual tools and weapons that surged forth, crashing toward Meng Pe. The demon sect must be eradicated. Though still uncertain of the newcomer's identity, they could discern the malevolent aura surrounding her. In an instant, Wang Quan moved as well, his sword gleaming with icy brilliance as he engaged. Even those like Jin Gutai Ma, who had previously been at odds with the group, now united in purpose. Various spells and sword energies converged, summoning an overwhelming force that stirred a tempest, causing the flames within the city to flicker wildly. Such a grand gift for the old woman. Meng Pe rose, her appearance youthful, yet her true age was unmeasurable. However, it was peculiar that, in the face of this united assault, she showed no inclination to retaliate. Just as the array of spiritual light was about to converge upon Meng Pe, the skies shifted. The 10 Directions blood array re-emerged, enveloping Lu Mu and the others in an endless crimson glow. Leaving even Meng Pe and Bifong unable to escape, Lu Mu felt the bloodlight flicker before his eyes, and he swung his sword with determination. As the bloodlight shattered, he found himself gazing into a fantastical realm. Where was this? Chapter 55. A millennium of unresolved grievances. The sky was awash with a crimson hue, a surging tide of red relentlessly lapping at the sandy ground beneath. The air was thick with the stench of decay. Lu Mu found himself on a desolate island amidst a dead sea, enveloped in an eerie silence. Apart from the whispering sound of the crimson waves caressing the shore, there was naught to be heard. He took a few steps forward, intending to survey the situation. An endless blood-red mist began to unfurl from the distant horizon, as if seeking to engulf the entirety of the realm, an utterly horrifying sight. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in Lu Mu's ear. "You little brat, I warned you not to come, and now you've dragged me into this mess." A flash of red light swept by. A familiar sensation settling upon his shoulder. Lu Mu glanced back. Though he saw nothing, he was acutely aware of the presence. "Why are you here as well?" "It's not just me. The entire imperial city has been drawn into this. This is not reality. It is the spiritual realm of Bifong." Accompanied by the somewhat mournful voice of the strange bird, a spirit penetrated Lu Mu's brow, and in an instant, everything became clear. The blood formation of the 10 Directions, reversing yin and yang, seizing creation. Just as they once appropriated my dragon bone, the hellish sect has meticulously arranged this blood formation of the 10 Directions. And it was never merely to liberate Bifong. It seems my suspicions were correct. Previously, Lu Mu had sensed something peculiar about the azure blue white owl. In its frenzied obsession, it exhibited an overwhelming reverence and awe towards Baifeng. Having personally experienced the blood formation of the Ten Directions, Lu Mu never believed it to be a treasure formation meant for Baifeng's liberation. As he spoke, Lu Mu raised his gaze towards the blood-red sky. The hellish sect harbors grand ambitions, and it is highly likely that the National Master is one of their own. The strange bird remarked with approval, "You are quite astute. National Master Lin Lang is indeed not of the Empire. She was the one who activated the remnants of the formation to draw everyone here. Although this spiritual realm is vast, resisting the encroachment of the blood formation is exceedingly arduous. That I fear that in just a few days, Baifeng shall surely perish." These words, a grave expression deepened in Lu Mu's eyes. This was the spiritual realm of Baifeng, besieged by the blood formation. Were they, as outsiders, to be mere spectators? Had they been outside with their combined strength, they might not have been able to defeat Meng Pe, but at the very least, they would not be in such a passive position. You little brat. Consider yourself fortunate. As I mentioned earlier, this is but a remnant formation. If you can break through one part, it shall offer a glimmer of hope. A glint of brilliance sparked in Lu Mu's eyes. The strange bird, however, chose not to elaborate further, instead releasing a fragment of its own power, dispersing the pervasive mist hovering over the tidal surface. In an instant, a towering bridge materialized before Lu Mu's eyes.